"How is he doing?" The question, deceptively simple, carried a lethal weight. In this place, to refer to that man so casually, without the required cascade of honorifics, was a death sentence. But for Yun Pak, that particular ship had sailed long ago. Every breath he took was a reminder of the stakes, and he was determined his co-conspirators never forgot them either. Unchanged, Pak studied the man standing before him, weighing his every twitch. Chairman Choi Ha-guk, the supreme leader of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, had been utterly incapacitated for 7 days. 1 week since the Russians, in a move no one predicted, handed Pak the chance of a lifetime. In most parts of the world, a week was nothing the span of a typical American beach holiday. But here in the Deeparak, 7 days was an eternity, enough for dynasties to crumble or new ones to be born. Provided, of course, the trembling physician in front of him was being truthful. "And your infant daughter?" Pak asked, painting a thin smile on his face. "Her name is Eojun, is it not?" He knew it was. Pak himself was physically unremarkable, a slight, balding man whose thick glasses made his eyes seem perpetually damp. But he was a member of the Korean Workers' Party, and more crucially, a ranking member of the Politburo. A position with no true equivalent outside this hermit kingdom. Here in this land that modernity forgot, Pak was a kind of minor deity, not on the scale of the supreme leader, of course, but wielded power that was very real. A single phone call from him could erase a family line, a fact clearly not lost on the ashen-faced doctor. The man was a party member and a physician, but in the Deeparak, science bowed to political divinity. The doctor's own time was running out. If Pod's plot succeeded, there could be no witnesses. If it failed, well, Pak had no intention of facing the abyss alone. Yet the doctor's necessary silence didn't have to extend to his baby girl. Pak was thorough, but he wasn't a monster not without a good reason anyway. "She is well, comrade," the doctor whispered, the words sticking in his throat. "Perfectly well." "Excellent." Pak nodded, the gesture slow and deliberate. "Then let's make certain she remains that way. Describe his condition to me once more." Even here, in the temporary sanctuary of his office at the Musudanri missile test facility, over 300 miles from the seat of power in Pyongyang, Pak would not speak the supreme leader's name aloud. Past generations had woven myths around the ruling family, and while Pak dismissed such superstition, his caution was born of colder, more practical fears. Unlike many of his insulated peers, he made an effort to track technological advances beyond their borders. He knew of listening devices triggered by specific keywords. His office was swept for bugs regularly, but some sycophant in the Ministry of State Security might have planted a marvel that only awoke at the sound of the dictator's name. Pak hadn't climbed this high by being a coward, but neither did he go out of his way to tempt fate. The doctor let out a shaky breath, his lips making a wet, smacking sound that reminded Pak of a farm animal. It was a peasant's habit, unbefitting a man who tended to the supreme leader, but Pak let it pass. His own rise through the ranks wasn't due to the kind of meritocracy known elsewhere. No, Pak's singular talent was far more fundamental: survival. As a Politburo member, he operated within the very core of the Deeparak's decision-making machine, a body whose authority was second only to the supreme leader and his inner circle. Unlike his cousin, who had famously championed the military first Sungun policy, the supreme leader had deliberately shifted significant authority to the Politburo after seizing power in a coup backed by the army. He was determined not to suffer the same fate he had inflicted on others. This realignment diluted the overwhelming control once held by the Korean People's Army, elevating figures like Pak and his cabinet colleagues in the process. Yet prominence came with peril. Those who fell from the supreme leader's favor in the Politburo often vanished without a trace. A careless remark or a misinterpreted glance could be a death sentence. And when it came to eliminating disappointments, the leaders of North Korea past and present had never lacked for creativity. Over his 30 years of service to the Korean Workers' Party, Park had witnessed executions by bayonet, victims incinerated by flamethrowers, bodies ravaged by attack dogs, and even dissidents torn apart by anti-aircraft guns. The Supreme Leader's appetite for extreme punishment extended beyond low-level bureaucrats and military officers. Several branches of his own family tree had been brutally trimmed. In addition to the cousin he succeeded, the Supreme Leader had consolidated power by sending assassins armed with an experimental nerve agent to Malaysia to eliminate a troublesome half-brother. Park had navigated this deadly political landscape for so long because he had mastered the art of reading people, of spotting their hidden tell. The physician standing before him, for instance, was as hesitant as anyone to deliver bad news. But when the man imitated or hoarse a peculiar, almost absurd gesture, his words could be trusted. Externally, his condition appears unchanged, but I believe he is improving. Why? His pulse quickened. Everything depended on the answer. The doctor hunched forward, running a hand through his thinning, prematurely gray hair. His slight frame seemed to sag under the weight of the question. As the medical attendant responsible for the Supreme Leader's health, he occupied a relatively high rung in North Korea's unspoken social hierarchy. This meant his family received rations sufficient to avoid starvation and housing with electricity and running water. Yet the marks of chronic malnutrition were unmistakable. Though only in his mid-30s, the man looked 20 years older, with stooped shoulders, sallow skin, and wispy patches of gray hair. While their southern cousins had grown taller and healthier over the decades since the war, the people of the North had visibly withered in stature, in health, in life expectancy. The frail individuals around Park were constant reminders that existence outside the lethal intrigues of the elite offered no guarantee of a longer life. In fact, it often meant the opposite. Park might live perpetually vigilant, awaiting a knife in the back, but he would not starve. That, at least, was something. His respiration and heart rate are spiking at shorter intervals during the day. This suggests the healing process is advancing. His mind is gradually journeying back toward awareness. "How long until he wakes?" Park pressed. The doctor gave a feeble shrug, his bony shoulders barely disturbing his shirt. "It's impossible to say with certainty. But the periods between these physiological surges are decreasing, and the episodes themselves are lasting longer. If this trend continues, I anticipate he could regain some level of lucidity within 48 hours. 2 days? Park repeated. Another sharp exhale. It could require more time. A cautious estimate would be a week, but I believe he will regain consciousness far sooner than that. 2 days. The time frame struck Park's meticulously maintained composure like a sudden, violent storm. Until this moment, every action he had taken could be rationalized or disavowed. There were still loose ends to manage, the doctor being one of them, yet overall, Park's vulnerability was limited. Or at least as limited as anything could be in the Hermit Kingdom, a land where generations could vanish on the fleeting impulse of a boy-king. For days, Park had cautiously circled the opening fate had presented. It was not illogical to suspect the Supreme Leader's condition might be a performance in intricate charade designed to probe the loyalty of his inner circle before initiating another ruthless purge. Now convinced of Schwa's genuine incapacity, Park stood at a crossroads, seized the moment or let the chance of a lifetime slip away. His eyes drifted to the gleaming brass shell casing positioned at the edge of his desk. His current quarters were a stark contrast to his spacious Pyongyang office. Here everything was utilitarian. If the scientist he'd displaced had any personal life, no trace remained. No family photographs or sentimental clutter adorned the shell. Every available surface was buried under academic texts, charts scrawled with complex equations, and reports cataloging the triumphs and failures of past missile tests. Park's shell casing was the sole anomaly. It was from a 7.62 millimeter round, the standard ammunition for an AK-47. While Pak understood the importance of a sterile, impersonal workspace to deny enemies any glimpse into his psyche, such tokens were not unusual. They were meant to honor the regime's martial legacy, but to Park, this piece of brass held a far deeper meaning. It was an heirloom, passed from his father, who had received it from his own father-man condemned to die in one of the mass executions ordered by the Boy King's grandfather. Forewarned by a loyal friend, Pak's grandfather had engineered his own demise, staging a plausible farm accident to avoid the stigma of suicide. This final act preserved his family's standing within the party and shielded his bloodline from further retribution. That sacrifice shaped Pak's existence in too profound way. He felt a duty to honor his grandfather's legacy, yet he was also fiercely determined to secure a future where he and his descendants would never again be subject to the murderous whims of a single man. This was quite simply the opportunity he had been waiting for. 2 days was a tight window, but it would have to suffice. "Excellent," Pak said, allowing a rare thin smile to touch his lips. "You have brought honor to yourself and to your family." "Thank you, comrade," the doctor replied, bowing slightly at the praise. "I am honored to serve." "Indeed you are," Pak said, his tone shifting to one of cold practicality. "And this is how you will ensure that honor flows from you to your daughter." The hopeful light in the doctor's eyes dimmed with each of Pak's words. By the time Pak finished speaking, the man's face had once again turned the pallor of dust. This reaction was anticipated. Pak was a man of his word. The doctor's daughter would benefit from her father's sacrifice, just as Pak had benefited from his grandfather's. Sadly for the doctor, the parallels would not end there. Seoul, South Korea. Jack Ryan, Jr., liked to think of himself as a culturally aware individual. Still, he had never encountered a flash mob before. At least he assumed it was a flash mob. This was South Korea, after all. If his brief time on the peninsula had taught him anything, it was that things here operated on a slightly different frequency. That apparently included spontaneous public gatherings. One moment he was studying the imposing stone statue of Admiral Yi Sun-sin, and the next he was pressed shoulder to shoulder in a plaza, surrounded by a crowd of chanting Koreans. The sky was still a sheet of gray, the early afternoon sun hidden behind the clouds, and the morning's rain. None of that stopped the steady stream of people flowing into Dwangwamun Plaza. They came from every side street, moving past the office buildings that bordered the open space, and weaving around the concrete barriers meant to tame the famously assertive local driver. Jack had listened to Domingo Ding Chavet's suggestion: skip the rental car and take a cab from the airport. Once again his mentor's advice proved wise. While Jack had driven abroad before, Seoul's traffic felt like its own chaotic universe. Street signs seemed more like friendly recommendations than rule. After 2 near collisions before even leaving the airport grounds, Jack decided the best strategy was to close his eyes, lean back, and let his jet-lagged brain tune out the madness. Lisanne Robertson had done the same, resting her head against his shoulder. With the scent of her skin so close and her dark hair brushing his cheek, the white-knuckle ride suddenly felt a little less terrifying. Or maybe he'd just accepted that if this cab ride was his end, having her beside him wasn't a worst finale. Now, standing in the plaza, that cab ride felt like a leisurely cruise. The crowd around him was a living tide, a churning mass of bodies that made personal space a forgotten concept. At 6'2" and 220 pounds, Jack was used to people giving him a wide berth back home. Not here. In South Korea, as in much of Asia, the idea of an invisible buffer simply didn't apply, especially when a crowd was forming. And this was no casual gathering. The videos he'd seen of flash mobs usually showed dancing or singing, not rows of people holding signs and chanting in unison. This felt different, heavier, like something rooted in a much older tradition of public demonstration. Using the imposing statue of Admiral Yi Sun-sin as his landmark, Jack pushed through the press of people until he reached the statue's broad, elliptical base. He climbed 2 short steps onto a kind of viewing platform, gaining a slightly better vantage point. The plaza stretched north to south, with the Admiral's statue at the southern end, surrounded by fountains and stones that commemorated his legendary naval victories centuries ago. Farther north stood a golden statue of King Sejong the Great, seated on his throne. Beyond that, a stretch of manicured grass led the eye toward a traditional temple-style building, framed in the distance by the soft outlines of foothills, surprisingly serene view in the heart of a megacity. But there was nothing peaceful about the scene unfolding below. Waves of demonstrators filled the open space, and lines of riot police were forming a barrier between the crowd and the office buildings. For the first time since he'd decided to wander out alone, Jack felt a sharp spike of relief that Lisanne had stayed behind at the hotel to rest. She'd chosen to take a nap in her room before dinner, a decision that now seemed quietly fortunate. Those 2 words held a universe of meaning. Setting aside his romantic confusion for now, Jack forced his tired mind to concentrate on the immediate problem. He was eager to soak up South Korean culture during his brief visit, but getting caught in a riot was definitely not part of the plan. His dark hair was hidden under a cap and his blue eyes behind sunglasses, but Jack wasn't foolish enough to think he actually fit in. His sheer size and height made him stand out glaringly, and if there was ever a time to go unnoticed, it was in a volatile mob watched by riot police itching for a reason to crack down. The southern exit was clearly blocked, so he turned his attention north. This part of Seoul, much like the National Mall back in Washington, D.C., was dense with museums and national monuments. The Blue House, South Korea's equivalent of the White House, sat just a couple of miles north. Security would naturally intensify in that direction. Jack reasoned the protesters would likely keep their chaos contained to this plaza, avoiding the heavy security perimeter around the presidential residence. As a last resort, the U.S. Embassy on the plaza's eastern edge offered a potential sanctuary. Local police might overlook some civil unrest, but they'd never tolerate a threat to a foreign embassy. With his path chosen, Jack began moving north, using a towering golden statue as his landmark. Navigating the throng, he felt the crowd's mood shift. It had started with an almost orderly, patient energy, the packed bodies feeling more like folks waiting for a parade in Times Square than a mob on the brink. There was a strange, unspoken courtesy to it initially. That courtesy was now gone, replaced by a palpable tension that hung in the air like static before a storm. He couldn't pinpoint the exact trigger, but his instincts screamed that the situation was deteriorating. The shouts grew more hostile, faces turned grim, and the jostling became aggressive. Trouble was brewing, serious trouble, and Jack wanted no part of it. A sharp cry cut through the noise to his right. He turned to see several people tumbling down the sunken steps, leading to the Admiral Yi Sun-Sin Museum entrance. Swept away like debris in a sudden current. A heavy-set man and a young guy in skinny jeans scrambled up, but a teenage girl remained on the ground, gripping her ankle in pain. For a fleeting second the crowd shifted, and her terrified gaze locked directly with Jack's. Then a plume of tear gas erupted from the police line to the west. The crowd erupted into chaos, surging forward, and the injured girl disappeared from view. Muttering a curse, Jack gripped a metal barrier and launched himself into the seething mass of bodies. His substantial frame hit the crowd like a boulder dropped in water, sending shock waves through the press of people. He seized the moment of chaos, carving a route through the panicked mass with the relentless force of a ship breaking through ice. In 4 decisive steps, Jack fought his way to the sobbing girl, lifting her clear with a powerful sweep of his arms and knocking aside 2 others who had been crushing her. Clinging to him with the frantic grip of someone pulled from deep water, she buried her face in his shoulder, her words a tear-choked stream of Korean. "You're safe now," Jack murmured, holding the teenager securely. "I won't let go." While Jack had a firm hold on the girl, the scene around them was anything but safe. His earlier fear was confirmed. The sunken plaza leading to the museum had become a deadly bottleneck. The crowd, now fleeing the creeping tear gas drifting from the west, had shed all pretense of order or compassion. It was pure, raw survival. Jack saw a man get pinned against the upper railing, his shout of pain swallowed by the roar. The man managed to shove himself free, but Jack knew the next victim might not. It's funny, really, we dress in suits, debate philosophy, and build museums to house our history, convinced we've evolved beyond the herd. Yet here we are, a hairy drera away from becoming just another stampede, all civility stripped bare by a whiff of chemical fear. To compound the danger, the ramp from the upper plaza acted like a funnel, twisting the surging crowd into a swirling, suffocating vortex. Jack glanced back toward the museum entrance, just as a protective metal grate slammed down over the glass doors, locking the treasures inside and the desperation out. That escape was closed. The girl mumbled something against his chest, then repeated it, tugging at his shirt and pointing upward. Jack followed her gesture and understood. Up the stairs to the west and the ramp to the north were choked with a tide of bodies. The sealed museum entrance blocked the south. But maybe the solution wasn't just forward or back, it was above. The eastern wall was sheer cinder block, impossible to scale. Yet its top was lined with a tubular metal railing, a safety barrier for the sidewalk above. That railing was their chance. With a grunt of effort, Jack lifted the girl overhead, his shoulders trembling as he pushed her toward the metal bar. She strained, her fingers barely grazing the cool cylinder. Not enough. A fresh wave of distant screams sent another crush of people spilling into the confined space. Jack pulled the girl tight against him just as the surge smashed him into the wall. The impact hammered his back and shoulders and snapped his head against the masonry, sparking flashes of light behind his eyes. He somehow stayed upright, but the pressure of the crowd pinned him, squeezing the air from his lungs. The girl cried out as a heavy-set man, scrambling to his feet, used her injured ankle for leverage. Enough. This ended now. Pivoting to face south, Jack began forcing his way backward up the ramp. People groaned and shouted around him, but he was past caring about collateral discomfort. The collective force of thousands was too immense. Soon the girl would be torn from his grasp. He refused to let that happen. The first few yards came easier, but his progress soon met an immovable wall of packed humanity. He was stuck. Gazing upward, he recalculated. By fighting his way up the slope, he had lessened the daunting height to that lifeline of a railing. It wasn't the height he'd hoped for, but it might just be enough. Shifting his stance, Jack hoisted the girl up from his shoulders. Her fingers brushed the cold metal of the bar, but it slipped away before she could secure a hold. With his muscles trembling from the strain, he carefully brought her back down against his chest. He needed more power. Another chorus of terrified screams rolled in from the west, but Jack ignored it. He knew the truth. The space was shrinking by the second, and the next surge of people would be the end of them. It was this lift or nothing. They either escaped this pit or died in it. Jack sank into a deep crouch and then launched himself upward with everything he had, driving force through his legs. This wasn't a careful lift. It was a desperate, explosive heave, as if he were thrusting a loaded barbell toward the ceiling. The girl shot upward with a sharp cry. For a breathtaking moment she was level with the top of the railing, but her frantic hands swiped at empty air. Jack swore, bracing to catch her dead weight, but the teenager shocked him. In a move born of pure instinct or last-ditch agility, she managed to hook both arms around the lower section of the rail. She dangled there, looking too exhausted to pull herself the final distance to safety on the street above, but at least she was out of the crush. For the moment. Seeing her leg hanging like a lifeline down the rough wall, a man a few feet away from Jack lunged for it, clearly intending to use her to climb out of the human whirlpool. Or so Jack assumed. His Korean was practically non-existent. He decided to communicate the flaws in this plan using a more direct dialect. His fist, Leaning precariously over the seething crowd, Jack drove a single sharp punch into the base of the man's neck. It was sufficient. The man collapsed without a sound, but the harm was already done. His weight had jerked the girl from her tenuous hold. Now she was dangling fully down the wall, her grip on the railing visibly failing. Thinking that turnabout was fair play, Jack planted a boot on the unconscious man's back and used him as a springboard. Leaping upward, he caught the same lower rail, but unlike the girl, Jack had both legs free. With a grunt of effort, he pivoted his body sideways, planting his feet flat against the cinder block. He pushed off hard, releasing one hand to seize a higher crossbeam. This gave him the leverage to swing a leg over the lower railing and haul himself up and over the concrete edge. The short climb had drained him more than he wanted to admit, but rest wasn't an option. Kneeling on the street, he thrust his arms back through the railing bars and seized the girl's wrist just as her fingers began to slip. She screamed, now hanging by a single arm, but this time Jack was braced for the load. He clamped both of his large hands around her slender forearm and rose, using the power of his legs, taking her weight with him. Once again the girl defied his expectations. With her free hand, she locked onto Jack's wrist, forging a stronger connection. Then, as she rose level with the top rail, she hooked her good leg over the middle, taking some of the terrible strain off Jack's back and legs. The move made her injured ankle smack against the wall, and though she cried out in pain, her hold on Jack and the railing never wavered. She was a fighter. With a final, powerful effort, Jack wrenched her wrist upward as he drove with his legs, executing a clean lift that would have made any weightlifter nod in approval. The girl sailed over the railing and into his waiting arms. They were finally on the street, above the chaotic sea of people. Jack drew a ragged breath and began to lower the girl to the pavement when he got his first real look at her ankle. The joint was grotesquely swollen and bent at a sickening angle, definitely broken. She needed medical attention fast. As he turned, his eyes caught a disorganized line of police officers beginning to form a cordon on the wide eastern avenue that divided the plaza from the towering rows of office buildings and hotels beyond. Jack watched as a white ambulance, marked with a green cross and light bar, pulled up to the curb. Seeing it as his cue, he stepped off the sidewalk, the injured girl held close. A few officers glanced his way, but none moved to stop him. The South Korean police were known for their discipline. Their focus was on protecting the plaza's shops and monuments from looters, not harassing a man clearly aiding a hurt teenager. They weren't going to assist him either, and Jack found that perfectly reasonable. He knew the score: if you chose to walk into chaos, you'd better be ready to handle the consequences. It was a lesson Deng, a founding operator of the legendary Rainbow Team, had drilled into him more than once. Altering his path, Jack headed for the ambulance, which had parked a good distance from the police line, likely to stay clear of any sudden clashes. That meant a longer, more difficult carry, a fact driven home when his boot caught the edge of a hidden pothole. He stumbled, jostling the girl's leg, and she let out a pained whimper. Sorry, Jack said, then added the Korean apology he knew, Josong-hyo. Along with please and thank you, it was about all the Korean he had. To his relief, she whispered back, "Thank you." "No worries," Jack replied, keeping his tone steady. "The medics will get you fixed up. Once they splint that ankle, you'll be good as new." Good as new. Where had that come from? A millisecond later he knew. His mother, Kathy Ryan. Apparently carrying a kid turned him into a walking echo of his mom. Wonderful. Okay, the girl said slowly, her arms tightening around his neck as she clenched her teeth. The initial shock was wearing off. If that ankle was broken, the pain had to be excruciating. Across the street, the ambulance doors swung open. 2 medics hopped out, but instead of rushing over, the driver walked around the front of the vehicle and vanished eastward. The other medic just yanked open the side door and ducked inside, ignoring them completely. "Hey!" Jack shouted, putting some force behind it. "A little help over here. Dawa Juzyo, so much for his entire Korean phrasebook. Either his language app was useless, or this was the most indifferent paramedic on the planet. Over here!" he yelled again, louder. "She needs help now." This time his voice caught the attention of a nearby policeman. The officer exchanged a few words with his partner, then set down his shield and baton and started jogging toward them. The medic, however, only poked his head out of the ambulance cabin at the sound of Jack's shout. What happened next was strange. Instead of moving to help, the man simply stood there, locking eyes with Jack from across the distance. Then, slowly, he smiled. It was a cold, empty expression. Jack could maybe understand that kind of cynicism toward rioters who had hurt themselves. But this was a teenage girl in obvious pain. Even the most hardened first responders should feel something. The riot cop was surely seen of all, was still coming to help. The medic just stood there smiling, as if the whole scene were some private joke. Perhaps the ambulance was intended as a central triage point. In that scenario, the medic might have been ordered to stay with the vehicle, the fear being that if he waded into the chaos, he'd be impossible to locate when the most critically wounded were found. Jack could see the flawed reasoning there, even if he didn't endorse it, but the medic's subsequent actions made no sense at all. After a brief locked stare with Jack, the man simply circled the ambulance and vanished eastward, following his partner's path. Jack halted, the pieces snapping together. To his left, the police officer was nearly across the street. To his right, the ambulance door hung uselessly open. No aid was coming. Whirling around, his eyes landed on them, a line of heavy concrete planters bordering the metal railing just behind him. With a sharp exhale, Jack broke into a sprint for the planters, the teenager hammering her fists against his ribs in protest. The officer shouted something, but Jack's entire world had narrowed to the rectangular concrete barrier now just strides away. He could see every weathered crack in its surface, every individual leaf in the shrubs bursting from the dark earth. 2 more steps. 1. Jack launched himself over the planter in a headlong dive, his knee cracking against the rough edge as he sailed over in a desperate sliding tackle. He slammed into the metal grating on the far side with the force of a ricocheting bullet, then crumpled to the pavement, the girl writhing under his weight. Screaming, she raked her nails across his cheek and throat, undoubtedly certain her would-be rescuer had gone completely insane. For a stretched second, Jack was inclined to agree. Then the universe tore itself apart. The explosion dismantled Jack's senses one by one. A blinding white-hot flash seared his vision. Then came waves of blistering heat, slamming into him like a series of brutal punches. Finally, a deafening roar swallowed everything. Jack coiled his body around the girl, shielding her as the sky rained down shattered fragments, waiting for the ground to stop shaking. It took him a moment to understand the trembling was inside him, his own shattered equilibrium. Groaning, he pushed himself up to his knees, bracing against the planter what remained of it. A jagged piece of shrapnel had smashed through the thick concrete, as if it were dry sand, burying itself in the soil that once held greenery. Now only blackened stems were left. Another few inches to the right, and it would have cleaved through his skull. That chilling realization provided the necessary jolt to haul himself the rest of the way upright. Though his surroundings still listed slightly, he could stand. Therefore he could move. In theory, at least. He bent and gathered the trembling teen into his arms. "You all right?" Jack asked, his own voice sounding distant. "Talk to me." She was crying freely, but she gave a firm nod. Tough cookie was a massive understatement for this kid's fortitude. When this nightmare ended, he figured he should introduce her to Ding. She'd fit right in. Holding the girl close, Jack turned to survey where the ambulance had been. This was no accident. It was a bomb, a deliberate attack. Which meant there were no guarantees it was over. In Jack's world, an explosion was usually just the opening act of method to shock and scatter the targets before the real violence commenced. He had to get off this exact spot and clear the kill zone immediately. The scene across the street was, in a grim way, almost reassuring. Though bodies lay scattered near the flaming wreck of the ambulance, and nearby buildings were pockmarked by debris, the structures themselves still stood. The vehicle, while fully ablaze, was recognizable and hadn't left a gaping crater. Either the explosives had malfunctioned, or the device was smaller than had first feared. It was the stark difference between a localized tragedy and total catastrophe. If the ambulance had been packed with the same explosive mixture as the rental truck in the Oklahoma City bombing, the blast would have been catastrophic. Nearly everyone in the plaza would have been wounded, and those on the outer edges likely killed by the shock wave or flying shrapnel. Jack would have been among them. He had no idea why the actual explosion was so much smaller than it should have been, but he wasn't about to question his luck. Stumbling forward, he focused on putting one foot in front of the other, heading toward the line of police officers. He didn't need to ask for help this time. True to their training, the Korean officers were rushing toward the carnage with little thought for their own safety. A Polish woman ran up to him, her cap gone, and her short black hair tangled. A deep cut across her forehead was still bleeding freely. She pointed urgently at the girl in Jack's arms, speaking rapidly in Korean. "Her ankle is broken," Jack said, raising his voice and speaking slowly. He immediately felt foolish as the teenager responded to the officer with a flood of Korean. So much for avoiding the stereotypical loud American. "Take her over there," the Police woman instructed. Her English clear despite the accent. "We must treat the most seriously injured first." She gestured toward a street corner rapidly transforming into a triage area. Jack nodded. Even with its reduced force, the bomb had done plenty of damage. The injuries weren't just from the blast itself. The panic and stampede triggered by the tear gas had taken a heavy toll. The girl's broken ankle was painful, but it wasn't fatal, and for that Jack was profoundly relieved. Crossing the street, he walked with careful, measured steps, as much to keep his own balance as to avoid jostling his charge. The kid had endured enough for one day without being dropped by a clumsy foreigner. For once he reached the collection point without incident and gently set the teenager down. A harried-looking paramedic in blood-stained gloves hurried over, barking a question. Jack mimicked a braking motion with his hands and pointed to the girl's ankle. The medic knelt, his movements quick and efficient as he assessed the injury while speaking to the girl in Korean. Finishing his exam, he looked up at Jack. "You friend?" Jack shook his head. "No, just helping." The medic gave a curt nod. "She stays here, then goes to hospital." "Sounds good," Jack agreed. As the medic started to turn away, the girl called out to him, her words tumbling out in a rush. The man listened, nodded twice, and looked back at Jack. "She says you saved her. She says thank you." As he translated, the girl reached out and clasped Jack's hand with both of hers. "Thank you," she said slowly, carefully. "You're very welcome," Jack replied with a smile. After a final wave, he turned and headed east, putting the chaos of the plaza behind him. His first instinct was to stay and tell the authorities everything he'd witnessed. But the bombers had been disguised as paramedics, and the crowd had been funneled into the kill zone, likely by accomplices posing as police. Until he could distinguish ally from enemy, his only plan was to get as far from the bombing site as possible. He and Lisanne would probably be on a flight back to the States by this time tomorrow anyway. The thought was a grim comfort. Then his phone rang. "Hello," Jack answered, tilting his face downward as he walked. The bulky clothes and hat hid his hair, but there was nothing he could do about his pale Irish complexion or his light eyes, which felt glaringly obvious in the aftermath. In a city as uniform as Seoul, standing out was a liability, especially when avoiding police scrutiny. "Jack, it's Lisanne." Her low, familiar voice tugged a smile onto Jack's face, cutting through the surrounding chaos. Their relationship existed in a nebulous space more than friends, not yet committed. He'd taken her to meet his parents twice, which was a significant step for him. Few romantic interests had ever been granted that introduction, and these weren't just any parents. Jack's father was the President of the United States, and his mother the First Lady, making a simple Sunday dinner a logistical feat requiring Secret Service coordination. Complicating matters was their professional history. Both had been covert operatives for the campus, a private entity operating outside the official U.S. intelligence apparatus. Lizan's official title, Director of Transportation, was a bland cover for a far more capable individual. A former Marine fluent in Arabic thanks to her Lebanese mother, she had quickly shown the makings of a field operative. Her training under the legendary John Clark, the campus's director of operations, was cut short by a botched mission in China. A severe gunshot wound led to the amputation of her arm and nearly her life. Now Clark and his deputy, Ding, were evaluating her future, a process mirroring Lizan's own struggle to redefine her place. Her days as a field operator were over, but her value to the organization wasn't. "Hey, Lizan," Jack said, his smile growing. "I thought you were resting." "I was trying," she replied, "but every siren in the city just woke the dead. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" "Well, good grief, Jack," Lizan cut in. "Are you for real?" "Unfortunately, yes," Jack admitted. "Do you need backup?" she asked immediately. Jack admired her focus. She skipped the dramatic details and went straight to the operational core. Was he compromised? This analytical calm under pressure, more than any physical skill, was what had truly impressed Clark. Plenty of people could handle a weapon. Far fewer could think clearly in the suffocating grip of a crisis. "I don't think so," Jack said, turning down another narrow alley. "But we should accelerate the timeline. I had a ringside view to this mess, even if I didn't start it." He'd briefly considered the U.S. Embassy, a mere couple of blocks from the riot and subsequent explosion, as a potential safe haven. But its safety was an illusion. Intelligence agencies routinely monitored embassy traffic, and Jack's presence in Seoul was meant to be invisible. Drawing that kind of attention was the last thing he wanted. "Agreed," Lizan said. "That's why I called." "Well, that, and I had a 50-50 feeling you'd be mixed up in the noise." "Really?" Jack said, amusement in his tone. "Come on, be honest. Low profile isn't exactly your brand. Besides, Isabel just messaged. She wants to meet today, not tomorrow." "Did she give a reason?" Jack asked. "No," Lizan replied. "And since we're still figuring each other out, I didn't press." The comment about commitment hit a little too close to home for Jack. He and Lizan were navigating their own delicate moment, and for once Jack was deliberately pumping the brakes. Part of it was professional caution. Lizan was a colleague at the campus, and crossing that line would irrevocably change their working dynamic. But the real hesitation was more personal. Jack's romantic history was nothing to write home about. Had spent years living in the moment, a pattern that had left him feeling hollow, especially after some serious reflection during his last stint in Israel. He was a seasoned operator now, no longer the rookie needing guidance from Clark or Chavez. Had chased professional success for a decade and caught it, only to find the victory felt strangely empty. By his age, his father had already found the love of his life and started a family. Jack had always assumed he'd follow that same path, but cruising into his 30s on a series of clandestine ops had taught him a harsh truth. He wasn't going to accidentally bump into his future wife while evading surveillance. His mother, the surgeon, had a saying: "If you want different results, you have to change your behavior." Jack was finally ready to listen. The string of casual flings from his 20s had been a dead end. With Lizan he saw a genuine chance for a new beginning, a real courtship with a woman who could be everything. He was determined not to sabotage it by falling into old, familiar routine. "Sorry, Lizan," his voice cut through his thoughts. "I didn't mean to, Lizan. You're the first and only woman I've ever introduced to my parents," Jack said, a smile in his voice as he leaned against a brick wall. "The city sounds a distant hum. That's not an accident. I'm not running from commitment. I'm trying to approach it the right way. You deserve that." Silence stretched on the line. Jack bit his tongue, fighting his natural impulse to fill the quiet. Patience was a new muscle he was trying to build. "Jack Ryan," Lizan finally said with a warm laugh, "you are a piece of work. We just spent 15 hours on a plane sharing snacks and gossip magazines, and now, while you're supposedly on the run, you pit this moment for the big talk. Your timing is impeccably terrible. It's almost charming. "Hold on," Jack started, stopping in his tracks on the sidewalk. "I'm teasing you, Jack," she interrupted, her tones softened. "And, honestly, I'm flattered. This is definitely a first for me having a relationship check-in with a soundtrack of police sirens. It'll give you points for broaching the subject, but let's table this for a calmer moment. Right now we need to concentrate on the other woman in our lives." That other woman, in the peculiar language of intelligence work, was Isabel Yang. The 26-year-old doctoral candidate had landed on the campus radar through an introduction from Adam Yao, a CIA officer who occasionally worked with them. Adam had thought about recruiting her himself, but held back. Isabel had already declined a formal offer from the agency's more rigid structure. The thinking was she might be more receptive to a different kind of shop, one like the campus, operating in the shadows without official status. The campus lacked the vast recruiting machinery of its government counterparts, even though its operational demands often outstripped theirs. Finding and vetting new talent was a constant uphill struggle. Having personally navigated the demanding process of integrating new personnel, Ding Chavez proposed an innovative solution adopting a version of the Israeli Mossad system to expand the campus's operational capability. Acting on this concept, Jack and Lizan were dispatched to South Korea to evaluate Adam Yao's lead, specifically to determine Isabel's potential value as a future asset. Her existing dossier didn't immediately mark her as a prime candidate, yet the opportunity she presented justified the long journey. An American academic fluent in 3 languages, comfortably residing in South Korea, and possessing a chameleon-like ability to blend across multiple nationalities, wasn't a common find. She was, in operational terms, a rare prospect. "All right, we'll go," Jack agreed. "But we're not finished discussing this." "The flight over took 15 hours, Lisan reminded him. "The return trip will be just as long. We can table our discussion until then. Isabel, however, wants to meet in under an hour." "Where at?" Jack asked. "Iwan," Lisan replied. "She sent an address for a cafe just off Hunora." Jack quickly opened a mapping application and input the location. The coffee shop was a 15-minute walk from his hotel, situated southeast of the expansive Namsan Park, renowned for the towering Seoul Namsan Tower. The hilly landscape would provide a quiet respite from the bustling energy of Gwanghwamun Plaza. He'd just departed, and the vibrant commercial chaos of Itaewon. An added comfort was the proximity of the U.S. Army's Yongsan garrison, located southwest of the cafe. Jack wasn't anticipating any problems, but then again, he hadn't been expecting any during his earlier tourist stroll either. The more time he spent in this line of work, the more he found wisdom in the operational philosophy famously linked to Marine General James Mattis's maintain courtesy and professionalism, but always be prepared for the worst. While his objective today wasn't hostile, neglecting a contingency plan was never an option. Although many units had relocated to Camp Humphreys, Yongsan still maintained a presence of armed U.S. personnel. That was a suitable safety net for Jack. "I can manage that," he said. "What's your plan?" "I'll be fine. I'll grab a taxi and message you when I'm en route." "Sounds like a plan," Jack said with a light laugh. "This is a work assignment, Jack, not a social call. One of these days you might actually grasp the distinction." Jack fumbled for a clever retort, but Lizan had already ended the call. "I've got a question," declared Sergeant First Class Jad Mustafa, setting his sock drink can down on the laminate table. "For the final time, I have no idea how they get a whole grape through that tiny opening," Master Sergeant Kerry Marks replied, expertly flipping the strips of meat crackling on the rectangular grill between them. "Maybe it's the same magic they use to put ships inside bottles." "Not a chance," Jad said, sprinkling minced garlic onto the sizzling beef. "Those ships come in pieces. It's common knowledge. Anyway, that wasn't my question, though I'm pretty sure I just swallowed a grape whole. My real, more urgent question is, why are we back here again?" Kerry let out a long breath as he rescued a piece of bulgogi from the eager flames, placing the sputtering meat onto a leafy green he'd set aside for wrapping. He hoped it was lettuce. To Carrie, the assortment of greens the server had brought bore an uncanny resemblance to the long clippings he'd left on his curb back home. Of course, home was a world away from here, just a short drive from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, home of the 5th Special Forces Group. He and Jad, his closest friend and fellow sniper, were currently seated in a barbecue joint in Seoul, while both Green Berets were veterans of global deployments with their Operational Detachment Alpha team. This particular situation felt distinctly unfamiliar. The assignment had an unusual open-ended quality that put them both on edge, a silent tension hanging in the air alongside the aromatic smoke. Carrie Marks and Jad Mustafa, along with the rest of Oda 555-555, had swapped their combat uniforms for civilian clothes, leaving their gear locked up back at the team room. To Carrie, this little restaurant outing was a definite upgrade from roasting under a Syrian sun, crammed into some stinking hide. Still, Jad had a valid question, and Carrie felt he owed him a straight answer. "Do I look like someone who makes the big decisions?" Carrie said, sprinkling some nearly crisped garlic over the sizzling meat. "We're here because we were told to be here. Now, eat." Jad deftly plucked a piece of grilled meat with his chopsticks, examining it briefly before adding it to his lettuce wrap. "You really think it's no," Carrie cut him off. "I don't—" "But how can you be, because I am?" Carrie stated flatly. "That's considered a specialty here. They wouldn't just hand it out randomly." "All right, fine, but what's the matter?" Carrie said, assembling his own wrap. "Did you forget you're a Green Beret? If this is too much local flavor for you, you can always go grab a burger with the SEAL teams." On the surface, the two soldiers were opposites. Carrie was a fair-haired, blue-eyed guy from New England, his accent slipping into a Yankee twang when he was stressed. Jad, with his darker complexion and laid-back California cadence, took endless ribbing from the team about being a SEAL planta joke. His fondness for stylish clothes and hair product did nothing to dispel. But after countless missions together, things like skin color or background had stopped mattering years ago. They were brothers, forged in combat, and like brothers, they gave each other a hard time. That was a low blow, Jad said, though his eyes were amused. "As a proud Libyan American, I've got more culture in my pinky than you've got in your entire farm boy. Hold up, boss, I think our quiet dinner just got a lot more compelling." Carrie had shared countless meals with Jad. Some were the typical burgers and beers affairs, but most were not. More often they'd been hunkered down over in Murray, passing a single packet of hot sauce back and forth while trading shifts behind a spotting scope or a rifle's optic. Shooting the breeze about football over a beer was one way to get to know a guy. Enduring sand fleas and brutal heat while watching a target compound for 12 hours straight was another, far more telling method. Carrie had been team sergeant long enough to have done plenty of both with Jad, and that history meant he knew when Jad switched to calling him boss, the joking was over. "What do you see?" Carrie asked, fighting the instinct to turn around. He hated having his back to a door, a common trait for men in their line of work. Jad shared the same preference and had been quicker grabbing the wall-side seat, leaving Carrie reliant on his spotter's view, dynamic that felt uncomfortably familiar. "Important person just walked in," Jad murmured, his voice barely carrying. Dark suit, blue tie, glasses. 3 close protection agents, 2 men, 1 woman. All 3 of them were staring right at me with a look of deep suspicion. "Let's be honest," Carrie remarked, wrapping a piece of lettuce around some grilled meat and a few slivers of roasted garlic. "You don't exactly have the most trustworthy face." "I'm not so sure about that," Jad murmured, his voice loud. "Neither one of us really fits in around here, if we're being honest." They were seated in a modest Korean barbecue spot tucked away on a quiet side street in Seoul's Yeowon district, not far from the old U.S. Army garrison at Yongsan. The place was simple and unadorned, but spotlessly clean. The tables were topped with faux wood laminate, and the plastic chairs were clearly designed for quick meals, not long conversations. Each table featured a square, built-in grill where customers cooked their own food, ate, and then promptly made way for the next party. The absence of any English signage, the out-of-the-way location, and the waitstaff's general lack of interest all signaled that this wasn't a spot that catered to American soldiers and their wallets. It was a haven for locals seeking a good meal without the boisterous atmosphere that often followed groups of U.S. servicemen. In short, it was an ideal location for Carey and Jad to establish a temporary command post while the rest of their team carried out an exercise in the bustling streets of Seoul. However, when it came to avoiding the watchful eyes of inherently wary security personnel, the barbecue restaurant was proving less than perfect. While both Green Berets possessed the solid, muscular builds common in special operations, there was nothing particularly unusual about their appearance back home in the States, that is. Here in Korea, Carey's blonde hair and blue eyes were as conspicuous as Jad's Middle Eastern features. That was in fact the whole purpose of their training exercise. Ready or not, the expanding influence of the Chinese dragon was on a direct path to clash with American interests. Eventually, the two biggest powers were going to have it out. When that day came, operatives like Carey and Jad needed to know how to function in environments where they stood out painfully. Places exactly like this dimly lit barbecue joint, for instance. Put on a friendly face, Jad said quietly. We've got visitors. For the second time, Carey fought the instinct to turn around, even as the muscles in his shoulders and back tightened. He vowed this would be the last time he let his spotter claim the seat facing the entrance, even if it meant resorting to something as childish as kicking a fellow Special Forces qualifier in the leg. Whoever came up with the saying ignorance is bliss had clearly never found themselves unarmed in a Korean restaurant with potential trouble at their back. Good afternoon. The greeting came in accented but clear English from a woman standing just behind Carey's right shoulder. He turned, feigning surprise while he considered his option. On one hand, he could play the part of the stereotypically loud and oblivious American, a act the Korean might find rude but ultimately non-threatening. Or he could lean into his Special Forces training and try to build a little rapport. Carey opted for the latter. "Annyeong haseo," he said, offering her his most genuine down-home smile. She didn't seem moved. Then again, she didn't look like someone who was easily impressed. She stood just over 5 feet tall and couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. Like the man she was protecting, she was dressed formally, but her dark suit was understated a white blouse, dark trousers, and a jacket. It was the uniform of professional protection details everywhere, designed to deflect attention rather than attract it. "Are you enjoying your meal?" the woman asked. Carey swiveled fully in his seat to answer, using the movement as a chance to scan the room. The VIP, as Jad had so perfectly labeled him, was unmistakably the focus. The restaurant owners, who had barely glanced up when Carey and Jad arrived, had both emerged from behind the long counter along the far wall, and were now speaking animatedly in Korean. The restaurant's only other patrons, an elderly couple seated at the far end, were just as captivated by the scene. Their focus was locked on the impeccably dressed Korean gentleman with his designer suit, styled hair, and a smile fit for a press conference. Carey, however, barely registered the man. His training as a Green Beret dictated his focus, which settled squarely on the woman and her two formidable escorts. The trio had split their attention. The woman and the shorter guard had positioned themselves to monitor the only potential complication, Carey and Jad, while the third man stood watch at the entrance. He was the first to fall. 1 second he was scanning the street through the glass door. The next his head vanished in a gruesome spray. The gunshots that followed were muted, more like sharp exhales than the deafening cracks Carey anticipated. Suppressed firearms. That detail alone spoke volumes about the professionalism of whoever was outside, but Carey filed the observation away. Immediate survival took precedent. He was already pushing out of his chair before the guard's body crumpled to the tiles. Since he was angled to the right, he lunged in that direction, desperate to escape the deadly line of fire from the doorway. Jad mirrored the move, bolting left, instinctively creating two separate problems for any shooter to solve, or so they hoped. the remaining bodyguards would be the primary targets. Normally, 2 trained professionals covering a single entrance would create a lethal choke point, forcing attackers into a fatal funnel. That theory, of course, relied on the guards actually facing the correct threat. They weren't. Both were still oriented on the 2 green berets, and the sudden, chaotic movement from Jad and Carey cost them irreplaceable fragments of a second as they assessed the new danger. By the time they spun toward the real threat, their pistols clearing their holsters with impressive speed, it was far too late. Action will always trump reaction. The glass door burst inward as a figure surged through, a compact submachine gun already chattering. The 2 bodyguards had made a critical error earlier by closing in on Carey, a sound tactic for a physical confrontation but a fatal flaw now. Their proximity was their undoing. While distance can grant time, its absence does the opposite. With barely any space between them, the shooter needed only a slight shift of his shoulders to transition from one target to the other. The man dropped first, the woman a hair's breadth behind, both collapsing onto the worn floorboards in a limp final heap. In a handful of heartbeats, the shooter had cleared the room of its obvious threats, or so he believed, with a confidence that was about to be his downfall. Unseen by him, not all motion had ceased. As he pivoted the K-7 submachine gun from his shoulder toward the petrified important dude at the front, he was struck by 2 separate forces in rapid succession. The first was a searing hot grill lid, hurled with the unerring accuracy of a former state champion discus thrower. The second was Carey. Any skilled shooter knows tracking a target horizontally is simple. It's the vertical adjustment that complicates things, requiring a full recalibration of posture and aim. This was why the attacker had dispatched the bodyguards with such brutal efficiency. It was also precisely why Carey chose to dive straight for his knees. The grill had slammed into the shooter's chest, dead center. While the gas-powered flame was certainly out, the metal grating was still scorching hot, judging by the man's agonized scream. Carey had no desire to get burned. Instead of the classic at-the-knee block from his high school football days, he angled his approach, driving his shoulder into the shooter at a sharp slant. This served 2 purposes. It maximized the force against the knee joint and kept Carey from stumbling directly into the line of the submachine gun. To aim now, the shooter would have to swing the muzzle across his own body, as move Carey wasn't going to allow. As he connected with the knee, Carey exploded upward, lifting the gunman toward the ceiling with the force of his drop. Then, with the fluid agility of countless hours in the training gym, he pivoted and slammed the man face first into the floor. A sickening pop suggested a broken nose or worse, but Carey wasn't taking chances. He grabbed a fistful of the shooter's hair and hammered his face against the tiles 3 times. Probably excessive, but in Carey's line of work, overkill was just another form of insurance. That point was hammered home a split second later by the deafening bark of a pistol firing just inches from his head. Carey flinched upward, but a firm hand pressed into the center of his back, holding him in place. Jad's hand. 2 more shots rang out. Then the pressure eased. "All right, boss," Jad said. "Second shooter's handled." Only then did Carey notice the figure crumpled in the restaurant's entrance. He snatched up the fallen K-7 submachine gun and shifted right in a low crouch, knowing Jad was mirroring the move to the left. Surviving a firefight wasn't just about raw speed and aggression, despite what action movies like to show. While those elements mattered, Carey had learned through hard experience the critical value of tactical patience, especially once surprise was lost. He didn't rush the doorway like he was storming a stronghold. Instead, he edged to the right in careful, controlled increments, peering over his weapon's sights in a method called slicing the pie. This systematic way of clearing the space beyond a threshold took far longer than a dynamic entry, but as the defender, Carey had time on his side. Every passing second meant law enforcement was getting closer, shifting the balance of power in their favor. At least, that was the hope. "Contact rear!" Jad shouted, as the muffled thump of gunfire reverberated through the dining area. Carey crouched lower, making himself a smaller target as he leaned into the wall, his muzzle still fixed on the threat posed by the front door. Trusting your partner was a cornerstone of effective close-quarters battle. As much as every instinct screamed to turn toward the noise behind him, his job was to have faith in Jad and cover the other likely approach. Knowing the right move didn't make it easy to execute. Then a man burst through the front door, giving Curry something immediate to focus on. The shooter swung left as he entered, his compact submachine gun already erupting. Carey ignored the bullets cracking past his head and the concussive blast, angling his own weapon upward as he fired. One burst tore into the man's torso, a second ripped into his neck and head. This wasn't the moment to assume the attacker wasn't armored. The shooter collapsed in the doorway, his body sprawled across the threshold. Switching techniques, Carey risked a lightning-past peek around the doorframe. Nothing but deserted sidewalk. "Clear, front," Carey reported. "Clear, rear," Jad responded. "Room is clear." "Boss, we've got a problem. I'm really beginning to despise when you say that," Carey grumbled, hauling the dead shooter fully inside before shutting the front door and throwing the heavy bolt. The immediate threat was gone, but the scene was far from secure. Carey scanned the room, his stomach tightening at the carnage. The 3 attackers and 2 bodyguards were down, but so were the shop owners and an elderly couple, all motionless in spreading red stains. Jad was kneeling beside the Korean official, but even from a distance, Carey knew it was hopeless. The man's shirt was soaked, and a terrible head wound left no doubt. Jad's hands were covered in blood as he tried to stem the flow, but the official gave one final shudder and went still. "This is a real mess," Carey muttered. "Absorbing the horror? Worse than you think," Jad said, standing up. "Look at what they're wearing." Carey's gaze shifted from the victims to the dead gunmen, and a curse escaped his lips. They were dressed in the unmistakable blue uniforms of the Korean National Police. "What's the plan, boss?" Jad asked. It was the million-dollar question. On paper, the Status of Forces Agreement, or SOFA, was supposed to protect U.S. personnel here. On paper. Carey wasn't naive. They were the only ones left standing in a room full of bodies, the only ones armed. If this official warranted 3 bodyguards, powerful people would be furious about his death, furious enough to maybe bend the rules. He'd seen how that worked. Angry interrogators find the story they want to hear. Trusting their fate to a local investigation was not an option. Sometimes you just had to act and explain later. The wail of approaching sirens sealed his decision. "Get photos of the shooters on your phone," Carey ordered, already snapping pictures of the security detail and the official. "We're leaving. We'll figure this out from inside Yongsan." "Got it," Jad said. "What about the weapons?" Carey hesitated. South Korea had draconian gun laws. Then again, they probably had laws against mass murder in a barbecue joint, too. The garrison wasn't far, and he'd happily hand the guns over to the MPs at the gate. Until then, being armed felt prudent. "Take them," he said. "If things go south again, I'd rather not rely on your culinary pitching arm." "Hey, that was a perfect throw," Jad argued, moving toward the back. "Could have aimed higher," Carey replied, following him through the steamy kitchen. "You nearly set my hair on fire." "Please," Jad scoffed, pushing open the door to the alley. "Singeing that mop on your head would be a public service," says the guy whose relaxed grooming standards have Captain Brown on his case every week. As a proud farm boy, I'll have you know this cut is a classic. My hair will be the last thing on the captain's mind when Reaper 6 hears about this disaster, Jad shot back. Emerging into the cool air of the back alley, Carey knew his spotter was probably right. The chaos they left behind was in a street-level shop, part of a larger building. Outback, a deserted deck area offered a stunning silent view of the needle-like Seoul Tower, standing sentinel over the green hills of Namsan Parka, serene contrast to the bloody scene, now ringing with sirens. Jack had gotten his wish the turmoil that had consumed the plaza hadn't spread to this southeastern corner of the city. But the quiet here didn't mean the danger was gone. had deliberately turned a 15-minute stroll to the cafe into a 45-minute surveillance detection route, scanning for any sign he was being watched. Logically, Jack couldn't pinpoint a reason anyone would be tailing him, but tradecraft was tradecraft. You follow the rule. Besides, ready or not, his dynamic with Lisanne was already shifting. The first clue was that ridiculous, buoyant feeling had had their caligiddiness so distracting it made him miss a glaring detail about the car bombing. The attackers were Asian, dressed as first responders. This wasn't the work of Islamic extremists or some random act of domestic anger. The longer Jack turned the scene over in his mind, the more it morphed from a flash of violence into something coldly deliberate. The crowd had been funneled straight toward that recessed museum entrance by riot police using tear gas. Yet, as he replayed the memory, Jack realized he never heard the distinctive thump of a riot gun firing a canister. He remembered the screams, the acrid bite of SAS gas in the air, but no loudspeaker warnings. None of the standard escalation steps that should have come before deploying chemical agents. The plaza was a tinderbox. Any competent officer would have known herding people toward a death trap was insane. Why not push them west? Or better yet, move in and use gas to split the crowd, sending them fleeing north and south. And that was assuming the gas was justified in the first place. From where Jack stood, the protest had been peaceful, until someone decided to fill the air with safes. Just as the grim implications of that thought began to crystallize, his phone buzzed with a text from Lisanne. He expected a note saying she'd grabbed a cab. Instead, he read, "Hotel locked down. No one in or out. Wi-Fi gone. Recommend Zulu Protocol." Jack's thumbs paused over the screen. Zulu Protocol was a campus procedure for environments where normal communications were compromised or monitored, usually reserved for near-peer threat states like China or Russia. South Korea had the technology, sure, but they were an ally. Campus operatives shouldn't have anything to fear here normally. But nothing about today felt normal. Two stark possibilities formed in his mind, each as troubling as the other. Either a team of highly skilled operatives capable of executing a complex ambush right under the Korean National Police's nose was now loose in the city, or the South Korean government had just taken a sharp authoritarian turn. Or in a twist he really didn't want to consider both. Lisanne's call for Zulu Protocol, much like his own decision to run an SDR, was exactly the right move. Until the standard operating procedure was lifted, there would be no voice calls or email. All communication would happen via text through a custom app built by the campus tech wizard, Gavin Beery. Truly untraceable comms on a commercial phone were a pipe dream. But Gavin's app was the next best thing Massews routed through encrypted servers, threads deleted instantly after sending everything masked. If a top-tier foreign intelligence service got their hands on the phone and knew where to dig, they might eventually crack it. But without military-grade encryption and radios, this was as secure as it got. Agreed, Jack typed. Zulu Protocol until further notice. A moment later, her reply appeared. Roger that. Keeping his date? That was the question. Isabel was a prospect of such high priority that it justified sending 2 campus operatives across the globe for what might only amount to a 15-minute chat. Jack couldn't pinpoint the exact reason, but a persistent feeling told him this meeting with Isabel was significant, perhaps even crucial. Her request to move the timeline forward only added to that sense of urgency. In the constant internal calculus of risk versus reward that defined his profession, Jack felt the potential gain from seeing Isabel outweighed the danger. He typed his reply to Lisanne. Yes, I believe it's the correct move. Her response was immediate. I agree. Let me know when you're finished. You're planning to stay awake for me? Will I find it worthwhile? Another smile threatened to break through his stern focus. The entire situation was absurd. Here he was, preparing to conduct an operational assessment on a potential asset mere hours after surviving a riot and a vehicle explosion. And what was occupying his mind? Exchanging playful messages with Lisanne. He needed to regain his composure and quickly Isabel had just entered the cafe. Adam Yao's target package included a photograph, but Jack didn't need to check his phone to identify her. Following standard protocol, Jack had arranged this coffee meeting under a fabricated cover story. This served a dual purpose. Primarily, if a hostile intelligence service had already compromised Isabel's communications, he wouldn't be broadcasting his true intentions. But the second reason was just as important. It was about Isabel herself. The CIA is one of the world's most recognized yet misunderstood institutions. Its website receives more applications annually than nearly any other government agency. Most people, even if they don't want a career in espionage, feel a surge of pride at being approached by such a prestigious organization and will at least consider the offer. Isabel was the exception. Identified early in her college career at Texas A&M University for her fluency in Korean and Cantonese skills stemming from her mixed Korean and Chinese heritages, she was approached by a CIA talent spotter. A chance meeting was staged at the Memorial Student Center. The recruiter's pitch focused on how her linguistic talents and sharp intellect could serve her country at the agency. Isabel refused outright. Her rejection wasn't born from a lack of patriotism. Her father, a Chinese-American soldier, had met her Korean mother while stationed in South Korea. After Isabel's birth, he endured the brutal Army selection course to become a Green Beret with the 10th Special Forces Group. He was killed in Afghanistan 12 years later, and Isabel attended college on a scholarship from the Special Operations Warrior Foundation. Her love for America was never in doubt. Yet her heritage and a personal vow were guiding her down a different path. As a young girl, she had promised her father she would earn a Ph.D. It was a child's pledge, but his death transformed it into a solemn commitment. So, instead of accepting the CIA's offer, she pursued her master's and doctorate. Now she was in Seoul for a postdoctoral fellowship at Seoul National University. There's an old joke in intelligence circles that there's no such thing as a former KGB officer. While the CIA isn't quite that relentless, it certainly has a long memory, especially for promising candidates who slip away. Isabel's application for a South Korean visa had brought her back onto the agency's radar. This time, the task of recruitment fell to Jack. Her reason for initially declining was understandable, yet it also raised subtle alarm. It was a story of personal dedication, but in their world even the most noble motivations could conceal complicating layers. Any intelligence operative worth their paycheck understood that assets driven by ideology were always the most unpredictable. Those who spied for cash, personal vendettas, or romantic entanglements might rank lower on the moral scale, but they were far easier to manage than someone motivated by patriotism or deep-seated belief. For the handler asset dynamic to work, the case officer had to establish complete psychological ownership. They needed to tap into the very core of their agent's motivations. An individual betraying their nation for money or pleasure could usually be controlled with the promise of more, much like a dealer managing an addict's supply, doling out rewards only for useful information. But an ideologically driven spy was a different beast entirely. That seemingly pure motivation created a stubborn resistance to corruption. If the asset was a genuine true believer, motivation was never in question, making the handler's job simpler on the surface. Yet just like romantic passion, the fervor of belief could wane once the stark, gritty reality of espionage set in. This inherent volatility introduced a layer of risk that any sensible agent runner would prefer to avoid. This was precisely Jack's situation with Isabel. Her initial rejection of the recruiter's offer didn't mean the door was closed. As the daughter of a fallen Special Operations soldier, Jack suspected a latent streak of patriotism ran through her, a streak he could potentially leverage. However, if his read was wrong, he needed an exit strategy that left the scientist unaware of his true intention. While a pitch from a CIA recruiter might be expected, a proposal to join a semi-legal clandestine group was in a league of its own, requiring extreme caution. Thankfully, In the delicate dance about to unfold, Jack held a subtle edge. Though he had requested the meeting, Isabel had been the one to move the appointment forward, not postpone it. That signaled she wanted something. Now Jack's task was to discover what that was and then use it. As his mentor, Mary Pat Foley, the seasoned master spy and current director of national intelligence, had often reminded him, in the world of espionage, nice guys finish last. Or they don't finish at all. "Are you Jack?" Isabel asked. She had been inside the coffee shop for a few minutes, but Jack had made no move to signal her or acknowledge her presence. The first impression would define their entire relationship, and Jack wanted to plant the subconscious notion that this encounter was her idea. She needed to come to him. "That's me," Jack replied with an easy smile. "Please, have a seat." Isabel settled into the chair opposite him, and Jack immediately saw how accurate Adam's assessment had been. Her style was casual and Western, a oversized maroon Texasum sweatshirt, snug jeans, and simple sandals. Her dark hair was pulled into a high ponytail, accentuating a striking face and intelligent, observant eyes. Her features were distinctly Asian, yet ambiguous enough that she could blend into several different backgrounds. She was in many ways an intelligence officer's ideal candidate. "Can I get you a coffee or something?" Jack offered, nodding toward his own cup. "I'm not even sure what this blend is, but it's surprisingly good." He was resolved not to let the chaos of the past Dakar bombs, riots, whispers of a foreign operative loose in Sullenfecht this conversation. Isabel represented a separate thread entirely. This meeting needed to be measured and deliberate, and Jack intended to guide it with the subtle skill that would make his old mentors proud. He would get the information he needed, but he'd weave his way into her confidence with careful precision. "No coffee," Isabel said, her words quick and direct. "Are you with the CIA?" Or perhaps subtlety was already off the table. "That's an interesting way to start a conversation," Jack said. "Isabel, it's a straightforward question," she insisted. "A simple yes or no is all I need." Jack considered his words carefully. Early in his training, the principle of rapport had been emphasized building. A genuine connection was the foundation of any effective working relationship. It was the human element that often dictated outcomes, more than most people ever realized. Establishing that trust was one thing, preserving it was an entirely different challenge. Deception, even a small lie, could shatter a bond built over months. While Isabel wasn't a formal asset, her potential role with the campus placed her in a similar category, requiring a delicate touch. "No, I'm not with the II," Jack finally answered, "but the work I'm involved with does touch on matters of national security." "What makes you ask?" "I might be new to this world of secrets, but I'm not foolish," Isabel replied. "My skill set was interesting enough to earn a visit from the agency once before. Moving overseas has probably only made me more intriguing to them." "If I thought you were foolish, we wouldn't be having this conversation," Jack said. "So why are you here?" Isabel pressed. "Not for a State Department check-in, as you've likely guessed," Jack admitted. "The group I work with is smaller and more nimble than the CIA. We don't have their budget or manpower, but we handle unique situations. We're always interested in capable people who might contribute." "So this is a recruitment pitch?" "Not at all," Jack said, shaking his head. "Consider this just an introductory chat, nothing more formal." He had meant to put her at ease, but Isabel's deepening frown suggested he'd done the opposite. "You look disappointed," Jack observed. "You told the CIA recruiter you were committed to academia. Has that changed?" "It's less about a change of heart and more about a change in my situation," Isabel explained. "I got a text this morning." "A disturbing one." Jack maintained a neutral expression, though inwardly he felt a flicker of irritation. The CIA's public mystique was a double-edged sword. Their necessary secrecy created a vacuum often filled by wild speculation from movies and conspiracy theories. Had heard the stories from recruiters about the outlandish questions applicants would ask. He braced himself for where this might be going. "Who was it from?" he asked. an old friend. We were roommates my final year at Texas A&M. She was an exchange student from Russia. Okay, that was unexpected. What's her name? Jack asked. Kira Sidorova. You've kept in touch? Jack said. Isabel nodded. She was wonderful, a bit older, very sophisticated, almost like a mentor. She'd already finished her graduate degrees and was doing a semester abroad for her doctorate. A sense of unease began to creep up Jack's spine. Now he was concerned for a completely different reason. In your conversations, has she ever asked you for anything specific? He pressed. Details about your work, your research, even publicly available information? No, Isabel said, her frown returning. Like I said, I'm not naive. My father was Special Forces. I know the history. But if Kira is some sort of operative, she's incredibly bad at it. She's actually been the one sharing information with me. What kind of information? Jack asked. Isabel simply shrugged. Kira, like any researcher, faces the relentless pressure to publish her work. With many of the top journals still based in English-speaking nations, she's asked me a few times to review drafts before she submits them. It's a common professional courtesy, but I always had campus security vet my feedback first, just to be cautious. When I learned I'd be traveling to Seoul, I reached out, hoping our schedules might align since she's often abroad. Then this morning her message arrived unexpectedly. It has me deeply concerned. What did it say? Jack asked. Ron, in any other circumstance, a warning like that would have seized Jack's complete focus. It wasn't that he distrusted Isabel's story. If anything, her account had grown more convincing. His attention had simply been pulled elsewhere by the 3 Korean men who had just entered the cafe. At first, their light blue shirts and dark blue trousers, the standard uniform of the Korean National Police, didn't seem alarming. After the recent riot and car bombing, police were all over the streets, and a coffee shop was a perfectly logical place for a break. The stereotype about officers and pastries isn't entirely unfounded, after all. But these 3 showed no interest in the display case. They moved with purpose, fanning out across the room. One man covered each corner while a third positioned himself centrally, their eyes scanning the patrons, ignoring the barista's rapid Korean. They were searching. The second man's gaze fixed on Isabel's ponytail, then lifted to Jack. His eyes narrowed, and in that moment, Jack recognized the flattened nose and misshapen cauliflower ears from the scene of the car bombing. A cold clarity washed over him. We're leaving, Jack said, his hand shooting across the table to grasp Isabel's wrist. What are you? He didn't let her finish. He pulled her from her chair, around the small table. Go now. He directed her toward the wooden railing that separated the cafe's deck from the lower rooftop of the adjacent building. Isabel was fit and quick thinking. He had to hope that was enough for her to find an escape route. His own path was suddenly blocked. The man with the damaged ears was already charging through the doorway to the deck, his hand going for the pistol on his hip. Ironically, this action brought Jack a flicker of relief. Genuine South Korean police are famously hesitant to draw their weapons due to strict rules on force. This man had no such hesitation, which meant Jack was free to respond in kind. He paused for a split second, letting the man's broad frame fill the doorway, then moved. Grabbing the small cafe table, he hurled it. The lightweight piece of furniture spun through the air, aimed squarely at the bomber's chest. One of its thin metal legs caught briefly on a floor tile, robbing it of some force. It struck the man's knees with a plastic crack, more a stumbling block than a knockout blow. But it was enough. Jack, all 220 pounds of focused intent, was already closing the distance. Jack was acutely aware of the pistol leaving the man's holster and the 2 other shooters positioned behind him. At the very last moment, he pivoted, driving his shoulder into the Korean man's side. If Jack were still the college football prospect he once was, this collision would have been a career highlight. He launched upward, lifting the shorter man completely off his feet and smashing the bomber's neck and shoulders into the unforgiving metal doorframe. A sharp grunt escaped the man as his head snapped back against the door with a solid, satisfying thud. For one fleeting, perfect second, the world made sense. Then reality crashed back in with the memory of the other two armed men. Jack drove his forehead into the Korean's mouth and wrenched to the right, using the dazed bomber as a living shield. The gunman, however, had different plans. With his left hand, he fired a vicious jab at Jack's throat, while simultaneously twisting the pistol in his right hand toward Jack's torso. Jack saw it coming, tucking his chin to take the brutal punch there instead of on his vulnerable windpipe. The man's fists felt like they were made of concrete. Even stunned and bleeding from the nose, the bomber hit with the precision of a champion boxer. The jarring impact traveled up Jack's spine. But it was the man's other hand, the one holding the gun, that was the real problem. Clutching the man's shirt sleeve, Jack drove his front knuckles into the tender spot on the bomber's wrist, while simultaneously hammering the forearm against the door jamb. The man was tough, but steel was tougher. His fingers sprang open, and the pistol clattered to the floor. Progress, or so Jack thought, until the compact shape of a second pistol appeared over the gunman's shoulder. This was not good. Jack shoved the bomber hard into his partner, creating just enough room to unleash a front kick. He committed his entire weight to the blow, driving his size 13 boot into the man's chest and thrusting with the ball of his foot. His toes, knee, and hips snapped into a straight line like a cracking whip, channeling every ounce of force directly into the bomber's solar plexus. He'd never have the graceful technique of a martial arts legend, but raw mass and acceleration were things Jack had in abundance. The bomber was hurled backward, arms and legs flailing wildly as he spun through the air. Grabbing the metal door, Jack wrenched it free and heaved his shoulder against it to slam it shut. This improvised barrier bought him a few seconds, but that was all. The lock was on the cafe side, and there was no way he could hold the door against 3 determined attackers. As if they'd heard his thoughts, the door shuddered violently as someone threw their full weight against it. Jack lowered his shoulder, planting his feet and straining against the pressure as he desperately scanned for a solution. In his mind, he maintained a running list of gear he wanted for a low-profile kit. A simple doorstop had just rocketed to the very top. His gaze fell on the table he'd kicked earlier. Its laminate surface was now cracked and peeling away in large strips from the rough treatment. Hooking a foot around it, Jack dragged the table within reach just as the pounding against the door grew more intense. More bodies were joining the effort on the other side. He flipped the table over, jamming one end under the doorknob and the other against the wooden deck. It held for a heartbeat before starting to slide across the smooth surface. Useless. The door bucked against Jack, cracking open an inch before he slammed it shut again. The Koreans were synchronizing their attacks. Jack had only moments left. Snatching up the table, he smashed it against the deck one-handed, breaking several of the laminate pieces loose. Crouching while keeping his shoulder firmly against the door, he grabbed the sharp shards and wedged them frantically beneath the door jamb. Once the scraps caught between the metal and the decking, he secured them with several sharp kicks. The door shuddered once more, the metal groaning as if it might bow outward, but the makeshift doorstop held. For now. Sprint into the rear of the deck, Jack vaulted over the railing and hurled himself into the open air. Seoul was one of the most densely packed cities on the planet, a place where upward expansion wasn't just an architectural choice but a necessity for survival. The cafe's deck hovered 2 stories above the street, but Jack's fall was broken into stages rather than a single fatal plunge. Launching himself from the railing, he aimed for the narrow gap between buildings, only to be intercepted by the stubborn branches of a Korean pine tree rising from a planter below. The limbs cracked and gave way, but they altered his path, sending him spinning onto the flat, unforgiving roof of a neighboring single-story structure instead of the asphalt. As he rolled toward the edge, his hands found a rain gutter and downspout, which he embraced with arms and legs. The metal groaned in protest, but held long enough for him to slide to the pavement below, where Isabel was already waiting, arms crossed. I believe my instruction was to run, Jack said, reaching for her arm once more. Running isn't really my style, she replied, effortlessly twisting her wrist free from his grasp in a fluid motion that spoke of training. The unspoken message was received. She was far from defenseless. That didn't change the immediate threat. Listen, Jack said, shifting his approach. We don't know each other, but as someone who also grew up with a veteran's influence, you might want to trust me here. The men in that cafe are professionals, and my little door trick won't delay them for long. I'm interested in your Russian connection, but if you want to go solo, now's your chance. I'll try to lead them away from you, but no guarantees. What's your decision? Isabel studied him, her dark eyes weighing his sincerity, until the sound of the cafe door bursting open decided for her. All right, she said. Let's try it your way. Now what? We create space, Jack said, nodding upward. This way, Isabel countered, seizing his hand and pulling him into a sprint down a shadowed alley. Took you long enough, Jack mumbled as they vanished into the maze of the city. Meanwhile, Carey moved through the swelling crowd near the Yongzheng garrison, pressing his radio. Reaper 6, this is Reaper 7. The streets of Seoul were never quiet, but today's foot traffic was unusually heavy, making a secure, clear communication to his team leader impossible. His unit, Triple Nickel, was dispersed across the city in pairs for a training exercise designed to simulate covert operations in a dense Asian urban environment. Typically, as the team sergeant, Carey would be stationed in a tactical operations center alongside Captain Alex Brown, call sign Reaper 6. But Alex defied tradition in almost every way a significant statement within the unconventional world of Army Special Forces. While other special operations units might focus on direct assaults, the Green Berets' core mission was unconventional warfare, training, advising, and fighting alongside local forces to achieve strategic goals. It was a nuanced, patient kind of soldiering, a fact that made their current exercise in the heart of Seoul all the more fitting. This was precisely why language training formed a core part of the Special Forces qualification course, going beyond the standard tactical skill set. The Green Berets naturally attracted individuals who didn't fit the classic door-kicking, face-shooting archetype common in other units. Take Jad Mustafa, for instance, a Libyan-American surfer from the California coast, or Carey Marks, a fair-haired farm kid from upstate New England. Then there was Captain Alex Brown, a former Army helicopter pilot and collegiate lacrosse star. For this training evolution, Alex had decided to embed with an operational team, leaving Carey and Jad to handle the command and control duties. Alex truly embodied the special in Special Forces, but his tenure as a team leader was nearing its end, as is the fate of most officers. Soon he'd be rotating off the operational detachment Alpha to a staff position, undoubtedly eager for a few final field adventures before becoming another PowerPoint expert. The aviator turned Green Beret had already proven his courage under fire during a chaotic operation in Syria, where he saved both Carey and Jad from a compound of fanatical militants. In Carey's view, that more than earned Alex the right to enjoy what was likely his last tactical mission with the Triple Nickel team. Now, with the exercise spiraling into a situation eerily reminiscent of that Syrian disaster, Carey couldn't think of anyone better to answer the call sign Reaper. 6. Go for Reaper 6. Alex's voice came through clearly. The transmission arrived via discreet wireless earpieces issued to every Triple Nickel member. These devices, resembling high-end earbuds but designed to sit nearly invisibly within the ear canal, connected via a secure Bluetooth link to a modified smartphone. The entire setup was engineered to make the operators appear like ordinary, harmless civilians rather than seasoned warriors. Concealing their physical presence required more effort. Thanks to popular media, long hair and beards were now a dead giveaway. The team therefore maintained a carefully groomed civilian appearance. Their athletic builds, broad shoulders, and thick chests posed another challenge, solved by wearing loose, baggy clothing. This wardrobe wouldn't win any fashion awards in a Seoul nightclub, but it perfectly concealed compact submachine guns, which Carey currently felt pressed against his own side. 6, this is 7, Carey said, his tone measured. I'm calling an emergency index. Over index, meaning end of exercise, was a planned event, but every drill had protocols for an early termination due to injury or real-world complications. Like armed men attacking a public venue. Copy index, Alex replied, his voice calm. Can you clarify the reason? Over. Roger that, Carey said, choosing his words with precision. Real-world scenario. We'll explain in person. Reaper 7 and Reaper 23 were in contact. 11 Kia, proceeding to Rally Point Shiner. I say again, Rally Point Shiner. Over. In any typical unit, this report would have triggered immediate chaos. Carey had just informed his commander that 2 of his men were involved in an incident leaving 11 people dead, all during a training exercise on foreign soil. But Captain Alex Brown was not a typical commander in any sense. Copy that, 7, Alex responded, his voice steady over the comms. I read you. Rally. Point Shiner is compromised. Agitators are swarming the infants, hassling anyone trying to get through. A full lockdown looks imminent. I recommend you divert to alternate Rally Point Yunling. Over. As usual, their operations graphics and waypoints followed a themed naming convention. This mission's theme was American beers. Carey had a soft spot for the country's oldest brewery, but the specific brevity code escaped him at the moment. What's Yunling again? Carey asked, falling into step beside Jad. The pair had been heading south toward the Yongzhen garrison and had already put a comfortable distance between themselves and the incident location. It's an open-air market, Jad explained, pulling up the operational map on his phone. Roughly 3 kilometers northeast of here. Carey glanced at the screen and frowned. Not a fan of that plan, he said. The spot itself is fine, but we'd have to double back north. I'd rather not risk crossing paths with any police units, legitimate or otherwise. Then how about this one? Jad suggested, tapping an icon directly west of their position. Carey studied the new option and gave a slow, approving nod. The distance was greater about 5 kilometers from where they stood, but the rally point was a high-end hotel that primarily catered to an American clientele. The place featured 2 bars and a full restaurant, any of which would be ideal for laying low until things settled around. Yongzhen, 6, this is 7, Carey transmitted, recommending a switch to Rally Point Sam Adams. It's a solid distance from our compromised position and specializes in Western visitors. We'll blend right in. Over. Speak for yourself, white boy, Jad quipped. I doubt we'll run into a whole crowd of my people there. Carey answered with a single-fingered gesture. Though Jad had spent his childhood in Libya, he was as American as they came when asked about his origins. The easy-going Green Beret usually just said SoCal. In all their years serving together, Carey had only heard his spotter mention his heritage for 2 reasons: when it was operationally useful, or far more often just to get a rise out of his team sergeant. Copy Sam Adams. Alex came back. Proceed in that direction, but take it slow. I'll pull the rest of the team together. We'll get ahead of you and establish a couple observation posts. Once we're set, I'll send you a surveillance detector route that passes by our position. If you've picked up a tail, we'll spot them. Sounds like a plan, 6. Carey released the transmit button, hesitating briefly. While he still felt keeping the K-7s was the right call, the submachine guns did add a layer of complication to their ex-Bila detail his team leader needed to know. 6, this is 7, he added. 1 more item. Reaper 23 and I are carrying the assailants' weapons. Grabbing them seemed smart at the time, but this situation has escalated quickly. If you want us to dump the guns, we will. Over. 7, this is 6. If you think you need the firepower, keep it. If you want to ditch it, ditch it. I'll support your call either way. I'll see about securing us a couple connecting rooms at Sam Adams. We can sort everything out properly once the whole team is together and secure. Over. Carey paused again before keying his mic. This time the delay wasn't about deciding what to say to his team leader. It was because he was silently cursing the Army policy that rotated team leaders out after just 2 years. In that moment, Carey was absolutely certain that if he could just keep Captain Alex Brown for another 24 months, Triple Nickel could take on the world. "Roger that, 6, Carey finally said. "We are en route to Sam Adams. Reaper 6 copies all. Stay safe, 7. 6 out." Carey fully intended to do exactly that, but the officers staffing the checkpoint at the end of the street had a different agenda entirely. Jad pulled up at the edge of the narrow lane. "What's the move, boss?" he asked, peering into the dimly lit passage. Carey stepped up beside him, his own mind racing with the same question. Itawoon was less a neighborhood and more a tangled maze of back streets and shadowy corridors, all nestled close to the Yongsan garrison. Known for its vibrant food scene, endless shops, and nightlife that thrived after dark, the area was always flooded with American service members. While the laws in South Korea officially banned prostitution, those rules were often loosely applied in certain districts. Here that meant a steep, winding street lined with bars and clubs employing juicy girls, young women in scant clothing, who worked as hostesses or offered more intimate services. This notorious strip, aptly nicknamed Hooker Hill, was strictly off limits according to military command, but that did little to stop the steady stream of soldiers heading up its worn pavement. As long as the venues remained open, American troops would risk disciplinary action for a taste of its offerings. Sometimes Korean police and U.S. military police conducted coordinated operations to deter customers, setting up stings inside the clubs or establishing checkpoints at the street's entrance and along the winding paths between popular bars and restaurants. At these stops, they would test for intoxication and remind everyone that these places were forbidden. Initially, Carey assumed this was just another one of those heavy-handed reminders about what was and wasn't allowed on liberty. But as he looked closer, he noticed the people lined up at the barrier were mostly white Americans, and the officers staffing it were solely Korean National Police, with no U.S. MPs in sight. Carey's instincts tightened. He watched a lanky American soldier, who couldn't have been a day over 19, walk up to the barricade. Instead of checking if he was drunk or turning him away, the officer asked for his military identification. The kid handed it over without hesitation. One policeman scanned the ID with a small electronic device, while his partner patted the soldier down. "They're hunting for someone," Carey muttered, thinking aloud. "An American soldier. Maybe more than one," Jad replied quietly. "And I've got a feeling we don't want to be the ones they find. Any bright ideas?" Carey shifted his gaze from the checkpoint to the growing line of servicemen. He noted several Korean locals approach and get waved through immediately without even a cursory check. The police were definitely targeting Americans, which meant he and Jad couldn't go anywhere near that barricade. Jad, with his different background, might slip through, but without knowing what photos or data were loaded on those police devices, Carey wasn't willing to gamble. "We could try to find a path around all these checkpoints," Carey said, turning his back to the 3 officers. "But I doubt that's going to work." "Agreed," Jad said. "So, what's the backup plan?" "The backup plan means we need a little assistance from some friends around here." "Unconventional approach," Jad noted, a faint grin appearing. "I can get behind that." "You might want to hold that thought until you see where we're headed," Carey cautioned. "Also, I hope you aren't too fond of those boots you're wearing. These boots would march through hell for you, boss. We're about to find out." Musudanri Missile Test Site, North Korea. Pak had always found the setting of the Musudanri test facility to be strangely contradictory. In one sense, the panoramic view of the ocean waves battering the rugged coastline and the sight of gulls wheeling above the tidal pools was soothing, almost peaceful. In another, the shaky-looking lattice of steel beams standing on a stained concrete platform felt like a jarring intrusion, a manufactured blight on what should have been a perfect seaside landscape. But there was a deliberate logic to placing the launch site in such an isolated spot. The scene outside the window was a testament to urgency, a landscape now dominated by a fleet of white industrial vehicles and figures in protective suits. "What is our current status?" Pock inquired, his gaze still fixed on the organized chaos below. "We are adhering precisely to the established timeline," replied General Il-sung Fyo, the head of the military's general staff, his voice carrying the weight of his position. Pock's response was calm, a stark contrast to the tension thickening the air. "I'm afraid that timeline is no longer sufficient. It must be accelerated." The two men embodied the foundational structures of their society, the party and the army. Their fates were inextricably linked, and both knew they would be the initial targets if the young supreme leader emerged from his stupor and decided to cleanse his circle once more. "Explain yourself," General Fyo demanded, a tone born from commanding over 1,000,000 soldiers. But here in this room overlooking the sea his authority was an illusion. Pock held the real power. "The supreme leader will awaken soon," Pock stated, turning the full force of his attention on the general. "Complete lucidity could return within 2 days. He is guarded and sedated, but the Russian medical team intends a comprehensive assessment. Our window closes before that evaluation begins." The presence of the foreign doctors was a double-edged sword. Their prototype's failure had created this opportunity, yet their dedicated care for the injured leader was now a complicating obstacle. Pock had no influence over them, unlike the domestic physicians. "Impossible," General Fyo blustered, his face flushing. "I explicitly stated we required 3 days' preparation." Pock finished for him. "You now have 15 hours. It happens tonight. Soldiers follow orders. Issue them." The general began to protest, but Pock's patience had evaporated. He finally turned from the window, his focus settling on the man adorned in a uniform, glittering with unearned medal. The general was a peacock in olive green, a bureaucrat in a warrior's costume who had never heard a shot fired in anger. "Listen carefully," Pock said, his voice low and devoid of any emphasis, yet it sliced through the room's silence. "Fulfill your role and reap the benefits, or be removed where you stand. The choice is inconsequential to me. Do not flatter yourself into thinking you are irreplaceable. You are not. Your deputy, General Go, has already pledged his full cooperation. Decide." The unspoken threat hung in the air, amplified by the presence of Podge personal guardshord, silent men whose scars spoke of real violence, standing in sharp contrast to the decorated officer. General Phyla's eyes flickered from Pock to these men, and his defiance withered. "I will give the order," he conceded, "but my command is over the conventional forces. The Special Operations Force answers to a different authority." "That is not a concern," Pock replied, his attention already returning to the view. A line of vehicles was approaching, a convoy of cargo trucks winding its way along the distant gravel road toward the testing complex, their shapes clear even from 2 kilometers away. The machinery of their plan was now in motion, and there was no turning back. They were assigned to assist the decontamination crews working on the scorched launch site, as well as the operations concealed within a nondescript structure nestled near the tree line. This building featured a surprisingly tall interior and formidable steel blast doors that sealed off its vast hollow core. Those reinforced doors had successfully shielded everything inside from the explosion. "You actually believe you can secure the old war dog's cooperation?" Fyo asked, his tone dripping with skepticism. "How?" "He has no ambition beyond his current duties, no family ties. He lives like a monk." "What leverage could you possibly have?" Something you could never grasp, Pock thought, but he kept the remark to himself. While the feeling was accurate, he saw no benefit in further antagonizing the arrogant officer. Instead, Pock offered the empty reassurance the coward dressed in a hero's uniform clearly craved. "Success has a way of building on itself. Don't waste your energy worrying about this. It's handled." This wasn't entirely accurate, but General Fyo didn't need to be burdened with that inconvenient truth. Very well, General Fio said, turning away with an irritated sigh. I'm returning to Pyongyang. The conventional units will receive their movement orders within the hour. Perfect, Pak replied. 2 of my personal security team will travel with you. What? The portly man said, halting abruptly. You said it yourself, General, Pak continued, a faint smile on his lips. We are at a pivotal moment. A mishap befalling either of us could doom us both. You're far too important to move without protection. The general stared at Pak, his Adam's apple moving visibly in his thick neck. Naturally, Fio finally said, regaining his composure. I appreciate your consideration. Only for the next 15 hours, Pak said, his smile widening. After that, fear will be a forgotten concept. The general gave a curt nod, and then turned toward his aides, who were clustered on the opposite slope, well out of earshot. He barked orders as he marched toward his idling helicopter. Without a word, 2 men from Pak's security detail detached themselves and followed the general. Pak's gaze returned to the smoke-stained concrete platform. He no longer saw a disaster site. He saw pure potential. Seoul, South Korea. Do I need to remove the SIM card as well? Isabel asked. Jack shook his head. Taking out the battery should be sufficient. If that doesn't stop it, they've planted a beacon in the phone itself. Getting rid of the SIM won't matter. Who are they? Isabel pressed. That's the multi-million-dollar question, Jack said, prying the battery from his own device as he spoke. His phone hadn't left his side since he'd landed in South Korea, so he doubted it was compromised. Still, the assassins had located him and Isabel somehow. In scenarios like this, Jack subscribed to the old Sherlock Holmes principle. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. As a professional in espionage, Jack wasn't a fan of coincidences, and only a fool would think running into the same man twice in a metropolis of 9 million was mere chance. Jack or Isabel, or both of them, were being tracked. The pressing questions were why and by whom. Jack was determined to find out. Do you think my Russian contact, Kira, is involved in this? Isabel dropped her voice to a whisper, and while Jack valued her operational caution, he wasn't convinced it was entirely needed. After a frantic dash through a maze of back streets, Jack found himself once again steering toward the southern edge of Namsan Park. But the sprawling green space, with its open fields and wide walking paths, was the last place he wanted to be. Until he could piece together the day's confusing events, he needed to avoid any location that might simplify the hunter's task. Normally, this would mean heading straight for a designated safe house, but no one, Jack included, had seen the necessity of arranging such a location for what was supposed to be a straightforward meeting. The oversight now felt like a glaring vulnerability. This was the reason he and Li Zun had chosen a hotel. Even with the facility's lockdown lifted, Jack had no desire to accidentally lead a surveillance team, or the killers themselves, back to his operational partner. Until he understood who these men were and how they'd tracked him down, he needed a secure place to regroup and plan. Somewhere like the Seoul Metro. After sharing this idea with Isabel, she guided them east along the southern perimeter of Namsan Park. Though she'd only lived in the city for a few months, Isabel moved with the confidence of a local, weaving through the bustling crowds and navigating the labyrinth of streets without ever checking her phone. Jack was genuinely impressed. Setting aside the current chaos, he felt certain Adam was right. Isabel would make a tremendous asset for the campus. After purchasing their tickets, Isabel handed Jack his and directed him to the multi-level escalator descending from the street into the station's depths. From there, it was simple to vanish into the sprawling, nearly 600-mile network of Seoul's mass transit. Only after switching subway lines twice, each time choosing stops and directions on a whim, did Jack feel secure enough to shift his focus from mere survival to figuring out the root of their problem. Has your Russian roommate ever sent you a text like this before? Jack asked. Isabel shook her head. Then it's probably safe to assume she's connected to all this, Jack concluded. Do you think she meant the men from the cafe? Isabel asked. Jack gave a slight shrug. Hard to say, he replied. I guess that depends on whether they were following you or me. You've seen them before? Jack nodded. Briefly. Have you been following the news about the downtown bombing? Of course, Isabel said. Those were the same men. Why would they do that? Your guess is as good as mine, Jack said. I spotted them just as they arrived in the Vivide. Vivide? Sorry, vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. They were driving an ambulance, dressed as paramedics. You're sure it was them? Positive, Jack said. Their leader has the distinctive cauliflower ears of a wrestler. It was him. So what's our next move? Isabel asked. It was an excellent question. Jack studied the subway map on the wall above her head as he considered their options. The safest play was clearly to head for the U.S. Embassy. If the demonstration and bombings were isolated incidents, he could transfer Isabel to a CIA officer, collect Lisanne from the hotel, and book the next flight home. If, however, a wider wave of unrest was washing over South Korea, the embassy would be the perfect shelter. In fact, if things deteriorated enough, he was confident he could convince the U.S. ambassador to dispatch a Marine detachment to escort Lisanne to safety. The embassy was a fortified structure, considered American soil. If a real storm was brewing, seeking refuge there was the logical choice. Of course, Jack Ryan was never one for simply taking refuge. The train glided to a halt and the doors slid open. What followed was a spectacle of urban efficiency that bordered on chaos. About half the passengers disembarked, theoretically making room for those waiting on the platform. Making room, however, was a generous term for the frantic scrum that ensued. While subway riders everywhere have a reputation for discarding pleasantries, there's usually an unspoken, orderly rhythm to the exchange in the West. Not so in Seoul. The doors opened and a polite fiction of crewing evaporated instantly. To Jack's American sensibilities, the swirling mass of bodies rushing in and out looked eerily similar to the riot he'd just escaped. Yet none of his fellow commuters batted an eye. Men, women, and even children compressed themselves through impossibly tight spaces. The doors whisked shut, and the train continued on its way. 2 more stops until the embassy. Jack laid out his thoughts as they formed. Right now, the U.S. Embassy is your safest bet. If I take you there, though, you'll be stuck until this whole situation calms down. On the plus side, you'd be protected. Isabel raised an eyebrow. And the downside, Jack continued, his expression serious, is that I have a hunch everyone inside is swamped. My concern is you'd become a low priority. But if I'm reading this right, your Russian contact might have a crucial clue on that's going to get lost in the chaos, unless we can provide some background. How do we do that? Isabel asked. Your friend knew you were in South Korea, correct? Isabel nodded. In Seoul specifically. Another nod. All right, Jack said. Then it's logical she knew something about the riots or the bombing. Or, Isabel added, her voice dropping, something else that's already in motion. Something we haven't even seen coming yet. Jack looked at her, turning the idea over. He hadn't considered that angle. His gaze shifted to the muted television screen mounted in the subway car, its Korean subtitles scrolling silently. Other events could be unfolding across the city or the country, and he'd be completely in the dark. That's an excellent point, he admitted. Either way, we need to learn more about what your friend knows and how she found out. Should I just text her and ask? Jack shook his head firmly. That's not a question for a text. Messages leave traces, no matter how secure the app. If someone with enough skill and motivation gets hold of her phone, they can reconstruct even encrypted or derived chats. If she truly has information, then she already put herself in danger by warning you. But maybe there's a way to ask without putting her further at risk. Can I use her phone? Sure, Isabel said. But I thought we were trying to avoid the attention of our high-tech adversaries. We are, but I have my own tech wizard. His skills are, formidable. Isabel gave an exaggerated eye roll. You know that metaphor is a mess, right? I'm running on no sleep and too much coffee. Give me a break. Jack replied, a wry smile touching his lips. Okay, I'm going to call my guy. When I signal you, turn your phone on. Yes, sir, Isabel said with a playful, sarcastic salute. Jack's smile widened partly in response and partly to mask the tight coil of anxiety in his gut. The more he replayed the events, the more certain he became that the team of assassins had been following him, not Isabel. His phone was the most likely tracking method, though he didn't know the specifics. He had to assume powering it on would broadcast their location like a flare. Then again, his only other option was to crawl into a hole and wait it out, and that wasn't his style. He snapped the battery back into place, waited for the device to latch onto the subway's Wi-Fi, and made the call. Jack, how's it going, my man? As usual when calling Gavin Vorey, Jack did the quick time zone calculation. Seoul was 13 hours ahead of Alexandria, Virginia, which meant it was far too early for the campuses ahead of it to sound this upbeat. Either Gavin had mainlined his body weight in caffeine, or he'd pulled another all-nighter. Possibly both. I'm in a bind, Gavin, Jack said. You have a minute? Sure, Jack. Just hold on a second. Hey, that one doesn't count. My phone buzzed and messed up my grip. A chorus of irritated, predominantly male shouts answered Gavin's declaration. Jack had long ago stopped trying to figure out what the portly, eternally single-tech genius did for fun, but this was a new level of eccentricity even for him. Sorry, Jack, Gavin said, his voice slightly muffled. You caught me right in the middle of a critical dice roll. Between you and me, my barbarian character never stood a chance against that fireball spell. But hey, if you aren't bending the rules a little, are you even playing the game? If you say so, Jack replied. Where are you right now? Game night's at my place this week, Gavin said. I'm home. Tell me what you need. If I can't handle it with the gear in my office, I can remote into the campus servers and work from there. Perfect, Jack said. I have a phone with a chat thread between two people. Any chance you can pinpoint the other person's location? Which app are they using? Signal. That's a tough one. Tough as in you can't do it. Jack pressed. Come on, Jack. Have a little faith. No, tough as in the guys in my kitchen might start the game without me if I don't ramp this up fast. The barbarian isn't my strongest character, but I've spent 6 months grinding his experience points. I'm not about to let some smug half-elf mage take him out. Jack hesitated, unsure how to reply. Should he admit he had no idea what Gavin was talking about, and endure another round of disappointed sighs? Or play along and risk getting pulled deeper into a conversation about fantasy role-playing? Before he could decide, Gavin moved on. Is the phone ready? Almost, Jack said. You've been avoiding a team of hostiles. They might have been using her phone to track us, so I had her take the battery out. That's adorable, Jack, but if you're up against a near-peer threat, pulling the battery probably won't cut it. Word is the Russians have been developing a hack that lets them store power in the Gavin. Do you want me to turn the phone on or not? Sorry, that elf mage has me on edge. Yeah, power it up and send a chat invite to this number once you're connected. Gavin recited a string of digits. Jack memorized them and had Isabel enter them into the app. All right, Jack said, as Isabel hit send. The text is headed your way. Got it, Gavin said. Wow, she's got a lot going on with this device. Do you see signs of a foreign intrusion? Jack asked. What? Oh no, nothing like that. But her battery efficiency is only around 50%, and her storage is practically full. I bet I could triple her processor speed if I Gavin stay on task. Sorry, Jack. Old habits. Okay, ask her for the chat handle. Jack did, and passed the information to Gavin. Got it. Who this girl she's chatting with is seriously attractive. I know you and Lisanne are headed toward marriage. But if things don't work out, Gavin, Lisanne and I haven't even been on a proper date. We're nowhere near getting married. Whatever. In just saying keep your options open. Don't get me wrong, Lisanne is gorgeous. But the location, Jack cut in. I was getting to that if you'd let me finish. As I was saying, you should keep your options open, because your new friend's chat partner has pretty exotic taste in travel destinations. How exotic? North Korea. Jack leaned back in his seat, turning the words over in his mind. Had learned long ago that almost anything could happen on a campus operation, but even he hadn't seen this coming. You're sure? Jack said. Her signal isn't being routed through spoofers or something. Jack. Seriously, please never put those words together again. Usually your attempts at tech talk are kind of funny, but that was just painful. Yes, I'm positive the signal isn't being proofed. Your friend's chat partner is in North Amyong, North Korea. Ring any bells? Not immediately, Jack admitted. Mine either. That's what Google is for. I ran a quick search while we were talking, and it looks like North Hamgyong is where the Musadanri missile test facility is located. And holy cow, Jack. What? Jack said. You and I both need to catch up on the news. There is a reason Musadanri is popping up in search results. Just over a week ago, there was a major incident there. I'm sure there's official reporting from the campus I could check for specifics, but public analysis points to a failed nuclear test of some kind. Jack studied Isabel, his perception of the researcher shifting. Remind me what your friend does for a living. She's a physician, but her focus has moved almost entirely to research, Isabel explained with a shrug. Her specialty is radiation medicine, Gavin cut in. What's her name? Jack answered. Kira Sidorova. I just ran her name through an academic database, Gavin said. Kira isn't just any researcher. She's a globally recognized authority on radiation exposure and treatment. Which makes her showing up at a suspected nuclear accident a total coincidence, I'm sure, Jack remarked dryly. Gavin sighed audibly. Jack, seriously. What kind of situation have you walked into now? If past experience was any guide, it was bound to be a complicated one. Hello, Mr. Clark. It's Jack. Speak of the devil, Junior. You were just the topic of conversation. Really, Jack said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. What about? The question was heavier than his casual tone let on. The word legend got tossed around too easily these days, but in the case of John Clark, it fit. A former CIA paramilitary officer, a Vietnam-era Navy SEAL, and the first commander of Rainbow Clark, was a man whose history with Jack's father began in the Colombian jungle during a chaotic counter-narcotics mission. Now he was both a family friend and Jack's direct superior. When John Clark spoke, you paid attention. When John Clark was talking about you, a prudent person found out why. Ignoring that was practically an invitation for trouble. You've probably seen the news, Clark began, but Seoul is in chaos. A protest downtown escalated, and there are reports of a vehicle explosion. I caught wind of that, Jack replied. Even after dark, the Iowun market was a dense, vibrant current of people. The air was thick with the scent of grilled meat from portable stalls, nestled between shops hawking everything from imitation fur throws to counterfeit handbags and formal gowns. A labyrinth of narrow walking paths wove through the stalls, feeling less like a city street, and more like the deliberately confusing layout of a casino floor. These paths were theoretically for pedestrians, but as with many things here, the rules were fluid and rewarded the aggressive or the foolish. Overloaded motor scooters, burdened with sacks of grain or precarious towers of vegetables, vied for space with the crowd. Their success often depended on the driver's level of determination. Jack had already narrowly avoided being clipped several times by not moving aside quickly enough. He soon discovered, to his annoyance, that showing hesitation was a mistake. Like predators sensing vulnerability, one scooter driver spotting a yielding pedestrian seemed to signal the other. Before long, a small pack of them was attempting to squeeze past him. He adopted the local strategy, claim the center of the pathway, and simply will the sputtering bikes out of existence. It worked mostly. One audacious rider brushed past him with mere inches to spare, spraying a murky puddle across Jack's shoes and leaving an ugly stain. He shook his head at the minor disaster. After learning Kira was contacting Isabel from the site of a suspected botched weapons test in North Korea, Jack had initiated a full operational reset. He'd sanitized their phones, then left them on separate subway cars while he and Isabel disappeared into the market to find new clothes, new burners, and a meal. Itaewon, in its chaotic glory, conveniently provided all three. Now equipped with a fresh disguise, a new hat, and a pair of glasses to better conceal his distinctly American features, Jack felt as ready as he could be for the far more intimidating task ahead, coming clean to John T. Clark. Ready might have been too strong a word. If he was being honest with himself, he'd simply run out of plausible reasons to put off the conversation any longer. It was time to step up and deal with the consequences, whatever they might be. That said, while Jack firmly believed in honesty with his boss, he also believed in strategic disclosure. One of the first lessons he'd absorbed from the intelligence world was the power of managing what someone knows and when they know it. This situation called for a gentle, careful approach. "You've got some insight into that explosion, don't you, Junior?" Clark's voice came through, sharp and knowing. Or perhaps not. Working alongside a living legend could be incredibly frustrating. The man already possessed more sheer skill than any two operatives combined. Giving him what seemed like psychic abilities just felt unfair. Then again, John Clark had never been particularly concerned with playing fair. "I don't have concrete information, sir," Jack replied, "but I was there when it happened. I saw it myself. Somehow that doesn't shock me. Want to fill in the details?" "Not a long story, Mr. C. I was out seeing the sights, got swept into a protest, helped a young woman avoid the crush, and then had a perfect view of the vehicle bomb going off." "For heaven's sake, didn't you contact the local police or our embassy immediately?" "I considered it, sir. But I saw the bombers before they triggered the device. They were wearing paramedic uniforms and drove the vehicle right up to the police barricade. Right before the blast, officers on the west side of the plaza used tear gas to push the crowd east directly into the blast area. It made me question the official story. My intention was to keep a low profile until I could piece things together." "Your intention?" Clark echoed. "That's the key word," Jack admitted. "The local asset we're here to assess requested an emergency meeting, moved it up from tomorrow to today. I agreed, but the rendezvous was crashed by the same two men I saw planting the bomb. This time they were dressed as Korean National Police officers. I got away with the asset, but bumping into the same team twice isn't bad luck. They're either following me or they're following her. Any guess which it is?" Jack let out a tired breath. "I've been turning that over in my head and none no closer to an answer. As wild as it seems, it could honestly be either of us. Turns out Adam Yao has a keen eye for recruiting." Several years back, Isabel shared an apartment with a Russian researcher named Kira Sidorova. Just minutes before the car bomb detonated, Kira texted Isabel and told her to run. Did this Russian know Isabel was in Seoul? She did. And it gets stranger. I had Gavin secure the scientist's phone records. She's currently in North Korea, at the Musudan-ri missile testing site. Clark gave a low, appreciative whistle. "He'll give you this, kid," he said. "You have a genuine gift for finding chaos. Pity you can't use that talent for something more profitable like selecting winning numbers." "Give me a break, Mr. C," Jack said. "This really wasn't my doing." "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree," Clark remarked. "All right. I'm going to assume you've already gone through full sanitization procedures." "Yes, sir." "Good. Do you believe Lizanne is compromised too?" Jack paused, considering. "It's unclear she hasn't left the hotel, so ID leaned toward no. But until we identify the bombers and their method of tracking, the safest play is to treat her as potentially exposed." "Agreed," Clark said. "Here is the planjet your asset to the U.S. Embassy. I'll reach out to Lizanne and have her do the same. We'll reconvene once all three of you are secure inside the embassy compound. I'll task our analysts with digging into the Russian scientist, and have Gavin pull whatever security footage he can from the bombing site for your review. The plan was clear, maybe too clear. Jack understood the directive, but in his gut he knew it was the wrong move. His relationship with Clark was complicated. He owed Clark his entire career. The former Rainbow Commander's endorsement had paved his way into the campus, silencing any doubters. Yet Jack was acutely aware that Clark could never fully separate him from his father, the President of the United States. That connection meant Clark often handled him with excessive caution. Sure, Jack had seen his share of action, and carried the scars to prove it, but those moments usually happened when heads stepped outside or outright defied Clark's protective oversight. Their clash during that unsanctioned mission in Syria had brought this tension to a boiling point. Jack had pushed back, and while Clark had eventually yielded, it left their professional footing on shaky ground. From Jack's viewpoint, any probationary period was long over. Had proven he could operate at the same level as Chavez or Caruso, maybe even Clark himself. Clark said he saw it that way too. Now was the moment to see if those words were genuine. "With all due respect, sir, I have to disagree," Jack stated. "Hunkering down at the embassy costs us our mobility and our initiative." The initial unrest was practically on the embassy's doorstep. What if it flares up again or gets worse? In my opinion, sheltering behind Marine guards is the last thing we should be doing. The silence that followed was heavy and brief. When Clark's voice came back, the paternal tone was gone, replaced by something harder. "What's your alternative?" Jack exhaled slowly. Had rehearsed this. In this instant, he wasn't the President's son or Clark's unofficial godchild. He was the lead field operator calling the shots, just as Chavez would. But Jack had his own style. "We're in a unique position to capitalize on a fluid situation," he argued. "Instead of pulling back, we should escalate this into a full campus operation. Authorize me to establish a command post in a safe house here in Seoul. Assign Gavin and his tech team to me directly, and have our analysts dig into everything on the Russian scientist and the North Korean facility, looking for any link. If we can get CIA case officers here to pressure their Korean contacts, we should. We need to understand every potential threat vector from those bombers. My instinct says this is all connected. If the FBI legate can secure the surveillance footage from the bombings, I can run the faces. The campus has a flexibility government agencies don't. Let's use it." Another pause stretched out. "Anything more?" "Yes, sir," Jack replied. "Start deploying campus shooters to my location. I have no signs this is going hot, but I'd rather be over-prepared. Lisanne is excellent, but she's not an operator, in that sense anymore. And while we're at it, I need a weapons cache. I've been caught empty-handed twice already. I don't want to make it a third time." "Let me be sure I understand," Clark said, his voice measured. "You believe what you've uncovered justifies a formal, sanctioned campus operation? An operation based out of South Korea, and you're the one running it?" Clark asked. "Yes, sir," Jack replied, a little surprised at how calm his own voice sounded. "That's my assessment." "Interesting," Clark said, "because I'm thinking the same thing. All right, son. This one's yours to handle. It'll get our logistics team activated and secure a safe house for you. Check in on the network once you're settled and ready to move." "Good hunting, Jack." The line went dead just as Isabel returned from her last trip to the market, arms laden with bags. "How did the call go?" she asked. "It went well," Jack said, still processing the sudden weight of responsibility that had just been handed to him. "Better than well, actually. So what's our next move?" "We get the team back together," Jack said, a determined edge returning to his voice. "Undisclosed location, South Korea, comrade. We have a situation." Ju Min-jun looked at the sailor standing before him and fought back a sigh. The air inside the Sanga-class submarine had grown thick and foul. While the filtration system had passed all pre-mission inspections, 3 days submerged had taken its toll. This North Korean vessel was a modern improvement over its ancient predecessors, But the 34-meter boat still relied on electric batteries while underwater. That meant surfacing each night to run the noisy diesel engines, venting exhaust and recharging, a maneuver that left them dangerously exposed. South Korean patrols had been aggressively active over the past day, forcing the captain to cancel the last recharge cycle. To conserve power, they were now crawling along the coast at a mere 2 knots, and life support had been dialed back to a whisper. The fans meant to circulate air through the 370-ton metal tube had been still for hours, and everyone aboard was feeling it. Min-jun and his 3 commandos were hardened operatives from the Korean People's Army's Special Operations Force, an elite branch trained for infiltration and high-value strikes deep in the south. But even among that elite, Min-jun's team was different. Their mission wasn't mere sabotage or assassination. It was strategic, so sensitive that he reported directly to the Politburo, bypassing the military chain entirely. The future of his nation quite literally rested on what they did next. He had chosen his men for their resilience, and they were enduring the stifling conditions without complaint. The regular crew, however, was another story. The sailor before him was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. He looked like a man on the verge of collapse, which, given their circumstances, might not have been far from the truth. "Explain the nature of this situation," Min-jun said, keeping his tone level. As much as he wanted to snap at the anxious submariner, he knew losing his temper would solve nothing. The crew had every reason to be terrified of the commandos, a fact Min-jun understood all too well. Fear led to mistakes, and on a mission with zero margin for error, that was a luxury they couldn't afford. Not even a little. The vessel is lodged, the sailor reported, his voice tight. "Lodged," Min-jun repeated, the frustration bleeding into his tone despite his efforts to control it. "On what?" "Sir, perhaps you should speak directly with the captain," the sailor stammered, avoiding his gaze. "If you'd follow me to the bridge." It wasn't quite an order, but the intent was clear. From his bunk across the cramped berth, Sergeant Sun Chi-woon watched the exchange in silence. A decade older and nearing mandatory retirement, Chi-woon was the team's anchor. He had infiltrated the South 3 separate times, each mission a success, each exfiltrations clean. Min-jun relied on his seasoned judgment and combat prowess absolutely. As Min-jun stood, Chi-woon shot him a look that was pure question. A subtle nod was all the reply needed before Min-jun followed the sailor out. The sailor's anxiety wasn't just from the bad air. If Min-jun's gut was right, they needed to be prepared. It was a small comfort knowing Chi-woon was already 3 steps ahead. The transition from the stifling berth to the narrow passageway was like walking into a wall of damp, depleted oxygen. Min-jun had trained in midget subs earlier in his K-positive career, but that was nothing compared to Ki-woon's operational depth. The burly sergeant had anticipated the air quality degrading days ago. While the rest of the crew suffered, Chi-woon had quietly cracked the valve on a small supplemental oxygen tank from his rucksack, giving his men a few more hours of restful sleep. Now Min-jun fought for each breath in the CO2-saturated atmosphere, a throbbing headache blooming behind his eye. This wasn't helping his mood regarding the submarine's commander. If foul air was the only issue, he'd still be in his rack. A summons to the bridge meant real trouble. As he walked, Min-jun resisted the urge to touch the hilt of the blade concealed at his hip. The Navy captain had insisted all firearms be secured for the journey, and Min-jun had complied outwardly. The 29-centimeter fighting knife, a sleek copy of the classic Fairbairn 6 design, was a piece of elegant pragmatism. In his line of work, what worked was beautiful. Judging by the glint in Ki-woon's eyes earlier, his sergeant had likely hidden more than just a knife. They were trained to survive by their wits in hostile territory, after all, surrounded by people who would celebrate their deaths. The thought was almost amusing in its grim simplicity. You follow the rules until the rules get you killed, and then you use whatever you've cleverly kept hidden. The first lesson Min Jun had truly absorbed during the grueling special operations selection was that your adversary wasn't always from the other side of the border. Chi Wan operated on that same principle. Walking from his cramped quarters to the bridge, Min Jun passed several of the sub's 15 crewmen. The air was stifling, thick with the smell of sweat and machinery, and every sailor he saw was drenched and breathing hard. Yet each one stiffened to a ragged sort of attention as he moved by. This wasn't about military discipline, Min Jun knew. It was a silent signal. A warning passed through the boat's unofficial grapevine that bad news had arrived ahead of him. Stepping through the final clanging hatch, he entered the vessel's control room and was immediately underwhelmed. Some Politburo official had gone on and on about this being the most advanced boat in the fleet, but Min Jun had his doubts. The Sung-Oh was old, a reconnaissance craft retrofitted decades ago, and it showed. The bridge was a cramped collection of 4 workstations, a jumble of levers and dials that looked like they belonged on a museum piece from the Fatherland Liberation War. The captain's station did have a computer screen, a fact Min Jun had noted when he first came aboard. He remembered with a pang of irony, wandering through the dazzling electronic markets in Seoul during his time in the Southa world of sleek, silent technology that felt like magic. This screen was a flickering green monochrome relic, displaying data that was mostly gibberish to his eyes. The smartphone in his pocket, a contraband Samsung knockoff, probably had more processing power than this entire boat. "You wanted to see me, Captain?" Min Jun asked, keeping his tone level. The sub's commander, Shin Si-woo, stood up from behind a bank of mysterious gauges, his expression making it clear Min Jun was just another complication. And he was right. Sang-Oh-class boats were small for a reason. They slipped into places bigger. Subs couldn't doing the Supreme Leader's dirty work. Espionage. Sabotage. Their crews were good, but Min Jun and his 3-man team represented a different level of risk. Worse for the infiltration, the captain would have to hand over control of his boat. Captain Shin was a short man, barely 5 feet tall, but he carried the absolute authority of someone who was king of his tiny pressurized domain. Years in a living space, no bigger than a city bus, had given him a soft middle and heavy jowls, but his eyes were hard. Submarine captains were bred to be independent, operating alone thousands of miles from home. Min Jun could respect that. But respect wasn't fear. This sailor's courage was of the deep-water variety, dangerous, but contained within his steel hull. Min Jun's mission began where the subs ended, ashore, behind enemy lines, where every face in a crowd could mean a bullet. Captain Shin might be formidable here, in his element, but Min Jun was a killer, and his element was everywhere. "What's the situation?" Min Jun asked, keeping his tone deliberately neutral while echoing the emphasis Captain Shin had placed on the key word. The commander was no fool. He already had a strong suspicion about what the captain was about to reveal. The familiar low hum of the submarine's drive shaft had been conspicuously absent for nearly 10 minutes, and it didn't require a maritime expert to understand the implications. "Our friends to the south have been industrious," the captain stated, nodding toward the chart table. "They've constructed a new impediment. We are currently and temporarily stuck on a sandbar." Min Jun held back a frustrated breath. The South Korean military had not been idle in the face of the threat posed by stealthy minisub. While his own nation had been integrating advanced technology sourced from Russia and China into their electric vessels, the South Korean Navy had been fortifying their coastal defense. Beyond deploying more aircraft and surface ships equipped with cutting-edge acoustic sensors, they had adopted a strategy reminiscent of Chinese activities in the South China Sea. However, instead of building artificial islands, they had executed a more clever plan. Like combat engineers laying obstacles ahead of an advancing force, South Korean naval construction teams had designed a labyrinth of submerged sandbars specifically to trap smaller submarines patrolling near the coast. For months, his own nation's intelligence service, the Reconnaissance General Bureau, had issued warnings about such underwater barriers, but the Naval Command had dismissed the likelihood of one actually catching a mini-sub. So much for expert analysis. Defrein temporarinnen, Min-jun pressed, his eyes fixed on the navigational chart. We're sitting in 30 fathoms of water, Shin explained, using a thick finger to trace the depth contours on the map. Normally I'd purge the ballast tanks to lift us free, but we're at low tide. Trying that now could accidentally breach the surface. In about 4 hours, the tide will come in and flood this inlet. Then it will be safe to blow the ballast. With the extra push from our diesel engines and the added buoyancy, we'll come off this bar like a champagne cork. Min-jun heard the confidence in the captain's voice, but did not share it. This wasn't due to any superior seamanship on his part. Far it. But his extensive career had taught him one unshakable truth. Missions with zero margin for error could not afford to wait for conditions to become favorable. He operated under the assumption that Southern forces were already searching for him and his team. That search could involve a P-3 Orion patrol aircraft, or a frigate conducting a routine harbor sweep. An even more mundane danger existed at this depth. The sub could become snarled in a fishing net. Previous teams had been compromised in exactly that way, and Min-jun knew the consequences of discovery before their objective was complete. The death of his team was a foregone conclusion, but his commander had made the stakes profoundly personal. To emphasize the mission's critical nature, the high-ranking official had meticulously described the fate awaiting Min-jun's pregnant wife and unborn child, should he fail. Failure was not an option. So while the stocky, perspiring man before him might believe himself the reincarnation of some sea deity, Min-jun was not willing to gamble his family's safety on the whims of tides and temperamental ballast systems. "What's our distance from the shoreline?" Min-jun asked, shifting his gaze from the chart to the captain's face. Shin shifted uncomfortably. "The currents in this area are notoriously unpredictable," he hedged, his earlier confidence seeming to evaporate into the damp air of the control room. "If you could just hold on a few more hours, how far?" Min-jun didn't raise his voice or clench his fist, but the question cut through the damp air with a blade's precision. The dynamic between submariners and the commandos they transported was at best a delicate one. Unlike Mon-jun and his team, the sailors piloting this vessel weren't prepared for operations within South Korea. Should this small sub become permanently grounded or detected, its crew transformed from an asset into a complication, a direct threat to the mission's success. In their line of work, complications were resolved with brutal finality. The submariner's mouth opened, closed, and opened again. When the answer finally came, it was a whisper laced with surrender. 3 kilometers. Min-jun gave a silent nod, his mind already racing through the variables. A 3-kilometer swim was possible, but far from simple. The currents along this coast were famously treacherous, and the artificial seabed obstacles installed by the Southern forces would only make the water more chaotic. He pictured violent, invisible rivers surging through underwater channels, capable of snatching the breath from a diver and sweeping a body out to sea like discard. The Southerners were nothing if not meticulous. Those new sandbars were surely studded with acoustic sensors sensitive enough to pick up a diver's fin stroke. Beyond drowning, Min-jun dreaded the prospect of his exhausted team being met on the beach by a welcoming committee of South Korean police or Marines. Timing was another enemy. Infiltrations by water relied on the cloak of night. While dusk arrived early this season, departing now meant a portion of their swim would occur in daylight, multiplying their risk of exposure with every ray of sun. Yet into the water they would go. His men had families too. Devotion to the supreme leader was paramount, but nothing focused. A soldier's mind quite like the image of his beloved wife facing unspeakable consequences back home. Failure simply did not exist as an outcome. 3 kilometers will be sufficient, Min-jun stated, his voice projecting a steadiness that belied the churn in his gut. Prepare the lockout chamber. Your vessel will be lighter by 4 souls within the hour. Captain Shin's lips moved in a silent response, but Min-jun had already turned his focus inward, to the memory of his wife's flawless complexion and the furious ocean that now awaited him. The taste of rubber flooded his mouth as he bit down on the regulator and drew a careful, testing breath. While lethal gases were often scentless, every diver clung to the private belief that he could somehow sense tainted air. That first inhalation was always taken with deliberate caution, before surrendering to the water's hold. The air that flowed into Min-jun's lungs felt crisp and clean, like a wind from high peaks. He filled his chest deeply, then exhaled in one long stream. Forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger, he gave the OK signal, mirrored instantly by his 3 teammates. With a silent plea for the Supreme Leader's blessing, Min-jun gripped the handholds flanking the submarine's hatch and pulled himself through the opening and into the void. The initial seconds were a maelstrom. Unseen forces clawed at his regulator, trying to tear it from his lips. As drilled, Min-jun brought his forearms up in a defensive cross, shielding his mask and air supply from the raging current. After several disorienting moments, like being tumbled in a washing machine, the turbulence abruptly ceased. He found himself suspended in a pocket of eerie stillness, roughly a yard above the seabed. Freed from the current's grip, he began to drift upward. He quickly adjusted his buoyancy, dumping air from his vest until his knees settled gently into the soft sand below. Temporarily sheltered within the calm center of the churning water, Min-jun searched the murky depths for the rest of his dive team. As his vision adjusted to the gloom, the full scope of their predicament became horrifyingly clear. The captain's initial assessment, a simple scrape against a sandbar, was dangerously wrong. The submersible's dark prow was wedged deep into a veritable mountain of silt. The impact had triggered an underwater landslide, entombing the forward section of the vessel in thick, clinging mud. To wrench free, the craft would need to violently rock itself while pushing its engines to their absolute limit, a process guaranteed to create a noise signature that would draw their enemies like sharks to blood. Yet that wasn't the most immediate threat. With the incoming tide, a torrent of water now surged over the submerged ridge, fracturing into a deadly maze of invisible vortices and micro-whirlpools. The swirling dance of sand and debris stirred up by Min-jun's own exit acted like a tracer, illuminating the lethal hydraulic chaos surrounding them. As he watched, another diver was ejected from the sub's chamber, only to be slammed against its hull and then hurled helplessly into the dark void. Instinct propelled Min-jun forward, his fins digging into the seabed to launch a rescue, when a sharp tug on his harness yanked him back. Spinning around, he was met with the grim, familiar face of Chi-wun. Even distorted by the dive mask, the scar cutting through his lieutenant's bushy brows was unmistakable. Chi-wun held Min-jun's gaze and gave one firm, deliberate shake of his head. No, that single, silent command carried a brutal and undeniable truth-lun Min-jun's heart rebelled against, but his mind had already accepted. That man was lost. The collision had likely rendered him unconscious, and the savage current had surely ripped his breathing regulator away. The noble impulse to chase after a comrade was, in this reality, a suicidal gesture. Even if by some miracle Min-jun recovered him, the diver would be irrevocably brain-damaged from hypoxia. More critically, the mission would collapse. That outcome was unthinkable. Peering past Chi-wun's shoulder, Min-jun spotted the shadowy outline of a third team member. They were down to 3. He gave a terse, resigned nod, his hands automatically checking the fastenings on his gear and tightening the straps of his pack. Surviving the initial hydroslip stream was merely the first hurdle. They were far from safe. The real challenges swimming undetected to the shore lay ahead. The most direct route was a straight westerly bearing, but in special operations, the simplest path is often a prelude to disaster. Min-jun anticipated more hidden sandbars. Attempting to swim over them would mean being caught and pummeled by the same murderous surf that had just claimed one of their own. His plan was to navigate a careful serpentine path between these obstacles, staying in the quieter water shielded from the current's main force. With a rapid series of hand signals, he communicated the strategy to his 2 remaining men. Then he led the way, hoping for a quiet, uneventful journey to the beach. He should have known better. After a grueling 4-hour swim, Min-jun finally hauled his exhausted body from the churning breakers. He'd depleted his primary air tank 15 minutes earlier and had been forced onto his emergency supply. The small spare air cylinder had just barely gotten him through the final turbulent surf zone while submerged, though he'd still surfaced earlier and more exposed than intended. For the first time on this operation, something went according to plan. The beach was deserted, just as intelligence had suggested. Yet with every labored kick toward the sand, Min-jun couldn't shake the eerie sensation of a rifle's crosshairs painting a target on his back. It might not have been paranoia. This shoreline was part of a private resort. The pre-dawn darkness and the off-season should have guaranteed no tourists, but that very isolation made it a perfect candidate for patrols by the South Korean National Police, who loved to use such quiet places for unscheduled drill. The empty beach felt less like a sanctuary and more like the world's widest, most sand-covered shooting gallery. For 7 decades following the Eternal Leader's armistice agreement, North Korea had refined the craft of covert submarine insertions, alongside the sporadic kidnapping of civilians from South Korea or Japan. In response, South Korea had established a tiered coastal defense network. The outer perimeter was monitored by airborne platforms such as the aging P-3 Orion patrol aircraft and Seahawk helicopters. Closer to land, a series of concentric security rings were maintained by coastal patrol boats and submerged acoustic sensors. The innermost line of defense consisted of mobile ground patrols, and it was the erratic, unpredictable nature of these patrols that posed Min-jun's most immediate threat. He had, however, devised a countermeasure. Min-jun stayed submerged with only his head above water to reduce his visual and thermal profile, as Chi-1 and the other commando, Kwang-ho, emerged beside him. It was then that Min-jun registered who had been lost during the submarine's desperate escape. Ang-gyung, the fallen soldier, had been chosen not just for his combat skill, but for an unshakably cheerful temperament that persisted through bitter cold and sweltering heat. Jeong was Gona first loss in what was likely the most critical mission ever assigned to a KOF team since its formation. "Is our contact here?" Chi-1 asked, the words forced out between the crashing waves. "We're about to find out," Min-jun responded. Roising a compact, waterproof case from his harness, Min-jun pressed its large button. Though full night had not yet fallen, the fading twilight provided enough cover for him to employ his night vision gear. Swapping the case for a small monocle, he raised the device to his eye, surveying a stretch of beach now cast in eerie green hues. For what felt like an eternity, he saw only the relentless surf and dark, silent structure. Just as doubt began to creep in, a solitary flash of white ignited against the dark green backdrop, like a match struck in a cavern. The infrared beacon pulsed a sequence, 2 long flashes, then 2 short. The recognition code was accurate. Now came the perilous part, leaving the ocean's concealment to traverse 100 meters of exposed beach, entrusting his life and the lives of his team to an agent he had never seen. Straightforward in theory, hilariously simple if you ignored the million things that could go catastrophically wrong in the next 3 minutes. "Rock formation on the right," Min-jun whispered once the signal faded. "I see it," Chi-1 replied, his voice a rough, gravelly whisper. "What about our submarine?" Min-jun took a moment to weigh the question. The stranded mini-sub represented a potential escape route. While a return to its current position was impossible, the vessel would remain in South Korean waters for the next 2 days. In a standard infiltration, the submarine would lurk near several prearranged coastal points to enable emergency extraction. But as his commander had brutally emphasized, this was no standard mission. Their objective was tangible, and the waterproof bags carried by Kwang Ho and Chi Wun contained mission-critical gear, not simple ballast. Once they moved beyond the surf's concealment, there was no retreat. This rendered the beached submarine not a safety net, but a dangerous clue. And there was a standard procedure for such hazards. "Proceed," Min Jun said. Chi Wun gave a terse nod, reaching into a pouch on his vest. He produced a similar waterproof case, but this one featured a protective cover over its transmit button. Breaking the seal and peeling away the plastic, he exposed a large red button. With his gloved thumb poised above it, the team sergeant cast a final questioning look at his commander. Min Jun hesitated for a fraction of a second, the hazy image of Jiyoung's lifeless form sinking into the deep flashing before him. The sacrifices for this operation would extend beyond his team's blood. He nodded. Chi Wun pressed the button. A confirming green light glowed briefly, then went dark. It was done. Captain Shen could have possibly worked the submarine free from the sandbar without being spotted, but Min Jun wasn't willing to risk it. The sea and its ghosts would have to be left behind now. For the commandos there was only a single path back, and it started with the agent holding that infrared beacon. Min Jun pulled off his fins and walked out of the surf. The battle to free the South was underway. Seoul, South Korea. About what I mentioned before, Jad said, carefully avoiding a sticky spot on the floor. "I'm definitely going to need new shoes." "I know you're into your footwear," Carey replied, "but come on. You've stepped in spilled beer before. First, these aren't just sneakers. They're Nike Dunks. Second, if you think that gunk is beer, I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona you might be interested in." Carey managed to smile, breathing through his mouth to dull the assault of smells. As much as he wanted to argue, he feared Jad was right. The usual cocktail of stale beer, cheap cologne, and old cigarettes was one thing. It was the underlying sour notes that put him on edge. Given the state of the room, his money was on vomit, sweat, urine, or something worse. Then again, you didn't come to a spot like this for the atmosphere. He and Jad needed assistance getting past the roadblocks encircling Itaewon, help from professionals who did this for a living. Criminals, but not your average bank robbers or drug dealers. Carey was thinking of a specific breed of lawbreaker, the kind the police tended to overlook. Like the businesses over on Hooker Hill, the military's long and messy history with Itaewon's infamous red light district was full of cautionary tales. Plenty of promising careers had met their end behind the grimy facades along that filthy stretch. One legendary story involved a general who settled his tab with a government credit card. These places survived by staying just under the radar, which was exactly why Carey thought Hooker Hill might offer the escape route he and Jad needed. That was his theory anyway before he saw the district up close. Now he was starting to wonder if he'd outsmarted himself. "This way. Follow me." The directions came from a small Korean woman shepherding them deeper into the club's interior. Even in the deliberately low light, the woman's appearance could best be described as well-worn. She had the shape for the leather pants and tight blouse she wore, but Carey was certain the face beneath the heavy makeup had seen a lot of life. In a distinction that probably didn't matter much, Carey had picked a place Google listed as a bar, not a brothel. It wasn't somewhere he'd ever choose to go, but at least it didn't have the peep show windows or elevated dance platforms common in outright houses of prostitution. As a Green Beret, Carey had often operated within cultural boundaries he didn't personally agree with, but that didn't mean he checked his morals at the door. Too many women in Asian strip clubs or brothels were trafficked or coerced into the life. He had no interest in funding that kind of misery. This place was seedy, but it wasn't a whorehouse. "There would have to be enough were coming, ma'am," Carey said. "Right behind you." After choosing the bar he wanted to approach, Carey had combined his cash with Jad's. Together the two Green Berets had a little over $1,000 in mixed Korean, US dollars and euros. Not a king's ransom, but in a joint that likely hovered on the edge of bankruptcy, it ought to be plenty for what they needed. At least, that was Carey's hope. They'd marched inside. asked for the manager, and opened negotiations. The woman initially claimed she didn't speak English, a convenient barrier that vanished the moment Carey displayed his roll of bills. Jad stepped forward, and the real negotiation commenced. As someone raised with New England straightforwardness, Carey despised the drawn-out haggling required to secure a fair price. Jad, however, was in his element. Drawing on memories of navigating the bustling markets of Tripoli as a boy, he engaged the proprietor with a fierce, almost joyful intensity. After a heated discussion that danced between several languages, the Korean woman finally nodded and bowed, sealing the deal. Jad wore a triumphant grin. Carey was slick with a nervous sweat, had mediated tense truces between rival Afghan commanders that felt less draining. "Van is outside," the woman stated. "You go now." She pushed open a rear door, exposing a dim alley and a waiting panel van. Carey's understanding of the van's role was still fuzzy. Based on the woman's explanation, her bar earned its spot on Hooker Hill by supplying a highly sought-after, largely illicit commodity, premium American spirit. The contraband was funneled into the establishment via this van, a practice that had fostered a cozy, paid understanding with local authorities. They received a share of the profits and turned a blind eye to the vehicle's movements, or so her story went. The narrative had gaps you could drive a truck through, but their options were limited. Still, a deep unease settled in Carey's gut as he left the bar's questionable safety for the van's silent interior. Jad's posture suggested a shared wariness. "Pleasure doing business," Jad said brightly, extending his hand. "Yes," the woman replied, accepting the handshake. "Good business. You go." Now in a flash, Jad's demeanor shifted to something dark and threatening as he pulled the woman closer. "Look at my face," Jad said, all trace of warmth gone. "You do not want to anger men who look like me. If the police interfere with our van, the people we work for will be furious." "Do you understand? Understand?" she stammered, trying to pull her hand back. "Good," Jad said, releasing her. "Here's a little extra for any inconvenience we've caused." The green beret retrieved the now slimmer stack of cash, peeled off another $100 bill, and offered it. After a brief hesitation, she snatched the money. "Farewell," Jad said, his smile returning briefly. The woman offered no reply, but she didn't bolt the door behind them, which Carey decided to interpret as a positive sign. The driver, partitioned by a metal mesh screen, gave a curt nod and accelerated from the alley the moment Carey shut the door. "Did you just imply to that woman you were a terrorist?" Carey whispered, shifting on the cluttered floor to make space. "I am not responsible for her assumptions," Jad replied. "You are really," Carey began. "The word you want is brilliant," Jad interrupted. "I was thinking something else," Carey muttered. The van slowed to a halt, and the driver's window rolled down. Carey heard the Korean conversation, but, unable to see the driver's face, and lacking any grasp of the language, he was left in the dark. "What's the plan if this turns sour?" Jad asked, his earlier humor absent. Carey paused. Despite the reassuring presence of the concealed K-7 submachine gun, he had no intention of shooting his way past a legitimate police checkpoint. His earlier use of force against men in police uniforms had been a direct response to their execution of civilians. For all he knew, the officers ahead were just doing their job. He was a soldier, not a murderer. "I'll place a distress call to Reaper 6, but we'll go along quietly," Carey stated. "After all the effort I put into persuading that bar owner I was a terrorist," Jad replied. Beyond the words, Carey detected the tension underneath his friend's feigned humor. He reached over and gave the larger man's leg a firm squeeze. "Stay strong, brother," Carey said. "We've faced worse situations than this." That much was true. What was equally true was that difficult situations felt far less oppressive when you were holding a SCAR rifle with a team of hardened operators behind you. This whole sitting in the dark and waiting for luck routine was utterly pointless. The volume of the conversation escalated as words were exchanged between the driver and the officers outside. Not a good sign. Carey slipped his hand into his pocket, ready to press the transmit button. He could sense the anxious energy coming from Jad, even as he started to second-guess their approach. Perhaps they should hide the weapons within the van's mess, or maybe they should just throw open the door and make a break for it. Carey turned to Jad, about to ask for his spotter's opinion, when the shouting from the front suddenly stopped. A moment later, the van began to move as the driver pulled smoothly away from the roadblock. "See, what did I tell you?" Jad said, nudging Carey with his elbow. "Easy as pie." Carey offered a thin smile, but didn't respond with a quip. A new thought had just struck him. While they'd cleared this first checkpoint, there were almost certainly more layers of roadblocks ahead. And the farther they traveled from Hooker Hill, the higher the chance they'd meet police officers who weren't aware of the Ajumma's special arrangement with her local contact. Upright cops could genuinely become a serious problem. Fortunately for the two Green Berets, the rest of the journey passed without incident, or at least as uneventfully as a drive through downtown Seoul could be. Carey was certain that on several occasions the van's tires had bumped over the curb onto the sidewalk. He couldn't see outside from his spot on the floor, nor did he want to risk standing up to peer through the grimy window. While he would have loved a view of the world beyond the vehicle's thin metal shell, the risk wasn't worth it. Seoul was a city full of odd sights, but a Caucasian face staring out from a delivery van would definitely be memorable. Instead, Carey occupied himself by tracking their progress on his phone. According to their deal with the Ajumma, the driver was supposed to head generally southeast until crossing the Han River. Then he would stop and unload his American cargo. Though no expert on Seoul, Carey knew a thing or two about setting up containment. The winding river that marked the southern edge of the city proper offered a perfect natural obstacle for anyone trying to flee on foot. If Carey were in the Korean National Police's position, he'd focus his assets on the river's northern banks, paying close attention to every bridge crossing the water. With this in mind, Carey planned to separate from their smuggler the moment the van was safely on the river's southern side. With no way to monitor the outside world and no wish to chat with the driver, and potentially give him more information to share with the police if interrogated later, Carey settled for watching the blue dot representing their position on Google Maps creep steadily southward, until the dot stopped moving. Carey refreshed the screen, and then cursed as the two most dreaded words in the English language appeared at the top of the display. No service. "Hey," Carey said, jabbing his spotter with an elbow. "Do you still have a signal?" Like any seasoned commando, Jad had spent the downtime in the van engaged in every soldier's favorite hobby sleep. But true to his training, the Green Beret woke up immediately alert. "What's wrong?" Or at least mostly alert. "I lost my signal," Carey whispered. "Check if yours is still working." As he waited for Jad to check his own phone, Carey pressed the transmit button on his radio. "Reaper 6, this is Reaper 7, commo check, over." Carey had made a deliberate choice to avoid contacting the rest of Triple Nickel until he and Jad were clear of the van and operating independently. If their transport was intercepted and they were compromised, or if the driver happened to be overly chatty, Carey wanted the man to possess minimal information. A significant number of Koreans spoke competent English, and Carey wasn't willing to risk the driver overhearing fragments of their conversation, or discovering that the two unusual Americans he'd transported past the checkpoint had been coordinating with a larger team. At the moment of the decision, it had felt prudent. Now Carey felt a flicker of doubt. "Reaper 6, this is 7, commo check, over. Nothing but static." "No cellular signal," Jad noted, his brow furrowed as he examined his device. "But the complete absence of Wi-Fi is what really concerns me." "Explain," Carey said, steeling himself internal. In Green Beret terminology, Jad was designated an 18 Echo, a communications sergeant. Beyond the language proficiencies, each Army Special Forces member carried a specialty identifier. Carey was an 18 Charlie, his expertise rooted in explosives and demolition. Jad, however, was a communicator. His training provided him with what amounted to a degree in radio frequency engineering. Conversations about wave propagation, signal amplifiers, and atmospheric interference thrilled Jad and made Carey feel like he was watching paint dry. Jad was his brother, the finest spotter he'd ever partnered with, but Carey knew that when the Echo began his deep dive into the world of electrons, a certain kind of agony was about to follow. Seoul implemented a comprehensive municipal Wi-Fi network a few years back, Jad explained, still manipulating his phone. Even if that specific system failed, we should be detecting something. It's as if the entire radio spectrum has been wiped clean. Electronic jamming? Carey suggested. Possibly. I'd need proper equipment to confirm. The core issue is that blanketing an entire metropolitan area would require a massive, state-level power output. This feels like a government-mandated communications blackout, when a single Wi-Fi signal just appeared. Carey checked his own phone and saw the entry Jad mentioned. His typically crowded networks list showed just two options, one in Korean characters, and a second labeled Seoul Emergency in clear English. "Do we connect?" Carey asked. Jad rubbed the coarse stubble on his jawline, considering. "You stay dark. Let me connect," Jad decided. "That way one of us remains off the grid. Besides, I've loaded a few additional security layers on my phone." "You're the wizard of the invisible waves," Carey said. "I believe you mean electrons, boss," Jad corrected with a slight grin. "All right, taking the plunge." Jad tapped his screen. His posture stiffened, as if bracing for a physical shock. "Connected," he announced. "Now, a prolonged monotone alert tone, reminiscent of the emergency broadcast system tones back in the States, blared from the handset. It was followed by a calm, automated voice in English. "A state of emergency has been declared for the Seoul capital area. You are ordered to shelter in place until this emergency is resolved. Further updates will be provided as they become available. Thank you." "Well, that was informative," Jad remarked dryly as the message began to repeat. "I attempted to send a text, make a call, and access the web. This network is configured for inbound traffic only. I'm disconnecting. What's the play?" Reaper 6's plan was to rendezvous at the hotel, Carey stated. "We stick with that objective for as long as it remains viable. I acknowledge your devotion to that television show, but you really need to retire the cowboy lingo," Jad said, a hint of playful exasperation in his voice. "Is it the entire nation you have a problem with? Or is it specifically Kevin Costner? Actually, I'm fond of both. But a maple syrup farmer from New Hampshire trying to pass as a cattle rancher is just fundamentally ridiculous. I'll have you know that folks from New Hampshire are the frontiersmen of the Northeast." "Right. And Libyans are the champion surfers of Africa," Jad retorted. "If the sandal fits," Carey finished, allowing a brief, grim smile. "That's just mean. Toughen up, partner." A shift in the van's engine noise cut Jad off, which was probably for the best. Gary had known for years he couldn't win a war of words once his spotter got going. Judging by the glint in his friend's eye, the Libyan had been loading a serious comeback. "Sir," Carey said, meeting the driver's gaze in the mirror. "What's the plan?" "Out," the driver insisted as the vehicle rolled to a stop. "No." Carey looked out the window and let out a long breath. On the positive side, the driver had gotten them across the Han River, just as their deal with the bar owner from Hooker Hill required. The less positive side was that they were nowhere near the major crossroads of Hakdong-ro and Yongdong-gare. Normally a long walk wouldn't faze them. Green Berets had humped to objectives plenty of times. But it wasn't the distance to the hotel that worried Carey. With no Wi-Fi or cell signal, he couldn't refresh his digital map. Carey was decent at reading terrain and could navigate cross-country without a compass if he had a good paper map. That skill got a lot trickier in a concrete maze. "Where exactly are we, sir?" Carey tried again. "Out, out." The driver was getting agitated, and Carey figured he knew why. The English emergency alert broadcast over the city's network had been crystal clear: shelter in place. The police were likely starting to enforce that order on traffic too. This guy didn't want a ticket for disobeying. All right, Carrie told him. Don't get your shorts in a twist. We're moving. Ready when you are, boss, Chad said, rising to his feet. Let's ride, Carrie replied, yanking open the sliding door. He dropped down to the pavement, Chad right behind him. As Carrie turned to shut the door, the van sped away from the curb before he could even touch the handle. I don't think we made a friend, Chad observed. Speak for yourself, Carrie said. My mom always said I was charming. Chad just snorted, keeping his usual sharp comment to himself, which oddly disappointed Carrie. Even though he usually lost those exchanges, he would have welcomed the distraction. Anything was better than staring at the daunting and completely unfamiliar skyline surrounding them. Any of this look familiar? Carrie asked, nodding toward the Korean street sign. Nope, Chad said. But unless I'm wrong, that big structure over yonder is a baseball park. Actually looks like two stadiums side by side. Sound familiar? Carrie turned, looked where his spotter was pointing, and cursed. It did sound familiar in a way. While Seoul had plenty of arenas, Carrie only knew of one sports complex with two major stadiums paired together. I think that's the Olympic Stadium, Carrie said. So we did cross the Han. Great, Chad said. Sort of. That also means the Hyatt is west of here. How far west? A few clicks. Right after we take a dip in the canal. A swim, afraid so. The Koreans don't believe in bridges, Chad asked. They believe in them plenty, Carrie said. And everyone will have a police checkpoint by now. Boss, if I wanted to go wading, I'd have joined the Navy. You can't swim? Carrie said. Of course I can swim. I surf, for crying out loud. So what's the issue? The issue is I'm having an exceptionally good hair day. You really are a Navy man at heart. Ouch. That's just cold. Undisclosed location, South Korea. I can't believe you're finally here. The man driving the late-model Hyundai said it with a reverence that was almost funny, and Min-jun might have laughed if this hadn't been the third identical recitation. In a shadowy operation, many things could get you caught, but nothing was more hazardous than an asset who was a little too excited. I've been waiting for this, the driver repeated, clearly misreading Min-jun's quiet as approval. The Supreme Leader appreciates your dedication, Min-jun stated. Back home, such a phrase would have shut down any conversation instantly. While Min-jun had his private reservations about whether the Bakrag's leader was truly divine, there was no denying the man wielded an almost supernatural authority. A single utterance from him could grant fortune or doom. Merely hearing his name invoked a tremor of dread, far deeper than mere respect. But not here. Of course, the driver said, brushing the words aside with a dismissive gesture, while keeping his other hand on the wheel. And I am proud to serve his interests in this faithless country. What I meant is that I've been sitting here for over 2 hours. It's freezing and wet. I expected you to be punctual. Also, I was told to expect 4 men, not 3. There were 4, Min-jun said flatly. The statement made the driver pause. The man's eyes flicked from the rain-slicked road to Min-jun, as if waiting for more. Min-jun allowed the heavy silence to stretch, letting the tension thicken, before he spoke again. Your name is Sung-ho, is it not? Min-jun asked. Yes, the driver replied, his brow furrowing. How many years have you spent living among the puppets? Sung-ho, Min-jun inquired. 10 years, Sung-ho answered, switching lanes to overtake a scooter overloaded with crates that nearly obscured the rider. I've kept my cover intact as ordered, all while remaining a committed member of the North Korea Freedom Coalition. A full decade. For nearly a third of Min-jun's existence, this driver had enjoyed full meals and a soft bed each night, all while posing as a disillusioned defector. Judging by the considerable gut straining against the man's trousers, it was more than just adequate sustenance. Min-jun's own last 10 years told a starkly different story. His parents had wasted away during the last great famine, combining their meager rice rations in a final desperate bid to save his youngest sister. Those losses had forged Min Jun's purpose, and hardened his contempt for those living in comfort while their northern brethren suffered under brutal sanction. He had joined the Kapasov to ensure no parent would ever again face such an impossible choice. His reasons for this mission burned with the same intensity, and here this pampered fool sat, whining about the chill. The urge to end the man right there, to dump his corpse in a roadside gully, was a palpable heat in Min Jun's chest. But he restrained himself. Instead, he posed another question. "What were your specific orders?" Min Jun said. Sung Ho frowned. "To deliver you to the safe house. Were you instructed to ask questions?" "No." "Then don't. Listen, I'm only saying—" Min Jun stopped listening. He entertained the fantasy of eliminating Sung Ho for a moment longer than was prudent, but ultimately he leaned back into the seat and resolved to tune out the man's nonsense. He was dry, he was warm, and his two surviving teammates with their crucial equipment were secure in the vehicle. Losing Jung was a blow, but it would have been far worse if the sea had claimed their gear bags laden with weapons and specialized tools. All things considered, their position was favorable. His duty was to preserve this fragile equilibrium, as satisfying as it would feel to drive his blade into the driver's throat. For the next 12 hours Min Jun's only task was to vanish. Any distraction from that goal had to be disregarded, for the time being. But all thoughts of invisibility shattered as pulsating flashes of light swept through the Hyundai's cramped cabin. The strobing lights came from a police car now trailing close behind them. "Stay calm," Sung Ho muttered, his voice tight. "Just stay calm. Everything will be fine," Min Jun said, his voice a low, steady murmur meant to calm the frantic driver. Yet the man's own actions betrayed his words, his fingers tapping a frantic rhythm on the steering wheel as his gaze flicked constantly between the rear view and side mirrors. As a seasoned operative, Min Jun had been thoroughly educated on the behavioral patterns of South Korean police. The official briefings often painted them as hesitant, even passive. He recalled a specific intelligence briefing before his last mission, where an analyst had played footage of national police officers merely observing large-scale public disturbances without direct intervention. During that operation, Min Jun's personal observations had largely confirmed this assessment. The officers he saw were invariably courteous, procedural, and avoided escalation. There was, however, one exception they pursued with startling vigor: driving under the influence. "Have you been drinking?" Min Jun asked, studying the driver's profile. The man jerked his head toward Min Jun. "What? No, absolutely not." "Then just stay calm," Min Jun advised. "It will be okay," but with each passing moment it grew clearer that things were far from okay. There was no scent of alcohol, no slurred speech, yet the driver's anxiety was spiking far beyond what a routine stop warranted. Min Jun's instincts screamed that a deeper, unseen problem was unfolding, but he had no time to unravel it. A blinding white beam suddenly flooded the car's interior, its searing intensity giving Min Jun a plausible reason to turn his head and shield his eyes. He didn't look toward the police car, however. Instead, his eyes locked with Chi Wun and Kwang Ho in the back seat. No words were needed. A shared, grim nod passed between them. "All right, listen up," the driver babbled. "Just stay silent and let me do the talking." Min Jun offered a non-committal grunt, his focus already shifting to the two officers stepping out of their Hyundai patrol vehicle. They moved with trained separation, one approaching each side of the car, but they broke from standard protocol immediately. Both had their service pistols already drawn and ready. So much for a simple traffic stop. "Step out of the vehicle," the nearest officer commanded. Now moving with deliberate, exaggerated motions, Min Jun exited the car, taking a large step away from the door. Chi Wun, seated directly behind him, exited more closely to the vehicle's frame. "What is happening?" Sung Ho cried out, his voice cracking with panic. In response, Kwang Ho positioned behind the driver leaned forward and delivered a sharp, open-handed slap across Sung Ho's face. The loud crack echoed in the night air as the driver reeled back against the car, stunned. The distraction was flawlessly timed. For a critical second, both officers' attention was pulled toward the apparent scuffle inside the vehicle. It was the only opening they needed. As rehearsed in endless drills, Min Jun and Chi Wun drew their concealed Baek Doosan pistols in one fluid motion. Min Jun engaged the officer on his side, while Ki Wun targeted the one across the car. The 9mm rounds were subsonic, but without suppressors. The gunshots still ripped through the quiet with decisive reports. Sometimes stealth was essential. Here, speed and shock were the priority. Min Jun advanced in a controlled, rolling stride, firing rounds into his target's torso until the officer crumpled to the pavement. He continued firing downward until he was certain the threat was ended. Beside him, Chi Wun stopped firing once his own target fell, the car's body blocking a final confirming shot. Kwang Ho faced no such obstacle. Drawing his pistol, he provided the necessary precise shot to the head of the fallen officer near him. In the span of a single sharp breath, the immediate threats lay still. Most of them, at least. Moving with a fluid, predatory grace, Chi Wun shifted from one target to the next, seizing the panicked driver by the throat and jamming his pistol under Sung Ho's chin. "You get one opportunity to walk away from this," Min Jun whispered coldly as he stepped up beside his team sergeant. Kwang Ho was already hauling the nearest officer's body back toward their vehicle. "What was the reason for the traffic stop?" "I have no idea," the driver stammered, his terrified eyes darting between the two operatives. "Execute him," Min Jun stated flatly. "Please, wait," the driver shrieked. "This has nothing to do with you. I run a small side business selling methamphetamine. I pay certain officers to ignore my activities. I was late with the payment this month." "You were bribing police officers?" Min Jun asked. "Yes, I mean not all of them," the man babbled desperately. "Just those two. They patrol the area where I distribute the pills. Give me their names, Hyun Ki and Kung Dai." Min Jun glanced past the driver toward Kwang Ho. "Is he being truthful?" The operative checked the name tags on the officers' uniforms and gave a curt nod. "You're certain there are no others on your payroll?" Min Jun pressed. "No one, I swear it," the driver sobbed. "Release him," Min Jun ordered Chi Wun. The team sergeant shot him a questioning look, but obeyed. "Thank you for believing me," the driver wept, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his face. "I don't," Min Jun said calmly. "Kwang Ho." The wiry commando raised his arm, now holding a police-issue handgun. Before the sniveling man could utter another word, Kwang Ho fired. The driver choked, a wet gurgle escaping his lips as he collapsed onto the grimy pavement. "Clean shot," Min Jun remarked, disregarding the dying man's final sounds. "Place the weapon in his hand once it's over. It's not a perfect scene, but we don't need perfection. We just need to give the local authorities a messy puzzle to keep them occupied until we reach our secondary location." "There is a backup safe house?" Kwang Ho asked. "This might be your first mission," Chi Wun said, a hint of weary experience in his voice. "It isn't ours. You always secure a secondary location, even if you have to fund it personally. What about our ride? It's arriving now." A pair of headlights washed over the scene as a sedan crested the nearby rise. Chi Wun stepped into the center of the road, waving his arm. The driver, behaving like any cautious citizen, slowed to a halt and rolled down the window. Chi Wun sprinted to the car, dragged the man out at gunpoint, and ended his life with a single shot. Within minutes, the body was in the trunk, and Min Jun was in the driver's seat. It was admittedly a rocky opening to an operation, but he'd endured far worse. Seoul, South Korea. The gleaming glass doors of the Park Hyatt Seoul seemed to promise a world of polished calm. Carey was no expert on luxury hotels, but even he could recognize a top-tier establishment. The entrance was a grand, welcoming space framed by massive stone panels, with a wall of towering windows offering a view into a second-floor lounge. This was the domain of deal-makers and the affluenta place for celebrating contracts or indulging in five-star comfort. The patrons were impeccably dressed, arriving in everything from sleek convertibles to imposing luxury vehicles. It was decidedly not the place for two green berets caked in filth. "We're not exactly dressed for the occasion, boss," Jad observed. "Nonsense," Carey replied. "Blending in is 90% confident." "That's hilarious," Jad said, "because the only vibe I'm picking up is pure disapproval from the gentleman at the door." As usual, his spotter was correct. An immaculate man in a crisp black uniform was watching them from inside, his posture radiating a silent plea for them to stay outside. Carey could sympathize. While the canal they'd swum across hadn't been technically difficult, the water was far from clean. Like Jad, he'd managed to keep his head above the murk, but he already planned to incinerate his clothing at the earliest possible moment. Choosing to swim the canal had been the right call. Carey guided them along a path through the murky water that kept them close to the bridge's concrete supports, hoping to stay out of sight from the traffic still flowing on the Dongbu Expressway above. Despite the official orders for people to stay indoors, a steady stream of cars crossed the bridge, their headlights cutting through the evening. To avoid drawing any attention, both men used a careful, measured stroke to keep their movement through the water as silent as possible. Halfway across, clinging to a cold piling to catch his breath, Carey heard voices filtering down from the roadway overhead. His suspicion was confirmed. The police had set up a checkpoint on the bridge. It looked like the team had simply swapped one obstacle for another. Every South Korean they'd encountered so far had been courteous, but Carey couldn't picture the immaculate hotel doorman just waving through two soaked strangers, dripping grimy canal water onto his polished lobby floor. "Just remember, we have every right to be here," Carey said, mostly to steady his own nerves. "Then someone needs to clue that guy in," Jag replied. "Getting past him is going to take a minor miracle." Jad wasn't wrong. In the short time they'd been watching from the landscaped tree line, the doorman had inched closer to the hotel's entrance, clearly ready to stop the two bedraggled figures before they could step inside. A miracle was exactly what they needed, and then, almost on cue, it arrived in the form of 3 police officers. The men emerged from the bustling street to the west, passing right by the green berets concealed within the clusters of trees and manicured flower beds that separated the hotel from the busy intersection. The officers walked straight into the lobby, and the doorman moved to greet them. He offered a polite bow, but the lead officer didn't return the gesture. Instead, he drew his sidearm and fired a round into the doorman's chest. "Holy hell," Jad muttered as the man collapsed. "Now what?" The officer who fired stepped over the fallen doorman and coolly delivered a second shot to his still body. Then the trio moved purposefully toward the staircase, presumably heading for the second floor and the bar full of Americans located there. "Saddle up, brother," Carey said, pulling the dripping K7 submachine gun from his belt. "Time to play hero." "Saul." South Korea Isabel's phone chirped with the tinny, repetitive melody that sounded like it came from a vintage arcade game. "What?" Isabel said, catching Jack's look of disapproval. "Don't blame me. Your friend Gavin set the ringtone." She had a point. To help obscure their digital footprints, Gavin had transferred all their data from their old phones to these new burners. If the portly tech whiz was responsible for the phone's settings, there was a strong chance the ringtone was pulled from some classic 8-bit game. Or something even more embarrassing, like the theme song from a cartoon from the 1980s. "Who is it?" Jack asked. "Kira," Isabel said, looking at the screen. "Should I answer?" Jack scanned their surroundings, thinking it over. After his confrontation with Clark, he'd faced a tough decision. Securing a safe house was going to be a challenge, even for the resourceful logistics team back at the campus. Moments like these underscored the limitations of working for a small, unofficial intelligence outfit. Unlike the CIA, which maintained established stations and bases worldwide, the campus had no permanent personnel stationed overseas. This meant there was no local contact in South Korea, let alone Seoul, who could leverage existing networks to arrange secure lodging through untraceable front companies. Jack knew the campus could probably just hand him the keys to a pre-vetted safe house, reserved for emergencies like this. It wasn't that the support staff wasn't good, they were, but the official process would take hours he didn't have. With Isabel in his care, staying invisible was the priority. Evading surveillance alone was a challenge. Doing it while guiding a civilian through a city on edge felt like walking a tightrope in a hurricane. He needed backup, and right now, that meant Lisanne. "Go ahead, take the call," Jack said, his voice low. They were tucked into a shadowy booth in the hotel's retro-themed bar. Walls lined with vintage vinyl records rose to the ceiling, flanked by bulky turntables and speakers straight out of the 1970s. The place had a certain gritty charm, but Jack was focused on the practical advantages: the dim lighting, the crowd of fellow Americans providing cover, and the fact that Lisanne was just upstairs. Isabel pressed the answer button and lifted the phone to her ear. "Kira?" she said. Jack checked his watch. Lisanne should be joining them any moment. Once she did, he planned to get moving. The riots in Seoul were spreading, and while no new explosions had been reported, the defiant crowds gathering in the streets looked like perfect targets. The police detail that had been posted at the hotel had vanished half an hour ago, prompting Jack's quick decision to retrieve Lisanne himself. Now sitting here, the hotel felt less like a refuge and more like a potential trap. "What?" Isabel said, her expression shifting to one of pure bewilderment. On the other side of the room, a patron swayed to his feet. His hand drifted over the record spines before he plucked one out, slid the vinyl from its sleeve, and set it on the platter. The opening chords of a familiar power ballad filled the space. Jack preferred the layered harmonies of Fleetwood Mac, but as far as 80s rock anthems went, this one was hard to avoid. "She wants to talk to you," Isabel said, pressing the phone to her chest. "To me specifically?" Jack asked. "Not exactly. She told me to go to the U.S. Embassy with a message for the CIA. That's basically the same as talking to you, isn't it?" "Close enough," Jack conceded, taking the phone. "Hello, Kira." "Hello, Hira." "Hello, yes, the line crackled, and the voice cut out abruptly. "Hello," Jack said, jamming a finger in his other ear to block the bar's noise. "Kira, can you hear me? This is not Kira, but I can hear you. Perfectly." The voice was new female, but without Kira's Russian inflection. There was an accent, subtle and hard to pin down, though Jack detected an Asian cadence in the words. "With whom am I speaking?" "This is Bill Jones," Jack replied. "Where is Kira?" "She is right here. She is safe. For the moment. How long that remains true depends entirely on you." Jack switched the phone to his other hand, fumbling to activate the recording function before putting it back to his ear. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "Are you in Seoul?" He hesitated, weighing the risk of revealing his location to a stranger. But this person had Kira's phone, and Kira knew Isabel was here. "Yes," Jack finally said. "Then you understand perfectly what I am referring to. The bombing." "What about it?" Jack pressed. "There will be more." "Why?" "This is the work of a nation-state, Mr. Jones. Consider it a prelude to war." Across the room, another patron changed the record. The wailing guitar solo that had been playing cut off, replaced by a driving bass line and a vocalist dramatically pledging his affection for his best friend's girl, a song that, for better or worse, had defined a decade of teenage angst. Jack found the timing almost laughably ironic. Here he was, discussing an impending international conflict, soundtracked by a melodramatic 80s love song. The sheer absurdity of it cut through the tension, a darkly comic reminder that danger and mundane life often blared from the same speaker. Jack was on a call discussing military operations while Rick Springfield's Jessie's Girl played faintly in the background, a surreal blend of American pop and Korean tension. "How can you be certain?" Jack pressed. a question drilled into every intelligence officer. Too often, compelling reports were taken at face value, their dramatic details overshadowing the need for verification. Like journalists chasing a headline, case officers could get swept up in a story's potential fallout. Jack refused to make that mistake. "My conditions first, Mr. Jones. Then you get the intel." "Not happening," Jack replied. "You tell me what you know and your source. Then we negotiate. Otherwise, this conversation is over." "Are all Americans so foolish?" "Not foolish," Jack countered, "just persistent. My mother taught me the distinction." "What's your choice?" The woman let out a sharp breath of irritation. For a second, Jack was sure she'd disconnect. Instead, she laid out her plan. "The next strike will happen at the port of Busan. In 4 hours I will check this phone's location. If it's near Busan, I will call. If you answer, I give you what you need to prevent the attack. Fail these terms, and our partnership ends." "Clear enough." "Nearly," Jack said. "You still haven't answered the second half." "How did you learn about this?" "Do you often get calls like this?" "Actions define the truth, Mammon," Jack replied. "So they do, Mr. Jones. You Americans also say a picture is worth 1,000 words." As she spoke, Jack's phone buzzed. He turned it over to see a new image. An unconscious Asian man lay in a hospital bed, tangled in tubes and wires, his arms and neck swathed in bandages. Though his face was bruised and swollen, something about it was recognizable. Jack studied the photo, his mind racing to make the connection. Then it clicked. "Good God," he muttered. "Indeed, Mr. Jones," the woman said. "We'll talk soon." The line went dead. "Who is that?" Isabel asked, peering at the screen. "Not completely sure," Jack said, zooming in on the man's face, "but if I had to guess, EDs say that's the North Korean leader." "What happened to him?" Isabel pressed. "Your guess is as good as mine," Jack said. But his attention had already shifted from the shocking photo and its grim implications to a new threat. 3 armed men now positioned at the bar's entrance. Meanwhile, Carey moved swiftly across the hotel's inner courtyard, his pace a controlled rush. He knew every second the fake policeman roamed free increased the risk to innocent guests, but charging in blindly would cost accuracy. In a building full of civilians facing 3 armed killers, precision would be everything. Pausing at the glass door, he felt Jad's reassuring grip on his shoulder before stepping inside, the muzzle of his K7 leading the way. Built like a Glock, the K7 was famously durable. A dunk in water wouldn't stop it from firing. The sealed ammunition cartridges kept the powder dry and ready, and while a wet barrel might throw off long-range shots, Carey expected close-quarters combat. Entering the lobby, he scanned through the weapon's front sight. The doorman lay motionless on the white marble, a dark pool of blood spreading around him. The lobby's layout was peculiar, positioned directly between the main northwest entrance and the parking garage to the southeast. A corridor on the left presumably led to the reception area, while an elevator and a staircase were located on the right. The silence following the gunfire suggested the hallway was quite long, or perhaps the staff at the far end were too terrified to respond. A quick glance at the fallen figure confirmed Carey's first suspicion. The doorman was past saving. He stepped over the body toward the stairwell, pausing only for Jad's confirming tap on his shoulder before beginning the ascent. Securing a stairwell that branched both upward and downward ideally required a team of 6 to 8 trained operatives. Carey had 2. Abandoning the meticulous room-by-room clearing drills from Fort Campbell, he opted for speed, racing up the steps with Jad close behind, and ignoring the lower level for now. The twin flights had his heart hammering against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat he tried to quiet with controlled breaths, bracing for the inevitable confrontation. In the echoing silence, his own breathing and pulse sounded thunderous. He placed each foot with deliberate softness, masking his approach. The Korean gunman had no reason to expect pursuit from this direction. With a little luck, he and Jad might just take them by surprise before they could harm anyone else. That hope vanished the moment the screaming began. Meanwhile, in a welcome change of pace for Jack's Korean escapade, the firearms in sight were securely holstered, carried by members of the Korean National Police. Even better, the trio of officers showed no apparent interest in him or Isabel. The timing, however, was impeccably bad, as this was the precise moment Lisanne chose to make her entrance. Every patron in the bar, including the 3 policemen, turned to look. Jack understood why. Lisanne swept through the door opposite the officers, dressed in boots, snug jeans, and a sleeveless top. Her dark hair cascaded around her shoulders, and she paused in the doorway to push it back from her face with her one hand. Though the move was clearly a tactical scan of the room, it magnified the attention on the campus operative. Strikingly beautiful, she was also missing her left forearm. She commanded the room more completely than any spotlight could. A drunken businessman at the turntable, gawking at her, fumbled for his drink, missed his glass of rum and coke, and instead sent the turntable's needle screeching across the record. A flush rose on Lisanne's olive skin. Then her dark eyes found Jack, and her full lips curved into a relieved smile he instinctively returned as he stood. The smile died as the Korean police moved to intercept her. Over the wailing guitar solo, Jack couldn't hear the words, but he saw the happiness drain from Lisanne's face. She gave a single, tight-lipped nod. Then the nearest officer placed a hand on her shoulder, shifting the interaction from polite to pointed. Jack clenched his jaw, fighting the impulse to intervene. The 2 other officers flanking their colleague were watching the crowd with professional intensity. For once, Jack's restraint proved wise. After a brief, final exchange, the cop gestured for Lisanne to proceed into the bar. She flashed a brilliant, grateful smile, white teeth bright against her skin, and began walking toward Jack with a different, more private expression. Jack did not return it. His focus was locked on the policeman behind her, who was now drawing his service pistol and leveling it at the back of Lisanne's head. Jack exploded from his chair in a blur of motion, a bolt of pure, seething fury. The surprise on Lisanne's face melted into a dawning, chilling understanding. A woman near the door let out a piercing scream, a raw alarm that seemed to slow time itself. Jack lunged forward, but everything had shifted into a thick, syrupy delay. Lisanne turned her head toward the cry with agonizing slowness. The policeman beside her tensed, his forearm corded with muscle. More screams erupted, then were instantly drowned by the staccato roar of gunfire. Jack's own shout was lost in the noise, but Lisanne remained upright. The officers behind her did not. Their bodies, clad in dark uniforms, crumpled to the floor as bullets ripped through them, crimson sprays painting the air. 2 figures moved into the space with a fluid, terrifying grace, one fair, the other with darker features. They moved with the economical precision of seasoned professionals, a living example of the adage that smooth, controlled motion is the fastest and deadliest of all. Their rolling gait spoke of endless hours on a firing range. They advanced, delivering precise, final shots to the still forms on the carpet until all movement ceased. Then, as one, they turned their attention to Jack. He yanked Lisanne behind him, putting his own body between her and the muzzles, now pointing their way. The men held compact submachine guns with obvious expertise, but their hair and clothing were dripping wet, leaving dark puddles on the floor. Jack's mind raced, utterly baffled by the incongruous detail. The lead shooter, his complexion darker, studied Jack for a long moment before speaking to his partner. "Hey, you getting a serious sense of déjà-vu here? This guy looks familiar." "Familiar how?" the second man asked, his weapon steady. "We haven't met," Jack said, carefully raising his hands. "Not formally, no," the first man replied, a ghost of a smile on his face. "You were a little preoccupied at the time. Getting yourself nailed to a piece of timber tends to be a distraction." "No kidding," the second man breathed, his eyes widening. "This is that guy?" "You don't forget your first crucifixion," the first man said dryly, his gaze never leaving Jack. That was some next-level insanity. Heard that a time or two, Jack said, slowly lowering his hands as the immediate threat seemed to dial back a notch. Lisanne looked between them, utterly lost. You know each other? Not exactly, Jack said, his voice tight. But I get the feeling we've got some stories to swap. Agreed. The first man nodded. We need to talk, somewhere quiet. We're currently avoiding some attention. Avoiding is putting it mildly, Jack observed. It's a long story, the man shrugged. You'll fit right in around here, Isabel said, finally stepping forward from where she'd been pressed against the wall. Minutes later, the five of them were crammed into a rising elevator, the metallic smell of blood replaced by stale elevator air. Names had been hastily exchanged. Carrie and Jadbud explanations were waiting for a safer moment. So, how do you guys know each other? Isabel pressed again, her voice echoing in the small space. It's complicated, Jack said, watching the floor numbers climb with impatience. Not really, Carrie countered. Jad and I were on a surveillance job, watching a doomsday cult camp in the Syrian desert, when this lunatic, he jerked a thumb at Jack, decided to audition for the role of a martyr. Audition? He got the part? Jad chimed in, his eyes gleaming. Those fanatics drove at least one nail home before we could intervene. Lisanne stared at Jack, her face pale. You were actually nailed to a cross? You told me about Syria, but you skipped that chapter. He didn't mention my contribution either, Jad asked, feigning offense. He turned to Isabel, whose mouth was agape. And before you ask, no, I didn't shoot him. I removed 3 armed cultists from a distance of about 900 yards with a tricky crosswind. It was a good day at the office. Don't let him romanticize it, Carrie grumbled. The wind was manageable, and it was barely 800 meters. See, jealousy, Jad said, his grin returning. But you have to admit your boy here wasn't making it easy. He wasn't just playing the victim. Jack shifted uncomfortably. I was a little occupied. Occupied? Jad laughed. Man, after we took out the shooters, this crazy bastard got up. He went after the head zealot with the very hammer they were going to use on him. I'm telling you, it was the most unorthodox extraction I've ever had to cover. You should have seen the way they, Lisanne began. But Carrie cut her off. They get the idea, he said. Jack interrupted them both as the elevator doors slid open. Our floor, he announced, pushing out into the hallway with the urgency of a point man leading a raid. At that moment, confined in that metal box, Jack would have preferred facing almost any threat over another second of that awkward silence. His unease wasn't really about old memories of Syria resurfacing. It was about the bizarre reality of his current team. When he'd pitched Clark on leading an operation, he hadn't pictured this: 2 Green Berets, a civilian with questionable contacts, and a fellow operative missing both hands. They were a far cry from a championship squad. He was grateful for Carrie and Jad, sure, but 2 Americans shooting Korean police in a public spectacle created a whole new set of headaches, especially with the sirens now screaming closer. Jack was done trusting anyone in a Korean uniform until he figured out who was really pulling the strings. The cell network was dead again, which is why they were here across Lisanne's satellite phone from her room. His plan was to either lay low in the hotel until things cooled off, or slip out onto the streets of Seoul. But first he needed a line of communication that didn't rely on local network. The rest of the group filed out behind him, and the narrow hallway instantly felt claustrophobic with all 5 of them crammed in. Lisanne's room would be even tighter. Get your phone, Jack told her. We'll watch the elevators. I thought we were bunkering down here, Lisanne asked. Change of plans, Jack said, shaking his head. I don't like all of us trapped in one room. Feels like a last stand. Plus, we need a clear line of sight to the sky for the sat phone. Take Isabel with you. Lisanne nodded, and for once Isabel didn't put up a fight. Maybe she was starting to come around, or maybe she was just exhausted. Right now, Jack would take either. The 2 women hurried down the hall while Carrie and Jad took up positions. one watching the elevator bank, the other covering the stairwell door. "So, what agency are you with exactly?" Carrie asked, not looking away from the elevator. "I didn't say," Jack replied. "I know," Carrie said. "That was me being polite. What my team sergeant means," Jad added, "is that our last experience with a CIO officer was less than ideal." "The guy was a lying snake," Carrie clarified. "As I said," Jad repeated, "less than ideal." Jack couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not CI." "Then who?" Carrie pressed. "Technically, we don't exist," Jack said. "Shocker," Carrie snorted. "Next you'll tell me the Easter Bunny's a fraud." "Hold on," Jad said, turning slightly. "Did you just say 'got it'?" Lisanne called out, sprinting back with a satellite phone in hand, Isabel right behind her. "Thank goodness," Jack breathed. "Who do you guys work for?" Carrie asked Lisanne. "I think they're CIO," Isabel offered. "Technically, we don't exist," Lisanne echoed with a faint smile. Both elevator indicators chimed, and Jack watched the numbers descend toward the lobby. Someone was summoning them. "As fascinating as this chat has been," Jack said, "I believe that's our signal to take the stairs." 15 grueling, sweat-soaked minutes later, Jack pushed open the service door and stepped onto the roof. The iconic Seoul skyline shimmered in the distance, but the roof itself was utterly mundane, just a flat expanse of gray pea gravel, with the single door behind him as the only way in or out. The rooftop was dominated by bulky air conditioning units, leaving only a small open area near the access door. About 50 square meters of worn concrete served as an unofficial break spot for hotel staff. Judging by the cluster of cigarette butts beside a couple of rusted pool chairs, Jack hoped no one would decide to take a smoke break right now. "Anybody getting a cell signal?" he asked, extending the antenna on the iridium satellite phone Lisanne had handed him. While he knew the device could connect, it lacked the sophisticated encryption Gavin had built into their smartphones. To Jack, it looked like a relic from 20 years ago, a clunky flip phone where texting was a tedious chore. There would be no accessing the specialized security applications his team usually relied on. Before powering up the iridium, he wanted to confirm that no other communication method was available. 4 grim head shakes gave him his answer. It was this or nothing. Jack dialed and held the handset to his ear, mentally preparing for what he expected to be a very different conversation with Mr. Clark than their last. That call had ended with Jack feeling confident, having clearly outlined his progress and successfully argued for operational control. He had a feeling this one wouldn't go as smoothly. "Tenu?" Jack said, surprised. "Hey, Jack." "Yeah, it's me. Where's Lisanne?" "Right here next to me. Hold on." Jack switched the phone to speaker mode. "Can you still hear me?" "Loud and clear." "Where are you?" "On a hotel rooftop." "Interesting choice," Ding replied. "Should I ask why, or do you want to just give me the summary?" "I'll fill you in," Jack said. "But you're on speaker. Besides Lesson and me, there are 2 Green Berets and the local contact who's willing to help. You might want to get Mr. Clark on the line. This situation is complicated." "Can't do that, kid." "Clark gave me my own orders. He said when you called, I was the one to handle it." Several things about Ding's response stood out to Jack. First, Mr. Clark had simply assumed Jack would be calling for assistance. The fact that his boss was right only made the situation more frustrating. But wounded pride was a luxury he couldn't afford right now. If the anonymous tip was accurate, another major attack was imminent at the port of Busan. On top of that, he and his team were holed up in a hotel, potentially wanted by the Korean National Police. The phrase "under the gun" had never felt more literal. It was time to set his ego aside and ask for the help he needed, something he seemed to be doing a lot lately. Maybe that was part of leadership. "All right," Jack began. "Here's the quick version. I need to get to the port of Busan within 4 hours to prevent another attack, one that could be as devastating as the bombing this morning. I'm currently hiding on the roof of a luxury hotel, avoiding the Korean National Police, who may or may not want to question me about a shooting involving several men who may or may not have been officers. Also, Seoul is under a state of emergency. All cellular and Wi-Fi networks are shut down, and the police have checkpoints set up for both pedestrian and vehicle traffic. Wow, Junior. Is that everything? Jack paused. Not quite, he admitted. I could also use gear for 3 shooters. 4, Li Zhang corrected. Okay, maybe 4, Jack amended. And 2 of them are snipers, so if you could include some long-range rifles, that would be ideal. Carrie and I would prefer SCAR heavy rifles fitted with Sigtango 6T optics, one of the Green Berets stated. Along with an M151 spotting scope, the other added. Jack braced himself for Ding's reaction. Aside from that, I believe we're ready to go. Ding's voice came back dry. That wasn't actually a question needing an answer. Good night, Jack. I have a feeling we'll be arriving after the party's already started. Arriving where? Jack asked, confused. So, you requested backup from Mr. C. Midas, Adar, and I are en route on the Gulf Stream, loaded with gear, but we're looking at another 12 hours in the air. I have some influence, but I can't bend time. Let me see what strings I can pull. Carrie moved closer to the phone. Apologies for cutting in, but how much influence are we talking? Who is this? Ding inquired. Master Sergeant Carrie Marks, 5th Special Forces Group. Sir, I have a possible exit strategy for this rooftop, but it requires authorization beyond my pay grade. Give me the details, Carrie, Ding replied. If there's one resource this organization has in abundance, it's people with the right stripes on their shoulders. An artificial roar of thunder shook the concrete and glass canyons surrounding the towering hotel. Jack's attention was fixed on the shuttering metal door to the roof stairwell, calculating how much longer their improvised blockade would hold against the persistent assault from the other side. Then the thunderous noise seemed to envelop them from all directions. What is that? Isabel asked, her voice tense. The soundtrack of liberation, Carrie stated. Or our funeral dirge, Jad added with a grim smile. Frankly, those two can sound pretty similar. You two should take this comedy routine on tour, Jack said, leaning cautiously over the parapet to look down. That's what I keep telling him, Jad replied, nodding toward Carrie, but he claims we already work together too much as it is. Over here, Lisanne yelled, her shout barely audible over the growing din. Jack spun around just as 2 matte black helicopters shot up over the building's edge. They executed a sharp, aggressive dip, planting their landing skids perfectly in the center of the hotel's open rooftop. The violent rotor wash sent a patio chair cartwheeling through the air until it smashed against the access door with a crash. Those Night Stalker pilots are a unique breed, Chad remarked, watching the scene unfold. But you can't deny they understand dramatic timing. The helicopters reminded Jack of the classic aircraft from that old Magnum P.I. show. But these were a far cry from television props. These were Army Mass 6 Little Birds, operated by the legendary 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. Painted a sinister dark gray, they flew, with their doors removed. Their bulbous fuselages were studded with sensor arrays, antennae, and an assortment of other specialized modifications. The most recognizable feature, however, were the bench seats bolted to the exterior, just behind the pilot. The internet was full of iconic images of heavily armed operators riding those very benches into combat zones. Now it was Jack's turn for the experience. You two take the trailing aircraft, Jack instructed the Green Berets, pointing. We'll board the lead bird, Carrie responded with a thumbs up, words being useless against the scream of the turbines. Lisanne gave a quick nod and moved toward the first helicopter. Isabel, however, hung back. I'm supposed to get in that thing, she shouted, her face pale. I have a serious issue with helicopters. Suit yourself, Jack yelled back. You're welcome to stay right here. At that moment the stairwell door exploded inward, and a wave of agitated Korean police officers surged onto the roof. Their expressions left little room for negotiation. On second thought, Isabel declared, helicopters are growing on me. She scrambled into the open cabin beside Lisanne. Jack hauled himself onto the external bench seat behind the pilot. "Go, go," he shouted, pounding his palm against the helicopter's skin. The gesture felt absurd, but without a comms headset, it was his only option. He secured his safety harness, then reached out to tap the pilot's shoulder, thinking the command had been missed. He was mistaken. With a sudden surge of power that felt like standing in a hurricane, the agile little bird leaped into the sky. A torrent of wind ripped at Jack's clothing and hair, blasting him with stinging particles of dust and debris. The violent ascent left his stomach somewhere far below on the rooftop. Jack initially wondered if the pilots were just showing off, but the muzzle flashes from the police weapons told a different story. The moment the little bird's skids cleared the roof's edge, the pilot pitched the MASS 6 into a near Voda dive. Jack had barely a heartbeat to regret not tightening his lap belt before the pilot pulled out of the free fall, leveling the helicopter roughly 50 feet above the street. Suddenly he was staring directly at an office worker in a neighboring building. As they shot past at over 100 knots, the man in the cubicle gave a slow, bewildered wave. Jad had been correct. Night stalkers were indeed a unique breed. "We've got an issue," the pilot shouted, his voice fighting against the roar of the wind and engine. Jack wasn't shocked. That phrase could have been the tagline for this entire mission. Still, having two 160th helicopters available to snatch his improvised team from a Seoul skyscraper was nothing short of a miracle. Much like Carey and Jad's Oda team, the 160th was also running urban training exercises in Seoul. In fact, Triple Nickel had been scheduled for a joint exercise with these Army aviators the very next evening. Carey had passed the SATCOM frequency for the 16th's Tactical Operations Center today. From there, it was just about convincing the Night Stalkers to swap a training flight for a real-world mission, which, let's be honest, probably wasn't a tough sell. Pilots endured the regiment's brutal selection process for the same reason SEAL candidates suffer through BUDS. They want to operate with the best. As Carey predicted, once someone with sufficient authority made the request, these premier aviators were more than eager to put their skills to actual use. The flight from Seoul to Busan was about 2 hours. Not enough time to dawdle, but plenty to get on the ground, speak to the mysterious contact, and draft a plan. Unless, of course, the helicopters decided to quit. "What's wrong?" Jack yelled back. "Mechanical problem," the pilot articulated clearly. "We need to set down." Jack nodded as if his approval mattered, knowing perfectly well he had no say in the decision. His experience with helicopters and their pilots, while not extensive, taught him that rotary wing aviators were a distinct group. Unlike an airplane, which genuinely wants to stay airborne, a helicopter, if left unattended, would happily spin itself into the ground. Helicopter pilots tended to be well notably independent. Jack figured this mindset came from spending countless hours commanding a machine that seemed perpetually intent on killing them. In this instance, the pilot appeared to be in cahoots with the homicidal aircraft. One moment the little bird was flying steady and straight. The next it was plunging toward the earth like a thrown spear. Jack gripped his lap belt as a sudden updraft jolted the small helicopter, the field below expanding alarmingly fast. As with most aviation experiences, riding on the external bench looked far more thrilling in theory than it felt in practice. The relentless battering from the wind and the occasional insect impact convinced Jack that the interior of the aircraft was vastly preferable, especially when the ground was accelerating upward. With a final chuff of the rotor blades, the pilot touched down with a surprisingly gentle landing. Maybe that rapid descent hadn't been a controlled crash after all. The engine noise faded and the blades began to slow. Or maybe it had been. "Shots, the situation?" Jack asked. "We're losing transmission fluid," the pilot said, pointing a gloved finger toward the rotor assembly. "Very bad things happen when the big fan stops turning." "Can you repair it?" The pilot shook his head. "A crew chief will have to assess it. Those guys are wizards with field repairs, but it depends on the extent of the damage. We likely took some fire during takeoff. A round probably nicked a line or punctured the fluid reservoir." We can't be certain until the maintenance crew gets here, the pilot explained. Jack pressed for a timeline. How long will that take? An hour, maybe a bit more, the pilot estimated. They'll have to gather the necessary parts and fly them out with a couple of mechanics. If it's a straightforward fix, swapping the part takes about an hour. Realistically, you're facing at least a 2-hour delay in the best scenario. And the worst-case scenario? Jack asked. Replacing the whole reservoir is a major headache, the pilot admitted. That could eat up most of the day. If they need to truck in specialized tools, it stretches even longer. The two helicopters sat on a gravelly stretch of land. To Jack's right, a slow-moving river curved past their makeshift landing zone. To his left, a patchwork of flooded rice fields stretched toward a narrow farm road in the distance. Jack figured they were on a kind of seasonal island dry now, but likely underwater when the river rose. He sincerely hoped that wasn't imminent. Regardless, the clock was ticking against him. He needed to reach Busan within 90 minutes. Getting airborne again was critical. He gestured to the second helicopter. What about that one? Is it operational? It is, the pilot confirmed, but not with your full team. How many can it carry? The pilot gave a non-committal shrug. Depends on Jeff's comfort level and how much gear you leave behind. The back seats are packed with enough Pelican cases to stock a small armory. Jack knew he was responsible for the helicopter's heavy load. His call to Ding had included a substantial equipment request. The campus's second-in-command had undoubtedly instructed the crew to bring every possible item. Unfastening his harness, Jack moved toward the trailing aircraft, with Lizan following close behind. I know what you're planning, Lizan stated. That makes one of us, Jack replied, attempting a light tone. You're leaving me here, she said, bypassing his humor entirely. Aren't you? Jack let out a breath. This was a conversation he'd hoped to sidestep. He assumed Clark and Ding were still deliberating. The reality was unavoidable. Lizan's injury had fundamentally changed her capacity within the campus. She had the use of only one arm, and despite what action films suggest, engaging in a firefight with a single hand is a severe disadvantage. Until this moment, everyone had carefully avoided addressing the implications of her condition, deferring the difficult decision about her operational future. This trip to South Korea was supposed to serve two purposes: allow Lizan to dip her cautious toe back into fieldwork, and let the leadership evaluate how her new physical reality impacted her effectiveness. Ding had described the mission as a simple milk run. That description no longer applied. Yes, I am, Jack said, turning to face the dark-haired woman. I'm sorry, Lizan. A storm of emotions swept across her feature Sanger, hurt and others he couldn't quite label. He understood completely. He'd feel the same in her shoes. But Jack wasn't in her shoes. I get it, Lizan said, her voice thick with resignation. I really do. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. I wouldn't like it either, Jack agreed. But what I want doesn't really alter the situation, does it? He stopped walking so suddenly that Lizan bumped into his chest. The contact wasn't unpleasant. She took a step back, her eyes lifting to meet his. Jack's throat tightened, his mouth going dry. For a perilous second, he felt utterly lost in the depth of her gaze. I know this is neither the time nor the place, Jack said, the words tumbling out in a rush. But you need to hear this. What you want changes everything for me. It changes absolutely everything. Lizan studied his face in silence for a long moment. Then she reached up and gently ran a finger along his jawline. This is exactly the right time and place, she whispered. Rising onto her toes, she let her lips graze his cheek. This discussion isn't finished, Jack Ryan. You come back in one piece so we can have it. Yes, ma'am, Jack said, a broad, almost silly grin spreading across his face. Lizan's smile told him the moment wasn't as awkward as he feared. Her expression soon grew solemn, and Jack felt a familiar knot in his stomach, scrambling for something meaningful to say. Once more, she spared him the trouble. Later, she whispered, her finger gently touching his lips to silence him. We'll talk later. Then she was gone, leaving him with only the roar of the helicopter. "Hey, you getting in or what?" the pilot yelled over the idling engine. "On my way," Jack called back, breaking into a sprint toward the little bird. For the first time he could remember, every part of him wanted to shout a different answer, to turn and run after her instead. Port of Busan, South Korea. The building was an unremarkable, boxy structure of dull brown brick, tucked into a remote corner of a quiet military post. It looked like a forgotten warehouse, devoid of signs or windows, its only notable feature a perimeter crowned with barbed wire. To most citizens of Busan, this bland exterior was a deliberate disguise. They knew it was a laboratory, one dedicated to biological weapons research. For years, American and South Korean officials had insisted the work inside was harmless and secure. The people of Busan remained unconvinced. They saw not a sleepy outpost, but a high-security facility strategically placed on a peninsula, surrounded on 3 sides by water and on the 4th by layers of razor wire. Their skepticism turned to outrage when the U.S. government had to admit a live biological agent had once been accidentally shipped to the site. The revelation that potentially lethal research was happening less than a kilometer from local schools, on the edge of a city of 3.5 million, ignited a firestorm. The citizens voiced their fury in a very Korean way, massive, organized protests at the gates of Pier 8. Though the crowds had shrunk over time, the underlying anger had not cooled. At least twice a month, a group of residents would gather, mostly peaceful, holding placards aloft. The protest organizers had even started posting the schedule on a public Facebook page for the whole city to see. Another demonstration was due to start very soon. "Ready?" Min-jun asked. Kwang-ho completed his final pre-flight check and gave a sharp nod. "Send it," Min-jun ordered. With a high-pitched whir, the drone shot into the sky. It was a commercial model, readily available and manufactured in China, equipped with a sensor suited to zoom low-light vision infrared that would have been science fiction a decade ago. But Min-jun hadn't chosen it for its cameras. He needed its lift capacity. Compact enough to fit in a backpack, it could still carry over 4 pounds, making it the perfect, if ironic, tool for this mission. His entire adult life had been building to this operation, a journey of thousands of miles through treacherous waters, past deceitful contacts and bribed police officers, and now his fate rested in the hands of a Chinese-made toy. He allowed himself a grim, sarcastic thought about the poetic justice of modern warfare being waged with store-bought gadgets. During planning, he had spent countless hours studying satellite imagery of the port, searching for the perfect staging area, a spot that balanced the drone's limited range against the dire risk of exposure. The next few minutes would be more dangerous than the violent currents that had claimed Gyeong. Everything was in motion. In the end, Min-jun had chosen to exploit the very geography that made the laboratory feel secure. Pier 8 was a rectangular landmass oriented along a southwest to northeast line, surrounded by harbor water on 3 sides. This allowed the facility's security to concentrate almost entirely on its landlocked northeastern border, which was precisely why the drone was now approaching from the opposite, southwestern direction over open water. The strategy, however, was fraught with peril. The aircraft was heavily laden, its weight pushing dangerously close to its maximum capacity. A failure in any one of its 4 engines would send both the drone and its critical cargo plunging into the dark sea below. Adding to the tension, the 2-kilometer stretch of ocean between the commandos and their target rendered the UAV invisible to the naked eye. To conceal its distinctive sound, Kwang-ho had programmed it to fly at an altitude of 200 meters, and he had disabled all its external position lights, turning the craft into a silent, nearly undetectable shadow against the night sky. For this overwater leg, the drone relied on its GPS, navigating autonomously. That luxury would vanish the moment it crossed over land. The target's precise coordinates were classified, scrubbed from all commercial satellite databases testament to the installation's importance. Anticipating this, Min Jun had drilled Kwang Ho relentlessly for this manual phase. The team's sniper had spent countless hours piloting an identical drone model under similar night conditions, preparing for the moment the GPS signal might drop or become unreliable. Min Jun's years of service had taught him one unshakable truth. Rigorous, realistic training made the actual operation feel, if not easy, at least familiar. So far, that principle was holding. GPS lock is solid, Kwang Ho reported, his voice tight. Crossing shoreline in 30 seconds. Min Jun watched his teammate, who was utterly absorbed by the deceptively small screen of his smartphone. They had forgone the drone's bulky, conspicuous controller with its forest of antennas and joysticks in favor of a streamlined smartphone app linked via Bluetooth to a satellite radio hidden in Kwang Ho's pack. The choice was a trade-off for operational secrecy, making the men look like hobbyists if spotted, but it meant Kwang Ho now had to guide the drone using only the grainy video feed and touchscreen controls on the 15 femtometer display, a notoriously difficult interface he had cursed through many practice crashes. Shoreline crossed. Kwang Ho hissed, the words squeezed through gritted teeth. Nearby, Chi Wan's shoulders stiffened, and Min Jun felt his own pulse quicken. The uneventful ocean transit was over. Now the mission's success rested entirely on the sniper's practiced, nimble fingers. A sudden, sharp intake of breath from Chi Wan broke the silence. "We have company," he murmured. Min Jun's eyes darted from the stark black-and-white infrared imagery on the phone to his sergeant's face, and a low curse escaped his lips. He had selected their observation post carefully, seeking a balance between maintaining a communication link with the drone and finding a location that offered both seclusion and plausible anonymity, a place just populated enough that 3 men wouldn't attract undue attention, yet remote enough to avoid prying eyes. The arrival of unexpected visitors threatened that delicate balance entirely. The selection process had proven challenging due to the conflicting nature of his 2 key requirements. The bustling harbor provided numerous spots that satisfied one condition, but never both. After dismissing everything from industrial yards to waterfront cafes, Min Jun finally discovered the ideal place through a random social media post about the port area. The Busan Harbor Bridge, an iconic landmark, provided a spectacular vantage point over the constant flow of maritime traffic. Its unique cable design and impressive evening illumination attracted sightseers around the clock. Crucially for Min Jun, the bridge sat southwest of Pier 8, a mere mile away in a straight line. Scrolling through photos, Min Jun's attention was caught by a curious circular formation created by a curving access ramp that connected a side road to the bridge. This structure was held aloft by concrete pillars framing a small grassy park below that was laced with pedestrian paths. Completely unfenced and accessible at all hours, the park, according to various online posts, was primarily a daytime destination, save for the odd dedicated angler, and, apparently, for whoever was now steering a Hyundai minivan into the gravel parking area. Min Jun observed as the van rolled to a halt. The engine cut off, followed by the distinct clunk of a door being unlocked. The driver stepped out, walked to the front of the vehicle, and propped open the hood. He then turned and locked eyes with Min Jun, holding the commando's gaze for an uncomfortably long beat before sliding back behind the wheel. The realization dawned on Min Jun. This park's convenient isolation likely appealed to a wider, shadier clientele than just his team. It was a sobering, almost ironic, though there they were on a covert operation, potentially sharing the space with local criminals. "What's your take?" Chi Wan whispered. "That guy's expecting company," Min Jun replied, "and he's playing the waiting game, too." "Should we introduce ourselves as his guests?" Chi Wan asked. Min Jun had been wrestling with the same dilemma. If his hunch was correct and the minivan driver was here for illicit purposes, the situation would turn volatiles the moment his associates showed up. People pick remote spots precisely because they don't want witnesses. Once those witnesses, like Min Jun and his team, are discovered, the newcomers would have to calculate how violently to reclaim their privacy. A calculation Min Jun was also making. For now his team held the advantages of numbers and surprise. The arrival of the minivan's friends would erase both edges, assuming, of course, he was interpreting the scene correctly. He shifted his focus back to Kwang Ho, who was monitoring the UAV's live feed. The sniper had located the target building and was manually piloting the drone the final distance. As Min Jun watched, a sudden crosswind jolted the small aircraft, making the video shudder as the quadcopter veered dangerously close to a bristling cluster of rooftop antennas. Kwang Ho inhaled sharply, expertly navigating the drone and its delicate payload past the sharp, protruding metal. That heart-stopping near miss solidified Min Jun's choice. As tempting as it was to confront the lone driver now, he would do nothing to break Kwang Ho's concentration until the drone was safely delivered. Patience, however frustrating, was the only prudent strategy, and then another vehicle entered the lot. It was a sizable SUV, a four-door with a hatchback and deeply tinted windows. Its paint was a nondescript dark shade. The model wasn't the latest, but it was well kept, lacking the typical scratches and minor dents seen on many local cars. It was the perfect kind of vehicle roadworthy enough to be unremarkable, yet forgettable enough to avoid drawing a second glance. The ideal transport for moving contraband. A cold drizzle began to fall, speckling the windshield and adding a layer of grim atmosphere to the standoff. Now what? Chi-Won pressed, his voice tense. We keep waiting, Min Jun stated firmly. Kwang Ho is almost finished. Whether this situation escalated further was entirely in their hands. The team sergeant offered a brief nod of acknowledgement before returning his attention to the jack positioned beside a tire that was, in fact, perfectly fine. He had parked the vehicle strategically, turning the side with the supposed flat toward the open ocean, shielding their activities from unwanted observation. As he worked, he kept a watchful eye over the bumper. Min Jun crouched down to assist, his mind already racing through backup options. Gun-related incidents were uncommon in South Korea, which suggested Min Jun and his team were likely better equipped than anyone else in the vicinity. Then again, maybe not, considering the park's location near the port and the presence of two large vehicles. Min Jun suspected the newcomers were involved in smuggling illegal goods, most likely narcotics. South Korea enforced harsh penalties for drug offenses, including capital punishment for major traffickers. Individuals willing to risk execution rarely concerned themselves with firearm regulations, and weapons could be smuggled into the country just as easily as drugs. There were also practical matters to consider if another buyer fight became unavoidable. Traffic on the bridge above was light, but they were inching closer to Busan's evening rush. Though the park was secluded, its position right on the water's edge posed a problem. The flash from a pistol would be stark against the dark sea, and the sound would travel far over the open water. If he could manage it, Min Jun preferred to leave this place without any more violence. I'm in position, Kwang Ho reported over the comms. The package is secure. What's the play for the drone? That was the critical question. The original plan called for Kwang Ho to pilot the drone back for recovery, but the unexpected visitors made that impossible. Min Jun wanted no trace left behind, nothing for the occupants of those vehicles to remember. The drone needed to vanish. Can you scuttle it? Min Jun asked. Kwang Ho gave a firm nod. I can set a GPS coordinate several miles out to sea and put it into a holding pattern until the batteries die. But there's a chance it could float if the impact is soft. A high-speed dive into the ocean would be more definitive. Make it happen, Min Jun ordered, then turned to Chi-Won. Start packing up. We're moving out. The team sergeant acknowledged the command and began collecting the jack and the spare. Min Jun risked a glance around the bumper just as four men emerged from the sun. They had the unmistakable look of career criminals' muscular frames, sharply undercut hairstyles, and forearms covered in intricate tattoos. The driver from the minivan joined them, and the whole group began advancing toward Min Jun's location. This was not a social call. Scuttle it now, Kwang Ho, Min Jun said urgently. We're out of time. The team's sniper looked up from his phone, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the approaching men. "Understood," Kwang Ho replied, his fingers dancing across the screen. With a resigned exhale, he slipped the device into his pocket. "It's done." That statement should have marked the successful end of months of meticulous planning. Min Jun expected to feel a wave of relief, but it never came. All he could focus on was how easily everything could still unravel because of these approaching thugs. "Do we engage?" Chi-Won whispered. The stocky sergeant remained crouched by the tire, the disassembled jack at his feet. Min Jun understood his teammate's dilemma. Once Chi-Won stood up with the equipment, he would lose quick access to the weapon holstered at his back. Moreover, the cover provided by the wheel well was a tactical advantage if a shootout became unavoidable. "Stow the gear," Min Jun instructed, his voice low but firm. "They don't want a fight any more than we do. Let's not give them a reason to start one." Min Jun could see the disapproval in Ki-Woon's eyes, but the seasoned commando nodded in compliance anyway. With decades of experience in special operations, Chi-Woon knew all too well the lethal cost of hesitation. Right or wrong, his team leader had made a call. Chi-Won would follow it. The stocky man at the head of the group was the first to speak, his voice a low rumble. "What's going on here?" His tight shirt strained against a physique built for intimidation. "Just a flat tire," Min Jun replied, his tone level and direct, meeting the man's stare without flinching. He was aware of Chi-Won moving behind him, the older commando calmly placing the jack and wrench back into the trunk with a casualness that was almost theatrical. To anyone else he might have looked like a distracted mechanic, but Min Jun read the subtle shift in his sergeant's posture, the way his body angled to shield his right hand, a silent preparation for the pistol hidden at his waist. On the other side of the sedan, Kwang Ho emerged, his own hands out of sight behind the car's frame. The sniper's presence was a quiet counterweight, all coiled readiness without a hint of aggression. It was a universal language of the streets, understood by predators everywhere. Show no fear, offer no easy target. The lead thug smirked, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a detailed tattoo snaking around his bicep and shot her a walking advertisement of his affiliation. Min Jun's extensive training on South Korean society had covered such marker. In the shadows where he was expected to operate, knowing the difference between petty thieves and established syndicates could mean the difference between a clean escape and a messy confrontation. The ink was a resume, and this man had just presented his. "We had a blowout on the road," Min Jun stated plainly, squaring his own shoulders in a mirror of the thug's stance. He was balancing on a knife's edge, projecting enough confidence to give the man pause, yet leaving him a path to walk away with his pride intact. It was a delicate, dangerous dance. "Check the car," the stocky man ordered, jerking his chin toward a lanky subordinate with a receding hairline. The man stepped forward, fists tight. Chi-Won's eyes flipped to Min Jun, a silent request for instruction. "Let him look," Min Jun said. The sergeant moved aside, and the thin man shoved past to peer into the trunk. "Just some tools," the man announced, his head popping back up. "Tire stuff." The lead thug seemed to relax, but his companion wasn't finished. A sly, almost gleeful look crossed his face. "Hold on. If they're fixing a flat, where's the bad tire?" he asked, his voice dripping with mock curiosity. The air shifted. Min Jun felt the last sliver of hope vanish as he saw the understanding click in the gang leader's eyes. The pretense was over. The moment of decision had passed, and the path forward was now brutally clear. Min Jun gave a sharp nod to Chi-Won. In response, the team sergeant delivered a brutal strike to the thin man's side, the force originating from his core and channeling through his shoulder. The gangster doubled over with a choked, guttural sound. Chi-Won cut the noise short by slamming the car's trunk lid down on the man's skull. Seeing Kwang Ho also move for his weapon, Min Jun drew his own pistol. This was the critical instant that distinguished a professional from street-level muscle. As the remaining thugs clumsily reached for their own guns, Minjun's was already free and seeking a target. He focused the pistol's short front sight on the center of the nearest gangster's chest, settling it within the rear sight's notch. His trigger pull was steady and controlled. The shot rang out. He fired again. His first target dropped. Shifting his aim left, Minjun found his next. Amid the surrounding turmoil, a strange calm settled over him. The earlier hesitation was gone, replaced by the cold procedural clarity of a close-quarters engagement, a scenario drilled into him for years. His training took over. A second opponent fell. He swept his sightline across the area, but the immediate threat was neutralized. In mere seconds, they had turned the tables on a larger force. They were exceptionally skilled, yet they were not perfect. A wet, ragged cough came from Minjun's left. He turned and cursed under his breath. Chi-Wan was teetering, held upright only by sheer stubbornness. One hand gripped the trunk's edge, the other was clamped over his chest, failing to contain the spreading stain of red. "I've got you," Minjun said, moving toward him, but the older commando shook his head and took a stumbling step back. "I'm finished," the veteran stated, his voice rough. He swayed, then slowly sank to his knees. "Give me one of their guns, then go." "Absolutely not," Minjun shot back, anger tightening his throat. "Yes," Chi-Wan insisted, the word a breathy whisper. "Don't disrespect me by wasting this. We've come a long way together, farther than I ever expected. I'll die having done my job. For a soldier, that's enough." Minjun wanted to argue, but he knew the truth. Blood speckled Chi-Wan's lips, and a trickle of it escaped the corner of his mouth. The wound was clearly catastrophic. Even with a top surgeon in a fully equipped hospital, his chances would be slim. Minjun had neither. He hauled the dazed thin man from the trunk, stripped the pistol from his waistband, and shoved him aside. He then placed the weapon in his mentor's weakening hands. "You'll need to steady it for me," Chi-Wan rasped. "There isn't much time." Minjun, unable to speak, simply nodded. He placed his own hand over Chi-Wan's, feeling the cool metal beneath their combined grip. He helped guide the barrel and apply the final pressure. The gunshot was deafening in the quiet that had followed the fight, its echo skipping over the nearby water. The thin man's body jerked once and was still. Chi-Wan, his eyes now shut, seemed to sense the task was done. He gave one last, shallow sigh. Then he was gone. Minjun let the body settle onto the salt-crusted pavement, fighting the instinct to pose it with more dignity. Chi-Wan had one last part to play in this charade. With any luck, the authorities would write this off as a violent falling out among criminals. Catching Kwang Ho's gaze, Minjun gestured sharply toward their vehicle, a new and heavy silence hanging between them. The air inside the cramped Yono-class submarine had grown thick and stale, the dehumidifiers having failed over an hour prior. Captain Sok Ko of the Korean People's Navy drew a breath through his mouth, the taste metallic and foul. Condensation now beaded on the curved ceiling, dripping in heavy, sporadic drops. Ko was already drenched, his uniform a map of dark patches from sweat and spilled tea, so the artificial rain was merely a background annoyance. As long as the moisture wasn't seawater breaching the hull, he could endure it. "Captain, I have a contact." A voice cut through the hum of machinery. "Provide range and bearing," Ko replied, his tone deliberately flat, masking the surge of relief. Maintaining composure was critical in such confined quarter. The entire vessel was just over 65 feet long and narrower than a standard city alley. Most passenger vans offered more space. In this pressurized tube, every man was hyper-aware of his neighbor's breathing and movements, a pressure felt most acutely by the captain. Ko set the emotional weather for his crew. If he showed anxiety, it would spread like a current. He had to project the calm of a routine patrol, even though this mission was anything but. Bearing 285, range 1,000 yards. Engine signature correlates with the target profile. "Understood," Ko said, his heart hammering against his ribs. He shifted to peer over the sonar operator's shoulder, watching the jagged lines of the acoustic signature scroll across the display. The submarine's Spartan interior belied its sophisticated system. Its battery technology, sourced through clandestine channels, utilized stolen designs from a Western automotive giant. The passive sonar array was a refined copy of a Russian system, itself born from leaked American research. While the United States still held the technological edge, rivals had become proficient at narrowing the divide through theft and espionage. The Navy's procurement officers, however, had shown little interest in innovations for crew comfort. So, while the mini-sub possessed sensors and a nearly silent drive system that would not be out of place on a modern Western boat, the living conditions echoed those of a bygone era. Submariners were a peculiar breed, Coe mused. His entire career had been a duel with the ocean's crushing depths and the hunters who patrolled them. He would always choose capable sensors over a comfortable bunk, though the last half-day had sorely tested that philosophy. Now, seeing the confirmed signature on the screen, every discomfort faded to insignificance. Their target was entering the harbor. The distant flash of red and blue lights pulsed against the night. "What's your assessment?" Kwang Ho asked, his voice low. Min Jun studied the glow, weighing his response carefully. His personal thoughts and his duty as commander were in conflict. The sniper had borne the strain of their journey well, but every man has his limit. When they had first boarded this tiny steel tube days ago, Min Jun had been brutally clear. This was a one-way trip. Either their brothers in arms to the north would succeed in their grand task, opening a path for a triumphant link-up with advancing armored columns, or he and his team would face capture and a certain swift end. The uncertainty was a heavier burden than the dank air, a silent passenger on their desperate voyage. Min Jun had met the gaze of every commander when he made it clear there would be no secret path home. Still, no amount of preparation can truly steel a man for the instant he understands his life is about to end. The cascade of flashing lights pulsing through the twilight suggested that moment was fast approaching for both Min Jun and Kwang Ho. "Get ready," Min Jun said, tearing his eyes from the red and blue strobes to focus on the road winding toward Pier 8. "The trigger event is imminent." Imminent was a hopeful word. If his time in special operations had taught Min Jun anything, it was that plans rarely survived first contact. This held especially true for missions requiring split-second timing, and the one unfolding was a masterpiece of complexity. As the leader, Min Jun was acutely aware of the dozen delicate pieces that had to click into place for success. Kwang Ho was not. Min Jun usually believed knowledge boosted morale, so he kept his team informed. Not tonight. The younger operative was already reeling from losing two of their own. Revealing the full tangled web of the operation might shatter his focus entirely. "What exactly is the trigger?" Kwang Ho asked, his spotting scope fixed on the pier. "Watch the road," Min Jun replied. "You'll recognize it when it happens." They had repositioned across the bay, their car tucked into a dockworkers' parking lot crammed with hundreds of vehicles. To the east, Min Jun could barely discern the laboratory building where they'd landed the drone, while the police lights continued their silent dance to the southeast. The illuminated arches of the Busan Harbor Bridge seemed to connect the dots of the operation, even though their actual target lay about a kilometer beyond its northwestern edge. But Min Jun hadn't chosen this spot for the view of the bridge or the target. His interest was fixed on the four main shipping channels that flowed from the harbor's mouth, passed under the bridge, and ended at the international terminal. More precisely, he was watching the ships moving through them. As he observed, a tanker flying the U.S. flag glided beneath the bridge and began a slow turn north. Min Jun raised his binoculars, scanning the vessel's hull for a name. He panned along the waterline, searching for the large block letters that would confirm his hunch. He found nothing. The moment he located a string of English text, his view was abruptly blocked. The blurred image was useless. Lowering the binoculars, Min Jun peered over the rims and let out a low curse. The thing ruining his sightline was another boat, and not just any boat. The word police, emblazoned in English and Korean, left no room for doubt. As if to erase any lingering questions, the light bar on its roof ignited, casting frantic red and blue reflections across the dark water. Harbor security. "Do you think they're here for us?" Kwang Ho whispered, the earlier bravado in his voice now gone, replaced by a tension that made the air in the car feel thin. Minjun doubted it. Busan Harbor was South Korea's busiest port, a chaotic hub of legitimate trade and shadowy deals. His team had faced more than their fair share of bad luck already, but in a port handling over 100 vessels daily, other troubles were always simmering, like the drug runners they'd stumbled upon earlier. The trick to staying alive in a place like this was to note every potential threat, without letting it paralyze you. He took a slow breath, the smell of salt and diesel seeping into the car, and forced his shoulders to relax. "Keep moving," he told himself. "Just keep moving." The patrol boat was cruising through the shallow water just 100 yards from where he and Kwang Ho were hidden, but Minjun was about to argue that didn't mean they were the target. Before he could speak, a blinding xenon searchlight 15,000 lumens strong sliced through the darkness and flooded the interior of his car. The beam came directly from the patrol boat. Private First Class Kelsey Smith watched the crowd gathering outside the front gate of Pier 8 and swallowed hard. His anxiety wasn't really about the size of the protest, though the group of men, women, and children was sizable. No, the real problem was the massive pinch of Skoal tobacco tucked in his lip, a direct violation of his squad leader's orders. In the fuzzy logic common to Army privates, Kelsey had decided that getting caught sleepy on guard duty would be worse than getting busted for dipping. His roommate, Private First Class Johan van Leerup, had driven the point home after being caught napping by Sergeant Chad Stover. Johan had spent his entire shift running wind sprints as punishment. Seeing his battle buddy drenched in sweat was all the motivation Kelsey needed. His plan had been simple: discreetly spit the tobacco juice into the bushes lining the gate. A great plan until about 200 noisy demonstrators showed up and planted themselves right in front of those very bushes. Now Kelsey was forced to swallow the bitter juice, praying his stomach wouldn't revolt and humiliate him further. He made a mental note to give Johan an earful about this when his fellowmere relieved him in 6 hours, seeming he hadn't decorated his freshly polished boots by then. "What's all this about?" The question came from Private Shannon Way, who was sharing the guard duty. Technically he outranked her, but rank among privates was pretty flexible. Besides, Shannon's auburn hair, fair skin, and green eyes made standing guard with her a highlight of his week. He hadn't worked up the nerve to ask her out for coffee yet, but maybe today would be the day if his stomach would just settle down. "The locals protest out here every few weeks," Kelsey said, sounding every bit the seasoned soldier who'd been in the country a whole 2 months longer than she had. "Why do they do it?" Shannon asked. Kelsey shrugged. "Never really asked, but I think it's about that lab." "What lab?" Shannon pressed. Kelsey nodded toward the restricted area. "Yeah, there's some kind of secret weapons lab down by the harbor. Rumor is they work with anthrax and other nasty stuff." He delivered this with the confidence of an insider, though his only source was Private Van Leerup. Jean had heard it from a guy in another platoon, who heard it from a corporal, who swore the scientists there were developing a gas that could turn soldiers into zombies. Not wanting to scare Shannon, Kelsey stuck with the anthrax story. Truth was, he had no idea what really went on in that bland building behind the triple coils of concertina wire. The whole sector was off limits. He might have written off Johan's tale as nonsense if he hadn't seen a vague article about the facility in the Stars and Stripes. The paper didn't mention zombies or anthrax, of course, but Kelsey figured the military press would never tell the whole truth anyway. Kelsey felt a strange sense of pride about the whispers surrounding the mystery lab. He was no longer just another P-checking IDs at some remote outpost in a forgotten corner of South Korea. Absolutely not. Private First Class Kelsey Smith was personally safeguarding the most critical research facility in America's entire offensive bioweapons initiative. The fact that no such program actually existed meant little to Private Smith, or to the demonstrators for that matter. Each had a role to play, and each was intent on playing it. The crowd ambled aimlessly for a few minutes, giving Kelsey just enough time for a quick trip behind the low brick gatehouse. With a skilled motion he cleared the tobacco from his lip, unconcerned that the damp brown wad landed on the pristine concrete instead of the grass. In his personal ranking of transgressions, Kelsey decided that abandoning his post for the extra time needed to find a more discreet spot was a far greater sin than marring the white pavement with a dried tobacco remnant. With any luck, the blame could be shared with the previous guard detail. Sergeant Stover had nicknamed them the Hillbilly Pair, since both privates were from Kentucky, and the two farm boys dipped tobacco as if they'd been born with a pinch in their cheeks. Kelsey had already absorbed punishment meant for them at least once. Payback seemed only fair. But his musings about the inventive discipline Sergeant Stover might deliver quickly vanished as the crowd transformed from a loose gathering into an organized protest, spurred by several agitators now wielding bullhorns. While Kelsey couldn't decipher the shouted commands, the effect was unmistakable. One moment the crowd was drifting listlessly on the far side of the two-lane road leading to the guard shack. The next they had fused into a single entity. Signs were handed out, people fell into formation, and then the chanting began. American, go home. No chemical weapon. No chemical weapons. What's your take? Shannon asked, her earlier sharpness replaced by clear anxiety. As long as they stay on their side of the road, they can chant until they're blue in the face, Kelsey replied with a feigned casualness he didn't truly feel. It's a free country. Is it, though? Shannon countered. What? A free country? I was under the impression South Korea had a military government running things. Honestly, Shannon, I have no idea, Kelsey said. I'm just saying it's their nation. They can do whatever they please, as long as they do it over there. Kelsey believed this was a reasonable stance, regardless of what form of government the South Korean people lived under. The sole flaw in Kelsey's freshly declared policy was that the crowd no longer appeared satisfied demonstrating over there. Responding to another order bellowed from the small man with the bullhorn, the mass of bodies surged over the double yellow line, moving directly toward the guard shack and its two unprepared privates. What do we do now? Shannon said, her voice trembling as her hand went to the 9mm Sig Sauer pistol on her belt. Not a clue, Kelsey admitted, grabbing the phone mounted on a guard station wall. But I'm betting Sergeant Stover has a few thoughts on the matter. Maybe Sergeant Stover wasn't such a terrible guy after all. Fusen, South Korea. Jack Ryan detected the port of Busan well before it came into view. The crisp air was thick with the smell of salt water and rotting fish, underpinned by the persistent tang of diesel exhaust. He had persuaded the Little Bird pilots to head into the harbor area, arguing that the port facilities presented the most promising target, but even Jack was beginning to doubt what, if anything, they would discover. The aviators from the 160th were doing everything possible to remain undetected, in every sense of the word. With the national lockdown in Seoul and the crippling of the cell network and associated Wi-Fi, all civilian air traffic was currently grounded due to the state of emergency. The sudden eerie quiet over the city, broken only by the thrum of their own rotors, felt more ominous than any threat they had yet faced. The small helicopter flew dark, its transponder silent and its exterior lights extinguished. The Night Stalker crew operated this way by design, a shadow in the night sky. Jack knew their low-altitude, terrain-hugging flight path likely kept them off any radar screens, but his anxiety wasn't just about avoiding South Korean detection. He felt like a marionette, his strings pulled by an unseen hand. The identity and true purpose of the mysterious caller remained a blank, and with every passing mile, the weight of his decision to come here grew heavier. Busan Port, straight ahead. 5 miles out, the pilot's voice crackled in his headset. Copy, Jack replied, pressing the transmit button. After his rushed goodbyes to Lisanne and Isabel, he'd used the flight time to gear up and coordinate with the two Green Berets. Jack, seated on the right side behind the pilot, wore a comms headset to link with both the cockpit and the soldier. For balance in the cramped Little Bird, a helicopter that lived up to its name of two commandos were positioned on the left bench. Following Ding Chavez's instructions, they had raided the Pelican cases supplied by 160th SOAR crew and were now fully kitted. Both men boarded laden with Scar-air rifles, loaded chest rigs, sidearms, and a small arsenal of other gear that seemed to embody the Special Forces mantra, "You can never have too much firepower." Jack, for his part, had settled for an MP5K submachine gun fitted with a red dot sight. It wasn't personally zeroed, but he trusted its military standard 50-meter calibration would suffice for any close work. The longer shots, if they came, could be left to the snipers. If I ever even figure out who we're supposed to be shooting at, he thought grimly. "Sir," the lead pilot cut in, "what's the play once we hit the port? We've stayed hidden so far, but our cover ends at the waterline. This is the biggest harbor in South Korea, one of the busiest on the planet. A single black helicopter isn't exactly subtle." Jack had been wrestling with the same problem. As the Little Bird cleared the last ridge, the sprawling port complex unfolded beneath them, a vast plain of light and shadow. Approaching from the east, they were already over the dense urban fringe surrounding the harbor. A sea of illumination glowed below, outlining apartments, warehouses, and factories. To the north, the rhythmic pulse of the Gimli International Airport beacon was just visible, each flash a stark reminder of the precarious reality he was navigating. They were inserting into heavily populated space at a time of national tension. Surprise was the last thing anyone needed. Yet here they were, about to deliver exactly that. "Understood," Jack said. "Take us out over the water. Stay east of the bridge, but gain some altitude. I need a better look at the layout." "Can do," the pilot responded. "But we get one, maybe 2 orbits. Any more and we'll have unwanted guests. A lot of them." 2 orbits it is, Jack confirmed, checking his watch. "If nothing pops by then, we're gone." The mystery woman was due to call in under 2 minutes. If she didn't, this whole risky midnight joyride would be for nothing. "Copy that," the pilot responded, the unspoken question hanging in the air. "Run to where?" Jack had no solution. Captain Coe kept his tone level, a deliberate calm for his team as much as for himself. Confirm distance to the target. Their small submersible had slipped into the harbor earlier that day, shadowing a massive cargo ship's churning wake. To evade the dense network of listening devices guarding the port, Coe had intercepted the tanker over 25 miles out, 4 hours before it lumbered into dock at a steady 16 miles per hour. In open waters, he'd maintained a wide berth, but as the ship turned into the channel, he'd closed the gap to under 100 yards. To any sensor, the two vessels blended into a single sound profile. The tactic was effective, but it pushed his helmsman to the limit. The sailor was drenched, his seat surrounded by dark sweat stains. Yet he performed flawlessly. As the freighter entered port, the minisub flooded its tanks and settled silently onto the harbor's sandy bottom. Then the long vigil began. For hours the focus shifted to the sonar operator, who analyzed every propeller whir and engine rumble, watching for their quarry and the feared approach of a South Korean warship. While resting on the seabed, the sub was nearly silent, but one variable loomed large daylight. Their hiding spot in a shallow depression was ideal, but the harbor was only about 50 feet deep. Coe was reasonably confident they were invisible, but certainty was a luxury in his world. For submariners, detection usually meant a fatal acoustic give-away a squeal of metal or a dropped tool. Here Coe feared the sky. A patrolling P-3 Orion anti-sub aircraft might spot a shadow below, or even a civilian drone pilot could get lucky under the right conditions. In the sub's cramped, shadowy control room, Coe had watched the clock, tracking the sun's arc and imagining what it might expose. Only at dusk, when the light finally faded, did the tightness in his chest ease. Now, as the mission commenced, the familiar tension coiled at the base of his skull. 1 kilometer and closing, the sonar tech whispered, the words barely audible. Coe's vessel wasn't a traditional attack sub bristling with torpedoes. It was a stealthy Yono-class platform built for sabotage and intelligence. It carried a single defensive torpedo tube, but that wasn't the weapon he planned to use. "Prepare the device," Coe ordered, his voice betraying a slight edge, despite his effort to sound steady. A captain needed to project calm, but any submariner whose pulse didn't quicken before an attack wasn't fully human. Device is powered. Self-test is green. Standing by for target parameters. The weapons officer's report was sharp and efficient, but delivered a beat too fast. This was real. They were crossing a threshold. "Input the target data," Coe commanded. "Aye, Captain. Inputting data now." In another example of unconventional Chinese engineering, this munition was neither a standard torpedo nor a simple mine. True to the sub's clandestine nature, it functioned more like an underwater drone, a silent, creeping vehicle designed to glide across the harbor floor at a barely perceptible speed, latch onto its target, and then erupt. The drone's advanced targeting suite featured a passive sonar system designed to pick out a single, specific acoustic pattern from the chaotic noise of a busy port. This capability was the reason the small submarine's sonar and weapon stations were digitally integrated. With a few keystrokes, the weapons officer uploaded the target's unique sonic profile into the drone's computer. Captain Coe leaned in, his eyes shifting between the jagged waveforms on the weapons console and the matching readout from the sonar operator. To Coe, the lines looked like meaningless modern art, but a captain was expected to oversee such critical steps. "Target's signature verified," the technician reported. "Weapon is ready." Now running on its own limited battery, the drone was autonomous. Coe still double-checked the final range and bearing. Unlike a standard torpedo, this weapon lacked blistering speed. Its attack profile called for it to swim out on an intercept course, positioning itself ahead and across the path of the oncoming cargo ship. It would then turn, running directly toward the freighter until the inevitable collision. The planned intercept point was at the very edge of the drone's operational range, a tactic meant to give the mini-submarine the maximum possible time to escape. Coe, however, had a different idea. Returning to base safely, but having failed in the mission, was a hollow victory. He checked the digital clock on the bulkhead and made his call. "Mark a 30-second delay," Coe ordered. 30 seconds. "Aye," the torpedo officer acknowledged. The first officer standing behind the helmsman met Coe's gaze briefly. No words were exchanged. Submariners, especially those who crewed these compact vessels, were a fiercely self-reliant breed, but a captain's command during combat was absolute. The TO's silent look posed the question. Coe's steady stare provided the answer. Nothing more needed to be said. This half-minute wait would bring the engagement much closer, well inside the drone's effective range, and providing a crucial safety margin in case the target ship altered course. But this tactical advantage was purchased with the crew's safety. The explosion would now happen much nearer, meaning enemy patrol boats would swarm the area far sooner, drastically cutting their window for a clean getaway. So be it. Command was not a job for the faint of heart. The red timer digits descended with agonizing slowness as the blip on the tactical screen crept closer. Finally, the countdown hit 0. "Fire the weapon," Coe said. "Firing weapon, aye." The officer's fingers danced across the console. A status indicator shifted from red to green. "Weapon is away." There was no violent rush of compressed air. Instead, the drone simply detached from the submarine's hull and began its quiet journey, its nearly silent electric drive pushing it toward the intercept point at 20 knots. "Impact in 90 seconds, the weapons tech announced. "Shall we break station, Captain?" the first officer asked. Coe looked from his O to the tactical display. His original plan had been an immediate retreat upon launch. Now he reconsidered. Their vessel was silent, but the noise of dislodging from the harbor floor might be detected by sensitive listening gear. The smart play was to wait and use the chaos of the detonation as cover for their escape. "We break station after impact," Coe decided. "Understood," the SO replied, already conferring with the helmsman on their escape course and speed. Frank Anderson stood on the open walkway outside the bridge, several stories above the dark water, holding a warm mug of coffee from the Mural City Coffee Company. Though his family was back in Ohio, Frank's heart belonged to the sea. Had found his first job on a ship at 19 and never really looked back. Over 3 decades, he'd tried to make his long absences easier by settling his wife and daughters near relatives, but he knew it was a tough life for them. Had questioned his career more than once. While friends on land never missed a school play or a birthday dinner, Frank was more often gone than home. His world was one of dials and gauges monitoring the pulse of the massive container ship he commanded. Had taken countless satellite calls with his wife at her breaking point or his daughters crying, separated by thousands of miles where all he could do was listen. Video calls had made the distance slightly easier, but a screen could never replace a real hug. Had tried to leave the sea a few times, but it never stuck. Within a month, his wife would gently nudge him back toward the harbor. Some men were built for offices. Frank was built for the ocean. He felt that certainty most strongly in moments like this one. The past few days had brought rough, unseasonable weather squall that battered the ship with rain and waves. It wasn't dangerous enough to reroute, but it was a nuisance. The galley had even closed during the worst of it, forcing Frank to dig into his private stash of beef jerky and pistachios. Now, though, all that was forgotten. The night was clear, the stars blazing in a way you only see far from shore, and the ship was gliding toward port on water as smooth as polished glass. Officially, he was on duty and should have been inside the bridge. Officially. But captains earned certain privileges, like standing on the balcony with salt air on his face, good coffee in hand, and a calm sea below. He took one last deep breath, ready to head back in, when something made him freeze. There was a shape in the water. For just a second, the harbor's ambient light caught the still surface at the perfect angle, revealing something dark and angular moving just beneath. A cold dread washed over him, sudden and unexplained. Harbors this size often had debris, but this object's sharp lines and deliberate motion felt wrong. He couldn't pinpoint why. Then it hit him. His ship's bow wave, even at this slow speed, pushed a powerful current through the water enough to shove any floating object aside. The shape he saw should have been drifting away from the hull with that current. It wasn't. That meant only one thing. It was under its own power. Frank turned and grabbed for the hatch to the bridge. He didn't know what order he'd give once he got to his station, but that didn't matter now. Frank's instincts, honed by years at sea, screamed that he needed to be on the bridge. He had learned to trust that inner voice. A deep vibration shuddered through the steel frame as he grabbed the hatch handle. His first thought was that they'd hit bottom, but then the ship began to slow. Something had jammed the propeller. "Sias!" Frank barked, throwing open the hatch and stepping onto the bridge. "Engine RPMs went off the charts," the officer on watch reported. "We cut the transmission, but the surge was so violent we might have sheared the drive shaft." "Rudder's dead," the helmsman added. "I've got nothing." Frank keyed the intercom. "Engineering. This is the bridge. Report." "Bridge engineering. Both main engines are down. RPMs spiked before the emergency clutch kicked in. Number 1 engine is toast. We likely have damage to the engine and the transmission." "Copy that," Frank said. "But I need you to get the least damaged engine back online. I have no steerage and the rudder is dead." "Understood, Captain." "Stand by." Frank clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to rush his chief engineer, Jeff Davis. Jeff was a pro. He knew the stakes of a drifting ship in a crowded harbor. He was already moving as fast as possible. Pushing him wouldn't help. At least, that's what logic said. But Frank's gut was churning. The massive Busan bridge was filling the windshield, growing larger by the second. If he didn't regain control, it would be a disaster. Bringing number 2 online now, Jeff's voice crackled. The deck trembled as the diesel engine roared to life, delivering its immense power. Almost instantly, the expected rumble twisted into a piercing metallic scream as the engine revved uncontrollably. If the drive system wasn't broken before, it certainly was now. Frank reached to kill the engines, but Jeff was faster. Engines disengaged. Sorry, Captain, but the drive shaft must be snapped. There's no load on the transmission at all. Frank heard the words, but his mind was elsewhere. Jeff's explanation made perfect sense, and under normal circumstances Frank would have agreed with his precise assessment. But these weren't normal circumstances. He had seen a dark shape cutting through the water just before everything went wrong. Bridge, Roger. Stand by, Frank replied. He dropped the microphone, letting the coiled cord catch it, and moved to the bridge's aft door. Stepping out onto the observation platform, he traded the stale, coffee-scented air for the sharp salt breeze. He gripped the railing and looked down. His heart seemed to stop. The entire stern section of his ship was simply gone. "Sir, you might want to see this." The pilot's voice pulled Jack's focus from the silent phone in his hand. "What is it?" Jack asked. "Not sure if it's what you're after," the pilot said, "but there's some serious commotion in the middle of the harbor. I'll swing us around so you can get a look." The helicopter pivoted and a blistering headwind slammed into Jack's face. He shielded his eyes with his hand, squinting through the gusts. At first, his watering eyes made everything a blur. Then the scene cleared. They had descended past the port's warehouses and were now skimming over the open water. The towering cables of the Busan Harbor Bridge dominated the view ahead, its silhouette oddly familiar, like a twin to a bridge he'd once run across during a training exercise in San Francisco. The comparison was a fleeting, absurd thought as he took in the chaos unfolding below. Jack's focus wasn't on the bridge itself, but on the disaster unfolding directly below it. A colossal container ship was foundering, its stern already tilting dangerously toward the open sea. Yet the vessel's perilous angle was almost an afterthought. For reasons he couldn't fathom, the massive freighter appeared utterly helpless against the current, being pushed inexorably toward the bridge's southwestern support pillar. As Jack watched, the ship's bow scraped against the structure's concrete skirt with a metallic scream that pierced even the helicopter's thunderous noise. The protective skirt seemed to be doing its job, shielding the main piling from a direct impact. For a fleeting second, Jack dared to hope the bridge might hold. That hope evaporated as the ship settled lower, a dark iridescent pool of fuel spreading from its torn hull like a bloodstain on the water. This is catastrophic. Jack's gaze snapped from the support to the ship's deck, where a crewman leaned over the aft rail, stared into the churning water, and then bolted back toward the bridge in a panic. An American flag mounted on the freighter cracked in the wind, its stripes pointing accusingly at the already scarred concrete. Barring a divine intervention, the relentless push of wind and tide would keep hammering the ship into the bridge until one of them broke. With a steady stream of commuter traffic inching across the span, Jack desperately willed the freighter to be the first to give way. "Should I take us in closer?" the pilot shouted over the intercom. Jack weighed the offer. The mysterious caller had been insistent. He reached the port of Busan to stop an attack. But surely this couldn't be what she meant. He felt utterly powerless, a spectator to a collision of titanic forces. A sickening thought took root. What if he was already too late? His phone vibrated in his hand. He plugged his headset into the device and answered. "Hello? Excellent," the familiar female voice purred. "You're both punctual and in the correct location. Two virtues I greatly admire." "Skip the pleasantries," Jack snapped, wincing as the freighter ground against the concrete again, opening a fresh wound in its steel side. "I did exactly what you said, and the attack is happening right in front of me. What are you talking about?" All pretense of cheer vanished from her voice. The freighter! It's crippled and about to take out the bridge. I'm here, but I'm too late." A long, heavy silence followed his outburst. When she spoke again, her words were sharp and cold. "You misunderstand. The situation is more layered than I anticipated. Their plan has more facets than even I realized." "Whose plan?" Jack demanded. "I will provide you with everything I know about the imminent attack as a gesture of goodwill," she said, her tone shifting to one of calculated negotiation. "Then I will call you back in precisely 1 hour to discuss terms." 1 hour, do you understand? What terms? What do you actually want? My guaranteed safety, she stated flatly, in exchange for my help in preventing a war. What war? Jack yelled, his exasperation boiling over. The one that is about to ignite across the Korean peninsula. Details later. First, you must stop the attack. What attack? Jack screamed into the phone. And then she told him. "What do we do now?" Kwang Ho whispered, his voice tight with fear. Min Jun didn't answer immediately. The patrol boat's blinding searchlight had turned the car's interior from a shadowy hideout into a stark interrogation room glare. The vessel was closing in. Shielding his eyes, Min Jun could see the shouted commands were coming from a loudspeaker mounted on the boat's cabin. Amid the chaos, he checked his watch out of pure habit. He had set a digital alarm for the precise moment of detonation, but he checked the time anyway. It was close, agonizingly close, but still a few minutes too early to trigger the sequence. The waiting was its own kind of torture. "You still have the active link to the device?" Min Jun asked, his own calm feeling like a lie. Kwang Ho confirmed, his eyes glued to his cell phone screen. The payload's designers, after a disappointing initial test, had insisted on installing this redundant communication feature. A wise precaution, Min Jun now thought, as the beam of light pinned them in place. The remote nature of the operation meant Kwang Ho and Min Jun had no direct line of sight to confirm their signal had been received. More critically, they couldn't be certain the radio link between the smartphone and the device was still active. To solve this, the engineers built in a simple heartbeat. Every 60 seconds, Kwang Ho's phone sent a brief pulse over the high-frequency band, and the device answered with its own. A green status light on the app meant the connection was solid. A red one meant it was time to rezunk. In a perfect world, this backup wouldn't be needed. Both units used satellite comms. But any field operator knows SATCOM is notoriously temperamental. A sudden storm, a dense building, or even solar interference could degrade or kill a signal in an instant. That's why Min Jun had vetoed any last-minute relocation. If that status light had flickered to red, he might have considered finding new cover from the relentless searchlight. But the steady green glow next to Kwang Ho's thumb told a different story. Their path ended here. The mission would be finished in this place, one way or another. "I'll create a diversion," Min Jun stated, placing his pistol on his thighs. "Activate the device precisely at the appointed time, not 1 second early. Then you get out of here." "Hold on," Kwang Ho interjected, his arms stretching over the center console. "Why not trigger it right now? What's 1 minute going to change?" "The difference is the unknown," Min Jun replied, his voice firm. "We have followed the plan this far. We do not improvise at the final moment. Activate on schedule." "Is that clear?" "Clear," Kwang Ho affirmed, though the phone trembled in his grip. "Stay focused," Min Jun said, offering a genuine weary smile. "We have accomplished the improbable. Tonight we deliver a strike for our nation. There is no higher calling." Kwang Ho gave a tight nod. He didn't speak, but the shaking in his hand subsided. After performing a final press check on his pistol, Min Jun shoved the car door open and burst into a full sprint. Just as anticipated, the blinding searchlight beams swung to track him, washing the area in a harsh white glow. He counted his strides as he ran, his breath coming in sharp gasps. Upon reaching 15, he pivoted, raised his pistol toward the blinding artificial sun, and fired. The rounds missed her, so he assumed, as the intense light forced him to squint. That was fine. Hitting the light itself was never the goal, even if it were possible at this range. He just needed to be a loud, obvious target. He succeeded spectacularly. A chaotic roar of gunfire answered his shots. Bullets cracked past his ears and sparked violently against nearby shipping containers. Ducking his head, Min Jun charged toward a rust-streaked container about 20 yards away. It offered no special tactical advantage. Its paint was peeling and its metal skin was pitted with age. But Min Jun's objectives had shifted dramatically in these final minutes. Personal survival was off the table. His fate was sealed. Now he was chasing a goal as old as warfare itself, to make his inevitable end matter. The container was just distant enough that reaching it would eat up precious seconds, and that was the whole point. His real adversary now was the clock. A searing impact, like a sledgehammer blow, struck his lower leg, causing him to stumble. Shock and adrenaline muted the immediate pain, but the message was unmistakable. His running was done. Min Jun slammed onto the grimy pavement, the impact jarring. The deep, insistent ache cut through the haze of adrenaline, confirming his worst fear. The bullet had found its mark. He forced himself to look at his leg and instantly regretted it. A jagged spike of white bone tore through his calf, a torrent of dark red blood soaking his uniform. Clenching his jaw, he managed to hunker down as more gunfire chewed up the ground around him, peppering the air with razor-sharp fragments. He had accepted death long ago, but the raw physical reality of it was a different beast entirely. A quick check of his watch told him the mission clock was still ticking. Moving with the automatic precision of a trained soldier, he dropped the spent magazine from his pistol and slammed a fresh one home. He raised the weapon in a two-handed grip, fighting to steady his aim against the tremors racking his battered body. I had always imagined his final moments would be filled with profound reflection on his life, his choices, the family he cherished. Instead, his mind was a blank slate, wiped clean by necessity. All that remained was the ingrained drill. Align the sights, control your breath, squeeze. The pistol cracked just as a burst of automatic fire punched into his torso, throwing him onto his back. Above him the night sky was a scatter of cold, distant stars. A fleeting image of his wife's gentle smile and his son's round face, perhaps gazing from their apartment window, crossed his mind. Then nothing. Seconds later, the watch on his lifeless wrist began its soft, insistent alarm. "What is that?" Shannon yelled, her voice strained. Kelsey tore his gaze from the seething mass of demonstrators for the first time since getting off the call with Sergeant Stover. The crowd hadn't rushed the checkpoint yet, but the mood had turned ugly.
Agitators with megaphones whipped up the chants, and the rhythmic thumping of protest signs against the metal barriers was growing more violent. Kelsey was green, but he wasn't blind. This was the simmering prelude to a full-blown riot. The tension was a live wire, and it was about to snap. "What?" Kelsey shouted back.
"That, above the roof." Kelsey followed her pointed finger and felt his throat go dry. A sickly, violet-hued plume was billowing from a structure next to the guard post. A gust of wind caught the strange smoke, sweeping it directly into the packed protesters. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Where the purple mist touched people, they began to choke and retch. A woman sank to her knees, hands clawing at her neck. The man beside her simply folded and dropped, his body going limp. "What are our orders?" Shannon demanded, her eyes wide. Kelsey stared, paralyzed, at the convulsing woman. Stover's directive had been unambiguous: hold position and maintain calm. But for the first time, his squad leader's authority felt abstract, miles away. Stover was 10 minutes by jeep, 20 on foot. People were dying now. As if to mock his hesitation, another figure collapsed, a teenage girl writhing on the asphalt. She looked about the same age as his little sister Thelma. The hypothetical became intolerable. What if it was Thelma gasping for air on that street? The answer ignited inside him, burning away his uncertainty. He would move. He would not just watch. "Get inside the building and wait for Sergeant Stover," Kelsey commanded, a new unyielding authority hardening his voice and finally defining the chain of command between them. "Keep the doors and windows shut. If you have a gas mask, put it on. Understand?" Shannon nodded, her blue eyes wide with fear. "Now go," Kelsey urged, gesturing toward the guard shack. Shannon gave a quick nod and sprinted away. Kelsey understood her terror completely. He wasn't some superhero, but he had served as a volunteer firefighter back in his hometown of Bellevue, Washington, before enlisting. He'd never faced a man intent on killing him, but he'd charged into the heart of raging infernos alongside his crew more than once. Until this moment, he'd believed he had a decent handle on fear. But this strange, purple-tinged menace changed everything. Charging into a burning building with your crew, geared up and adrenaline surging, was one thing. This was entirely different. Those lavender tendrils snaking through the crowd meant certain death. Kelsey was just as unprepared for this nightmare as the protesters were. It didn't matter. He hadn't joined the army to push papers. He'd told the recruiter he wanted to be where the action was. Time to prove it. Leaving the questionable safety of his post, Kelsey ran toward the chaos. He couldn't stop the source of the toxic cloud and could likely do little for those already caught in it. But he might prevent more people from being exposed. While the people nearest the gate were trying to flee, the sheer mass of the crowd packed further up the street trapped them. Kelsey needed to break up the gathering, but the chance of them listening to instructions in English over the Korean chants and the blaring bullhorns was zero. He had to get their attention now. Drawing a deep breath, Kelsey marched into the center of the bedlam. He didn't pretend to understand Korean culture, and his grasp of the language was pitiful, but he'd seen plenty of scared people. Besides a fire, there was really only one universal attention-getter. Drawing his Sing Sauer, Kelsey aimed the pistol skyward and fired. The sharp report echoed off the surrounding buildings. For a heartbeat, hundreds of faces turned toward him. Letting out his breath in a rush, Kelsey shouted the single Korean word he knew. "Wayamol! Danger!" Then he fired twice more into the air. Like spooked cattle, the crowd surged back down the street, clearing the area before the gate. Kelsey briefly wondered what old Sergeant Stover would say about this creative use of his sidearm. Then he decided he had far more pressing concerns. Like not dying. Even though Kelsey was holding his breath, the world was already starting to swim and tilt. He staggered to his right, desperately seeking a pocket of clean air. His legs gave out, sinking to the ground in a clumsy collapse. His final coherent thought was a fervent hope that Sergeant Stover had for once decided to take the wheel. "Head for Pier 8, Jack said, switching to the helicopter's intercom. "Say again?" the pilot responded. "Pier 8. It's the U.S. Facility on the northeast side of the harbor. What's the situation?" "A weapon of mass destruction. It's moments from being deployed against a crowd of protesters." The helicopter's nose dropped, and the engine's whine deepened as the pilot poured on the power. Jack hadn't been working with these Night Stalker pilots for long, but he'd already learned they knew when to ask for details and when to simply execute. Frankly, even if they had pressed for answers, Jack couldn't have provided them. After revealing the imminent attack, the mysterious woman had hung up abruptly. This marked the third time she had unilaterally set the rules of their strange partnership. Setting aside his irritation at these one-sided calls, Jack was convinced their timing and the irregular gaps between them were deliberate and meaningful. Jack knew he'd need to analyze the details later, but right now an attack was unfolding. "According to the map, that small land projection at our 1 o'clock is Pier 8, the pilot cut in, pulling Jack from his thoughts. "What exactly are we hunting for?" Jack hesitated. The frantic caller had dumped a flood of intel, her rushed speech and evasiveness making it clear she wasn't free to talk. Still, her warning was impossible to ignore. A North Korean commando team had planted a device on a rooftop in the Pier 8 area. Once activated, it would release an airborne version of the nerve agent favored by Pyongyang's assassins. "Boss, this is Jadine seeing something down there." The new voice jolted Jack. In the chaos, he'd nearly forgotten the 2 Green Berets seated across the helicopter. "Go ahead, Jack," Jack replied. "Copy that. We've got a protest crowd at the entrance to Pier 8. I count at least 6 people down, plus a cloud of seriously suspicious purple haze over." "I see the purple cloud," the pilot confirmed. "It's coming from the roof of the northeast building. Is that our target?" "It is now," Jack said. "Take us in, Roger. Winds are southwest at 5 to 10 knots. Well approach from upwind to avoid that nasty-looking plume." The pilot's tone was so casual they might have been debating the Ravens' playoff odds. 160th Aviators truly redefined calm under pressure. But cool pilots alone weren't enough. Jack needed to grasp the threat. He strained against his seatbelt, trying to lean around the cockpit for a better view, but between the buffeting wind and the helicopter's nose, he couldn't see a thing. He needed eyes on the target, and the Green Berets were perfectly positioned. "Jad, carry on one of you scope the source of that cloud and describe what you're seeing?" "I've got it," Jad answered. "There is a square object at the roof's edge, about the size of an array case. It's pumping out purple smoke." "This is Carey," the other soldier said. "Something feels off here. We sat through that lengthy WEM briefing before deploying to Syria, and nobody mentioned any agent or bioweapon that shows up as purple smoke. Explosive shells with blister agents sometimes give off yellow smoke, but it dissipates fast. This almost looks like someone wants that box to be noticed." Carey's observation sent a sharp alert through Jack's mind. The Green Beret was onto something, but the full picture still eluded him. "Can you confirm the purple haze is actually what's taking people down?" Jack pressed. "Or is the smoke just a distraction?" "Well, be over that building in about 30 seconds, the pilot interjected. "I need a plan before then." "Understood," Jack said. "Jad, Carey keep talking about the smoke. Like the boss said, Jad noted, all the casualties appear clustered around that purple haze." "Agreed," Carey added. "The agent could be coming from somewhere else, but the pattern of the bodies suggests otherwise. They're all oriented toward the building." "You've got several buses moving down the road toward the front gate," Jad reported. "Probably more protesters on the way." Protesters. The device's activation must have been timed to the demonstration, maybe set to coincide with its scheduled start. But the why didn't matter anymore. The device was live, and more lives were at stake. Unless someone acted. Unless Jack acted. "All right, pilots," Jack began, leaning forward in his seat. "That giant fan on top of our helicopter, it moves a lot of air, doesn't it?" "In the most basic sense, yes," the pilot replied. "Then let's put it to work." A couple of minutes later, Jack was guiding the helicopter into a position upwind of the target, going over the plan yet again. "So we create a wind barrier to push the smoke back," the pilot summarized, "while we take shots at the device to knock it off the roof," Jad added. "Where it should sink straight to the bottom," Carey finished. "That's the idea," Jack confirmed. "Any objections?" "Sounds like a long shot," the pilot admitted. "The good ones always do," Chad said with a shrug. Jack's voice turned grave. "Our other option is to watch more people die." The pilot let out a short laugh. "What the hell?" "It's been a quiet morning. I'm game." "Good," Jack said. "The snipers will follow your lead. Give the signal." As planned, the pilot swung the little bird into a wide descending arc. The rotors began a rhythmic, heavy thumping as they churned through the dense, moist air. The helicopter was positioned to give the snipers a clean broadside shot at the source of the purple mist. From his side of the aircraft, Jack couldn't see the device directly, but he could watch the effect of their rotor wash. The artificial gale slowed the haze's advance, forming a visible wall, but thin. Deadly tendrils of purple still snaked along the ground and down the building's sides, searching for a way around the aerial barrier. "This is about as stable as we can make it," the pilot said, his voice tight with concentration. "Any lower and we'll kick up ground vortices." Much of the pilot's quick aerodynamics lesson had been technical noise to Jack, but he grasped the core risk. Like water swirling around rocks in a stream, the helicopter's downdraft was chaotic. In a bad scenario, the surrounding structures could act like a ramp, launching the toxic cloud right back up at them. That was an outcome to avoid at all costs. Jack had told the pilots to trust their instincts, but err on the side of caution. Saving the protesters was the goal, but a crashed helicopter saved no one. "All right, Carrie," Jack said. "The stage is yours. On it," Jad replied. "Prepare for a little magic." The sniper's casual tone was a stark contrast to the lethal stakes. Both Green Berets had agreed Jack's plan of battering the dispenser off the ledge might work, but Jad had been blunt about the ugly alternative. A high-caliber round could puncture the box, scattering its contents, or even send it catapulting into the air. Carrie had countered with the suggestion, aim just in front of the device. The bullets would fragment against the stone roof, using the spray of metal and concrete to nudge it over the edge. "Let's do this," Carrie said. The commandos were armed with suppressed Scar Art rifles. The suppressors didn't hide the sonic crack of the rounds, but they drastically cut the muzzle blast. Over the roar of the engine, the beating rotors, and his own headset, Jack heard nothing of the sniper's work. The little bird shuddered and wobbled as the pilot fought to hold it steady in the turbulent air over the urban canyon. Each shift in the helicopter's nose gave Jack a fleeting view of the damaged freighter and a cluttered container yard on the harbor's west side, a mundane sight amidst the crisis. The listing freighter was consuming most of the harbor police's focus. While it hadn't yet gone under, it was sitting perilously low in the water, beginning a slow, sickening roll. Each lurch to starboard ground, its hull against the bridge support, sending a tortured shriek of steel on concrete across the bay. A swarm of patrol boats buzzed around it, desperately pulling crewmen to safety, but the ship's fate was sealed. It was only a matter of time before it rolled too far and vanished beneath the surface. Yet as grim as that spectacle was, Jack's attention was snagged by movement in the container yard. Even from a distance, he could see one patrol boat speeding along the shoreline, its roof-mounted searchlight sweeping a frantic beam across the stacks of containers. The light's jerky, searching pattern told Jack they were hunting someone. "It's working," Jad's voice cut into his thoughts. "The package is almost at the roof's edge." Jack was too fixated on the harbor drama to respond. A rapid series of sharp reports echoed over the water as a marksman on the patrol boat opened fire on the figure pinned in the blinding spotlight. The sudden, violent response was a stark reminder of their own precarious situation. With the entire port in chaos, their helicopter couldn't hover over a smoldering building forever without drawing the exact kind of attention they didn't want. "What's the status?" Jack tried to ask. What actually came out was a choked, drawn-out gasp, because the instant he keyed the mic, the helicopter plummeted from the sky in a stomach-dropping freefall. And it just kept falling. Kwang Ho watched, breath held, as his commander's broken body collapsed to the ground. Death was a professional hazard for a commando, but it was an abstract concept Kwang Ho, in his youthful sense of immortality, had rarely dwelled on. Besides, Min Jun and Ki Won weren't just his leaders. They were legends within the elite Kopov, veterans of southern operations, who would always return. If given the choice, he would have picked no one else. That was before this mission stripped away all illusions, revealing its brutal truth in visceral, unforgiving stages. First, Guyong was lost during the frantic escape from the Minizub. Then Shi-Won fell in the clash with the local criminals. Now Min Jun was gone, cut down by the puppet police. Kwang Ho was the last one standing. It wasn't the triumphant finale he'd imagined when they embarked, but it was an honorable end nonetheless. The price had been staggering, but the operation was a success. Min Jun's diversion had pulled the harbor police's gaze long enough for Kwang Ho to slip from the vehicle. He'd melted into the labyrinth of cargo containers, weaving through the narrow alleys until he was sure he wasn't followed. His first instinct was to hide among the rusting steel giants. Then a stubborn pride, sharpened by loss, overruled him. What if all this metal scrambled the signal or blocked his line of sight to the comms satellite? Too many had given too much for him to rely on chance now. With a grunt of effort, he scaled the side of a container and pulled himself onto its broad, flat roof. From this exposed perch, he activated the device right on schedule, a silent witness to Min Jun's final act. He stayed there, watching. They had secondary targets, but Kwang Ho, a lone shooter without spotters or security, knew his options were limited. His Type 88-2 rifle was still on his back, a familiar weight, but any notion of complex ambushes died with his team. For now, his part was done. With the harbor assault concluded, his next move was to reach out to another dormant unit for further order. Failing that, he would embrace the role of a saboteur, sowing disorder at every opportunity, until he was either eliminated or could rejoin his comrades during the Korean People's Army's triumphant entry into Seoul. Such was the stark reality for a commando. Yet, as Kwang Ho pressed against the cold, unyielding metal to witness the results of his work, he was met with the inconceivable defeat. It arrived in the shape of a small helicopter. His initial assumption was that the pilots would simply set down beside the device. A dark chuckle escaped him as he anticipated the inevitable. They did not. Instead, the aircraft hung in the air above the dispenser, its rotor wash driving the deadly vapor out over the water, while a team tried to shove the crate aside. This was unacceptable. Acting on pure instinct, Kwang Ho brought his rifle to his shoulder and peered down the barrel. He hesitated, knowing helicopters were notoriously resilient against small arms. Then he saw his opportunity, the open cabin doors. The machine itself had backups and armor to shrug off bullets. The men inside did not. Stabilizing his sight, he settled the crosshairs on that open doorway. He fired. The shot rang out, a round sparking off the fuselage just left of the pilot's head. Adjusting his aim slightly downward and to the right, he found the calm between heartbeats and squeezed the trigger once more. The pilot convulsed, a crimson spray fanning across the windshield. A savage smile spread across Kwang Ho's face as he fired again and again, until the helicopter began its fatal descent toward the rooftop. "Taking fire! We're taking fire!" The transmission was sharp with static, underscored by a wet, choking sound that meant nothing good. Jack lunged toward the pilot, who was slumping dangerously as the helicopter veered violently to the right, the force crushing Jack against his restraints. "Does anyone have eyes on the shooter?" Carey demanded. "I think I saw it," Jack replied, the last few seconds replaying in his mind. "Look to the cargo lot west of us." "Where that harbor patrol boat is poking around?" Carey asked. "Confirmed," Jack said. "Visual confirmed," a new voice cut in. "I have muzzle flashes at 11 o'clock. "I need right pedal," Carey said, his voice tight. "Our angle's no good for a return shot." In yet another display of the Night Stalker's unparalleled skill, the co-pilot executed a maneuver of breathtaking precision, spinning the little bird on its axis while gaining 50 feet of altitude. This cleared the dangerous purple cloud and presented the port side and the two Green Beret snipers squarely toward the cargo lot. "Target acquired," Carey stated flatly. "Engaging." The helicopter shuddered as more rounds impacted. "Shot went low," Chad reported. "Adjusting," Carey responded. Their voices were eerily calm, as if discussing a minor chore. Jack, however, couldn't afford to be a spectator. While the commandos had managed to push the haze dispenser toward the roof's edge, the job wasn't finished. Lethal smoke continued to pour from the unit, collecting at the building's foundation before creeping toward the crowd. To his horror, Jack saw 3 more buses arrive at the gates, adding a fresh wave of people to the chaos below. This was escalating from an attack to a potential slaughter. He wasn't a sniper who could expertly bank shots off the concrete, but he had to act. Raising his NP5, Jack settled the holographic sight's red dot squarely on the smoking container. Jack was squeezing the trigger when the helicopter lurched once more, throwing his aim off target. Cursing under his breath, he dragged the red reticle back onto the strange box and flicked the rifle's selector from semi to a 3-round burst. He fired. The rounds hammered the device, flipping it violently into the air, his heart hammering against his ribs. Jack watched the dispenser cartwheel upward, spewing a dense cloud of purple vapor. A sudden gust of wind caught it mid-flight, spinning it sideways before it plunged into the ocean with a heavy splash. Jack sighted on the bobbing container and fired 2 more bursts. The second volley did it. With one last gush of purple smoke, the box vanished beneath the churning waves. Got him, Carey announced. For a second, Jack thought the sniper was talking about the dispenser. Then he realized Curry meant the enemy gunman on the roof. Confirmed, Jad echoed. Shooter is down. Are we clear? The co-pilot shouted over the rotor wash. Russ needs a surgeon now. My end is clear, Jack called back. Let's get out of here before another welcoming committee shows up. As if to underscore the point, the harbor patrol boat peeled away from the pier, turning its bow toward them as it picked up speed across the water. Roger that, the co-pilot replied, dipping the MAS-6's nose. Brace yourselves. Do you need directions to a hospital? Jack asked, pulling his phone from his pocket. Negative, the co-pilot shot back. I've got a better option. Just help Russ. On it, Jack said, unbuckling and scrambling into the cabin. Get him into the back seat, Jad instructed. He'll assist. Is this over? Carey asked. Jack wanted to say yes, but the words stuck in his throat. His phone began to vibrate in his hand. Jack stared at the screen, desperately wishing for an excuse to ignore the call. Beside him, Jad and Carey were a frenzy of focused motion, working over the wounded pilot. While the Green Beret's combat medical skills were solid, Jack knew that what the aviator needed was far beyond field care. He'd taken at least 1 round to the chest. After a quick assessment of the grim wounds, Jack had strapped himself back onto the exterior bench to give the commandos space. They'd managed to stem the bleeding, but the pilot was fading fast, his skin pale and damp, his breathing rapid and shallow. If the co-pilot didn't find advanced help soon, the Night Stalker wasn't going to make it. The co-pilot clearly felt the same urgency. He had the little bird pitched forward, and from the straining whine of the engine, he was pushing the Allison turboshaft to its absolute limit. In terse updates, he explained the plan. Their 160th Detachment had been conducting naval integration training as part of their Korea rotation with the U.S. 7th Fleet. The Ticonderoga-class cruiser they'd been using for deck landings had a fully equipped trauma center and a naval surgeon on standby. That was their destination. This news did nothing to improve Jack's darkening mood. He couldn't help the commandos save the pilot, and he couldn't make the helicopter fly any faster. But he could demand answers from the woman who had sent them on this path. And he was done waiting. What? Jack snarled into the phone. Not exactly the warm welcome I was hoping for, the mystery woman replied, her voice calm. What did you expect? Jack shot back. A thank you card. Listen, Jack said, his anger erupting as he watched the commandos begin chest compressions on the pilot. The game's end now. You tell me who you are and how you know these things, or we're finished. People are dying here. And millions more will die, the woman said, utterly unfazed by his outburst. The attack on Busan was merely an opening act. You still don't grasp the scale of what is unfolding. Then enlighten me, Jack demanded, and skipped the dramatic, spy novel nonsense. Very well, she replied. A full-scale total war on the Korean peninsula is mere hours away. If you don't know, Jack cut her off, his voice flat with exhausted resolve. We are not doing this dance again. Identify yourself, or I'm ending this call. A warship's blurred silhouette emerged from the fog just ahead of the helicopter as the Green Berets redoubled their efforts. Jed was performing chest compressions on the unconscious pilot, while Carey delivered rescue breaths. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Jack, and the voice on the phone was the source. All right, the woman conceded. I'm placing my life in your hands. I hope you handle this with more care than my previous information." Jack swallowed a sharp retort. Too many had died already. A bitter remark would only fracture this fragile connection. She wasn't entirely wrong. He carried a share of the blame for the lives lost. "I'm listening," Jack stated. The helicopter flared sharply as the co-pilot brought the little bird down fast over the cruiser's stern. A deck crewman waved glowing batons, trying to guide them, but the Night Stalker pilot ignored the signals, setting the skids onto the rocking metal deck with a skill that impressed even a ground operator like Jack. Then again, landing on a cruiser's pad was probably routine for pilots who specialized in dropping commandos onto unstable rooftops in total darkness. It was a different matter when your fellow aviator was fighting for death in the seat behind you. "My name is Mezun Choi," the woman said, her composed tone a stark contrast to the bedlam around Jack. "Does that mean anything to you?" It did, but only because Lisan had made him study a campus-prepared briefing on Korea during their long flight to Seoul. Mezun held two unique distinctions among the Hermit Kingdom's 25 million souls. First, she was the Supreme Leader's full sister. Second, and more remarkably, she was still breathing. That second point couldn't be emphasized enough. The Choi family tree was notorious for sudden, violent trimming. Her assassinated half-brother was merely one example, and his fate, though brutal, was considered merciful compared to the punishments her brother Ha-guk typically administered. Jack suspected that mercy stemmed only from her half-brother having managed to flee North Korea. For those who remained within reach, the Supreme Leader had cultivated a repertoire of creative executions. Since taking power, he had incinerated critics alive, crushed them with construction equipment, and in one particularly grim display used dissidents as live targets for an anti-aircraft system designed to pierce armored helicopters. There hadn't been much left to recover afterward, so if this woman was genuine, her extreme caution was perfectly understandable. Merely speaking to a Westerner without authorization was a death sentence. If Ha-guk suspected his sister was conspiring with an American intelligence officer, her end would be drawn out and unspeakably cruel. "I know the name," Jack said. "How do I prove you're her?" "What would satisfy you?" the woman snapped, her patience thinning. "A photo of your face," Jack demanded. "Right now, hold your index and middle fingers under your nose." "This is a waste of time we don't have," she argued. "Exactly why I'm insisting," Jack countered, his voice hardening. "I followed your lead before, and people died. If you want this conversation to continue, prove your identity. Send the picture. Now." He heard a sharp intake of breath. For a moment, Jack expected her to refuse, and he was prepared to accept that. A team of Navy medics arrived at the helicopter's side, transferring the pilot's lifeless form to a stretcher. The two Green Berets continued CPR, but their expressions had shifted to grim acceptance. The Night Stalker was gone. "Fine," the woman spat, the word laced with venom. "But no more tests," agreed, Jack replied. The Navy medics seamlessly took over from Jad and Carey, maintaining their life-saving efforts as they guided the stretcher into the ship's medical bay. The commandos exchanged a brief, silent glance at the departing gurney before their attention settled on Jack. Their unspoken question hung in the air. What now? An excellent question indeed. Jack's phone buzzed. He tapped the image in his text thread, zooming in. A woman with a round face and pronounced cheekbones, appearing to be in her 40s, looked back at him. She held two fingers, index and middle, beside her nose. Scrolling through his files, Jack pulled up the campus intelligence brief on Korea, finding the photograph of the Supreme Leader's sister. "It was a match, I believe you," Jack said, returning the phone to his ear. "Tell me everything." She did. By the time she finished, Jack regretted hearing it. She was correct. People were still going to die. Millions of them. Tokong, North Korea, launching a successful coup, much like waging an insurgency, hinged on cultivating an aura of inevitability. The perception that the takeover was already a done deal, unstoppable. that those executing the coup had, in essence, already won. Resistance became pointless because there was nothing substantial left to oppose. This fragile thread was all that stood between triumph and disaster, or for Pak, between survival and a grim end. The general will see you now. Pog looked up from the phone he had been feigning to study and assessed the general's secretary as if noticing him for the first time. The secretary, missing an arm, wore his dress uniform with evident pride. Defying standard protocol, General Dae-jung Sen, commander of the Korean People's Army's Special Operations Force, a unit of 200,000 troops, did not employ young women as aides. His assistants were always former soft soldiers, typically those whose careers had been cut short by training or operational injury. General Sen was notoriously tough, yet fiercely loyal, a man who commanded deep devotion from his troops. This was precisely why Pak had journeyed to the 11th Corps headquarters in Toksha instead of summoning the general, as his own rank would typically allow. Pak also desired no record of the impending discussion. He knew that if Sen issued an order, his subordinates would carry their leader's secrets to the grave. But this was not a visit for pleading. "Do you know who I am?" Pak asked, his words cold and measured. "Yes," the orderly replied. "Good," Pak stated. "If you ever make me wait again, I will have your remaining arm removed and fed to the dogs while you observe." "Yes, comrade," the orderly said. The response was respectful, yet lacked the fear Pak had anticipated, another subtle reminder of the leverage he had surrendered by meeting in the general's domain. He could only hope his gamble would pay off. "Comrade Pak, you honor me with your presence." The man behind the austere desk spoke the expected pleasantries, but his tight expression betrayed their sincerity. Pak's instinct had been right. This conversation demanded a face-to-face encounter. "Not at all," Pak replied, treating the general's words as if they were genuine. "Some discussions are best held in person." "Of course," the general said, rising to his feet with a slight wince. "Will you join me for tea? My pot has gone cold, but I am sure my orderly has just prepared a fresh batch." "You are very kind," Pak said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. "But I would not wish to trouble him. Let us share cold tea together, as our forefathers did during the Fatherland Liberation War." The irony of the offer, a small test in itself, was not lost on him. The general offered a sharp nod and motioned toward the plain table in his office corner. Though Pak was certain the old soldier grasped the implication behind his historical reference, the general showed no sign of it. Instead, he crossed the room in 4 quick strides, his pace brisk and undeterred by his persistent limp. In the ruthless world of North Korea's power structure, General Dae-jung Sen stood apart. He hadn't climbed the ranks by trading favors or whispering in dark corridors. Sen possessed what so many in the elite circles lacked, genuine skill. Because of his leadership, the nation's Special Operations Forces had become a unit capable of executing high-risk missions into the South. Unlike the broader Korean People's Army, every operator under Sen's command was truly tested, each undergoing a final exercise that involved infiltration into South Korean territory. Their tasks were usually non-violent meeting contacts, gathering photographic intelligence, and learning the landscape of their potential future battlefield. After a week or so, these operatives would slip back north using hidden routes, or be retrieved by stealthy minisubs. While the direct intelligence gain was often minimal, the value lay elsewhere. By daring to operate on enemy soil, Sen's men earned deep respect, and their commander became a legend. Yet Sen had never leveraged that admiration for political gain. In another break from tradition, the soldier harbored no ambition beyond his current duty. His sole desire was to shape his men into perfect instruments of war. That is, until this moment. The general gestured for Pak to take a seat, pouring tea with formal courtesy. Only after Pak was settled did Sen lower himself into a neighboring chair. Pak, in turn, poured a cup for Sen as the general adjusted his position, a subtle move that obligated the soldier to offer the first toast. "To the Supreme Leader," Sen stated. Pak gave a nod and sipped the tepid liquid. It tasted like barley tea, though it was so faint it was hard to be sure. A man of Sen's status could have procured the finest black market leaves, yet here he was, drinking the same weak brew served in the enlisted mess hall. The myth, it seemed, was entirely real. "I assume your visit carries weight." Sen said, the words delivered as a flat declaration rather than a question. Pak treated them as such. "It does," Pak confirmed. He had assessed the man opposite him on many occasions, always reaching the same verdict. Sen was a patriot who would do right by the soldiers he treated as his own family. Pak still believed that, yet now his tongue felt heavy and clumsy. Every step he had taken so far could be explained away or denied. What came next could not. "Our country stands at a turning point," Pak said, carefully centering his teacup on the table before him. "You will be the one to decide which road we travel." "Me," Sen replied. Why? The limp that marked the general's gait was officially attributed to a training accident. That was partially true, but the full story from 8 years prior was far more raw. While overseeing a maritime drill, the engine of the hovercraft Kongbang II had violently exploded, trapping the vessel in fire. The cause was shoddy manufacturing, a frequent culprit behind the regime's catastrophic equipment failures. Stationed at the bow, Sen could have escaped unharmed. He did not. With total disregard for his own life, he charged into the blaze, pulling out one crewman after another. 5 soldiers died that day, but 6 others lived because of one man. General Sen. He did not emerge unscathed. A collapsing wall crushed his leg, leading to an amputation below the knee. In any ordinary military, Sen would have been honorably discharged with a pension and his nation's gratitude. The Korean People's Army, however, was not ordinary. Disasters of such scale could never be fully concealed. The shoddy construction and inferior materials common in North Korean manufacturing led to disasters that were impossible to conceal, casting a poor light on the regime. Typically, the Supreme Leader addressed such failures by executing survivors and reassigning any witnesses to guard duty and political re-education camps. This instance proved different. While General Sen had little interest in politics, he possessed a sharp political instinct. Before the state propaganda apparatus could even start, he issued his own statement lauding the nation's industrial strength. He claimed that only superior North Korean engineering had kept the vessel from sinking immediately, allowing the crew to escape. The real cause, he insisted, was contaminated fuel imported from China. The gambit succeeded. Sen lost his leg, but he saved the lives of his officers and crew. That his own life was also spared seemed an incidental benefit in the general's calculations. Sen had already been respected by his men, when stories spread of how he had led them through the fire and then shielded them from the regime's retaliation. His status became legendary. Pak observed the general closely, certain the Supreme Leader would eventually orchestrate Sen's downfall to eliminate a potential rival. Yet Sen proved fortunate. He avoided the fame his exploits brought, dedicating himself instead to training his special forces. He declined invitations to party gatherings and steered clear of palace intrigues, focusing quietly on his duties. Over several years, the sycophants and ambitious bureaucrats eventually ceased their attempts to undermine him. In the political arena, the military commander appeared to be a naive simpleton. Pak wasn't convinced. A man with the bravery to charge into a blazing wreck and the cleverness to protect his subordinates from the political fallout was no fool. Sen was a fox cleverly disguised as a harmless chicken. This was the theory upon which Pak was now staking his life, and the moment to test it had arrived. "You will choose the path," Pak said, "because the fate of your men and our nation rests on your decision." Sen's teacup halted halfway to his lips. His eyes narrowed, etching deeper lines into his weathered face. After a heavy silence, he set the cup down with exaggerated care, as if the porcelain might fracture. "Comrade Pak, Sen said, his words measured. I am a soldier, not a politician. Just an ordinary man. We both know that isn't accurate, Pak replied. Even if it once was, it is no longer. I am not a soldier, but my father was. He taught me that for all the planning before a battle, victory often goes to the warrior who sees a sudden opportunity and has the courage to seize it. Such an opportunity is before us now. Whether you sought it out is irrelevant. Speak directly, Sen said, his irritation now unconcealed. You know about the weapons test? Pak asked. He didn't need to specify which one. In a nation ruled by a single man's whims, only the test attended by the supreme leader mattered. Sen gave a slow, cautious nod. And the catastrophic failure that followed? Another guarded nod. I thought so, Pak said, leaning back. Concealing a disaster of that magnitude would challenge anyone. Here is what you have not heard. The Supreme Leader has been completely incapacitated for the past week. This time it was Sen who leaned back in his chair, his teacup forgotten. Pak agreed with the general on one point. The man would never be a skilled politician. A rapid sequence of emotions crossed the soldier's taut features. Confusion, doubt, dread, and finally the reaction Pak had hoped for a simmering anger. That is not possible, Sen stated, crossing his arms firmly over his chest. Why not? Pak countered. Because you were acting on direct orders from the Supreme Leader to launch the initial stage of Operation Dragonfire. Operation Dragonfire was a designation known to a very limited circle. It served as the foundation for a comprehensive military assault on South Korea. A handful of Special Operations Forces units would be deployed first as advance teams. The bulk of the Korean People's Army Special Operations Force would then follow in the second wave, entering South Korean territory through airborne, ground, and maritime routes. These initial teams were tasked with preparing the battlefield for the main force. Their objectives involved destructive sabotage, the elimination of key government figures, and a range of operations intended to erode public trust in the South Korean administration. Among these was a particular mission, conceived entirely by Pak himself, which, judging by the recent turmoil in Busan, had already been carried out with success. From Pak's viewpoint, the first phase had gone perfectly. The second phase of Dragonfire was far more expansive, mobilizing nearly the entire 200,000-strong Special Operations contingent. To completely overwhelm South Korean defenses, these remaining operatives would descend onto the southern peninsula, parachuting from antiquated An-2 Colt aircraft and skirting past coastal patrols, using a fleet of swift, nearly undetectable watercraft vessels not unlike the general's own unfortunate Kongbang-2 hovercraft. This secondary force would capitalize on the Pathfinder's achievements, creating the necessary openings for North Korea's conventional armored divisions to surge across the demilitarized zone and seize Seoul with speed. Dragonfire was an ambitious strategy, but it contained one critical flaw. Only a single individual held the authority to activate the next stage of the campaign, General Dae-jung Sen. General Sen met Pak's gaze with an unyielding stare, offering no reply. Pak understood the soldier's hesitation. Rushing into a roaring fire demanded bravery, but fire was a tangible enemy, something you could see, feel, and comprehend. The political labyrinth Sen now confronted was more like stepping blindfolded into a pit of coiled, striking snakes. Pak withdrew his phone, navigating through encrypted images in a hidden folder until he located the specific photograph he had commissioned a certain physician to take. "This is our Supreme Leader," Pak stated, pushing the phone across the table. As the Workers' Party newspaper beside him indicates, this image was captured earlier today. He has been completely incapacitated since the accident. He did not issue the commands you acted upon. Sen took the phone cautiously, as if handling broken glass. He studied the image, zooming in and scanning the details, trying to dispute the evidence before his eyes. With a heavy exhale, he placed the device back on the table. "How?" Sen asked. "Straightforward," Pak replied. After consolidating power, the Supreme Leader prepared a set of secret standing orders to be enacted in the event of his sudden demise, a dead man's switch, so to speak. Having risen through a coup himself, he lived in fear of being overthrown in a similar fashion. His incapacitation accidentally triggered Phase 1 of Dragonfire. The Supreme Leader's most profound desire was to witness the reunification of the peninsula within his lifetime. He was resolved to pursue this goal, even from beyond the grave. Regrettably, that outcome is now impossible. "What are you saying?" Sen pressed. Pak offered an exaggerated shrug. "His medical outlook is grim. I consulted with his lead physician this morning. The Supreme Leader's health is declining steadily. He is anticipated to join his forebears within the next 2 days." "You're certain of this?" Sen questioned. Park nodded. "I can arrange for you to interrogate his doctor personally, if you wish. But if I were in your position, I would speak to the man promptly." "The fight for succession has already started," Sen said, shaking his head in disbelief. "It began the moment after the accident," Park confirmed. "At this juncture, it is virtually guaranteed that the Supreme Leader's sister will assume control. She has never had any stomach for the looming conflict, and has on more than one occasion advised her brother against provoking the Americans. You are aware of this. She will pursue a settlement with the South, offering them recognition of her authority in return." "Even assuming you are right," Sen replied, "I fail to see how this concerns me." "That is precisely because you are a soldier, an honorable one." "And not a politician," Park stated. "Our Supreme Leader's sister understands the realities of power. To gain the puppet's backing, she must present them with an offering, a token of good faith." "My soldiers," Sen said, the blood draining from his features. "Precisely," Park confirmed. "She will solidify her rule by bargaining away the lives of your men. Her inaugural act upon seizing control will be to hand the Americans every detail regarding your Pathfinder teams in the South, their numbers, their positions, their objectives. Consult your plans, officer. I would wager the request for that information has already arrived from the Supreme Leader's office." Pak was certain of this request, as his own network had informed him the instant Mezun issued it. The sister, while erratic, served as Pak's contingency. Should his coup prevail, she became disposable. If it stumbled, she was the perfect culprit. As her half-brother's murder had shown, kinship with the Supreme Leader offered no protection from his rage. Allowing Mezun to live and granting her limited supervised chances to interfere was risky, but in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, merely drawing breath carried its own peril. Pak let the silence stretch, the gravity of his accusations settling in the room. Sen was a decent man, principled. Like all decent men, the general possessed a fatal flaw. His sense of honor, he would feel bound to choose the righteous path, regardless of the price. Pak thanked his own cynical stars that he was not burdened by such a weakness. "What would you have me do?" Sen asked, his voice hollow. "Those teetering on the edge of a shameful choice can often be steered toward a brave one, particularly when they realize it is the only path remaining," Pak said, his tone shifting from calculated to almost taunting. "Activate Dragon Fire's second wave. Immediately. Once your men strike their targets, we will have crossed the Rubicon. There will be no turning back from the course the Supreme Leader himself has charted." "And his sister?" "Political dilemmas require political remedies," Pak said dismissively. "Leave her to me. Give me your word you will initiate Phase 2. I will manage everything else." Sen studied Pak, his face a mask. For a protracted moment neither spoke. Then the general gave a single grin nod. "I will follow your instructions," Sen said, his voice regaining some strength. "Splendid," Park said, rising to his feet. "I shall leave you to your duty." "Wait," Sen said, standing as well. "Don't you wish to hear me issue the command?" "You are a man of honor," Park said, turning toward the door as I purport to be. "Such men are scarce. If we cannot place faith in one another, then the puppets have truly already prevailed." Without awaiting a reply, Pa exited the room. At least one thing he had told the general was truthful. Honorable men were indeed rare in life. But the cemeteries, he thought with a cold private smirk, were absolutely packed with them. Pohang, South Korea, you set up there, Lieutenant? Second Lieutenant Mike Reese glanced from his kneeboard to the string of alphanumeric codes displayed on the navigational page of the large multipurpose screen in his cramped cockpit. At least one of the route's waypoints had been incorrectly loaded from the data transfer cartridge he'd just slotted into the helicopter's computer. Now he was frantically verifying the remaining 8-digit coordinates. His focus split. Time and the twin turbines of the R-64E Apache refused to wait. The engines were screaming at full power, and the mission clock was ticking. They needed clearance to taxi now. They were supposed to be ready. Weren't they? Copy that, Mike said, stabbing the enter key on the cockpit's miniature keyboard and hoping the system would accept the correction. All good to go, Miss Shaw. It's Cassie, sir. Just Cassie. In flight school, they drill into you to call warrant officers Miss or Mister. That's textbook nonsense. Out here, we're your warrants. Use our first names. Take my word for it. I believe you, Cassie, Mike replied, managing a smile despite the nervous flutter in his gut. He glanced at the small mirror mounted in the canopy's upper left corner and was reassured to see Cassie's friendly grin reflected back. In the Apache, pilots sat in tandem with the newer aviator, like Mike, typically in the front seat. It was ironic in a helicopter worth tens of millions. A cheap mirror was the only way for crew members to make eye contact. Good, that's sorted, Cassie said. Is my flight path active? Affirmative, miss. Cassie, Mike answered, quickly verifying the nav screen. Then why does the fourth waypoint have us veering toward North Korean airspace? Dame, Mike muttered, pulling up the coordinate list. My mistake. Don't sweat it, Cassie reassured him. Ben's the one who built this route, and his focus on details is practically non-existent. I'll have a firm chat with him, warrant to warrant, back at the top. Here's a tip for you, sir. Always double-check a route if the pilot who programmed it isn't the one flying the mission. People get complacent. Understood, Mike said. He cross-referenced the coordinates from his map, spotting the transposed digits. After correcting the entry, he confirmed, waypoint is fixed. You certain? Cassie pressed. 100%. Excellent. Because you're about to earn some credit. Get on the radio, inform the flight you caught an error in the ingress route, and transmit the corrected data. Mike knew this was an assessment. Chief Warrant Officer 3 Cassie Shaw wasn't just his backseater. She was the troop's senior instructor pilot. That's partly why she was paired with Mike, the most junior pilot in the squadron, fresh off the plane from the States just a month prior. Truth be told, Cassie had probably forgotten more of the R-64E Apache Guardian than Mike had ever learned. His lack of experience was typical for new platoon leaders, but he was still expected to lead by example and hit the books relentlessly. Flight hours took time, but mastering the aircraft's systems through sheer study was entirely within his control. If he had the drive, not every officer did, and Cassie was testing precisely that. She didn't expect her rookie leader to be a night vision, low-level flying expert 3 weeks out of training. But a true leader should be devouring the technical manuals after hours. Now she was seeing if her new front-seater had that grit. Mike was determined to prove he did. Selecting the route on his display, he executed the keystrokes to broadcast the update via secure AF radio. A confirming warble tone signaled the successful transmission. Not too shabby, sir, Cassie remarked. Really not bad. All right, let's get moving. You manage the internal flight comms. I'll handle air traffic control. All set? Without a doubt, Mike affirmed. Perfect. Time to convert some jet fuel into thunder. 5 minutes later, Mike had cleared the airspace around Pohang and was skimming 100 feet above the East Sea at a steady 120 knots. He'd known his flying skills needed work to reach full mission readiness, but he hadn't fully grasped how intense actual mission profiles in the Apache would be. The constant scan of instruments, the precise control inputs, the sheer mental workload, it was a relentless dance of focus and skill. Now racing over the dark water with the coastline receding behind them, he understood completely. The mission was real, and every second demanded his absolute best. Beneath a moonless sky choked with clouds, the world outside Mike's cockpit dissolved into a formless void. To his own augmented left eye, the ocean and the heavens bled together into a single impenetrable darkness. But through the monocular helmet display pressed against his right cheekbone, the night was alive. The Apache's forward-looking infrared sensor, slaved to his every glance, painted the world in ghostly hues of emerald and bone white, a video feed that followed the turn of his head. Flight data heading, airspeed, a cascade of numbers flowed over this electronic vision. Yet even with this technological marvel granting him sight without light, wrestling the helicopter over a blacked-out sea was a relentless, sweat-inducing task. "Altitude's dipping, sir," Cassie's voice cut in from the back seat, a timely echo of his own silent concern. "You're drifting toward 90 feet. Mike's eyes snapped from the featureless gloom to a specific symbol on his display. The vertical speed indicator, a simple carrot-shaped arrow. It was pointed decisively down, confirming his descent. At several thousand feet, such a drift would be a minor footnote. Here, skimming just above the waves, it was a recipe for a catastrophic ending. "Copy," Mike acknowledged, his voice tight. He gently raised the collective lever in his left hand, adding power. He felt no physical sensation of climbing, but the Z arrow responded instantly, ticking upward past the neutral mark until it showed a slight ascent. Only when his radar altimeter locked on a steady 100 feet did he ease back and twist the friction lock on the collective, holding the helicopter in a precarious hover. The Acomol Apache boasted digital aids like altitude and airspeed holds, autopilot functions meant to ease the pilot's burden. Cassie, however, had them disabled. Like most instructors, she believed new pilots had to prove they could fly the machine raw before earning its assists. Mike understood the philosophy, even as he cursed the absence of that digital relief. The mental strain of keeping the massive gunship from kissing the waves had soaked his flight suit, the climate control fighting a losing battle against his own exertion. The radio crackled to life. "Blackjack 16, Talon 23 over." Mike thumbed the transmit button on his cyclic stick. "Blackjack 16, go ahead." "Blackjack, Talon 23. We have a mission change over." Now that's unexpected, Mike thought. Their birds were loaded with live 30mm rounds, but this was supposed to be a training sortie, albeit an intense one. The plan had been straightforward. Practice over-water gunnery by shredding a target towed behind the guided missile cruiser US's Lake Champlain, with targeting vectors provided by a patrolling P-3 Orion. On paper, it was about putting holes in a floating mylar sheet. In reality, the doctrine behind it was dead serious. With tensions simmering, intelligence suggested North Korea would attempt to infiltrate the South using fleets of fast, stealthy boats, precisely the kind of agile, low-profile threat the Apache was built to hunt and destroy from the sky. This exercise was a rehearsal for that grim possibility. Charlie Troop of the 1/6th Cavalry was getting some invaluable real-world training, skimming over open water under naval guidance while doing what every attack helicopter pilot lives for: delivering ordnance on target. The radio call from the P-3 Orion, however, shifted the dynamic entirely. Per the mission briefing, contact with the call sign Talon wasn't expected until Mike's flight reached the designated bullseye loiter area another 20 minutes out. If a Navy aircraft was hailing them now, it meant the situation had evolved. This would require Mike to transition from simply flying his aircraft to assuming his duties as the air mission commander. "Cassie, can you take the controls?" Mike asked. "I have the controls," Cassie confirmed. "You have the controls," Mike stated, completing the formal handoff. "I have the controls," Cassie replied, solidifying the transfer of the aircraft's responsibility. "Smart move, sir. Let me handle the flying. You focus on the fight. That should keep us dry at least, Mike remarked, catching Cassie's low chuckle in response, which he took as a positive sign. Selecting the correct radio frequency, Mike keyed the mic. Talon 23. This is Blackjack 16. Send your mission update over. He used the floor-mounted transmit switch with his left foot instead of the cyclic control, avoiding any conflict with Cassie at the controls. Too many inputs on the helicopter's stick was a recipe for trouble. Roger, Blackjack. We're tracking multiple surface contacts roughly 30 miles from your position near Bullseye Charlie. Returns are intermittent on radar, but indicate a high-speed southerly movement. Request you investigate, over. Mike activated the lip light on his microphone, casting a soft red glow on the map secured to his kneeboard. The bullseye was a navigational reference point charted on the featureless ocean, each one tied to precise GPS coordinates. Bullseye Charlie held particular significance. Unlike the established northern limit line in the Yellow Sea to the west, there was no firm maritime boundary between North and South Korean waters in the East Sea. Consequently, Bullseye Charlie had been established as the northern boundary for their training exercise. If these fast boats Talon was painting were of North Korean origin, they were operating far south of their typical waters. Mike's orders had been explicit. Steer clear of Bullseye Charlie. The reason was obvious. No one wanted an accidental border incursion. The memory of a past incident was stark, where a helicopter that strayed across the demilitarized zone was shot down by North Korean gunners, resulting in a fatality and a wounded pilot. Yet, as a cavalry scout, Mike's core duty was to be the eyes and ears for the ground commander, to find and fix the enemy before they could spring a surprise. Checking out these boats sniffing around Bullseye Charlie felt like a textbook cavalry mission. Talon 23, Blackjan 16, Mike responded. Can you plot an intercept point and provide range and bearing? Also transmit a grid for the contact's estimated center mass. Roger, 16. Send in both via Link 16 now. Stand by. Link 16 was the digital tactical network that interconnected Allied units on the battlefield. Just as Mike could see the P-3's icon on his tactical situation display, he would soon have data for the fast boats and the computed intercept point, all updating in real time and shared with his wingman and the Navy aircraft. What's the plan, sir? Cassie inquired. The plan is we're heading for that intercept point to get visual, Mike said. I'll update the commander with the situation report while we're en route. If he decides it's not worth our while, we'll just go back to our regularly scheduled program of putting holes in the sky. My instincts were telling me something else entirely. Mike immediately wished he could take back the words as soon as they escaped his lips. Fresh from flight school, with a mere 3 weeks of actual experience in the country, he was painfully aware that Cassie could easily point out his gut. Feelings held little authority. Copy that, sir, Cassie responded, her tone neutral. We'll proceed as discussed. Mike shifted his thumb to the radio selector, switching the transmission indicator from the UF set used for the P-3 over to the high-frequency radio. He pressed the transmit pedal firmly. Blackjack 6, this is Blackjack 16, over, Mike called. His relationship with his troop commander was virtually non-existent. In a move that would seem ludicrous to any civilian but was standard Army fare, Mike had landed in South Korea to find no one from his chain of command there to meet him. His assigned sponsor and fellow platoon leader, John Brome, was overseas on mid-tour leave, while his commander, Captain Tom Tucker, had been pulled away to evaluate another aviation unit. Consequently, Mike's first 2 weeks were spent learning the ropes from the troop's warrant officers and enlisted soldiers, leaning heavily on his first sergeant and seasoned warrants like Cassie. Captain Tucker, upon his return, had conducted a rushed interview before promptly vanishing on a 3-day pass. It was safe to say neither man had formed a stellar impression of the other. Then, a day into the captain's leave, a sudden chance to run an overwater aerial gunnery exercise with the Navy appeared. Charlie Troop was next in line, but the squadron's operations officer was ready to hand the prized slot to Alpha Troop instead, citing Captain Tucker's absence and Mike's rookie status. Mike Cassi and First Sergeant Jeff Marlowe had teamed up to make their case. That meeting with the S3 was Mike's first real clue that his absent commander wasn't exactly held in high esteem. After listening to Mike's appeal for Charlie Troop to keep the mission, the S3 had given him a long, doubtful look before shrugging. "I suppose you can't possibly mess this up more than Captain Tucker would." "If you want it, Lieutenant, it's yours. But don't expect any special treatment just because you're new." "Wouldn't dream of it, sir," Mike had replied. Now, however, he was starting to question whether that boldness would come back to haunt him. News of his troop deploying without him had prompted Captain Tucker to abruptly end his pass and descend upon the unit with a palpable fury. Apparently, junior officers who displayed a bit of initiative were on Blackjack 6's list of admired qualities. The troop had deployed to Pahang, but instead of traveling together, the captain had sent Mike ahead with the first 4 aircraft, saying he'd follow with the remaining 4 in 3 hours. Mike suspected this was further punishment, making him set up the entire troop area alone, so Tucker could swoop in after the grunt work was finished. Regardless, the mission change proposed by Talon 23 was a decision far above Mike's rank. He had to check with his boss, even if that boss had seemingly prioritized a last-minute vacation to Jeju Island over helping his new lieutenant get settled. The radio crackled alive. "Blackjack 16, this is 6. What part of my order to keep this frequency clear did you fail to comprehend? Over." The condescension in Captain Tucker's voice was thick enough to cut. Mike clenched his jaw, struggling to form a calm reply. Not only was Blackjack 6 intent on publicly reprimanding his newest officer, but he was doing it over the internal troop frequency for everyone to hear. "He's a total jerk, sir," Cassi cut in, breaking Mike's furious train of thought. "No doubt about it, but he's also the commanding officer, and sadly, there's no rule against being one." "Stay professional. Don't let him get under your skin." Mike caught Cassi's eye in the mirror and gave a quick, appreciative thumbs up before keying the mic again. "Blackjack 6, this is 16. Talon 23 is reporting multiple unidentified surface contacts near Bullseye Charlie and has requested we investigate. We are currently diverting to their position with an estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Over. 1-6, this is 6. Are you telling me you've already altered your course?" "Affirmative, 6. That was not in your mission parameters." "Understood, sir. That's precisely why I'm contacting you. Over. What possible reason could you have for deviating from your assigned brief?" Mike pinched the bridge of his nose, a wave of surreal frustration washing over him. "Talon 23 has a live situation developing," he repeated, keeping his voice level. "We are the closest available unit. I made the judgment call to assist. If you order us to abort and return to the exercise, we will comply immediately, sir." The silence that followed was thick and heavy. Mike stared out at the ocean, mentally picturing the bleak, windowless office he'd likely be assigned if Blackjack 6 decided to end his career. Finally, his commander's voice returned, crackling with static. "Blackjack 16, this is 6. I am contacting Squadron for guidance. Stand by." 6-16, Roger. Standing by. "Well, that was a delightful exchange," Cassi remarked. "So we stand by. What does that actually mean for us right now?" "An astute question, Chief Warrant Officer Shaw," Mike replied. "Since stand by is wonderfully ambiguous, I suppose we're in a bit of a gray area. Luckily, we're air cavalry. The primary task of cavalry is to find and engage the enemy. Hard to do that from a holding pattern over the water, so I believe we'll continue proceeding toward the objective while we wait for those further orders." "You absolutely certain about this, sir?" Cassi asked. "Yep," Mike said, a wry smile touching his lips. "What's the worst they can do? It's not like they'll demote me to flying cargo helicopters." Cassi's hearty laugh echoed in the headset. "You've got nerve, sir, I'll give you that. I just hope you know what you're getting us into." Mike hoped so, too. The truth was, a part of him was buzzing with a strange, focused energy he hadn't felt since his last real deployment. Talon 23, Blackjan 16, Mike called. No radar contact on surface tracks. Request you confirm range and bearing over. The minutes since his decision had slipped away quickly, each one feeling heavier than the last. After informing Kasi, Mike had switched frequencies to update his wingman, Blackjan 19. With so few concrete details, the briefing was short. The two Apaches would follow the intercept vector provided by the Navy P-3 Orion. Approximately 2.5 miles from the estimated contact point, they would initiate a systematic scan for surface targets. The P-3 was already linked into their fur systems, allowing the Navy crew to monitor their video feed in real time. If the contacts proved to be harmless civilian traffic, the Apaches would simply return to their training exercise. If not, he and Blackjan 19 would work to unravel the situation. Mike knew the plan was loose, but that was standard for cavalry scouts. Adaptability was the job. Now he was testing that principle to its limit. He recalled from flight school that any reconnaissance needs a clear limit of advance, a line not to cross to avoid blundering into an ambush. As a certain unfortunate cavalry officer from history could confirm, meeting the enemy unexpectedly rarely ends well for the scouts. With that sobering thought, Mike had set a limit 2 kilometers southeast of the computed intercept point, marking it graphically on his tactical display. After sending the data to his wingman, he had slaved the Apache's fire control radar to the intercept heading, and begun his search. So far the screen remained frustratingly empty. Blackjack 16, Talon 23. Lead target is bearing 315 degrees. Range 4.5 kilometers over. Mike double-checked the radar's azimuth and initiated another sweep. The familiar green arc swept across his display and resolved into nothing at all. Blackjack 19, Blackjant 16, Mike called over the internal net. Are you picking up anything on that bearing? Negative 16, came the reply from the other Apache. And the scopes are clear, both radar and thermal. Nothing out there. Copy that, Mike acknowledged. We're approaching the boundary now. Once we reach it, we'll initiate a starboard turn and prepare for a flanking maneuver. 19 copies. Mike was considering Kasi's input when a thought struck him. He switched frequencies back to the patrol aircraft. Talon 23, this is Blackjack. Can you describe the quality of those radar contacts for me? Blackjack, Talon. Say again? I need to know if those surface returns are solid or if they're fading in and out, Mike clarified. Blackjack, Talon. I'm seeing some atmospheric distortion, some ghosting on the screen. My processing software filters most of it, so the contacts appear steady from my altitude. But remember, I'm looking down from 30,000 feet. Mike considered the P-3 Orion's response. That 4-engine Maritime patrol aircraft was built to be a fleet's guardian, its radar far more potent than in Apache's targeting system. Yet in modern warfare, raw transmitter power wasn't the sole measure of capability. A radar's effectiveness once hinged on its altitude and output. Now the computer brains interpreting the data were becoming the decisive factor. Older systems, once headed for the scrap heap, were being revitalized, not with new hardware, but with sophisticated software algorithms powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning. These programs could find meaning in radar noise, turning useless static into actionable intelligence. Static, just like what he was chasing. A sudden sharp memory flash aid a training exercise where an instructor had scoffed at software miracles before a glitchy update nearly caused him mid-air. The irony wasn't lost on him now. Blackjack 1916, Mike said, his tone shifting from analytical to focused determination. I'm going to be busy with our systems. You have lead. Start a visual search along the coordinates Talon provided. If I find anything, I'll send it your way. 19 copy. Taken lead. What's the plan, sir? Mike snapped back to the present, realizing he'd gone silent on his own crew. True to her skill, Kasi had already reduced power, allowing the other helicopter to slide past on their right. Crew coordination in an Apache wasn't a suggestion. It was a necessity. Unlike other helicopters, the pilots couldn't see each other. You talked, you anticipated, you overcommunicated until you learned to read each other's silence. "My apologies," Mike said. "Should have briefed the formation change." "Don't sweat it," Kasi replied. "You're running the show. Sometimes we'll have a minute to chat. Sometimes we're just reacting. We'll sync up better with more flight time." "So what are you doing to my radar?" "Trying an old flight school trick," Mike said, pressing a sequence on the display with a gloved finger. "Boeing pushed a software patch for these radars, but the user interface is still a work in progress. If you're willing to navigate the digital backend, you can access the raw return data." As he worked, the crisp, wedge-shaped radar display dissolved into a sea of faint, shimmering echoes. Mike isolated the faintest flicker near Talon's coordinates, narrowing the radar's search to a razor-thin slice of sky. He initiated another sweep. The green arc swept across the screen, and this time it left behind a distinct, clustered group of diamond-shaped icons. "Got it," Mike announced, his fingers flying across the console with focused intensity. He tagged the radar blips as possible hostile surface contacts, sent the data in a quick burst to his wingman and the P-3 Orion, and linked the thermal camera to follow the radar's line of sight. On her own screen, Kasi watched his rapid input. "Sir, that's some impressive work." "Hold the praise until we see the actual video," Mike replied, his eyes fixed on the grainy thermal image. "For all we know, I just found a pod of dolphins having a party." Kashi let out a short laugh, though Mike's joke carried a kernel of truth. Train them up the radar's sensitivity meant the system flagged a broader spectrum of return-socian clutter, weather interference, electronic static, and yes, even marine life could now appear as potential targets. He had already applied his own filter, ignoring anything outside the specific bearing and range the Navy plane had provided. The Apache's thermal sight backed his instinct, though the shapes remained indistinct blobs. "Switch to a wider view," Kasi suggested. Mike adjusted the magnification, immediately recognizing his error. Hunting on zoom too early was a classic way to lose your target in the narrow field of view. The screen shifted, and the empty sea was suddenly alive with 4 sleek boats cutting swiftly across the waves. "Well, look at that," Kasi said, her voice tightening. "Tigers confirmed." Mike was already deep in the sensor work, a faint grin touching his lips despite the focus. The boats were hauling, and at this range he needed the computer's assistance to keep the lead vessel centered. He placed the sight over the boat's bow and activated the auto-track. A white bracket snapped onto the screen, the fire control system beginning its calculations. "Talon 23. Blackjack 16 has visual on unknown contacts. Feeding video now. 1-6, this is 19. We've got eyes on them too." "Copy 19," Mike responded. "We're moving to lead. Maintain surveillance and stand by." Before the acknowledgement finished, another voice cut in. "Blackjack 16, this is Blackjack 6, over." Mike muttered a curse, his hand darting between radio control. His commanding officer or the P-3. He made a quick call. "Blackjack 6, this is 16. Stand by, over." He switched back to the P-3's frequency, pushing aside the thought of keeping his boss waiting. "Talon 23, Blackjack 16, you were cut off. Repeat your last transmission, over." "Roger, Blackjack. I say again, the craft you are observing are Blackjack 16, this is Blackjack 6. Respond immediately, over." Mike keyed the air-to-air frequency while simultaneously turning down the volume knob for the command net. "Blackjack 19, this is 16. Reach out to Blackjack 6 on high and give him the situation report." "I'm wrapping up with Talon." He cycled back to the UF. "Talon 23, Blackjack 16. Sorry for the break. Say again your last." 1-6, Talon 23. Those are North Korean fast attack boats. I repeat, North Korean fast boats, and they are. The transmission dissolved again, but this time it wasn't his commander's voice that replaced it. A shrill, warbling alarm screeched in his helmet, the unmistakable sound of a fire control radar painting his aircraft. For a heartbeat, Mike was motionless, his brain struggling to process as the lead boat's icon on his display began to pulse a violent, urgent red. Then the electronic warning wasn't alone. Muzzle flashes erupted from cannons on a lead boat's bow and stern, stitching the air with fire. "We're taking fire," Mike barked. "Break right, break right." The cockpit erupted into chaos as a river of crimson tracers, each the size of a ping-pong ball, snaked toward their helicopter like glowing tendril. "Breaking right," Cassie responded, hauling the Apache into a sharp, gut-wrenching turn. She tried to shout something else, but her words were swallowed by the deafening clang of metal on metal. The entire airframe shuddered violently, ringing like a struck bell as enemy rounds hammered home. Warning lights blazed to life across the panel while the helicopter jerked and fought for stable air. Cassie was yelling, likely a frantic warning to their wingman Blackjan 19, but Mike had already tuned her out. His entire world had narrowed to the fight for control of his aircraft. Almost on instinct, his left hand slapped the master arm switch to on as his right thumb pressed the trigger for the laser rangefinder. A return signal flashed back immediately, but the numbers on his display danced wildly, refusing to lock. Something, either enemy jamming or thick atmospheric interference, was scrambling the system. The reason didn't matter. The effect was critical. Without a solid range, the fire control computer couldn't plot a true ballistic path for the 30mm cannon. Cursing under his breath, Mike stabbed the button to switch the range source from laser to auto range, letting the computer estimate distance using their altitude and the sensor's look-down angle. It was a crude substitute, far less precise, but it was all they had. His thumb then clicked the weapons selector to gun. This time, the numbers in the corner of his screen stabilized. "Firing," he growled, pulling the trigger on his left-hand grip. The deck beneath him exploded with sound as the cannon unleashed hell, spitting 10 high-explosive rounds every second. Even before the thunder faded, the ocean's surface ahead geysered with water, where the shaped charges detonated prematurely. "Short, damn it," Mike adjusted, nudging the crosshairs just above the boat's silhouette. Firing. The cannon roared a second time. This burst found its mark. A chain of flashes walked across the target, tearing metal into the air as thick, oily smoke billowed from its midsection. Mike squeezed off 2 more bursts, walking his fire from the boat's bow to its stern. Each impact flared like a camera flash, scattering lethal shrapnel across a 4-meter radius. Then the first screen bloomed into a blinding supernova of white. At least one armor-piercing round had found something very flammable. The processors compensated, and the image resolved into the beautiful, devastating sight every attack pilot lives for, a roiling fireball where a threat had once been. "Nailed him," Mike exhaled, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "We absolutely nailed him." "And he nailed us right back," Cassie cut in, her voice tight and clinical. "We're losing hydraulic pressure fast. We have to ditch." Her words were a bucket of ice water, shattering Mike's combat focus. For the first time, he registered the acrid stench of electrical smoke and the sickly labored whine from the engines. A cold dread settled in his stomach. "Where's Blackjan 19? Those last 2 boats had overlapping fire. Bill flew right into it. I saw pieces of the main rotor break off, and then it was just a fireball." "Son of a bitch," Mike whispered, the triumphant high of moments ago turning to ashes in his mouth. The bitter taste of loss replaced the adrenaline. "Can we turn back?" "Check for survivors." "Sir, you need to hear me. I have to put this bird down now, before the hydraulics are gone. We're going into the water. Right now." "Roger that," Mike said, the words heavy. He thumbed the radio selector to her, the reality of their own desperate situation crashing down. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a memory surfaced, a training lecture about ditching procedures that suddenly felt terrifyingly immediate. "Give me a moment to send out a distress call." 30 seconds, maybe less, Cassie replied, tension tightening her words. "The controls are beginning to lock up." Mike didn't waste time with a response. Every second counted. While a dual-engine failure was a pilot's nightmare, Losing hydraulic power was a close second. With both engines out, a skilled pilot could still auto-ride to a safe landing given enough altitude. But when the hydraulics failed, the flight controls seized, turning the crew into helpless passengers as their helicopter fell from the sky. Mayday, mayday. Any station on this net. This is Blackjack 16. We are ditching near Bullseye Alpha. I repeat, Blackjack 16 is going down near Bullseye Alpha. He was about to repeat the transmission when Cassie cut in, her usually steady voice now wavering. The controls are frozen. I need your help on the cyclic, sir. We have to level the wings. A quick glance at the flight data on his HEU told Mike everything. His backseater, ever the professional, had already initiated a gradual descent toward the turbulent water below. This way, if she lost control of the collective, the aircraft would settle at a survivable rate. But the helicopter's attitude, managed by the cyclic, was another story. The Apache had drifted into a left turn, a dangerous tilt that needed immediate correction. This gunship was built tough, designed to withstand rough landings. If they could keep it level, they had a fighting chance. However, the airframe wasn't made to hit the ground sideways. A lateral impact would crumple the fuselage, likely sending the rotor blades slicing into the cockpit, a grim outcome for both pilots. Gripping the cyclic with both hands, Mike strained to push the control stick to the right, pleading with the aircraft to lift its left wing. The artificial horizon on his display twitched slightly, but the thin green lines representing their orientations stubbornly held their banked position. With a grunt, Mike heaved the cyclic starboard, then gasped as the stick suddenly went slack in his hands. "We sheared the spad pin," Cassie stated, her words sharp and clipped. "The bucks should be active now." The backup control system, or BUCS, was one of many redundancies built into the world's premier attack helicopter. It was designed to switch control from mechanical to fly-by-wire if the physical controls jammed, offering struggling pilots one last electronic lifeline. But that lifeline came with a significant catch. The engineers, envisioning this as a last resort measure, hadn't included a way to transfer control between pilots. So, whoever applied enough force to snap that spad shear pin now had permanent command of the helicopter. And that person was Mike. Without the usual resistance from the control linkages, the cyclic felt limp and unresponsive in Mike's grip. He slammed the stick against his right thigh, mentally urging the green aircraft symbol on his display to straighten out. Nothing happened. "The controls aren't responding," Mike shouted. "The hydraulics reservoir is dry," Cassie reported. "We're about to lose directional control of the tail rotor. I'm ready to chop the engines. Tell me when." Mike understood the dire logic. Without hydraulic pressure, the pedals used to counteract the main rotor's torque would become useless. Once that happened, the aircraft would begin a violent spin around its transmission before smashing into the ocean. The only way to prevent this was to neutralize the torque by using the electronic chop collar on the collective, reducing both engines to idle. But there was a cruel irony here. Once the engines were at idle, the helicopter would lose the power needed to fly. They'd be forced into an autorotation, and if there was one thing the mighty Apache wasn't particularly good at, it was autorotation. The aircraft was a master of many arts, but graceful. Powerless descents were decidedly not its specialty. The Apache's design, with its low-inertia rotor system and heavy airframe made it handle about as gracefully in an autorotation as a cinder block. Then there was the landing zone. This wasn't going to end on some smooth runway or even a forgiving meadow. Instead, the gunship was plunging toward a churning, wind-whipped sea like a freight elevator with its cables cut. To make matters worse, a proper autorotation requires the pilot to level the aircraft and pull up on the collective at the last second to soften the impact. Both maneuvers utterly impossible without hydraulic pressure. And then, of course, there was Mike himself. Autorotations are delicate even on a calm day. Tossing in a raging ocean and howling winds turned it into a nightmare. Since Mike had triggered the backup control system, The job of landing this crippled bird fell to him, a lieutenant fresh from flight school with barely 100 hours in his logbook, instead of his vastly experienced instructor in the back seat. Not exactly the scenario you hope for. Then again, if Mike had wanted a safe, predictable career, he would have joined the infantry. "Ready," Mike said, his voice tight. "Cut the engines! Cutting now!" A sudden eerie quiet followed Cassis's command as both massive turbochet engines wound down. It was like silencing a roaring beast mid-draw. 1 second. The turbine scream was vibrating through his bones. The next, it was a distant whisper. But the calm was short-lived. "Be ready on that collective, sir," Cassis urged. "If we've got even a shred of hydraulic pressure left, we're using it. On my mark, you haul that lever right into your ribs." "Understood," Mike replied, watching the altimeter unwind at a terrifying speed. The helicopter held a slight left bank, but at least it wasn't worsening. Not perfectly level, but far better than a death spiral. Their descent rate, however, was another story. The digital display showed a horizontal arrow pegged to the right, indicating they were sinking toward the ocean at over 400 feet per minute and accelerating. Under ideal conditions, the Apache's landing gear could absorb tremendous force, but ideal meant a level touchdown on solid ground. What Mike was facing was anything but ideal. In a flash of cold, sharp focus, Mike realized there was one variable he could still change. The physics were simple, the same equation from high school. Force equals mass times acceleration. He couldn't stop their fall, but he could lighten the load. "Jettisoning all stores," Mike announced, pressing the red button on the collecting. Instantly, explosive bolts fired, sending 2 empty rocket pods, a Hellfire missile rack with its training rounds, and a nearly full external fuel tank tumbling away into the waves. Thousands of pounds of dead weight vanished, slightly tilting the odds in their favor. The radar altimeter blinked as they blew through 50 feet. "Lock your harness," Cassis shouted. Mike didn't move. It wasn't defiance. With less than 40 feet between him and the water, letting go of the controls wasn't an option. He had no idea if his inputs were doing any good. But one thing was certain. If he wasn't flying this thing, nobody was. "Brace for cushion," Cassis called out. Mike was braced. In that heart-stopping moment, he found himself thinking, not for the first time, how nice an ejection seat would have been a fleeting, almost sarcastic wish for a different branch of service entirely, as the dark water rushed up to meet them. But as his flight instructor liked to say, helicopter pilots didn't know the meaning of the word quit. They weren't like those fighter jocks who punched out the moment their bird got a scratch. The green glow of the radar altimeter blinked once. 10 feet. Now. "Cushion it!" Cassis yelled. Mike hauled back on the collective with his left hand, while wrenching the cyclic into his lap with his right, trying to force the helicopter into a flare. For one fleeting second, the vertical speed indicator's needle twitched upward. Then the aircraft slammed into the water at 400 feet per minute. The horrific screech of tearing metal reached Mike's ears just before his head smashed into the instrument panel with enough force to make a prizefighter wince. His vision exploded into a kaleidoscope of blinding white stars. In that final instant before everything went black, a single, stupidly obvious thought cut through the pain. He never locked his harness. Thus Lake Champlain, waters off South Korea. Jack had never shared his Marine father's love for the sea. He'd done some sailing as a kid, sure, but the idea of being cooped up for days on some cramped vessel held zero appeal. Sitting now in the USS Lake Champlain's sensitive compartmented information facility, Theasfi felt his opinion was thoroughly vindicated. The guided missile cruiser displaced over 9,000 tons, stretched more than 560 feet from bow to stern, and was just over 34 feet at the beam. It wasn't a small ship by any measure, but to Jack the labyrinth of narrow passageways and watertight hatches felt like a rodent's burrow, and the SIF was the claustrophobic heart of it. While the usual jungle of color-coded pipes and wire bundles lining the ceilings was absent here, The room was no luxury lounge. Everything was strictly functional: a metal conference table bolted to the deck, bulkheads and ceiling covered in drab acoustic foam, and a thin industrial-grade carpet. It was about as welcoming as a dentist's waiting room. Yet the SIF's stark utilitarianism felt downright cozy compared to the stormy expression on the face of the man glaring from the large monitor dominating the far wall. "Run this by me one more time," John T. Clark said, rubbing his temples with thick fingers. "The sister of North Korea's comatose dictator says she'll help us stop a war, but only if we snatch her from the guys trying to overthrow her brother." "That about sum it up." "Correct, sir," Jack replied. "Her intel indicates the special forces hitting the coast are just the opening act. The Korean People's Army's main mechanized units are moving into attack positions now. The moment they're set, the invasion kicks off with an artillery barrage of unprecedented scale. She believes she can call it off right up until the moment the first shells fly, provided the Politburo official running the coup doesn't kill her first. But once Seoul starts getting pounded, the window slams shut. We know the attack is scheduled for tonight, under darkness. Once their lead elements cross the line of departure, it's over. Our time is almost gone." Clark gave a slow, grim nod. "That aligns with what I'm seeing. North Korea has over 6,000 artillery tubes, a lot of them in fortified bunkers. Conservative projections put civilian casualties in Seoul at over 200,000 in the first 2 hours alone. It's why everyone's been more worried about conventional artillery raining down on the city than a nuclear strike for decades. The sheer volume of conventional explosives currently loaded into North Korean artillery is staggering enough to cause more casualties than the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined." "She mentioned something along those lines," Jack replied, his gaze drifting toward the refreshments arranged across the table. In classic Navy style, the station was stocked with ample coffee and a single, almost decorative carafe of water. Yet it wasn't liquid he craved. His eyes were fixed on the jar of Motrin beside them. After the chaos of the past 12 hours, compounded by sleep deprivation and jet lag, he was tempted to swallow half the bottle. But showing any sign of weakness wasn't an option, not when dealing with someone like John T. Clark. "This stays between us," Clark continued, leaning back slightly. "But right now, the North Koreans are running circles around us. They're operating in the gray zone better than anyone I've seen." "What exactly does that mean?" Jack asked. "Hang on a second," Clark said, reaching off screen before returning with a worn coffee mug. Seizing the moment, Jack grabbed the Motrin. "I'm guessing you haven't caught up on the news?" "No, sir," Jack admitted, shaking his head as he poured a few pills into his hand. He thought about reaching for the water, but decided against it, dry swallowing the tablets instead. "Why push his luck? Let me lay it out for you," Clark said. "The riot you were caught in down in Seoul was just the beginning. Now protests are erupting all over the country. Social media is flooded with cell phone footage showing an ambulance exploding after demonstrators were pushed toward it by tear gas. The public is demanding answers the government can't provide, which is why they've shut down cellular and Wi-Fi networks." "That's bad," Jack muttered. "It gets worse," Clark went on. "While what you did in Busan saved lives, that's not the story people are hearing. From where most Koreans are standing, a leak from a known American bioweapons lab killed a crowd of protesters. At the same time, a U.S.-flagged cargo ship ran aground near the Busan Harbor Bridge, spilling fuel oil and shutting down the country's busiest port. Quite the coincidence, wouldn't you say?" "But that's not what happened," Jack insisted, straightening in his chair. "Take it easy," Clark said, dismissing his concern with a wave. "I know the facts, but the rest of South Korea isn't convinced." The communications blackout magically lifted just long enough for a wave of damning videos to spread on leaner protest footage, dead civilians, those vivid purple clouds, the damaged freighter, and a firefight involving a black American helicopter. North Korea's influence campaign has been brutally effective. Right now, every South Korean on the street is looking for an American to blame. He took a slow sip from his mug. And while South Korea has been furious with us, North Korea has been deploying special operations, forces down both coasts in speedboats. The Navy, with some help from Army gunships, took out a lot of them, but plenty still slipped through. That means more fanatical operatives are now inside the South, hunting for targets. Unbelievable, Jack said, a bitter laugh escaping him. I always figured North Korea was the junior varsity squad. Most of us did, Clark agreed. Between you and me, I'm not ready to change that assessment just yet. As you can imagine, Mary Pat has been scrambling non-stop. Between briefing your father and trying to separate real intel from online propaganda, I doubt she's slept an hour in the past day. That said, I did manage to corner her for a few minutes before you called. She didn't spell it out, but my read is the intelligence community believes the North Koreans had serious help. Major League help. Russia or China? Jack asked. Clark gave a slight shrug. No hard evidence yet, but my money's on Russia. China doesn't benefit from instability on the peninsula either. If I'm right, this is even uglier than it looks. The Russians are cunning. They want our eyes locked on Korea for a reason, Bud. We need to understand what they're concealing, Jack stated, the fatigue of the past day weighing on him. He longed for just one mission where he could take the initiative, to be the one swinging the hammer rather than the nail waiting to be struck. That thought, however, brought an unwelcome memory flashing back a compound in the Syrian desert, filled with fanatics. What's our next move? Jack asked, suppressing a shudder. Clark let out a weary sigh, and for the first time in ages Jack saw the years etched on his boss's face. Dark circles shadowed Clark's eyes, his expression a mix of grim acceptance and simmering irritation. It struck Jack then how heavy the burden must be for the campus's director of operations. Jack was angry, sure, but he was still in the field on the sharp end. Clark was steering this quasi-legal organization from an office in Alexandria, Virginia, an entity created to prevent the very kind of catastrophic situation now unfolding. Their mandate was to operate where traditional intelligence couldn't. But this wasn't a covert paramilitary strike in Pakistan. This was the Korean Peninsula, and it was a full-scale conventional war. Jack doubted very much that waging a war was on the list of contingencies his father and Jerry Hendley had envisioned. Jack, it hurts to admit this, Clark said, but I don't have the answer. The whole peninsula is primed to blow. What we believe are North Korean special forces are still wreaking havoc in major South Korean cities. The public is terrified and furious with their government, and their leaders can't decide who to confront, us or the North. And, just to complicate things, we're debating whether to launch a preemptive conventional strike to dismantle the KPA's forward formations before they deploy, or perhaps consider an option beyond conventional means. Is my father really contemplating a nuclear first strike against North Korea? Jack initially dismissed the idea, but as he turned Clark's words over, a cold logic emerged. 200,000 South Korean civilian casualties in just the first 2 hours. What would hours 3 and 4 bring? Confronted with that scale of destruction, the horrific calculus of a nuclear option started to make a terrible kind of sense. He forced the terrifying thought aside, focusing instead on what he could influence at the immediate crisis. What about the rest of the team? Jack asked. I thought Ding and the others were en route. They were, Clark confirmed. South Korea has sealed its airspace and all ports. No one gets in or out. The Gulf Stream landed at Incheon International in Seoul, but our people are stuck on the tarmac. The country is under martial law, and that's not changing soon. Jack absorbed the grim update, his mind racing. He was sitting on a ticking bomb with no expert to defuse it. No one except himself. Let me take a shot at this, Jack proposed. Clark looked at him as if he'd gone utterly insane, which, Jack conceded, was a fair reaction. Listen, Mr. C, Jack pressed on. You said it, the entire peninsula is a disaster zone. I'm sure my dad and his team are pressing the South Korean president hard, but we don't have time for a diplomatic miracle. Mezung was crystal clear in her last communication. We have a narrow window, and it's slamming shut. Let me see what I can uncover. Don't misunderstand me, Clark said, his tone firm, but preventing a second Korean War isn't exactly in your job description. I completely agree, sir, Jack replied, a hint of dry resolve in his voice. I'm not aiming to save the world, just one person. And besides, I won't be going in alone, lads. I've got 2 Special Forces soldiers with me, Jack stated. Well, why on earth didn't you lead with that? Clark replied, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. A whole 2 of them? That certainly shifts the entire landscape. Listen, Jack countered, holding his ground against Clark's formidable reputation. I understand there are countless factors beyond our control, but Mizun represents a piece we can actually influence. She claims she can halt the slide toward conflict. Is extracting her dangerous? Absolutely. Yet considering the current situation, what alternative do we have? The entire peninsula feels like a locomotive barreling toward a cliff. You and Hendley designed the campus to be lean and adaptable for precisely this kind of mission, the sort that gives the CIA a pause. If this doesn't qualify, then nothing does. Clark studied Jack in prolonged silence, his expression inscrutable. Just playing devil's advocate here, he finally said. How exactly do you propose getting into North Korea? I have a few concepts, Jack answered, but I'm also currently stationed on a Ticonderoga-class cruiser attached to the 7th Fleet. I have a feeling there might be some personnel in the vicinity with relevant expertise for planning something like this. And suppose, against all odds, you slip into North Korea unseen. What's your objective? To do my job, sir, Jack said firmly. Establish contact with Mezun, evaluate the circumstances on the ground, and furnish you with actionable intelligence and potential courses of action for the chain of command. What if it's an elaborate setup? Clark pressed. A trap for whom? Jack responded. Mezun doesn't even know who I am. Is it a gamble? Without a doubt. But weigh it against the alternative, a North Korean invasion of the South. The human cost would be devastating, and not solely for Koreans. I've reviewed the U.S. operational plans as well. Even the most conservative projections indicate casualty levels we haven't witnessed since Vietnam, or perhaps the original Korean War. I know this is the major leagues, Mr. C., but I volunteered for this level of play. Don't leave me riding the bench on this vessel. Clark's gaze remained impassive. He gave a slow shake of his head. They're called ships, Jack. Cruisers are ships. All right, you have my authorization to begin drafting a plan. I'll contact Mary Pat, brief her on everything, and get her assessment of the sister. If she concurs, I'll see about securing you some naval support. However, recruiting those 2 Special Forces soldiers is entirely on you. Understood, sir, Jack said. I'm confident they're as eager to get off this ship as I am. Let me be perfectly clear, this is for planning purposes only, unless we receive explicit authorization from the National Command Authority, Clark stated, his tone leaving no room for debate. Drake all of that, mister. That's precisely what concerns me. Dismissed. Jack's eyes drifted toward the refreshment table, but he decided the coffee could wait. He had a team to assemble. All right, gentlemen, let's begin. For those I haven't met, I'm Lieutenant Brandon Cates. I'll be the SEAL Ground Force commander for this. Jack wasn't a mind reader, but he was fairly certain the seasoned SEAL officer at the podium had almost used a far less flattering term to describe their mission. The muted chuckles that rippled through the briefing room suggested he wasn't the only one who caught it. Okay, Brandon continued, a faint smile visible beneath his beard. Time is not our friend, and we are starting from a difficult position. To be blunt, the lead elements of 4 North Korean infantry corps are advancing to their jump-off points. Preparing for what we assess is a full-scale ground invasion of South Korea. Intelligence from a source within the North Korean leadership structure indicates this invasion is imminent, likely under cover of darkness. The individuals in this room are going to stop it. The individuals in this room, as the seal had put it, comprised Jack, the 2 Green Berets, a platoon of SEALs, and a group of Army 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment pilots. At least, those were the ones slated to go into the danger zone. The briefing room was filled with intelligence analysts, planners, and logistics personnel, but Jack's focus was on the operators. Before we outline the operational concept, Brandon announced, Lieutenant Haley Wilson will provide a situational update on our area of responsibility. Lieutenant, the floor is yours. A SEAL stepped aside for a slender woman with cropped blonde hair and sharp blue eyes. Surrounded by operators in worn fatigues and pilots in weathered flight suits, her crisp, immaculate khaki uniform made her stand out, yet her demeanor was utterly assured. "Good evening," Haley began. The Korean peninsula is currently engaged in a limited conflict. North Korean special forces and sleeper cells are conducting coordinated attacks in Seoul and other major cities. South Korea's digital infrastructure is under sustained cyber assault, and the national cellular network has collapsed. Widespread civil unrest is complicating the crisis. Compounding this, the South Korean government is partially persuaded by a narrative that a U.S. bioweapons lab in Busan may have accidentally released a nerve agent, resulting in civilian casualties. U.S.-South Korean relations are, to put it mildly, strained. Martial law is in effect nationwide. All ports are sealed and airspace is closed. However, South Korea's primary objective remains avoiding a full-scale war. If this team can thwart a deep Iraq invasion, we might still prevent the entire peninsula from erupting. Appreciate the update, Lieutenant, Brandon said, grim as it is. This entire mission pivots on a single individual, our human intelligence asset. From actually, who exactly do you work for? All eyes turned to Jack. He weighed his response carefully. The campus existence was a closely guarded secret. While he trusted the professionalism of everyone present, he also knew military personnel shared stories. It was why units like Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 could never truly stay hidden behind clever cover names. An idea formed. "IM with OGA," Jack stated, using the well-worn acronym that originated with the CIA and had since been adopted by various 3-letter agencies. Other government agency was the polite way of saying, ask no further questions. "Perfect," Cates replied, though his smile seemed a little tight. "What should we call you?" Another tricky question. Jack usually gave his real name, but here, sharing the name of the sitting U.S. president would undoubtedly raise eyebrows, especially since he bore a faint resemblance to his father. "Call me Jack," he said, scrambling for a surname. "Jack Doe," Jad interjected with a grin. All the Smiths were already taken. The Green Beret's quip broke the lingering tension, and Jack laughed along with the room. "Charming," Kate said, his smile now a faint grimace. "All right, Mr. Doe, why don't you enlighten us on why we're all here?" "Of course," Jack said, rising to his feet. He could have spoken from his seat, but it felt disrespectful not to stand for the people about to risk their lives on his information. "Our intelligence indicates that the current chaos is essentially a symptom of an internal power struggle within North Korea's leadership." Brandon leaned forward. "Explain." Haley raised a hand. "I can take this one." She clicked her remote, and the screen behind her illuminated, displaying the now familiar image the mystery woman had sent Jack. "This is the Supreme Leader's sister," Haley announced. "For this operation, she's been assigned the code name Tinker Bell." "How about just Tink?" Jad suggested. 2 words and 3 syllables is a mouthful on comm. Haley glanced at Brandon, who gave a slight shrug. "Fine," Haley conceded. "Tink it is. According to Tink's reporting, the entire North Korean military buildup is a smokescreen for an active coup attempt." "What about her brother?" Brandon asked. Haley gestured to the screen. The television now displayed an aerial view of a flattened concrete platform. The image was taken from high altitude, yet Jack could clearly make out scorch marks radiating from the center. Several military trucks lay overturned like discarded toys, and one adjacent structure looked as if it had been crushed by a titanic hammer. If not for the plumes of dark smoke and the flickering pockets of fire at the edges, Jack might have mistaken the scene for the aftermath of a powerful earthquake. "This is satellite imagery of the rocket engine test stand at the Musadanri facility," Haley stated, "or what remains of it. 1 week ago, a test there ended in catastrophic failure." The Supreme Leader was observing. "He hasn't been seen in public since." "What kind of rocket engine causes that scale of destruction?" Brandon pressed. "An excellent question," Haley replied. "Our initial intelligence assessment was that the North Koreans were experimenting with a new, high-energy density rocket fuel to extend their missile range. We were mistaken." The presentation slide shifted, now displaying a technical schematic of a missile. The aft section was illustrated in cross-section, highlighting an enlarged propulsion unit. "This represents a prototype Russian weapon system called Skyfall," Haley explained. "It is a nuclear-armed cruise missile, powered by a nuclear reactor." "Nuclear-powered?" Carey interjected. "How does that work?" "It means the missile's range is effectively unlimited," Haley clarified. "Traditional intercontinental ballistic missiles are powerful but follow predictable arching trajectories. That predictability is what allows our defense systems to calculate intercepts. Cruise missiles, by contrast, can fly low and maneuver to avoid radar, but their range is constrained by their fuel capacity, usually around 1,500 miles. Skyfall aims to combine the worst of both worlds, a stealthy, terrain-hugging cruise missile with a global reach. It's a nearly undetectable weapon that could obliterate any city on the planet. Such a system would make the tens of billions we've invested in missile defense essentially obsolete." "A true game-changer," Carey murmured. "Yes," Haley confirmed with a curt nod, "if it actually works. The explosion that injured the Supreme Leader suggests it doesn't. The principle is straightforward in theory, and going air is superheated by a compact reactor and expelled for thrust. But this is the second prototype to fail spectacularly. The first one's reactor went critical years ago off the Russian coast near Nonstop. The blast was detected by seismic sensors. The North Korean incident wasn't as severe, but it clearly indicates Skyfall still has a few design flaws to iron out." Her tone shifted here, from clinical to almost sarcastic. "Apparently unlimited range currently includes the distance to the nearest catastrophic failure. The engineers might want to revisit their blueprints." "So why is North Korea testing a Russian doomsday weapon?" Carey asked. Haley shook her head. "We don't have a clear answer. Perhaps Moscow prefers its catastrophic accidents to happen on someone else's territory. Our surveillance has confirmed isotopic radiation at the Musadanri site matching traces from the Nyanoksa disaster. The contamination levels are lower, but the signature is identical. The working theory is a testing agreement between Moscow and Pyongyang, but the specifics are unknown. Can you shed light on that, Mr. Oga?" "No," Jack said flatly. "That's one of the key questions I plan to ask my contact during our meeting." "Which leads us directly to the operational plan," Brandon said, taking back control of the briefing. His voice regained its authoritative, mission-focused tone. "The Musudanrai missile test facility is situated on North Korea's eastern coast, roughly half a mile inland from the East Sea. It's in North Hamgyong province, about 30 miles from the port city of Kemchak. The facility isn't a single building. It's a complex of 4 primary installations spread across approximately 2 square miles of secured coastline. Each facility operates independently, complete with its own security protocols, perimeter fencing, and dedicated guard detail. Lined up from the western edge to the eastern boundary, the site includes the missile assembly structure, the range command center, the primary launch tower, and the rocket engine testing platform." The display shifted to an overhead satellite image depicting a sizable rectangular building enclosed by a security fence. Paved access roads extended from both sides of the structure, and a separate, smaller utility building was nestled among the trees to the west. Brandon indicated the main complex. This is where the missile assembly takes place. Tink and her brother are currently being held inside. He then directed their attention to the isolated outbuilding. Carrie questioned the reasoning behind their location. Jack explained that Tink was present with her brother during the incident. They were relocated to that secure structure both to contain knowledge of the accident and to provide treatment for possible radiation exposure. It was during this vulnerable period that the coup plotters seized their opportunity. For the past week, Tink and the Supreme Leader have been effectively imprisoned within that building. Tink is maintaining contact with me through a sub-asset who possesses relative freedom of movement across the installation physician. A team of Russian scientists and engineers was on site to observe the test. Following its failure, this doctor was brought in to treat Tink and her brother. She will leverage her access to extract Tink and bring her to our position. Jad pressed for the next step. Jack hesitated briefly before responding, not out of concern for operational security, but because this was the moment his team would grasp the precarious nature of their mission. My communications with Tink have been intermittent and brief, Jack admitted. A complete operational picture is still unclear. Here is what I have confirmed. The mobilization of conventional and special operations forces is being driven by the coup conspirators, not by the Supreme Leader or Tink. At least one of these conspirators is a senior general within the Korean People's Army. He commands enough authority to position his corps commanders at their lines of departure, but those commanders will not initiate an invasion without receiving the order directly from the Supreme Leader or Tink. Like in person? Jad asked. Essentially, Jack replied. It seems the Supreme Leader has a particular preoccupation with coups, which is somewhat understandable given his own rise to power. Before his successful consolidation of control, the military attempted several failed overthrows. 2 KPA Corps commanders nearly succeeded in toppling the government decades ago. To prevent a similar fate, the Supreme Leader implemented a policy where he issues orders to his generals via encrypted video teleconference. The signal uses ciphers that are updated daily. Surprisingly advanced for them, Jag remarked. The system is Chinese in origin, Jack said, which likely means they acquired the technology from us. Regardless, for the invasion to proceed, the coup leader must issue the final orders to the corps commanders once their forward elements are in position. In exchange for her rescue, Think will countermand those orders and re-establish her control over the government. How? Jad inquired. This falls more within your technical expertise than mine, Jack noted, but the signal itself uses standard frequencies and waveforms. The ciphers are the critical component. The coup leader is utilizing the communication systems housed in the range control building, situated in the northern sector of the complex, to coordinate with his co-conspirators and the military. This is where the daily ciphers are stored. Tink still has loyalists inside that building. One of them will covertly deliver the ciphers to her, which she will then bring to us. We supply the radio equipment, and she transmits the stand-down order to the generals. Collectively, we stop the war. Carrie then asked about the roles for the rest of the team during the meeting with Tink. Brandon outlined the plan. You and your spotter will establish a concealed sniper position to provide overwatch for the rendezvous. My SEAL team and I will be positioned nearby as an emergency assault force, ready to intervene if the situation deteriorates. If the secondary asset fails to extract Inca, we go in ourselves, Jack stated. Jad raised an eyebrow. And that just ends the war? Just like that? We're on a clock, Jack countered, his voice low and urgent. In a matter of hours, this entire peninsula could be a firestorm. The casualty count would be catastrophic of thousands, maybe more. The lead on Tink is fragile, but it's the only thread we have to pull. Every person here volunteered for covert work for a shot at preventing a day like this. Well, today's the day. A heavy silence filled the room, thicker than Jack had anticipated. Then Jad broke it with a dry chuckle. That's quite the motivational pitch. Ever consider a career in politics? Absolutely not, Jack shot back, the echo of his own father's long-ago answer ringing in his ears. So, SEAL, what's the plan for getting into North Korea? Brandon's grin was all teeth. You're gonna love this. Jack quickly learned that when a Navy SEAL tells you you're going to love something, your first instinct should be to head in the opposite direction. That realization crystallized as he sat crammed beside Brandon and 4 other SEALs inside a sealed delivery vehicle. The dry deck shelter enclosing them was flooding, icy seawater rushing in from below and transforming the already tight space into a chilling, watery coffin. Brandon's briefing had been thorough, but no words could truly capture the visceral dread of watching the water climb. Jack shut his eyes, focusing on each measured breath, fighting the primal urge to panic as the cold crept higher. His father loved recounting his own submarine insertion dramatic leap from a helicopter into churning seas. For the first time, Jack felt he might have one up on the old man. The preceding hours had been a blur of coordinated chaos. After the briefing disbanded, each team scattered to their respective corners to prepare. The Night Stalker pilots vanished toward their plush quarters to run through their mysterious pre-mission rituals. Carrie and Jad had a brief, hushed conversation with Brandon, who then directed them to a naval aviator, leaving Jack alone with the SEAL. What's next? Jack had asked. Next we catch our ride, Brandon replied. You know how to swim, obviously. Suba certified. Naturally. Then this will be a breeze. It was, decidedly, not a breeze. Catching their ride involved a frantic Shek-6 flight to a desolate patch of ocean, which suddenly ceased being desolate when the waves churned and parted to reveal the ominous black hull of an Ohio-class submarine. This steel behemoth, displacing over 18,000 tons, was a relic of the Cold War reborn. Originally designed as a boomer's silent, lurking platform for nuclear missiles, his technological marvel had been repurposed for stealth and special operations. It was the perfect vessel to slip into watched waters and deliver operatives right under an enemy's nose. Men like Brandon and his team. Unlike his father's storied entrance, Jack boarded the sub without a single wave soaking him, thanks to the Seahawk's precision hover. The descent into the sub's interior led to cramped but functional quarters. It was, all things considered, a tolerable start to an impossible mission. Brandon had just laid out the plan for their undetected approach to the shore. Following that illuminating chat, Jack found himself reconsidering his earlier reluctance to trade places with his father. Plunging into the open ocean was a daunting prospect, but it paled in comparison to the reality of being crammed into a pitch-black metal tube the size of a sedan's trunk alongside 4 other men, all while it steadily filled with icy water. How are you holding up, Mr. Doe? Brandon asked, his voice calm as the water rose past their chests and kept climbing. Considering I'm fairly certain we're about to drown, Jack managed around his regulator. You might as well call me Jack. Don't be dramatic, Jack, Brandon replied, giving Jack's leg a firm squeeze through the neoprene. The real challenge starts once we're on the beach. For now, all you have to do is keep breathing. Simple enough, right? Jack begged to differ. The SEALs had trained him as best they could, but nothing could truly prepare a person for the visceral terror of being entombed in seawater within the coffin-like confines of the SDV. Unlike a standard submarine, this vehicle lacked atmospheric controls, leaving Jack to shiver in the cold, suffocating darkness with no room to move. Logically, he knew the swirling water was harmless as long as his oxygen held, but every primal instinct in his body screamed in protest. He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing entirely on the rhythm of his breath-inhale. Hold exhale-11 as the ocean's frigid grip crept from his ankles to his waist and finally to his chest. When the churning foam closed over his head, Jack very nearly lost his composure. He didn't scream or try to claw his way out, but his breathing became frantic, his lungs gulping down what felt like half a ton of air in under 2 minutes. With claustrophobia threatening to consume him, he wrestled his focus back to his shallow breaths and the frantic drumming of his heart. For a long, terrifying moment he wasn't sure he would win the internal battle. Then gradually the panic began to recede as he seized control of his respiration, finding a steady pace between holding his breath and hyperventilating. Once his breathing steadied, Jack consciously worked to relax his clenched muscles and still his trembling limbs. He opened his eyes. Brandon was watching him, his expression hidden behind his dive mask. Seeing Jack look back, the SEAL flashed the OK signal with a circle of his thumb and forefinger. Jack returned the gesture. He wasn't okay, not by a long shot, but he was managing his fear instead of letting it manage him. It was a fragile victory, but it meant he could function, and for now that would have to suffice. Brandon seemed to understand, giving Jack's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Jack couldn't help but wonder what Mr. C would think of this scene. Then again, John T. Clark was old school, a frogman from the Vietnam War era who helped define naval special warfare. Sympathy wouldn't be on the menu. He'd probably find the whole situation fascinating. A sudden rush of bubbles announced the dry dock shelter opening, exposing the Saint-V to the vast, dark ocean. The endless black water felt like a hungry void waiting to devour them. The vehicle vibrated as its electric motors engaged, propelling it away from the submarine and into the abyss. Reaching past Jack, Brandon sealed the side hatch, plunging the interior into absolute darkness. The SEAL seated opposite cracked a green chemlight, its eerie glow casting long shadows. Then, to Jack's surprise, the man pulled a laminated, waterproof magazine from a pouch on his gear. He handed both the light and the magazine to Jack. Reading was the absolute last thing Jack felt like doing. But Brandon had estimated the transit from the sub to their swim point would take nearly 2 hours. It was going to be a long, dark ride. That was a long stretch to spend in the dark reflecting on some questionable decision. To his right, the frogman was dozing comfortably. But Jack didn't share that luxury. He reached for the magazine. Opening it, he nearly laughed out loud. Naturally, it was a surfing publication, with a resigned exhale that sent a cascade of bubbles toward the surface. Jack leaned back and started turning the pages. Undisclosed location. South Korea, good to have you back, Lieutenant Reese. Come on up and take a seat. Thank you, sir, Mike replied with a nod. Left to his own preference, he would have lingered at the rear of the tent, serving as the tactical operations center. The space was cramped, no larger than a decent-sized family room, and from the back he could still hear the S-3's briefing and see the mat board and its accompanying slides clearly enough. His recent, rather theatrical return had already drawn plenty of stares. Right now, all he wanted was to blend into the scenery. But the squadron commander had different plans, and when your superior offers you a front-row seat, you accept. Mike moved toward the designated folding chair in deliberate, controlled steps, acutely aware of every pair of eyes tracking him. The attention wasn't the real issue. Not the bandage over his forehead hiding the stitches from the crash, nor the impressive black iathers were almost like medals. No, his cautious pace was purely practical. His entire body ached as if he'd gone 10 rounds with a heavyweight boxer. Despite that, the idea of finishing this war from a hospital bed was unthinkable. Like any dedicated pilot, he had significantly underplayed his injuries to the flight surgeon to keep his flight status. College rugby had taught him a thing or two about pain, and he was fairly certain at least one rib was cracked, if not fully broken. His knee was puffy and sore, and a new nagging sensitivity to light suggested a minor concussion. But he had a platoon depending on him and a fight to finish. There was no chance he was accepting a medical grounding. The Apache's rear cockpit, with its greater crash space, had spared his backseater. Cassie, the worst of which had some bruises, but was otherwise fine and unquestionably ready to fly. This fact only hardened Mike's determination. He and Cassie had been through combat together. He wasn't about to let some new front-seater pilot come in and take his warrant officer. However, maintaining the facade he'd sold to the doctor became a lot tougher under the collective gaze of the entire squadron. Gritting his teeth, he completed the short walk with only the slightest hint of a limp before lowering himself into the unforgiving metal chair. "How are you holding up, son?" "Feeling great, sir," Mike answered with a forced grin. "Eager to get back in the air." "Glad to hear it," said Lieutenant Colonel J.D. "Jack, because you're going to get that chance." "Go ahead, Tim." "Roger, sir." The S-3 responded. "Here's the current situation." The S-3 clicked his remote, and the blank screen on the tent wall lit up with a map dense with tactical symbols. Mike studied the display, recognizing the expected terrain, a single road snaking through a steep mountain valley. As a new lieutenant, he'd received a basic overview of O-Plan 51150 from the squadron's intelligence officer. This was the comprehensive war plan for the peninsula, the blueprint U.S. and South Korean forces would execute to counter a North Korean invasion. The entire strategy hinged on geography. The restrictive mountains and tight valleys of Korea were the decisive factor between victory and defeat. This channeling terrain would create a logistical nightmare for North Korean commanders trying to move tanks, artillery, and troops from their hidden mountain positions to potential attack points along the demilitarized zone. The rugged terrain, with its towering peaks and impassable slopes, meant the only viable high-speed routes to the front were the twisting hard-surface roads. These same narrow valleys, walled by steep cliffs, created ideal kill zones for the Apache's primary tank-killing weapon, the Hellfire missile. The challenge, however, was that the helicopters first had to cross the forward line of own troops to engage the advancing armored columns. This meant flying directly over enemy frontline positions, which were layered with air defense systems ready to swat any inattentive American gunship from the sky. For over half a century since the armistice, despite northern provocations and southern military drills, the peninsula had avoided a return to full-scale war. Disturbing the fragile stalemate was like kicking a massive hornet's nest. The sheer number of artillery pieces arrayed north and south of the demilitarized zone represented a brutal, conventional form of mutually assured destruction. If South Korea pushed north, Seoul would be obliterated by a rain of shell. Conversely, if North Korean mechanized forces drove south, they would face a gauntlet of cavalry pilots eager to test next-generation Hellfire and Spike missiles against their aging Soviet-era armor. Until now, the risks had always outweighed the potential rewards for both sides. Yet, as the recent clash with Kipa's fast boats had shown, old assumptions could shatter overnight. As of 01:00 this morning, the lead echelon forces of 4 Deparek Infantry Corps departed their staging areas and assumed march formation, the S-3 reported, clicking through a series of briefing slides. 10 minutes ago, they initiated movement south. How long until the lead elements reached their attack positions? Lieutenant Colonel Jack asked. Mike felt a jolt of realization. Apaches weren't typically part of the initial ground battle. Much like their adversaries to the north, South Korea hadn't spent the decades since the armistice twiddling its thumb. While they couldn't shield Seoul from an artillery barrage, they had heavily fortified positions along the Dems, backed by their own substantial rocket artillery, mechanized infantry, and armored units ready to meet the advancing forces. The fighting along the Flot would be a brutal, close-quarters meat grinder, but those entrenched troops didn't need Apache support. Standard doctrine called for the gunships to fly deep behind enemy lines hundreds of kilometers beyond the front to strike follow-on reinforcement. The theory was simple. The leading North Korean units would lose heart and break against stubborn southern defenses if their backup was destroyed in a fiery spectacle far from the battlefield. It was a neat theory, but utterly untested. Sure, massed armored columns were tempting targets, but each Apache Guardian came with a price tag north of $35 million. In the cold arithmetic of war, trading a squadron of these high-tech birds for a single motorized rifle brigade wasn't exactly a winning deal. That's why deep attacks were called hide hay-off missions. But this briefing wasn't about a deep attack. The S-3 was detailing the battle order for the first wave of North Korean attackers. The pieces weren't fitting together. A sudden, sharp memory flashed in Mike's mind, a training exercise where a similar misinterpretation of enemy movement had nearly led to a catastrophic friendly fire incident. The tension in the room now felt eerily familiar. "Sir, if I may," Mike interjected, raising his hand, "aren't those brigades part of the lead echelon forces themselves?" "Spot on, Lieutenant," Lieutenant Colonel Jack replied, a note of grim approval in his voice. The squadron commander's gaze settled on Captain Tucker as he spoke. "At least one officer from Charlie Troop was awake during our planning drills." Mike had reached the tactical assembly area barely half an hour prior, which was more than enough time to catch the latest gossip. Word was Lieutenant Colonel Jack had been thoroughly unimpressed with Tucker's management of the recent maritime operation. The buzz suggested Mike's direct superior had nearly been fired over it. While part of Mike felt a grim sense of vindication, he wasn't naive. That kind of reprimand never stayed contained. The frustration always trickled down. Once he was alone with Captain Jackass, Mike was certain he'd be on the receiving end of some redirected anger. "Moving on," Jack said, shifting his attention fully back to Mike. "Our orders have changed. The theater command has decided we won't fight this war by the old playbook. The folks in Washington have no desire to watch Seoul get flattened by an artillery duel between the Korea. This new operation is our signal to our South Korean allies that we're still in the fight, regardless of the chaos in Seoul and Busan. Instead of waiting for the bombardment to start, we're going to strike first and disrupt the entire conflict." "How?" Mike asked. "By acting like cavalry," Jack replied. "We will locate, pin down, and eliminate those bastards as they emerge from their mountain hideouts. And we'll be doing it by flying directly into North Korean airspace." Mike stared at the map. "You've got to be kidding me. Even with preparatory artillery strikes, American losses would be staggering. The lead flight would have a hell of a job. Arrive at the forward line of troops too early, and they'd fly right into their own suppressive fire meant to breach the enemy's defenses. Arrive too late, and they'd face the full fury of any surviving North Korean anti-aircraft batteries. The whole plan was a death trap. Sometimes, he mused, it was an advantage to be the new guy. "Which troop has the lead?" Mike asked, studying the proposed flight paths. "Excellent question," Jack said, a grin spreading across his face. "Since this mission is unconventional, I'm taking an unconventional approach. Or maybe it's the most logical choice, depending on your perspective. Here's the deal: you're the only officer here with actual combat time on the Korean Peninsula. That makes you our squadron lead. Get ready, Lieutenant. We're going into hostile territory. Well, Dam Musudan Rim Missile Test Facility, North Korea." Kira Sidorova was in deep, far over her head. This sensation of helplessness was entirely foreign to her. As a leading physician in radiation sickness, Kira was accustomed to command. She was the final arbiter, the decisive voice between survival and death, a figure whose expertise brooked no argument. Her reputation was impeccable, backed by a formidable publication record and international consultations. When Kira spoke, the medical world listened. She was unequivocally in charge. But not here. Here she had been diminished to a frightened shadow, sneaking through darkened corridors to fulfill another's commands, her nerves constantly on edge. This was intolerable. It had to end, and now. This wasn't a crisis of confidence, if anything. It was the bitter fruit of her former overconfidence, the assuredness that came from a protected life within a system that had prized her brilliance. Early success had made her a useful asset to the Russian state, and she had gladly accepted all the privileges that came with that status. Her life abroad was comfortable, and she moved through the world with a certain immunity, because whenever her government called, she answered without hesitation. The mission to North Korea was a case in point. The embarrassing failure of the weapon test was a blow to Russian prestige, particularly for the former KGB officer now running the country. While espionage wasn't her field, Kira had a strong suspicion this was precisely why the experimental prototype had been shipped to North Korea for trial. Prior version had malfunctioned disastrously, causing multiple fatalities and a nuclear incident so severe that not even Russia's propaganda apparatus could fully bury it. It didn't require a brilliant mind to connect the dots. Further testing would be conducted somewhere offering the Kremlin far greater plausible deniability. When the problematic engine failed once more a surprise only to the North Korean technicians monitoring it and the unfortunate observers within the blast zone, Kira received the summons she'd been expecting to the isolated nation. Ironically, that predictable summons turned out to be the last thing on this entire ill-fated trip that would follow any script. Squaring her shoulders, Kira approached the two soldiers posted at the entrance of the plain building, where she was spending more and more of her days. Encircled by woods on three sides with a cleared field to the south, the structure might have passed for a storage barn or a rustic homestead, were it not for the much larger facility visible just beyond the tree line 100 yards to the east. That hangar-like building, aligned north to south with fortified roads leading from its exits and a guarded checkpoint controlling access, made no attempt to blend in. Its broad concrete aprons, built to handle the tractor-trailers that serviced the site, and its vast enclosed workspace made its function obvious. This was where ballistic missiles were assembled, weapons crafted to deliver nuclear fire upon North Korea's adversary. The building Kira now faced had once quartered the guards for that critical installation. Not anymore. "Good morning," Kira said, holding up the badge hanging from her lanyard for the nearer guard to see. The soldiers assigned here were notably well-fed, another sign of the compound's importance. Perhaps excessively so. To maintain her sanity, Kira had given them private nicknames. Considering his heavy jowls and narrow eyes, she thought of the man now examining her credentials as Porky. His partner had a leaner frame, yet a pronounced round belly still spilled over his belt. Neither was a model of military fitness. Still, they performed their duties with a grim seriousness. Even though Kira was the sole Russian delegate who ever visited this building, Pori meticulously checked her identification every single time. Tonight was no different. He ignored her greeting, taking the badge with thick fingers and studying her photo as if this were her first visit, not her 20th. Kira endured the inspection patiently. Trying to rush him was futile. In truth, if she were in his shoes, she'd probably be just as cautious. The North Korean regime's brutality toward those who failed it made her own country's leaders seem almost benevolent by comparison. And now her own destiny was entangled with these people. Fighting back a chill, Kira took back her badge and waited while Porhi tapped a code into the cipher lock beside the door. Kira had long since committed the entry code to memory, but she still observed the man's thick fingers hammer the keys. This wasn't really to verify the combination, though that detail held some minor interest. Her true focus on the unlocking ritual was a convenient shield, a reason to avoid meeting the gaze of Porky's partner. Where his portly companion was all bulk, Lanky's eyes were unmistakably clear, and Kira was thoroughly sick of feeling them crawl over her. A unit of Russian paramilitary personnel was stationed at the missile complex alongside the scientists investigating the weapon's failure. Their presence had initially confused her, but its purpose became swiftly apparent. Lanky's lewd appreciation was far from unique. She suspected the North Korean guards would have escalated their behavior long ago if not for the intimidating bearded presence of her own countrymen. The metallic click of the lock severed her grim train of thought. With a curt nod to Porky, Kira moved into the barracks, acutely aware of Lanky's predatory stare burning into her back. Failing to resolve her current predicament meant a soldier's unwanted attention would soon be the most trivial of her concerns. Inside, the barracks reflected the austere lifestyle expected of soldiers, particularly those assigned to a remote outpost. A shared kitchen and common area occupied most of the floor space. In keeping with traditional Korean custom, Western beds were absent. The floor was bare, but orderly stacks of footlockers and tightly rolled sleeping mats lined the walls. To her left, a simple sink and a two-burner stove, devoid of an oven, comprised the kitchen. A hallway beckoned to the right, and Kira turned to follow it. It terminated at 2 rooms, guarded by another set of soldiers. These men, unlike the lax exterior sentries, possessed the on physique of serious professionals. Corded muscles strained against plain uniforms, and tendons stood rigid in their necks. Their automatic weapons were slung for instant use. They exuded a contained, spring-tight aggression that washed down the corridor like an Arctic wind. They reminded her of the Spetsnaz or Wagner operators who sometimes guarded Russian installations. Their cold eyes tracked her approach, but held no hint of lechery. Instead, she felt she was looking into a void, a freshly dug plot that might very well be meant for her. Once more Kira presented her identification. Neither guard moved to take it. The nearest one instead conducted a brisk, impersonal pat-down. His hands, like his eyes, held no sexual interest, but a cold tremor still threatened to climb her spine. He then gestured for her medical bag. Complying, she watched as his deft fingers sorted through her supplies, medicines, syringes, and various tools with a thorough clinical detachment. Only after this inspection did he give a slight nod. His partner input a code, his body blocking her view, and the lock disengaged with a solid clack. As Kira moved to enter, the guard placed a firm hand against her chest. "Phone," he stated in accented but clear Russian. For a heartbeat she was too stunned to react. This was a new requirement. Hoping her fingers were steady, she surrendered the device. He took it without a word and motioned her inside. The heavy door sealed behind her, the deadbolt engaging with a final, echoing thud. The woman sitting in the simple chair at the room's center appeared entirely ordinary, hardly justifying the intense security surrounding her. She was small-framed, even by Korean standards, likely weighing no more than 100 pounds. Her dark hair was tied back in a short, practical ponytail, her face bare of noticeable makeup. Her clothing was equally plain: a simple button-down shirt, dark, comfortable trousers, and durable shoes. In total, she seemed utterly unremarkable. That impression lasted only until you met her gaze. "Good morning," she stated in perfect Russian. Her expression was as neutral as her attire, yet her eyes shone with a sharp, undeniable intelligence. Intelligence and something more, a deep cunning. Those brown eyes seemed to see straight through Kira, piercing the careful facade of professional detachment to glimpse the turmoil underneath. Kira felt her own composure start to fracture. "How are you feeling today?" Kira asked, the routine question feeling stiff and unnatural. She stepped closer as she spoke, her physician's instincts already shifting into examination mode. "As well as can be expected," the woman replied, her tone meticulously flat. "Good," Kira said, retrieving her stethoscope. "Let's have a listen." She placed the chest piece against the woman's slight frame, but it wasn't the sound of a heartbeat she was listening for. Instead, Kira leaned in close, allowing the earpieces to hang loose as she bent her head near the patient's mouth. "Is he coming?" the woman whispered, this time in clear English. Kira gave a slight nod, moving the stethoscope to another position. "Take a deep breath, please," Kira instructed, returning to Russian. The woman obeyed, drawing in air. Then she spoke again, her voice a mere thread of sound. "Just one more thing. That is all it will take." Kira shook her head almost imperceptibly as she adjusted the instrument. Those very words, "one more thing," were what had trapped her in this impossible situation. As someone raised in comfort within Russia's elite, Kira might have been sheltered from the world's harsh realities, but she was no fool. What had started as a simple act of compassion had transformed into a crushing burden. She had spent countless sleepless nights trying to devise an escape. Her plan wasn't perfect, but she was certain of one thing. She was finished granting favors. "No," Kira whispered back in English. "I brought what you requested. Nothing more. The situation has shifted. I can sense it. They confiscated my phone." "I am aware," the Korean woman said, "but you must hold your nerve. This is nearly finished." "I have done everything possible," Kira insisted, her voice low. "Please, do not ask for anything else. Then your help up to now will have been for nothing, the woman stated, her neutral tone finally cracking with a sliver of desperation. They will execute me. Tonight the soldiers may pull the triggers, but your choices have aimed the weapon. I am begging you. Kira's carefully built resolve dissolved. Ready or not, this fragile woman's survival now rested with her. She had already come so far. What was a single step further? What is it you need? Kira finally said. The woman told her. Kira found she could not refuse. She had entered medicine to heal, not to harm. She had sworn an oath to protect life, and she would not abandon it now, even if that life belonged to the sister of a dictator. Musudan Re-Missile Test Facility, North Korea, Trident, Maine. This is Trident 12, Carey reported. We are in position, over. Copy, Trident 12. Report your status, over. Stas, Jed muttered under his breath. Thankfully, his spotter's sarcastic remark was a quiet aside, not transmitted over the radio. Carey understood the sentiment, though. His own patience was wearing thin, and the operation was just getting started. Trident 12 has visual confirmation on Zeppelin, Carey said into the mic. All systems are green. Weather is deteriorating, but still manageable. Fleetwood Mac is ice. I repeat, Fleetwood Mac is ice, over. Trident Main copies all. Charlie, Mike. Trident 12. Trident Main, out. Charlie, Mike, Jad whispered with a sigh. Continue mission. Really feeling the love from command. Stay focused, brother, Carey said, fine-tuning the sight on his rifle. Give the Navy guys a break. This might be the first time they've ever actually spoken to combat soldiers over the radio. Guys like us, who live in the dirt, tend to make sailors a little jumpy. Couldn't they have given us an army call sign instead of that Trident seal nonsense? Jad grumbled. Take it easy, Carey replied. If a Navy call sign is our biggest complaint when this is all over, I'd say we got off incredibly lucky. Well then, I hate to break it to you, but you don't smell lucky. You smell like a barnyard after a hard rain. To be perfectly accurate, that wasn't quite right. Carey was certain he reeked, but the muck plastered to him wasn't from any barnyard animal. In fact, he had a strong suspicion its origin was decidedly more human. He kept that theory to himself. His usually unflappable spotter was already on edge, his nerves frayed by their chaotic insertion. Telling Jad that the rice paddy they'd both plunged into was likely fertilized with human waste wouldn't help anything. No sense pouring gasoline on that particular fire. Their insertion had been a Hahu Jumpha altitude, high opening, and it had been a nightmare. With the outer bands of a tropical storm churning just 60 miles off, the winds had been at the absolute limit of what was safe. Carey, a certified jump master with hundreds of jumps and 5 combat inserts to his name, had never experienced anything like it. The air was a living thing, a chaotic mess of rising and falling columns that tossed them around like leaves in a hurricane. One moment he was being sucked skyward at a terrifying rate. The next he was in a gut-wrenching freefall. Through his advanced night vision goggles, he saw the rice paddy coming in crystal clear, sickening detail, but he was utterly powerless to avoid it. Steering his chute was like trying to paddle a kayak through Class 5 rapids. As per their standard procedure, Jad followed him right into the murky, stinking water, and Kari didn't need to hear him to know a torrent of multilingual curses was filling the air. The stench was overwhelming. He made a deliberate point of ignoring the various unidentifiable chunks floating past his face, rendered in high-definition horror by his goggles. Some things a soldier was better off not knowing. The soggy landing meant a long, miserable, squelching trek out of the paddy and up the hill they'd scouted as their hide site. Following the meticulous drills that had kept them alive on more deployments than Carey cared to remember, they covered the final 100 meters on their bellies, low-crawling and dragging their gear bags through the mud. Now they were here, exhausted, aching and coated in a layer of filth that defied description. But they were also undetected. For a sniper team, that was a victory in itself. Sometimes success smelled terrible. "You ready to start plotting target reference points?" Jad asked, his voice all business now. "I thought you'd never ask," Carey said, already sweeping his rifle's optic across the target building below. The SEALs, as the overall mission commanders, had gotten the privilege of naming all the operational graphics. Their head honcho, it seemed, was a classic rock fanatic. The main objective building was dubbed Zeppelin, while the stretch of beach where the assault team would land was christened Fleetwood Mac. Unlike Jad, Carey didn't get worked up about call signs. What mattered were the clear sightlines to Zeppelin. "All right," Jad said, slipping into the familiar, practiced rhythm they'd honed across countless missions. "You see that gap in the tree line on the north side of the structure? Let's start there. 700 meters out, bearing 085. Carey scanned the terrain, trying to match the open patch of woods Jad had described. Certainty was everything now. He powered up the laser rangefinder attached to his optic and sent a pulse toward the clearing. The LED display blinked back the confirmation. 700 meters exactly. "Confirmed," Carey said. "Solid," Jad replied, marking that as Alpha 1. Carey noted the designation in his sniper's log, which already held a rough sketch of the area. "Copy that," he said, easing back behind the rifle. "What's next?" For the next 10 minutes, the two men broke down their sector into distinct, easily identifiable Amargs reference points they could recognize even under fire. Then they shifted to the trickier part of their task, high-angle shooting. Their hide was perched nearly 1,500 feet above the target building, meaning every shot would be on a steep downward slope. That angle had to be calculated into the ballistics solution alongside the usual variables wind speed and direction, bullet drop, the Coriolis effect, and a host of other specialized terms that defined their craft. Another 10 minutes passed in focused adjustments before Trident Main came over the radio again. "Trident 12, this is Trident Main. Over." "Go ahead for 12, Carey responded. "Roger, 12. Trident 6 is 5 minutes out from Fleetwood Mac." "I say again, Trident 6 Eta 5 minutes." "Over, 12 copies all," Carey said. "Zeppelin status remains green. We'll have eyes on Fleetwood Mac shortly. Over." "Roger that, Trident 12. Continue mission. Trident Main out. Someone really needs to school that guy on proper radio procedure," Jad muttered. "Enough complaining," Carey shot back. "The party's about to start." "Famous last words," Jad said dryly. "Ready for me to leave the spotting scope?" With 2 kilometers and a series of rolling hills between their position and Fleetwood Mac, there was no way their rifles alone could cover the beach. That's where the gear in John's drag bag came in. The disassembled A-1 Raven drone had a range of 10 kilometers and could stay airborne for over 90 minutes. Its nose-mounted sensor package delivered real-time video in both visual and infrared. But the real advantage was its sounder, rather the lack of it. Equipped with a single rear propeller, the hand-launched HAV didn't produce the telltale high-pitched whine of typical quadcopters. It was the perfect tool for 2 snipers who relied on stealth. Carey swept his optic across the target building one more time before answering. The structure wasn't much to look at. A single-story rectangle with an open field to the south and woods wrapping around the west and north. A well-worn gravel path led east, ending at the far more imposing missile assembly building. According to Lieutenant Wilson, the naval intelligence officer, this smaller building likely housed the compound's guard force. That tracked for Carey. The real action was next door where the missile work happened, so the facility was wrapped in layers of security razor-wire fences, patrols, checkpoints, and cameras galore. A tough nut to crack for sure. Zeppelin, by contrast, seemed almost relaxed. 2 guards were visible at the entrance, and a couple of jeeps parked in the gravel suggested more were inside out of view. Not exactly a walk in the park, but compared to its fortified neighbor, it felt almost approachable. Just as Carey was about to tell Jad to break down the spotting scope and start assembling the Raven, the building's door swung open, spilling a sudden wash of white light into the dusk. A compact figure slipped out, immediately catching the eye of the two guards standing watch. Then everything erupted into chaos. Misudanrai Missile Test Facility, North Korea. Jack wasn't convinced he'd ever willingly step into the ocean again. Having grown up near Baltimore, he'd logged countless hours by the sea, learned to swim as a kid, and even picked up surfing recently. He'd actually been looking at flights for a surf trip to Australia right before this assignment in South Korea landed in his lap. Now, the thought of open water just made him queasy. "How are you holding up?" Brandon murmured. "Fantastic," Jack whispered back, his focus locked on the sight picture of his Lakshka MP5. "Just peachy. Outfitted with the same plate carrier, helmet, and gear as the SEALs, complete with an MP5 and a Glock 23 on his hip." Jack had looked the part. But the harrowing underwater insertion had just delivered a brutal reality check. Looking like a SEAL and actually being one were worlds apart. A soft chuckle came through his earpiece. "Here's a tip if you ever meet some blowhard in a bar boasting he's a SEAL. Ask him how he feels about the ocean. If he says he prefers the water to dry land, you have my permission to punch him right in the mouth. That guy's a total fraud. After a water infill, every single one of us is desperate to feel solid ground under our boots. I've seen fully qualified guys lose their cool after a ride in a ZV. You made it to shore without completely losing your lunch. That's a victory in my book." "Appreciate it," Jack said. While he was fairly sure he was on solid earth now, he couldn't swear to the state of his shorts. The approaching storm had turned the surf into a violent, churning mess, making his time in the cramped delivery vehicle a special kind of misery. Getting out into the open ocean hadn't offered much relief, and fighting through the crashing waves to shore had been a straight-up nightmare. He liked to think he'd helped muscle through the current, but he had a strong suspicion Brandon had dragged him most of the way. The SEALs, in stark contrast, had emerged from the surf looking like they'd just taken a casual stroll. After moving quickly across the exposed beach, they were now concealed in a thicket of trees overlooking a series of terraced rice fields. "This waiting around is for the birds," Brandon muttered, almost as if he'd heard Jack's thoughts. What the SEAL didn't voice was that their contact, Kira, was late. By 3 minutes and 58 seconds, to be precise. While you couldn't expect a civilian scientist to match the clockwork precision of a special ops team, her absence gnawed at Jack. He'd been on enough missions to develop a gut sense for theme and intangible feeling that told you whether things were on track or about to go sideways. Besides the scientist's tardiness, he had no hard evidence, but he couldn't shake a deep, creeping dread. The air itself felt heavy and electric, like the dark clouds overhead, as if something was poised to go catastrophically wrong. "Trident 6. This is Trident 12, over." "Go for 6, Brandon answered, his voice a low whisper. "Roger, 6. Situation update. We have gunfire reported at Zeppelin. One individual exited the structure, engaged the guards, and is now moving south on foot across the open field." "Copy that," Brandon said. "Can you identify the runner? Negative on positive-eyed, but based on the physical profile, it could be Tinkover." "Understood," Brandon replied. "Can the drone get us a visual?" "Affirmative, once we get it airborne. Things got noisy right as we were unpacking it. Wanted to keep security tight first, over." "Solid copy. Launch the drone and get us a look. Maintain position for now." "Roger, will comply." A knot formed in Jack's gut. Unplanned violence at the Zeppelin was the last thing they needed right now. The situation was already tense, and the loss of the drone's eye in the sky made it infinitely worse. If Kira chose this moment to show herself, they'd be completely blind to it. A low engine growl cut through Jack's worries just as a cold, heavy raindrop hit his cheek. "Of course, when it rains, it pours. Get that drone up. Now," Carey ordered, his voice tight. "On it," Jad replied. Carey could sense his spotter shifting beside him, but his own focus was locked down the scope. He'd done a quick field zero on this scar-heavy back on the USS Lake Champlain, using floating targets from the helipad. It was a capable rifle, but it wasn't his rifle. Every sniper knows his weapon like an artist knows his favorite brush. They all work, but the feel, the subtle kick, the way it speaks, it's personal. That intimacy matters, especially at 500 meters. "Birds airborne," Jad announced after launching the Raven. "Feed is live." Zooming on the runner. Unlike some snipers who switch between dedicated day and night rifles, Carey preferred the flexibility of a clip-on thermal unit. It mounted to his optic, letting him see in the dark, but it couldn't tell him who he was seeing. For a positive eyed, he needed the Raven's high-resolution camera pod. "Can't get a clean look at her face," Jad reported, "but the build and hair suggest female." Carey shifted his view from the fleeing woman to the 6 men gaining on her. Adrenaline is a burst, not endurance. She'd only made it about 50 yards and was already flagging, while her pursuers closed the gap with long, determined stride. This was a bad scene, fast. He had to make a call. The mission briefing was crystal clear. Tink was priority 1 and the rules of engagement authorized lethal force to protect her. But those rules hinged on positive identification of both the principal and the threat. In this murky twilight, with rain beginning to sheet down, he had neither. What if the runner wasn't Tink? What if the men weren't North Korean security, but Russian advisors? A mistake here wouldn't just be a mission failure. It could spark an international incident. If this were a triple nickel op with Captain Alex Brown calling the shots, Carey's finger would already be on the trigger. He trusted Brown with his life, having fought beside him more than once, and knew the captain would have his back through any fallout. But Reaper 6 wasn't on the comms tonight. He was working for a SEAL commander he didn't know, with a team he'd just met. Caution felt like the only sane path. "Trident 6. This is Trident 12, Carey whispered into his mic. "I need guidance. Immediately over. 12-6, stand by prompt, but not helpful." This wasn't a stand-by kind of problem. The lead pursuer was now within 15 yards. Time for debating was over. "Get on your rifle," Carey said. "Thought you'd never ask," Jad replied, his voice already dropping into the calm, focused cadence of a shooter in the zone. "What's the plan?" "I'll take the front runner and work back. You start with the last man and work forward. We meet in the middle. Shoot on my mark. Ready?" "Ready," Jad confirmed, his tone serene. Carey drew a slow breath, willing his heart rate to settle. 500 meters on a moving target was no joke, but doubt was a luxury he couldn't afford. He focused on the pale, bouncing shape in his reticle, exhaled halfway, and spoke. 3, 2, 1. Mark. He pressed the trigger and the rifle punched his shoulder with familiar authority. The suppressor attached to his rifle's muzzle did a decent job of muffling the sound, but the shot was still clearly heard. Jad's rifle echoed his own. Operational security concerns would have to be addressed later. The figure in his scope jerked and fell, and Carey quickly sent a second round into the blurry green shape. Many people imagined sniping as a clean, single-shot affair. In theory, that was ideal. But at extreme range, against moving targets with an unfamiliar weapon, accuracy became a serious challenge. Carey recalled a report from 2 Delta Force snipers who had engaged a large group of insurgents from over 1,000 yards away. They had eliminated roughly 20 fighters, but it had taken them more than 50 rounds to do it. Carey understood that struggle all too well. On a positive note, his SCAR was a semi-automatic, not a bolt action. This allowed him to shift to a new target as soon as the previous one dropped, without the manual cycling of a bolt. The downside, according to traditionalists, was that a bolt action was inherently more precise. Right now, Carey didn't care about the debate. He was focused on the men in his sights. He managed to drop one more before the situation shifted. Instead of continuing their pursuit of the fleeing woman, the remaining men suddenly dropped flat to the ground, vanishing from view. Carey scanned the field, searching for any movement, just as Jad fired a final solitary shot. Then an uneasy quiet settled over the hilltop. "You getting the same bad feeling I am?" Jad asked, his voice low. That they've got a shot detection system, Carey replied. They all went prone in perfect unison. A sniper's greatest asset is remaining unseen. A skilled shooter could fire multiple times from a hidden position without being located. That window expanded significantly with proper sound suppression and camouflage. But technology had a way of erasing those advantages. American forces used acoustic systems that could pinpoint a shooter's location from the sound of the gunshot alone. If the North Koreans or their allies had similar gear, I think we need to, too. A sequence of deep, hollow thumps cut him off. "Mortars! Income!" he yelled, shoving his spotter. Then the world around them exploded into fire and dirt. Muzadanri missile test facility, North Korea, sir. We have a serious issue. I am aware, Pak stated. The distant thunder of artillery had stopped, but the echoes seemed to linger in his skull. The soldier framed in his office doorway, a man named Rim, looked equally unsettled. Rim was a member of Pog's personal security detail, selected personally from a unit of Special Forces operatives known for their composure and effectiveness. For a man like Rim to appear visibly concerned meant the situation demanded immediate attention. "Enter," Pog ordered, and closed the door. The office Pog had commandeered in the range control building was by any measure dismal. It was a stark, windowless box with stained floors and peeling paint. The Musudanrai facility was remote by design, and the technicians who worked there weren't granted the luxuries common in Pyongyang. There was, of course, a single lavishly appointed room reserved for potential visits by the country's leadership. Pak, however, had chosen this barren space for his command post. He didn't need plush furniture or fine art. He needed uninterrupted communication line. He was simultaneously managing a military conflict and a delicate political maneuver, tasks that would have been challenging even from his well-appointed office in the capital. The stark surroundings, he mused bitterly, were a fitting backdrop for the grim work at hand. Pak was counting on the remote base's robust communications network, originally built to oversee missile tests, to keep his lines open without interruption. As with so much in the isolated nation, the extensive communication hubs had been acquired from foreign sources. The core framework drew from Russian blueprints with crucial upgrades and access to their satellites provided by China. From this nerve center, Pak could stay in constant touch with his co-conspirator, General Fyo, as well as the men he'd assigned to the general to guarantee his cooperation. Equally critical, the Supreme Leader and his sister were under round-the-clock watch just a few kilometers distant. Although the compound still held numerous soldiers, technicians, and engineers uninvolved in his plot, Pak had shielded his vulnerable position by stationing his own 30-man security team there as well. Up to now they hadn't been necessary, but if Rim's arrival was any clue, that was all about to shift. "Report," Pak ordered, studying the soldier. Despite Rim's impeccable uniform, his shaved head shone with sweat. This commando was usually ice under pressure, a very bad sign. "Mezun has escaped," Rim stated. Pak's hand stilled, the glass of soju he'd been reaching for suddenly unimportant. "Details," he demanded. "She managed to get out of her quarters," Rim explained. "I believe she may have drugged the guards, though I'm not sure. Regardless, she took one of their weapons and fled." "Your men failed to apprehend her?" Pa asked. "She had assistance," Rim replied. "Snipers engaged my team. We pinpointed their position and returned counter-battery fire, but Mezun got away." Pog leaned back from his desk, processing the information. "Did you locate the snipers?" Rim shook his head. "My men are still searching for both Mezun and the shooter. So far, neither has been found." "What about her brother?" Pak said. He would no longer grant the boy king the title of Supreme Leader. "Still confined to his quarters," Rim answered. "I've tripled his guard. The rest of my personnel are sweeping the complex. Mezun is clever, but she's no soldier. I've sealed the entire Musudanri facility. No vehicles have entered or exited in the past 12 hours. With the ocean to the east and rugged wilderness on all other sides, she has nowhere to run." That would be true if not for the mysterious snipers, individuals skilled enough to cut down Reen's soldiers and evade an artillery strike unscathed. To Park, this eliminated the possibility of loyal Deep Iraq troops. Operators of this caliber came from only two places, South Korea or the United States. The ramifications of either scenario were deeply troubling. An electronic tone sounded in the room. Pog looked at the wall-mounted monitor to his left. The Deep Iraq tank and infantry fighting vehicle formations were reaching their jump-off points. The conflict was moments from beginning. Take personal command of the search, Pog instructed. Scour every possible hiding place, down to the last stone. Nothing is exempt. We must find her. I will secure Russian assistance. Understood, sir, Ryn said. I will find her. You have my word. Pog acknowledged the salute with a curt nod and picked up his phone. Contrary to what he had told Rym, he was not calling the Russian contingent for help. A true ruler does not request, aid commands it. Pak's authority, his very survival, rested on the most fragile illusion, the perception that he was the absolute, unchallenged master of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The slightest fracture in that facade would doom his grab for power, not to mention his life. So as his bodyguard left, Park dialed a number, but it was not the one for the Russian garrison. The phone buzzed to life just as Park observed the digital markers of the lead KPA formations inching toward their assault corridors. He was achingly near his goal. In under a quarter of an hour, the forward elements would drift into the engagement zone of the combined South Korean and American forces positioned across the demilitarized zone. From that point, the outcome would be a volatile gamble. Confronted with undeniable proof that North Korea was initiating a full-scale conventional war, Pak felt certain the Southern puppets or their American overseers would launch a first strike to blunt the armored spearhead. But even if they hesitated, Pak would still emerge victorious. As arranged with General Fiu, the reconnaissance teams at the vanguard would exchange sporadic fire with South Korean border units. This would almost certainly trigger a devastating counterattack, wiping out those leading KPA elements. Pak had anticipated this, directing Fiu to restructure his battle formations to keep the modern N2020 tanks well back from the front. No matter how the initial clash unfolded, Pak would have manufactured the essential Kraslish entire peninsula teetering on the edge of war, with jumpy troops facing each other across the divide. Then he would step in as the calm negotiator, brokering a ceasefire and a pullback to the armistice line. He might even dangle the corpses of the Supreme Leader and his meddlesome sister as bargaining chips, provided, of course, that the elusive woman was still in his custody. None of his designs held any weight if both siblings were not definitively eliminated. Like predators sensing a wounded animal, the Americans would interpret any leadership vacuum as a critical vulnerability. If he failed to persuade them that the nation and its nuclear stockpile remained under firm command, an invasion became a real possibility. For that matter, China might also be tempted to move. When nuclear weapons are involved, everyone fears chaos. Park could not permit such an intervention, yet he was no fool. He knew his coup would face complications. His circle of conspirators had already grown larger than he ever wanted. Each new necessary inclusion multiplied the risk of the entire scheme collapsing around him. This was precisely why he had secured a final, definitive insurance policy. Something that would force the Americans and the global community to heed his words, irrespective of the events along the Dems. Yes. What is the status of the device? Pa asked. The voice on the line belonged to more than a co-conspirator. In a nation like theirs, it was routine to find individuals scarred by the Supreme Leader's cruelty. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who didn't know a victim of the regime. What was far less common was for that suffering to be halted before it turned fatal. This man was an exception. Years earlier, his wife had caught a chill before one of the Supreme Leader's orchestrated visits to their remote post. She then committed the fatal error of sneezing during his speech. It was a muffled, almost silent sneeze, hastily stifled, but it was a sneeze nonetheless. Minutes after the remarks ended, two of the Boy King's guards hauled the woman from her husband's vehicle, shoving her against a concrete wall. As they leveled their rifle, Pak stepped in, coolly requesting the privilege of carrying out the execution himself. Such a request was not odd. Elites often vied for the honor of eliminating the leader's enemies to curry favor. Assuming this was the motive, the guards, eager to depart the dismal outpost, readily handed over the sobbing woman and hurried back to the motorcade. Pak waited until the procession had disappeared down the dusty road before returning the trembling woman to her husband. Even now he couldn't fully articulate why he had chosen to intervene that day. He was not a candidate for any election, nor was he driven by some grand altruistic impulse. Still, an instinct had whispered that aligning with the scientist was wiser than making him an adversary. That instinct had proven correct. Now Park was about to measure the true limits of a spouse's indebtedness. "All pre-launch diagnostics on the delivery system are finished," the scientist reported, his voice calm. "The weapon is ready for deployment." "Outstanding," Park replied. "What is the estimated time for arming it with the special payload?" A stretch of silence followed, but Park forced himself to stay calm. The man was an academic, prone to careful consideration. Quiet didn't always mean doubt, or so Park insisted to himself. "We are actually ahead of the planned timeline," the scientist finally said. "Providing an exact minute is difficult, but my projection is 15 minutes, possibly sooner." "Your performance is commendable," Park stated, then terminated the connection. A husband's sense of obligation, it seemed, knew remarkably few boundaries. International airspace, near the Musadam-ri launch site, North Korea, cruising at 70,000 feet and pushing 475 miles per hour, Air Force Captain Eric Duke Fagerland felt every bit like a man in orbit. Official regulations might reserve astronaut status for those who breached 50 miles of altitude. But Eric held a different view. He wasn't some wealthy tourist reclining in a plush seat, watching a screen, while automation did the flying. Far from it. He was crammed into a cockpit not much bigger than a suitcase, encased in a pressure suit whose basic design was older than his father. His mount was the Dragon Lady, a reconnaissance plane born from the secretive Lockheed Martin Skunk Works under the guidance of the legendary Kelly Johnson. Conceived as a silent answer to a growing Soviet missile threat, the U-2 was engineered to fly higher and peer deeper than anything else in the sky a goal. It achieved brilliantly. The political reality of flying over hostile territory, however, was another story, a fact grimly underscored by the downing of Gary Powers in 1960. Many wrote the aircraft off for good, especially after the sleek, staggering speed of the Seeger-71 Blackbird emerged. Yet, in a twist of fate, the Dragon Lady was still on active duty decades later, while the legendary Blackbird sat in museums. History, however, was the last thing on Captain Fagerland's mind. His focus was locked on the now. "Assassin Main. This is Weasel 1, over," Eric called, pressing the transmit switch on his control stick. "Weasel 1, Assassin Main. Send your traffic over." Though the airframe Eric commanded first flew when his parents were in grade school, the lady had received extensive, if invisible, upgrades over the years. To the untrained eye she looked vintage. In truth, she was almost entirely new, with a stretched fuselage, global range, a devastatingly advanced sensor suite, and a glass cockpit. The large digital screen to his left displayed a real-time map fused with crystal-clear imagery from the jet's sophisticated multispectral camera. It was what he saw on that display that prompted him to break comms silence, sending an encrypted burst via satellite. Unlike the flight controllers at Osan Air Base in South Korea, Assassin Main was his true client, the end user of his intelligence, capable of redirecting his mission in an instant. Eric had his theories, but he didn't know precisely who they were or where they operated from. Before every mission, alongside his weather briefing, he was given a sheet of paper, sized to fit his kneeboard, listing the day's critical intelligence needs. These priority intelligence requirements were his early warning system. Should Eric spot one during a mission, protocol demanded he contact Assassin Main immediately and brace for new orders. In all his months flying out of Osan, he'd never actually seen a pier light up, leading him to suspect the whole system was a clever ruse to keep pilots alert and off the autopilot. The frantic activity now focused on Pier 5, however, shattered that theory. Assassin Main, Weasel 1, Eric reported, his voice steady. I have confirmed activity at Pier number 5. Multiple vehicles and personnel are concentrated at the site. Requesting guidance, over. The response was swift. Weasel 1, Assassin Main copy. Stand by. Roger, standing by, Eric acknowledged. With a tap on his display, he narrowed the field of view. The system's design allowed him to digitally enhance the feed without disrupting the data stream to his superiors. Activating the zoom, algorithms sharpened the image, and the scene clarified. There, mounted on a transporter, was a long cylindrical shape. Eric was a fighter pilot by trade, but he took his reconnaissance duties seriously, always studying the intelligence packets before a flight. While the specifics of Pier 5 were classified, he recognized a mobile missile launcher. This one was different, though sleeker and more streamlined than a typical ballistic missile. It looked more like a ground-launched cruise missile. The warhead section was conspicuously empty, but given the swarm of technicians clambering over it, that wouldn't be the case for long. A cynical thought crossed his mind. Of course, the really interesting stuff was always above his pay grade. He was clearly looking at something significant, the kind of find that would make senior officials back in Washington drop everything. As if on cue, his screen flickered and dissolved into static. His heart lurched, fearing a system error before the image reluctantly returned, now grainy and distorted. The culprit wasn't a malfunction, but the weather. He'd seen the storm's sprawling cloud cover during his ascent, the thick blanket of moisture even the U-2's advanced sensors couldn't penetrate. His time was running out. The radio crackled to life. Weasel 1, Assassin Main. Mission update. Maintain collection on Pier 5 until you are no longer able, over. This is Weasel 1 Wilco, Eric replied. Judging by the deteriorating feed, no longer able was coming fast. 63 miles away, Kira activated the Jeep's wipers as another burst of rain smeared the grimy windshield. She didn't know the SUV's model, only that it was army green, dependable, and obnoxiously loud. Its reliability made it her preferred choice for these late-night drives. The first time she'd requested a vehicle from the motor pool sergeant at 3 in the morning. He'd stared at her as if she were insane. Now, after several nights of the same ritual, her insomnia was an accepted quirk. Unlike the dour guards assigned to the Supreme Leader's family, the older man who handed her the keys seemed genuinely kind, if perpetually puzzled by her need to drive in the pouring rain. Tonight he'd even prepared a mug of warm tea for her arrival. With the bitter wind slicing in from the churning sea, Kira appreciated the gesture, but the tremors running through her weren't from the cold. They were born of a deep gnawing fear. Easing off the gas, she downshifted Jeep, finding a strange solace in the groan of the engine as it fought the deep ruts of the gravel path. That sound had become her signal of escape bow the moment the paved service road gave way to this rough track winding past the darkened village toward the coast. The headland ahead was no tropical beach, but its constant wind and open view of the water offered a temporary escape from her reality. A glance at the cracked dashboard clock told her she was behind schedule, a luxury she couldn't afford tonight. The drizzle was thickening into a real downpour, a convenient excuse for her lateness, but the truth, like her shaking hands, had nothing to do with the weather. This had all sounded so straightforward when Maison laid it out with the blunt authority of someone used to giving orders. Though the petite Korean woman held no real power over her, Kira's resistance had withered under Maison's relentless persuasion. Medicine, for Kira, was never about wealth or security in a nation perpetually on the edge. She'd taken the Hippocratic oath to fart, dedicating her life to healing, and that was precisely how Mizun had trapped her. Refusing to help would make Kira responsible for the woman's death. Initially, Kira thought, simply connecting Mizun with her old American friend Isabel would be enough. She wasn't a spy, but she wasn't naive either. Isabel's father had been Special Forces, killed in action. If anyone knew how to reach people who could handle a situation like this, it was her. When Mizun revealed that Isabel herself was walking into danger in Seoul, Kira was more than willing to act as a go-between. But that was just passing messages. Now things have escalated into something far more perilous. According to Mizun, Americans were coming armed men to extract her. This was no longer talk. Kira was in the middle of it. Suddenly bright headlights flooded, her mirrors a vehicle closing fast from behind on the rough road. Then the white beams were joined by strobing flashes of red and blue. Guards! Korean security forces were on her tail. Her grip tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles bleaching white. This had never happened before. Something had clearly gone wrong. Her mind raced through possibilities as the lights grew larger. The choice before her was brutally simple. Stand her ground or run. She was a doctor, a healer, not a fighter or some clandestine operative. She chose flight. Stumping the accelerator to the floor, she flicked the wipers to their highest speed. She might be late, but the men she was meeting, men who would infiltrate North Korea on a storm-ridden night, would not be. The meeting point was just around the next bend, a small cluster of trees. They were coming to save Mizun, and now, she realized with a jolt, they would have to save her too. It was a desperate plan, perhaps the only one a healer on the run could concoct. Yet as she guided the jeep through the lashing rain, an unexpected serenity washed over her, steadying her hands on the wheel. Kira had built a decent gap between her and the pursuing truck, and her plan felt solid. Perhaps it would work. It didn't. A violent flash of lightning tore through the darkness, striking a tree just off the road to her left. Instinctively, Kira yanked the steering wheel hard to the right. She knew it was the wrong move almost immediately, and tried to correct, swinging back left. It was no use. The jeep's rugged right front tire caught the soft, crumbling edge of the roadway. The sudden impact of rubber and mud tore the wheel from her grip, sending the vehicle lurching off the path. A scream caught in her throat as the top-heavy jeep swayed violently, teetering like a groggy fighter on the ropes, certain it was about to roll. Then the rocking ceased. Breathing a shaky sigh, Kira shoved the gear shift into reverse and stomped on the gas. The engine screamed, the jeep shuddered backward, but it went nowhere. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She shifted into drive and tried again, the engine groaning in protest as the tires spun uselessly in the muck. She was well and truly stuck. "Stay sharp! We've got visitors." None of the SEAL team members reacted to Brandon's quiet warning, so Jack remained silent as well. A veteran of numerous direct action missions with the campus, he nonetheless felt utterly superfluous. During the infiltration, he'd been more of a liability than an asset, requiring constant guidance that chipped away at his confidence. Hink had insisted he join the rescue team, but Jack suspected that demand was less an ultimatum, and more a desperate bargaining chip. A drowning swimmer isn't picky about their life preserver. Even now, fully recovered from the miserable SDV ride and the cold swim ashore, he felt out of place. These operators didn't need him. They could execute a flawless hostage recovery in their sleep. His real fear wasn't being unnecessary, but becoming an active burden, a distraction that could get someone killed. So when the distant sound of a struggling engine cut through the night, it was a relief. Kira was late, but she was coming. He would have a purpose, even as the team leader tried to decipher the chaotic situation back at the Zeppelin facility. Then the unexpected. The jeep skidded around the bend just as a lightning bolt transformed a nearby tree into a splintered torch. The blinding flash and thunderous crack made Jack flinch. The driver fared worse. The vehicle's tires lost the road, dragging it down a muddy embankment toward a flooded rice paddy. It slid to a stop just shy of the water, then roared in reverse, fighting for traction it couldn't find. The transmission whined, the engine labored, but the Jeep was going nowhere. And then the sweeping glow of blue lights announced another arrival. Red and blue flashes painted frantic shadows inside the cab. Kira smacked the steering wheel in frustration. First, the decision to flee, now this. If she ever needed proof that a life of shadows wasn't for her, this was it. She was a physician, for heaven's sake. What did she know about covert meetings and secret phone calls? A strange calm began to settle over her as she followed that thought. Absolutely nothing. She knew nothing about being a spy or a conspirator, whatever Mizun imagined her to be. She should act like what she was, a Russian doctor on an evening drive, thwarted by a sudden storm and terrible roads. The approaching headlights of the security vehicle, far from being a threat, now seemed almost welcome. Satisfied with the story she had just told herself, Kira gave a firm nod to her reflection in the rearview mirror. She had nothing to feel guilty about. She had been ready to call for help. This fragile optimism lasted precisely 10 seconds. That was how long it took for her to identify the two men stepping out of the vehicle behind her. Porky and Blanky, and they were smiling. For a split second, Jack was confused by the scene. He initially thought the two Korean soldiers were approaching to assist the driver. That idea vanished the instant the scrawnier one yanked the driver's door open. His heavier partner reached inside the cabin. A sharp, feminine scream cut the air, followed by the soldier dragging a woman out by her hair. The sickening crack of a backhand across her face echoed, and she collapsed. The pudgy man spun her limp body, pinning her against the side of her Jeep. As his partner fumbled with his belt, Jack was already moving, closing the distance in a low, aggressive crouch. "Hey!" he shouted. The fat one turned, his chubby face registering only a flash of shock before Jack put 2 rounds from his suppressed MP5 squarely into his forehead. Pivoting smoothly, Jack centered the holographic red dot on the second man. The skinny soldier, granted a half-second by his partner's death, was commendably fast in going for his sidearm. His mistake was a tactical one hard already undone. His belt and his pistol wasn't where he thought it was. Tough luck. Jack kept advancing, pressing the trigger repeatedly, walking the shots from the man's gut up into his chest, finishing with a round between his eyes. Jack had killed before, often riding an adrenaline high, or battling through fear. This was different. This was a cold, mind-numbing fury. Standing over the fallen soldier, he fired one more round into the man's face. The New Testament might claim all sins were equal before God, but Jack wasn't God. In his book, rapists earned a special corner in hell, and he'd just sent 2 more to stoke the fire. He figured his old football coaching priest, Father Sean Cameron, would probably approve of that particular bit of theology. A hand clamped on his shoulder, breaking his train of thought. "You good?" Brandon asked. "Am now," Jack replied, letting his weapon hang on its sling. "Great shot placement on the first guy," Brandon noted. "Second one, not so much." "I hit exactly what I was aiming at," Jack said, his tone flat. He turned away and approached the trembling woman, extending a hand with the gentle caution he'd use on a spooked animal. "Are you Kira?" She nodded, wiping tears away with the back of her hand. Her voice was a shaky whisper. "I'm Isabel's friend, Jack. Are you okay?" Jack placed a light hand on her shoulder. She was shaking violently, her auburn hair was a tangled mess, and the skin over her cheekbone was already puffing up and turning red from the blow. A fresh wave of rage threatened to overwhelm him. It took considerable willpower not to empty his remaining rounds into the 2 corpses. Instead, he forced his expression to remain neutral, his voice calm and steady. "They can't hurt you anymore," he said, locking eyes with her. "You're safe." "Though Zopa might not be able to hurt me," Kira said, her voice suddenly remarkably composed, "but I am far from safe. Don't mistake me, I am grateful, but your being here puts me in incredible danger." I started all of this to save a life, not to become a target in someone else's war. Now my own life is on the line." "Listen to me," Jack said, his voice steady. "You've shown incredible courage just getting this far. Help us see this through, and I promise you'll be safe." "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Kira met his gaze, her expression a mix of exhaustion and doubt. "Honestly, no, I don't fully understand," she admitted. "But I trust you." "That's enough," Jack replied with a firm nod. "Where is Misun?" "I don't know for certain," Kira said, her shoulders slumping. "She was certain her captors planned to execute her tonight. Before I left, I gave her sedatives to use on the guards. I swore I'd bring you back to her location. But now, I can't even be sure she's still there." "You've done more than anyone could ask," Jack assured her. "Let my team and me handle it from here." "Hold on," Brandon cut in, pressing a finger to his earpiece. His expression tightened. "We've got a major complication." "What sort of complication?" Jack asked, turning toward the SEAL commander. "The kind that rewrites the mission," Brandon stated flatly. "Come with me." Jack left Kira with the team medic and followed Brandon a short distance away. Around them, 3 SEALs had taken up defensive positions while the rest worked to free Kira's stuck jeep. The dead North Koreans were an issue, but the operation was still viable. For the moment. "What's the situation?" Jack asked, leaning in to hear over the jeep's struggling engine. "A national asset just detected activity at Site Tango," Brandon reported. "The weather is degrading our surveillance, but early analysis indicates the North Koreans are preparing a missile launch, possibly one armed with a nuclear warhead." Jack stared, the words hitting him like a physical blow. This was the nightmare scenario everyone feared, a desperate regime choosing a fiery, catastrophic end. Wherever that missile landed would become a zone of utter devastation. If it detonated over a city like Seoul, Tokyo, or even New York, the loss of life would be beyond imagining. "Yeah, it's that bad," Brandon said, reading the shock on Jack's face. "Bad enough that the National Command Authority is willing to risk a full-scale conventional war to stop it. A strike package of F-18s is already in the air. They'll be on target in 40 minutes. They'll get the job done, but they're not stealth aircraft. There will be no hiding the fact that we struck first." National Command Authority meant the political leadership, but in a crisis this severe, Jack knew only one person was making that call: his father. He closed his eyes briefly, trying to fathom the crushing weight his dad must be carrying. Do nothing, and risk a nuclear detonation over the capital. Act and risk triggering a conventional artillery barrage that could slaughter millions in Seoul. It was a choice between catastrophe and calamity. "What are your orders?" Jack asked. "To take my team to Site Tango for a reconnaissance," Brandon said. "It's roughly 6 kilometers northeast of here. The weather is about to blind our overhead assets. If the intel is correct, maybe we can prevent the launch. At minimum, we can provide damage assessment after the Hornets strike. If the threat is overblown, we call off the jets, and maybe keep Seoul from being shelled." Jack gave a slow nod. He understood the orders perfectly. That didn't mean he had to like them. "What about our original objective?" "What about Tink?" Brandon shook his head. "I'm sorry. I know this puts you in a bind, especially after what you just promised Kira. But my orders are explicit. Everyone under my command reroutes to Site Tango." The slight emphasis Brandon placed on those 3 words was unmistakable. Under my command. Jack was not under the SEAL's command. Technically, neither were the 2 Army Special Forces soldiers with them. Jack was about to press for more details, but a tense voice crackled over the team frequency, cutting him off. "Any station, this is Trident 12. We are Firestone. I repeat, Trident 12 is declaring Firestone, over." The duress code hung in the air. Jack and Brandon exchanged a sharp glance. Firestone meant a team was cornered or about to be overwhelmed. "He'll handle this," Jack stated firmly. "They're in this mess because of my lead. You take your team and go stop that missile. Ill deal with our pinned down guys. Brandon hesitated, his expression grim, then gave a single slow nod. All right, cowboy. It's your show. I hate like hell to bug out on you, but I need every shooter I've got. My team will switch to the alternate channel to keep the net clear. Don't do anything too crazy. With a few clipped orders, Brandon rallied his SEALs, commandeered the local police truck, and vanished into the rainy darkness, leaving Jack alone with a battered jeep, a shaken Russian scientist, and 2 dead North Korean soldiers. Jack couldn't honestly claim this chaos was typical for a campus operation. Had faced tight spots before, but usually the only life on the line was his own. Not this time. Now multiple people were depending on his decisions. 3 plus Tinkin made 4, so this was the weight of command. He took a steadying breath and keyed his microphone. Trident 12, this is Sumter. I copy Firestone. Send your situation report over. Scepter, Trident, came the reply. The speaker's voice strained. Our primary hide got hit with mortar fire. We're displacing southwest to our alternate site, over. Jack consulted the digital map on his tactical tablet. The 2 green berets showed as blue icons, moving down the backside of a ridge. Their new position was at the northern end of a long saddle. To reach it, they'd have to drop into a steep gully, cross it, and climb back up the other side. Jack did the quick. Math it was a brutal climb, a couple thousand feet of elevation change. They weren't climbing a mountain, but doing it under fire with full combat loads was a far cry from a walk in the park. Copy all, Jack responded. Are you currently in contact with the enemy? Negative contact, said the voice, which Jack now recognized as Carey's, heavy with exertion. But our luck won't hold. We engaged the team chasing Tink, but they must have some kind of acoustic sniper detection gear. That mortar barrage missed us by about 20 yards. Any closer and we'd be paced on this hillside, over. So the North Koreans had counter-sniper, tech and mortar support, 2 critical details completely absent from the mission briefing. Jack wondered what other surprises the intel reports had glossed over. Roger, Trident. Be advised, the rest of the Trident element has diverted to Site Tango. We have a missile prepping for launch, potential nuclear warhead. That's now the primary mission. We are secondary, over. Understood, Scepter. Wrote sour play, then? It was the million-dollar question. Jack lifted his eyes from the screen to the grim scene around him. The 2 would-be assailants were still sprawled in the mud. Dr. Kira was leaning against her now-freed vehicle, deliberately avoiding looking at the bodies. The SEALs were gone, absorbed by the night, and the steady rain drummed on his jacket, muting all other sound. The sensible move was to recall the Green Berets to his location and call it a mission. They could either reinforce Brandon's team or secure the extraction point. With open conflict now seeming inevitable, the plan to link up with Tink had always been risky. Now, without the SEALs, it was edging toward sheer recklessness. Jack Ryan wasn't one to choose the simple path. Trident, this is Sumter, he transmitted. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Tink remains the linchpin to ending this entire crisis. If she's on the move, I want to attempt a rendezvous, but not at the cost of abandoning your position. If you believe your cover is blown, fall back to my coordinates. I'll extract you and we'll regroup. However, if you're still green, I need you to establish yourself at your secondary hide and guide me to Tink. Over. Scepter, Trident, we read you. We deployed a Raven drone before our position was threatened. It's still on station. Stand by while we survey the area, over. Understood, Jack replied. Standing by. As he waited, Jack moved toward Kira's jeep, a knot of tension tightening in his gut. For the first time he felt he grasped the weight John Clark carried after those jarring phone calls that turned a day upside down. No wonder the man was often in a foul mood. Kira started to step away from the vehicle to meet him, but Jack gave a quick shake of his head. Stay put, he said. I'll have an answer shortly. He desperately hoped that was true. Scepter, this is Trident. We have visual on a hostile force, platoon strength. They're executing a systematic sweep south of our location and continuing southbound. Barring a course change, we should be able to provide you with Overwatch over now. Jack just had to locate one woman and prevent a full-scale war. Simple, right? Scepter copies all, Jack said. Proceed to alternate, Side Eagle. Notify me once you're set and ready. I'm moving north to find Tink. If you can provide a target talk-on using your aerial asset, I'd be grateful. Roger, Skeptor. One additional item. Now that this is officially an Army operation, my spotter respectfully suggests we drop this Trident nonsense and adopt the far more fitting call sign, Reaper over. Jack almost laughed. 2 soldiers he'd just met were hauling gear down one mountain slope and up another, mere minutes ahead of a North Korean platoon hunting them. They'd just agreed to risk their lives again to watch his back. In return, all they asked for was their operational detachment Alpha Teen's proper radio handle. Where do we find people like this? Roger that call sign Reaper, Jack said. Welcome aboard. Glad to be here, Skeptor. Call when you're northbound and ready for the target talk-on. Reaper out. With a bemused shake of his head, Jack trudged through the worsening rain toward the jeep and his next formidable challenge. Kira. How are you holding up? Jack asked, leaning into the jeep's cabin. The drizzle had escalated into a steady cold pour, but Jack hadn't climbed in to get dry, that ship had sailed. He was deliberately closing the physical distance for a specific reason: rapport. His mentor in tradecraft, Mary Pat Foley, had drilled into him that building a genuine connection was the cornerstone of the handler asset dynamic. The stronger the personal bond, the more strain the relationship could withstand. And Jack was about to apply some serious pressure. Overwhelmed, Kira admitted, her voice strained. Completely overwhelmed. Her diction betrayed her stress. While her English remained grammatically perfect, her native Russian accent had deepened noticeably. I get it, Jack said, his tone softening. I can't fathom what you've been through these last 24 hours, but the worst part is behind you. I meant what I said before. I will keep you safe, but how? That happens is your decision. What choice do I have? Kira asked, her features tightening, which made the angry red mark across her cheekbones stand out even more starkly. Jack felt a pang of sympathy for her, though that bruise might ironically work in their favor. There are 2 paths forward, Jack explained. You come with me, but that means defecting, leaving Russia behind for good. Is that what you want? No, Kira whispered, her eyes welling up anew. No, no, no. I love my life and my work. I never asked for any of this. That woman exploited me, and now entrapped in this nightmare with no clear way out. I can help you, Jack told her. You've already done the hardest part. Kira shook her head, confused. I don't follow. Everything you just told me is true, Jack said. Hold on to that. Now layer in a few more pieces. Try this version you drove down to the coast tonight, like you often do to watch the ocean. Only this time, a group of armed men was waiting. They tried to assault you. Thankfully, a North Korean patrol intervened and saved you. Your rescuers were killed in the fight, but you managed to escape in the chaos. How does that sound? It sounds plausible, Kira replied, her voice tight. Except I have to turn those brutes into heroes. You do, but they're gone and you're still here. That bruise on your cheek will make the story believable. Sorry it has to be like this, Kira. You're a decent person caught in an impossible spot. I wish we had more time, but we don't. My offer to leave with me still stands. But if you want any chance of keeping your life here in Russia, this is the path. For a long moment, Kira simply stared at him, the rain streaking her face. Finally, she gave a slow, resigned nod. All right, she whispered. I'll say the words, even if it feels like a betrayal. Jack placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. You're brave, Kira. Remember that. Thank you, she said, her voice thick with emotion. What comes next, in taking your jeep, Jack explained. I'm sorry to leave you here, but it's the only way the story holds up. Wait about 10 minutes after I'm gone, then start walking up the road. Flag down the first patrol you see. Tell them everything, just like we practiced. But what about you? Kira asked. Jack managed a faint smile. "It'll be fine. Besides, in this story I don't exist. Just a band of ruthless men." "You are a good man," Kira said softly. She leaned in, pressing a quick, earnest kiss to his cheek before slipping past him and into the relentless downpour. Jack watched until the storm swallowed her form completely. Then he climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and turned the wheel north. It was time to end this. Jack hesitated, debating whether to use the headlight. His night vision goggles were excellent for moving on foot, but driving with them was a different challenge altogether. The impaired depth perception that was merely inconvenient while walking became downright dangerous when trying to navigate a muddy track at 20 miles per hour. The pouring rain didn't help turning the windshield into a swirling, green-tinted blur even with the wipers on. After putting roughly half a mile between himself and Kira, Jack finally flipped up the goggles and switched on the lights. Twin beams cut through the darkness, illuminating a deeply rutted road already pooling with water. This wasn't just a passing shower. It was a serious storm. For the first time, Jack questioned whether a helicopter extraction was still a feasible option. He pushed the doubt aside. He had enough problems in the present, without borrowing trouble from the future. He keyed his mic, reaching out to his team. "Reaper, this is Spectre, over." The response came back broken by heavy breathing. "Go for Reaper." Sounds like the two Green Berets were still trudging toward their alternate position. That was fine. Jack wasn't calling for their viewpoint. He needed the eye in the sky. "Roger, Reaper. Spectre is moving north just south of phase line Albatross. Can you give me a talk-on to the high-value target?" "Affirmative, Spectre. Stand by, over." Jack had never personally piloted one, but he knew many of the latest portable drones were largely autonomous. Between GPS and advanced autopilot systems, a human operator was often just monitoring. To simplify things further, most models had a follow function, a clever bit of programming that let the pilot tag a moving target on the sensor. Once locked, the drone would automatically trail the target, holding a steady distance and altitude without constant manual input. Jack assumed the Green Berets had tasked the Hav to maintain visual contact with Tink. "Spectre, this is Reaper. We are tracking the target." Carrie's voice came through the radio. "There's a tree line roughly 200 yards west of your current road. It forms the eastern border for a series of open fields, running on a southwest to northeast line. The target is moving southwest, staying close to the western edge of that tree line. I estimate 500 yards, straight line distance, between your position and hers, over." "Copy all, Reaper," Jack responded. "Spectre standing by." He eased off the accelerator, letting the vehicle roll as he checked the satellite map on his phone. His road continued north for another 100 yards before ending at a T-junction. The right fork went east briefly before hooking back toward the northeast. If Tink kept her current pace and direction, that dogleg would be the perfect spot to cut her off. Placing the phone on the seat, Jack sped up, weaving around potholes rapidly filling, to become small lakes. He pushed the Jeep to the limit of his control, acutely aware that every second counted. The clock was ticking on multiple fronts: an F-18 strike en route, a North Korean patrol hunting the Green Berets, this deteriorating storm, and the unresolved situation at St. Tango. And let's not forget the North Korean armor rolling toward the demilitarized zone, just a minor detail. A fierce wind gust hammered the Jeep, tilting it on its suspension. Jack fought the instinct to overcorrect Kira's fate a stark warning in his memory, though he did drift nearer to a jagged tree stump than was comfortable. After several more seconds of plowing through water, his headlights found the T-intersection. Jack cranked the wheel right, feeding it power through the turn. Moments later he reached the second junction and took the northeast branch. He keyed his radio. "Reaper, Spectre, what's Tink's position relative to me now?" "Over, Spectre. Reaper standby one," Carrie replied. Jack could hear Carrie's steady breathing, suggesting the sniper team had reached their alternate hide. He was relieved. Stumbling around in this pitch-black downpour, with no overwatch, was a surefire way to shorten one's life expectancy. Spectre, Reaper. Tink is within 50 yards of you, bearing almost due west over. A tight smile touched Jack's lips. His gamble had paid off. He was now parallel to her. The hard part was getting her to cooperate. He considered a dismounted approach, with the drone guiding him, but dismissed it. Tink was fleeing for her life from armed pursuers. She wasn't likely to welcome a stranger emerging from the darkness. While he could eventually run her down, a chase consumed time he simply didn't have. She needed to come to him. Reaper, Spectre, I'm initiating an alternative approach. Provide continuous updates on her movement until I tell you to stop. Over. Spectre, Roger. She's moving southwest, away from your position. Distance is just past 50 yards and widening. Over. Jack turned the wheel left and accelerated, aiming the hood until the headlights illuminated the shadowy tree line where he knew she was. He flicked on the high beams. Spectre, Reaper, target is increasing speed, moving west away from your lights. Over. That hadn't worked. She probably thought the headlights belonged to her hunters. Jack needed to change her mind, and fast. Throwing subtlety out the window, he leaned on the horn, letting its blare cut through the drumming rain. He allowed the blast to echo for a solid couple of seconds before stopping. Then he did it again. Spectre, Reaper, Tink is now turning your way. I repeat, Tink is heading in your direction. Current distance, 50 meters and closing. Over. A moment later, a drenched figure emerged from the tree light. Jack killed the headlights and stepped out of the vehicle. Mez, son? Jack called. Yes, it's Jack. Need a lift? That would be wonderful. Jack's time with the campus had brought him to countless far-flung locations and introduced him to all sorts of remarkable individuals. He'd never bothered to rank these encounters, but sitting in a jeep with the rain-soaked sister of North Korea's dictator was undoubtedly a standout. Are you injured? Jack asked. The woman shook her head. Just chilled, though I suspect I have you to thank for that. Jack switched on the jeep's heater, deliberately sidestepping her question. This whole gamble was still hanging by a thread. If they were caught, or worse, if she was deceiving him, he wanted to give away as little as possible. He countered with a question of his own. Do you have the cipher? No. A cold dread settled in Jack's stomach. Why not? He pressed. The man trying to overthrow my family is Pak. He's a powerful Politburo member, and his plans are reaching their climax tonight. That made me a problem. I saw a chance to get out, and I took it. Without the ciphers? Mizun nodded. Then how do we stop this war? Jack said. We don't, she replied. I do. Pak is running everything from the range control building at the northern edge of the complex. He'll hold the final video conference with the generals there. I don't know how he'll manage without me present, but he'll find a way. Maybe he has a co-conspirator with enough political weight to sway them. That's not the point. Getting me to the radio in that building is the only thing that matters. Once I'm on it, I can speak directly to the military leadership. When they realize it's Pak, not me or my brother, who ordered the invasion, the coup collapses and the war preparations stop. Simple. It sounded straightforward coming from her, but in Jack's world nothing was ever as simple as it seemed. What about the activity near the rocket engine test stand? Jack asked. What activity? Our surveillance shows what looks like a missile being prepared for launch. A missile with a nuclear warhead. Do you have a picture? Mezun asked. Jack paused, his weary mind wrestling with the security implications of showing the dictator's sister imagery from a classified asset. Then he mentally shrugged. In for a penny, in for a pound. He scrolled through the encrypted storage on his phone, found the image, and zoomed in. Here, Jack said, handing it over. Mizun took the phone, her damp fingers leaving streaks on the screen. She studied the missile and its warhead closely. Of course, Mizun said, returning the phone. You recognize it? Jack asked. It's the reason we're in this mess to begin with, Mizun stated. That's the prototype Russian weapon mounted on an operational launcher, a nuclear-powered cruise missile with unlimited range, a stealth weapon that can fly low over waves and treetops, weaving in and out of radar coverage to hit any target on the planet. And they're fitting it with a nuclear warhead. Jack's insides tightened. I thought the prototype blew up. It did, Maison confirmed. There were two. That was the price my brother demanded from the Russians. One for us. But the Russian missile didn't work, Jack said. Mizun gave a slight shrug. Depends on your definition of work. The missile's nuclear engine performed perfectly. A little too perfectly. The thrust was far greater than anticipated. So was the radioactive contamination. The catastrophic failure happened when the technicians tried to throttle the engine back. The reactor has been breached, Mizun stated flatly. Jack struggled to process the information. The missile can actually fly? He asked, his voice thick with disbelief. Mizun regarded him with a look of profound impatience. Have you understood nothing? It flies superbly, if one ignores the trail of radioactive contamination it leaves in its wake. If Pak launches that device, he will hold a loaded weapon to the temple of every nation on the planet. It could orbit a remote patch of ocean, or an empty desert for years, awaiting final coordinates. Or, more effectively, it could be programmed with a dead man's trigger. Jack frowned. Explain. Sun elaborated. A default command to proceed to a predetermined city and detonate unless countermanded. With that level of threat, no world power would dare oppose his ambitions on the peninsula. The sword of Damocles, Jack murmured, the analogy clicking into place. Exactly, Mizun confirmed. The technicians attaching the warhead are Pak's loyalists. He is the linchpin. He must be eliminated. For the first time, Jack found himself in complete agreement with the dictator's sister. The problem, of course, was the execution. Nothing in this operation had been simple. I'm not a hired killer, Jack countered. Our deal was to facilitate your communication with the generals, not to remove your political rivals. Don't be naive, Mizun said, her earlier commanding tone resurfacing. I am perfectly capable of handling my rivals. Pa is different. He is the core of this crisis. He is stationed 2 kilometers from here in the range control building. Assist me in securing the communications equipment there. I will handle the conclusion. Jack peered through the gloom, weighing the proposal. It sounded deceptively straightforward. The most dangerous plans always did. Pak's disdain for Russians was absolute. He found them universally insufferable. Arrogant, condescending, and rude. The man standing before him now was the worst example. Care to explain why your soldiers are using the distant ridge for mortar exercises? The Russian demanded. Pak had no desire to explain anything to this patronizing brute, but necessity overruled disgust. His nation's survival and his own currently depended on Russian cooperation. This man, in particular, was vital. We had a security breach, Pak replied tersely. My men are containing it. That is a curious way to describe the situation, the Russian said, scratching his dense, unruly beard. Perhaps you could provide more detail. The facial hair was a wild reddish-brown thicket that engulfed the man's lower face, spilling over his lips and down his neck. Tangled strands connected to shaggy sideburns, making his small piercing eyes seem even more prominent. To Pak, who shared the typical North Korean aversion to facial hair, the man was grotesque. But voicing such thoughts was not an option. The Russian, who used the name Misha Bear, commanded the irregular force garrisoned in what Pak's men called the Russian compound. The facility, usually housing technical staff during tests, had been converted for the Russian doctors treating radiation victims from the prior Skyfall failure, and the engineers Pak had demanded as the price for his silence. After tense negotiations, Moscow had agreed. The specialists would be sent and the matter would be forgotten. Except they arrived with Bear and 20 armed men. Bear claimed affiliation with the Wagner Group, Russia's answer to the former American mercenary firm Blackwater. To Pak, the distinction was meaningless. In his world, a Russian operative, regardless of the patch they wore, the line between official Spetsnaz and the so-called private Wagner group was a fiction, a smokescreen for the same hand directing from Moscow. This man, Bear, might not be in uniform, but he carried the Kremlin's authority all the same, and that authority currently radiated a distinct chill of displeasure. The thought of lying flickered and died. Bear's team had arrived with stacks of heavy-duty plastic cases that certainly didn't contain lab equipment. Parg's own men had since reported a flurry of activity around the Russian compound, including the launch of a surveillance blimp bristling with high-grade cameras. If their resolution was even a fraction of what he feared, Bear likely already had a crystal-clear view of the entire hillside debacle. A lie would be pointless, a provocation that would only cede more ground. The truth, or a carefully sculpted version of it, was his only viable move. "We have a security breach," Pak stated, his tone measured. A mobile patrol came under hostile fire. Fortunately, they were supported by a Chinese counter-sniper system, which provided targeting data. The patrol commander called for mortar support, which was delivered. The engagement ceased following the bombardments. "Fascinating," Bear replied, his eyes narrowing to slits. "And who precisely were these hostiles?" "That remains under investigation," Pak said with a deliberate shrug. "Saboteurs from the south are a constant threat we must consider." "Undoubtedly," Bear conceded, his voice dripping with a skepticism that felt almost theatrical. "Yet I find the timing remarkably coincidental." "Tell me, what was your patrol's exact activity when they were ambushed?" "Standard procedure. A routine circuit of the perimeter." Bear fell silent, his gaze locked on Pak, who returned it with the impassive, polished mask of a seasoned party member. Showing your true feelings was a luxury, and often a fatal one, in his line of work. "Have you recovered the attackers, alive or otherwise?" "Not yet. My most capable officer is overseeing a systematic grid search as we speak. They will be found." "Splendid," Bear said, the word hanging in the air. "Then you surely won't object to our assistance in the matter." "Assistance? For what purpose?" Padge's confusion this time was genuine. "One of my physicians is missing. Not just any staff members, she is the personal medical consultant to your supreme leader and his sister." Bear let the statement settle. "She suffers from insomnia, a trait she shares with her primary patient. Her habit was to check on the sister before taking a drive to the coast for air. The motor pool log confirms she departed 30 minutes ago. She has not returned. I am beginning to suspect her absence, and your little firefight might be connected." "The connection escapes me," Pak said flatly. "And me. Which is why I will be taking 8 men to look for her. Provide me with the radio frequency and call sign of your search commander. The weather is deteriorating. I would prefer to avoid any additional unexpected exchanges of gunfire in the dark." "Of course," Park said, nodding with feigned cooperation, "though my patrol leader does not speak Russian. I will dispatch a liaison officer to facilitate." "How considerate." "And completely unnecessary," Bear countered, a thin smile on his lips. "We can coordinate using map references and terrain to avoid overlap." "Please, I must insist," Pak pressed, his voice firming. "As you noted, I too would hate for a tragic misunderstanding to occur in this poor visibility." The Russian stared back, and Pak could almost see the cold calculus unfolding behind those eyes. Bear's men were undoubtedly elite, a hardened knot of professionals, but they numbered only 16. Nearly 10 times that many North Korean soldiers were stationed within the facility's wire. The silent arithmetic of power was its own form of dialogue. Bear could certainly throw his weight around, yet when it came down to it, he was still leading a smaller force from an isolated forward base. "Naturally," Bear replied, as if reaching the same realization. "We'll be departing our compound soon." Pak offered a thin smile. "My man will accompany you back." "Perfect," Bear answered. Appreciate the assistance. The Russian turned to leave, but hesitated at the doorway. Actually, Bear said, glancing back, one final question. Would it be possible for me to speak with the sister? Given she was the last to see my doctor, she might shed some light on the doctor's frame of mind before she disappeared. Frame of mind? Pock echoed. Exactly. The storm was already fierce when the doctor decided to drive. I'm curious what would compel someone to venture out in such weather. I'm afraid Mason's personal physician gave her a sedative. She's resting now. But I'm confident your doctor will be found. I'm sure she will, Bear said, his expression turning stony before he walked out. Pack waited until the sound of footsteps faded before unleashing a low stream of curses. He despised Rishener, every single one. Snatching the radio from his desk, he keyed the transmitter. Rim would love this news. He hated them even more than Puck did. Trident 12. This is Trident 6, over. Should we tell him we switched call signs, or not? Chad muttered. Let's just answer the man, Carey replied. She'll get confused easily. Good point, Chad said. Trident 6, this is 12. Go ahead, Carey responded, wiping rain from his face before settling back behind his rifle scope. He and Jad had just reached their alternate observation post and were still getting set. Following procedure, they rigged a camouflaged hide under a netting, crawling inside. The net did nothing to stop the chill or the steady downpour, but it helped mask their heat signature from enemy snipers using thermal or night vision gear. Staying hidden and olive mattered more than comfort. At least that's what Carey kept telling himself. 1-2, this is 6. We're positioned just west of Site Tango. Any chance you could steer your drone our way? Wed like a quick peek before moving closer. Over. Carey looked toward Jack. Wade's us your call? His spotter shrugged, never taking his eye from his optic. We're burning daylight. Jack may have connected with the sister, but the frogmen have the hotter mission. Give them the drone. Jad didn't even crack a smile at the obvious joke, which said everything about the tension they felt. Once again, Carey acutely felt the absence of Captain Alex Brown and the rest of Triple Nickel. While he believed they'd dodged the patrol by heading north instead of south, their position remained precarious. Green Berets were used to being outnumbered, operating in small teams deep behind lines, but they weren't usually outgunned as well. Normally, Army Special Forces could call on a range of combat multipliers, from AK-130 gunships for close air support to precision artillery systems that could drop 120mm rounds on multiple targets at once. Not this time. Now it was just Carey and his trusted spotter, alone and unafraid, hiding from what felt like a whole company of furious North Koreans. He'd give anything right now for a B-52 ORAD, loaded with 2,000-pound guided bombs. Trident 6, this is 12, Carey said. Drone is yours. She's got about 15 minutes of fuel left, but she's all yours. Over 1-2, this is 6, roger that. Standing by for hot handoff. Jad, who had been listening in, flipped open the rugged tablet secured to his chest rig. He tapped the screen with a gloved finger and gave Carey a nod. All set. Trident 6. This is 1-2. Handover is complete. Confirm you have the feed. 126. We have control. Appreciate it. Trident 6 out. So we're glorified camera operators now? Jad muttered, shifting his weight in the mud. The excitement is just overwhelming. Reaper, this is Skeptor, over. You had to say something, Carey sighed, keying his mic. Scepter Reaper, send your traffic over. Roger, Reaper. I've made contact with Tink. She's drenched, but operational. Good work back there. Glad to hear it, Scepter, Carey replied. Are we pulling out? Negative. What's your situation, over? Told you, Jad whispered, scanning his sector through his scope. Pay attention while the adults talk, Carey said, though he shared his spotter's unease. Skeptor Reaper. We're established at the alternate hide site. We have visual on Zeppelin, but cannot see your position. That platoon hunting us is still moving southwest, away from us. We are secure for now, but they are between us and the primary extraction point, over." Carey left the rest unspoken. If that North Korean patrol reversed course, he and Jad would be in serious trouble. He also didn't mention how the intensifying storm was turning their planned helicopter extraction into a fantasy. These worries were very much present, gnawing at the edge of his focus, but dwelling on them now was useless. He remembered the advice from his first team sergeant years ago: never go looking for extra trouble. There was always plenty to be found without your help. This mission was a perfect example. Scepter copies. Does your position give you a line of sight to Eagles, over? Here it comes, Jad grumbled, water seeping into his boots from the deepening puddle. The famous change of plans. Weren't you just complaining about being bored? Carey said. Stop moaning and tell me where Eagles is again. Memory's the first thing to go, huh, boss? Jad said. Besides being a legendary rock band, Eagles is the range control facility. And what a surprise. It's directly across the valley, 600 meters from our lovely, damp little home. Almost like your spotter knows how to pick a position. Nobody likes a show-off, Carey said. Besides, a competent spotter would have found us someplace dry. I'm starting to grow gills in this puddle. Now who's complaining? Jad shot back. And this isn't rain, it's tactical moisture. A grin broke through Carey's grim expression. This was the reality of the job-endless hours of cold, wet misery in some hole in the ground. The old saying was to embrace the suck, but that was only half the truth. The other half was the man beside you. There was no one Carey trusted more to share this particular brand of misery with than Jad. Scepter, Reaper. We have eyes on the red side of Eagles, but a ridge blocks our view of the green side. We can move for a better angle, but it will eat into our exfil timeline, over. Understood, Reaper. Can you use the drone to see the green side, over? The requests never end, Jad whispered. Scepter, negative on that, Carey said. We had to hand off the OV to Trident 6. What's the situation? Maybe we can still assist, over. Aren't you just the thoughtful team leader? Jad said quietly. Give it a rest, Carey replied, settling his rifle's reticle on the distant building. This guy's some kind of intelligence operative. We play the hand we're dealt. He's as tough as they come, but he isn't leading an OTA team. We need to keep that in mind. Noted, Jad replied. But I stand by my point you're getting sentimental in your later years. Carey acknowledged the years were adding up, but he fiercely rejected any notion that his physique was losing its edge. He was about to correct his still green sprotter on that crucial detail when the radio hissed to life. Scepter here, copy? My apologies. The situation is developing rapidly, and I keep slipping into the mindset that you're both right here in the vehicle. Here's the situation. The Eagles facility holds two critical objectives. First, it houses the communications array Tink needs to reach the Central Military Commission and call off the move into South Korea. Second, it contains a Politburo member named Pak, who is the architect of this entire coup. Remove him, and the operation collapses. We're tracking, Carey said. What's the plan? There are two approaches, Reaper. Pog's personal security detail, comprised of his most loyal followers, is isolated within the building, separate from the regular missile facility staff. Option 1. I impersonate one of the Russian advisors and attempt to bluff my way inside with Tink. Once we gain entry, I neutralize Pak, and Tink makes the radio transmission to the generals, over. Is he serious? Jad muttered. That sounds like something cooked up after too much time on a boat. Copy, Scepter, Carey said. That feels a bit improvised from our vantage. What's the second option, over? Option 2 involves convincing Pak to leave the building and come to us. That's more complicated without direct visual reconnaissance of the site, over. By more complicated, I assume, he means even more half-baked than the first ridiculous idea, Jad said. No surprise that guy ended up in a world of hurt. Roger Skeptor. Stand by, Carey said. Releasing the button, he turned to his partner. All right, hotshot, Carey said. How do we want to play this? Jad let out a long breath. Between his two brilliant plans, I prefer the second. We have decent sight lines to the eastern side of the structure, which appears to be the primary entrance. The security checkpoint creates a natural choke point. If we can draw them into that funnel, it would be a turkey shoot. The real puzzle is how to get them to leave the building in the first place. Should we request the HAV from Trident 6? Carey asked. Jack's right. An overhead view of the whole complex might spark some ideas. Negative. The SEAL team needs that drone more than we do, Jad said. What I wouldn't give for just one more set of eyes up there. He fell silent for a moment, his expression shifting as an idea took hold. A slow grin spread across his face. Hey now, Jad said. I think I might have a solution to our little visibility problem. Abandoning his spotting scope, Jad began rummaging through the rucksack at his side. What? Carey said. You got a spare drone hidden in there? Not exactly a drone, Jad clarified. More of a loitering munition. He pulled 2 olive-drab tubes from the pack and set them on the ground. One was slightly thicker and featured a distinctive red band around its base. These are AeroVironment switchblades, Jad explained, unfolding the bipod legs on each cylinder and angling them upward. Think of them as flying bombs with folding wings, a rear propeller, and a seriously good camera in the nose. They only have about 15 minutes of flight time, but it's better than staring at a wall. What's the difference between the two? Carey asked. Both are for precision strikes with minimal splash damage. Imagine them as oversized, guided shotgun shells rather than traditional explosives. This one, Jad said, tapping the thicker tube with the red band, packs a larger warhead. It's a prototype configured for the SEALs. I borrowed them both. Now you're talking, Carey said. Get one in the air. Which one? Jad asked. Bigger is always better, Carey stated. I knew you'd say that, Jad replied with a smirk. He opened the Android tablet mounted on his chest, tapped a few commands, and then looked back at Carey, ready to proceed. All right. The ground control is synced with my attack system. We're good to launch. Fire it up, Carey instructed. Jad pressed the trigger, and the small munition streaked upward with a quick burst of smoke. For a brief moment, the sharp whir of its miniature propeller cut through the air before the device disappeared into the dark. That went smoothly, Carey remarked. Told you, Jad replied, entering coordinates on his device. They designed it to be foolproof. Right, brother, Carey said, checking his watch. Time's moving. Let's get an aerial view of the target zone and then ring our contact. We're wrapping this up. Already, Jad said with a smirk. I was starting to like the atmosphere here. The ironic truth was, Carey felt the same way. Undisclosed location. South Korea, all set up there, sir. Lieutenant Mike Reese glanced up from the maps on his lap to meet his backseater's eyes in the cockpit mirror. Cassie was grinning at him again. Maybe you need a new pre-flight pep talk, Miss Shaw, Mike said. Oh, come on, sir, Cassie replied. Famba's scary. You have to grab a laugh when you can. Last time I said that, we lit up a North Korean special ops boat, ditched our bird in the East Sea, and walked away. That's a win in my book. Then let's avoid a bad day, Mike said. We've had plenty of those, too, Cassie noted. I know you're thinking about the team we lost earlier. It's natural. But you need to set it aside for now. You've got a platoon to lead, sir. Once again, his backseater was looking out for him. Rounds are loaded and confirmed, Mike reported. Weapons check is done. Sensors are aligned. Ready to link up here. Comms check in 2 minutes. Copy that, Cassie said. Radios are set. Encryption loaded. Ready for engine start. Look at that, Mike said, verifying the laser codes on the Hellfire missiles. We're ahead of schedule. It's almost like you know what you're doing, Cassie teased. Seriously, sir, leading the whole squadron is a heavy lift. Remember, hitting our time on target is priority 1. If you get overwhelmed, dump the radio traffic on me. Even if it's Blackjack 6 calling, if we miss that flock crossing by more than 30 seconds, we're in deep trouble." "Understood," Mike said. "Thanks, Cassie." Despite his casual reply, the weight of the mission tightened Mike's chest more than enemy fire ever had. He was leading 20 Apaches on a long cross-country flight, needing to hit a specific patch of ground at an exact moment with only a half-minute window. Arrive early and they risked friendly fire or North Korean gunners. Arrive late and those gunners would definitely take them down. It was a daunting task, but not impossible. Breaking from standard doctrine, the squadron was taking a wide western detour before turning north to cross the forward line of troops. The planners at TACOPS figured that, with the war not yet fully ignited, deception was key. Instead of the most direct route to save fuel for engaging enemy armor, the Apaches would rely on misdirection. The seed artillery would hammer an area the North Koreans wouldn't anticipate, theoretically thinning out air defenses before Mike and his pilots roared through. In theory, the planned diversion to the west would have given Mike a comfortable 40 minutes to fine-tune his airspeed and ground speed, ensuring he hit his target window precisely. While still a demanding operation, it was a world away from the sheer pressure of a direct approach, where he'd have less than 15 minutes to cross the forward line of owned troops. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice on the radio. "Blackjack 6, this is Sabre 6 over." Mike's attention snapped to the console. Sabre 6 was Lieutenant Colonel Jack, for the boss to call Mike's commander 2 minutes before the scheduled communications check signaled only one thing. A major shift in their objective. "Sabre 6, this is Blackjack 6. Send your traffic over." "Roger. Blackjack 6 mission update. Lead elements of the North Korean advanced guard are now moving toward Kill Box Alpha. We need to flex to ingress route Iceberg and depart in 60 seconds. How copy, over?" "Unbelievable," Mike muttered under his breath. He switched the active route to Iceberg on his display. "Copy that, sir," Cassie responded. Her earlier light-hearted tone completely vanished. "Starting engine 1." The deep, resonant growl of the General Electric T-700 turboshaft engine vibrated through the Apache's frame as the rotor system began its slow rotation. A sudden cold realization hit Mike. The other 6 aircraft in his flight might not have been monitoring the squadron command net. They wouldn't know about the change. Officially, it was Blackjack 6's responsibility to relay a troop-wide mission update, but Mike decided to act. He'd rather face another blistering lecture from Captain Tucker after the fact than miss the launch window because his birds were unprepared. "All Blackjack elements, this is Blackjack 16. Mike transmitted on the troop's internal frequency. Ingress route is now Iceberg. Achieve Redcon 1 in 60 seconds, over." A series of acknowledgments crackled back, but Mike didn't respond. Sabre 6 and Blackjack 6 were talking again on the squadron net, and he'd missed the start. "Cover the troop net, Cassie," Mike said, turning down the volume on his own troop frequency to focus on the squadron channel. It was a good thing he did. "Blackjack 6, this is Sabre 6. Are you stating you cannot execute your bump plan, over?" The colonel's voice was like ice. "Sabre 6, Blackjack 6. Negative, sir. I just require a few more minutes to switch aircraft over. Blackjack 6, by its very definition, a bump plan means you can still meet the squadron's timeline, over." Mike felt a tightness in his throat. Sabre 6 was publicly roasting Captain Tucker over the coals, conducting this humiliating exchange on a net, where every pilot in the squadron could listen in. Apache helicopters, for all their power, could be temperamental beasts. Because of this, commanders always briefed a contingency plan if your bird developed a last-minute issue. You'd jump into the front seat of another, bumping the original co-pilot. Mike couldn't fathom why it would take Blackjack 6 so long to grab his gear and change cockpits. Then it clicked. The rumor mill had it that Captain Tucker, besides being a generally underwhelming leader, often tuned out during critical mission briefings. He preferred to just fly, letting his back-seater handle all the communications. A cynical smile touched Mike's lips. The truth was probably simpler and more pathetic. Tucker didn't want a new backseater who couldn't manage the fight for him. He likely wanted to boot both crew members from the spare aircraft, which meant a full shutdown and seat swap. That took time. Time they absolutely did not have. Sabre 6 was administering a classic command-level punishment, a public flogging broadcast for all to hear. Engines 1 and 2 are at 100%, Cassie reported, her voice all business. We are at Redcon 1. Copy, Mike acknowledged, his eyes scanning the horizon, already mentally racing down the new, urgent path called Iceberg. How's the rest of the team holding up? Redcon 1 across the board except for Blackjack 6. We need to lift off in 15 seconds to hit the new departure window. What's the call, sir? That was the million-dollar question. Cassie was asking if they'd stick to the revised schedule or hold for Blackjack 6 to get his act together. The golden rule for deep strike missions was to launch on time to maintain coordination with artillery support. But Mike had a hunch that sticking to the clock would only pour gasoline on his already furious commander's temper. Fantastic. If he'd wanted a cushy job, he would have signed up for flying transport helicopters. Unless we hear different from Sabre 6, we are pulling pitch in 15 seconds, Mike stated. Copy that, sir. Better hope there's more backbone in that flight suit than meets the eye. Blackjack 6 is going to be looking for a piece of it. Miss Shaw, Mike replied, as he gave the initial GPS coordinates one last check. I'd appreciate it if you kept your observations about my anatomy to yourself. Attractive women tend to throw me off my game. Cassie's laugh filtered through the intercom, but a fresh transmission crackled over the radio before she could answer. Blackjack 16, this is Sabre 6, over. Oh, wonderful. Sabre 6, this is Blackjack 16, Mike said, fighting to keep his voice steady. Now his boss was on the line. What now? Roger, Blackjack 16. Are you Redcon 1? Affirmative, sir, Mike confirmed. All right, looks like you've got lead and command of Blackjack Droop. You good with that? Yes, sir, Mike said, the words feeling heavier than the helicopter's controls. Then carry on. Sabre 6 out. Welcome to the show, sir, Cassie chimed in. A torrent of thoughts flooded Mike's mind, each more daunting than the previous. The ingress route was new, the mission clock had shifted, and, just for fun, his direct superior had apparently been relieved. Now he was leading a formation of 20 Apache gunships and commanding the 6-ship element known as Blackjack Troop. So much for having a handle on things. Mike glanced at the mission clock, drew a steadying breath, and pressed the floor-mounted radio switch. Sabre Flight, Blackjack 16 is cherry. I say again, Blackjack 16 is cherry. His helicopter surged into the sky as Mike made the takeoff call. They'd made their window. Now everything else just had to fall into place. Kira shivered beneath the dripping branches of a pine tree, questioning every life choice that had led her here. If curiosity was dangerous, then misplaced compassion was its ruthless twin. A single act of helping a stranger had resulted in a brutal beating, a narrow escape from a far worse fate, and now left her drenched, freezing, and battling the early stages of hypothermia. And the most perilous part still awaited justifying her actions to her own people. The Wagner Group mercenaries she worked alongside didn't view violence as some theoretical concept, unlike the doctors and scientists. While these hardened men had always treated her with a rough courtesy, Kira understood her protected status was conditional, lasting only as long as she served state interests. Secretly texting and then meeting an American intelligence officer named Jack decidedly did not qualify. A searing fork of lightning ripped through the sky, instantly transforming a tree across the muddy track into a towering torch. Kira flinched and pressed herself closer to the sodden earth, reducing her outline. She knew seeking shelter under a tree during a storm was foolish, but that sensible advice lost all appeal when you were already soaked to the skin and your teeth wouldn't stop chattering. Just a little longer, she told herself. In about an hour, dawn would break. The storm showed no sign of relenting, but surely it would be warmer then. Or at the very least, it couldn't possibly get any colder. She'd given Jack her word, a promise to grant him and his team a head start before notifying her handlers of his presence. Her gaze drifted to the dark shapes lying motionless across the road. She couldn't help but wonder what the Wagner men would make of the dead North Koreans when they found them. The amount of violence she'd witnessed in these past hours likely paled in comparison to what the American was accustomed to. For him, the brutal efficiency with which he'd handled her attackers was just routine. Her own Russian security detail probably operated with the same cold professionalism. A set of headlights swept over the wet road as a vehicle topped the hill and began its descent down the gravel lane. Kira shrank back into the shadows. This time her fear wasn't of the wilderness, but of the people in it. Only when the jeep had lumbered fully down the slope did she allow herself a shaky breath. The lack of markings confirmed it was Russian. These were her people, not more of those predators. She briefly thought about letting them pass, but the idea was fleeting. A violent, deep shiver racked her body. She had held up her end of the bargain with the American. Now she needed warmth. Stumbling to her feet, she left the dubious shelter of the tree for the exposed road. The rain needled into her scalp, matting her hair to her skin and tracing icy paths down her spine. The headlights pinned her, and she waved her arms frantically overhead, a sudden, desperate hope flooding her. The tears were real now, hot against her chilled cheeks. She just wanted to be somewhere safe. The jeep groaned to a stop, doors swinging open. Two men emerged, faces she recognized from the compound Wagner contractors. "Dr. Sidorova," the closer one said, his voice cutting through the downpour. "Are you injured?" "No," Kira managed, her voice breaking. "I am not all right." And then the dam broke, and she wept, the sobs torn from a place of sheer exhaustion. "Scepter Reaper. Got a positive update for you, over." Hearing the Green Beret's calm tone was a tangible relief, easing a fraction of the tension coiled in Jack's shoulders. Coordinating with these soldiers made a seemingly impossible plan feel suddenly attainable. What had felt like a vague discussion with Mizun now had the weight of actionable support. Reaper Scepter. "I am absolutely ready for some good news," Jack responded. Tink adjusted his position in the passenger seat. After establishing contact with the team, Jack had concealed Kira's jeep in a thicket off the roadside. By now, the absence of the scientist and her guards would have triggered an alarm. The last scenario he needed was a direct encounter with a joint Russian-North Korean search party. Similarly, approaching the Eagles facility without a concrete strategy was suicidal. Hiding was their only viable play for the moment. He could almost hear the clock ticking down. The F-18s were en route, and dawn was a faint promise on the horizon. Their window for extraction was vanishing with the night. The Night Stalker commander had been unequivocal about no daylight incursions. The original contingency plan going to ground until dark now seemed like a fantasy. Given the chaos they'd already sown and the storm they were about to unleash, he seriously doubted there was a single square foot in all of North Korea where a dozen Americans could hide undetected. Any good news was desperately overdue. "Copy, Scepter. We have additional air support on station. The downside is a short loiter time, about 15 minutes. The upside is its payload could create one spectacular diversion if we're smart about it. We're orbiting Eagles now. Pull up the feed on your Android, over." Jack detached the device from his kit, angling the screen so Tink could see. The grainy black-and-white video displayed a rectangular structure, isolated in open fields to the south, west, and north, with a patch of woods to the east. A lone access road led to a southern checkpoint. Beyond the main facility, two smaller outbuildings stood in the satellite image one, positioned to the west and another to the north. "Recognize this?" Jack asked. Tink studied the screen on the Android device, her brow furrowed, before giving a slow nod. "The perspective is different, but yes, those antenna clusters are unmistakable." She pointed with a chipped fingernail to the northwest corner of the roof. Jack gestured toward the auxiliary structure. "What are these?" Tink bit her lip, thinking. I'm not positive, but I believe this one contains the backup generators. Generators? Jack echoed. Correct. Our regional power grid is unreliable. Each compound here maintains its own independent backup system, powered by gasoline generators. A spark of hope flickered in Jack at her words, but he pressed for confirmation. And the other building? That's the fuel storage for the generators. Exactly what I wanted to hear, Jack said, then keyed his radio. Reaper, this is Scepter. New plan incoming. Stand by. Jack brought the vehicle to a halt at the checkpoint, his pulse quickening. Beside him, Mezun trembled. Was it the cold, or sheer nerves? Keep in mind, Tink said quietly, the guards are Park's men, loyal to him. The technicians, however, are not part of his conspiracy. They are our opportunity, Jack remembered. It had only been a brief 10 minutes since they'd devised the strategy and relayed it to Carrie and Jad. He understood Tink was speaking partly to steady her own resolve, as much as to remind him of his role. Whatever his lingering doubts about her, one thing was clear. Courage was not something she lacked. Their success hinged on 3 immediate objectives: infiltrating the building, neutralizing Pak, and transmitting the orders to stop the North Korean advance. For the last part, Tink required access to the telemetry room's secure video equipment. She believed Pak's control was fragile, propped up only by his personal guard. Once the senior Depiarch leadership saw that she and her brother remained in command, the confusion Pak exploited would evaporate, and so would he. The weight of the operation settled over Jack in sudden heavy waves. While it was easy to feel sympathy for the articulate, shivering woman beside him, he couldn't forget she was part of a brutal regime responsible for the suffering and deaths of countless citizens. More than once he'd wondered if the world wouldn't be better off if he simply stepped aside and let nature take its course in deciding who ruled this isolated nation. Or perhaps he should take a more direct hand in toppling the whole murderous system. But those thoughts were just fantasy. The peninsula was a tinderbox, and Pak was aiming a loaded gun at a World-a-Russian superwiccan armed with nuclear capabilities. Jack recalled a conversation with his father years ago when he'd asked how the elder Ryan could make such pragmatic, cold calculations on a global stage, so often choosing stability over liberty. His father had looked at him for a long moment before replying, words that had stayed with Jack ever since. There are no perfect solutions in an imperfect world, son. Sometimes the only choice is the lesser of 2 evils. The real trick is to never let that evil stain you. Never stop fighting for what's noble and good, even when expediency pushes you toward compromise. He hadn't liked that answer then, and he didn't like it now. But here, on this bleak, freezing night, thousands of miles and years from that fireside talk, Jack finally grasped its meaning. If things went right, his actions in the coming minutes might save millions of lives. Yet even now, he could feel the first cold touch of that stain. The guard's expression darkened, but Jack kept the jeep's high beams glaring. As the briefing had outlined, the visiting Russian personnel had been assigned specific vehicles to make identifications swift for the local security teams. More importantly, Russian delegations weren't known for tolerating harassment from disgruntled sentries. 10 seconds, Jack murmured into his microphone. The guard finally left his meager shelter and trudged toward the vehicle, ducking his head against the stinging rain. Sentry comfort was a low priority here. The prevailing theory held that an uncomfortable guard was a more alert one. This one lacked any proper rain gear, which made him eager to perform a rapid check and send the Russian transport on its way of vulnerability Jack planned to exploit. The guard reached Jack's door and gestured impatiently for the window to be lowered. Execute. Execute. Execute, Jack said into his mic, simultaneously rolling down the rear passenger window instead of his own. The guard's attention shifted toward the back seat as the window peeled away from the seal with a wet, groaning sound. In that instant, Jack raised the pistol in his right hand. The guard spun back, eyes going wide. A distant explosion tore through the night as the orbiting drone struck its target, and Jack squeezed the trigger twice. The window shattered. The guard's head jerked backward before he crumpled to the pavement. It was over in a heartbeat, but as Jack accelerated past the checkpoint, a cold certainty settled in his gut. This wasn't over. It was merely the opening move. "Yabosio," Pak answered, anticipating an update from Rim about the search for Mizun. The voice on the other end was not Rim's. "I've located my scientist. She has a rather alarming tale to tell." Pak pulled the phone away from his ear, startled. It was Bear. The Russian operative was calling on Pak's private line. A torrent of questions surged in Pak's mind, primarily how a Wagner mercenary had obtained this number. But he bit them back. Though now a hired gun, Bear's background was in intelligence. This contact could be a deliberate tactic to unnerve him. Pak took a steadying breath and brought the receiver back to his ear, opting for the prudent question over the pressing one. "I'm relieved your doctor is safe," Pak said evenly. "But how does her situation concern me?" "Not her situation," Bear corrected, his voice a low rumble. "What she witnessed. A team of Caucasian men assaulted her. They spoke with American accents and would have raped her had two of your guards not intervened. She got away, but your men are dead." "You're certain?" Pak demanded, his earlier caution evaporating. "I saw the bodies myself. After the firefight, the Americans commandeered the vehicles belonging to your guards and my scientist. I'm en route to you after I deliver the doctor to our facility." "Why come here?" Pak pressed. "Where do you believe these American commandos are heading?" An explosion shook the building before Pak could hear a reply. He terminated the call without another word and hit a speed dial button. The line connected after 2 rings. "Annyeonghaseyo." "Is the weapon operational?" Pak barked. Another detonation rattled the walls. The sound of running feet and shouts filtered in from the corridor, but Pak focused solely on the voice on the phone. "Yes, the warhead is armed and mounted. Launch it," Pak ordered. "Understood, comrade." Pak ended the call and slipped the phone into his shirt pocket. He snatched his pistol from the desk and bolted from the room. The American incursion was a complication, but not a decisive one-not if he maneuvered correctly. The final video conference with the generals was moments away. An active attack by U.S. forces would provide perfect, undeniable impetus to galvanize the commanders and launch the invasion. And even if the generals wavered, Pak still held the ultimate card, the missile, and he alone controlled the access codes to redirect its flight path. Once the weapon was in flight, Pak would become an unstoppable force. Jack tore into the building's courtyard, wrenching the steering wheel sharply to the right. Just as Tink had foreseen, the parking area was partially occupied by military transports. The jeep's headlights swept across 2 more guards stationed at the main entrance, but Jack completed his turn, roaring past them without slowing. The tires jolted over the curb at the lot's far edge, and then they were bouncing along a narrow gravel track meant for perimeter patrols. Jack had worried the jeep might be too wide for the path, but after spotting the sheer number of soldiers massed on the building's other side, he knew this risky route was his only option. The fit was brutally tight. Branches raked the passenger side like grasping claws, while the building's brick wall flashed by dangerously close on the left. A sharp crack announced the driver's side mirror being sheared clean off. Fink let out a yelp, but Jack kept his foot hard on the accelerator. Shock and awe were the core of his strategy, and their effectiveness drained away by the second. Suddenly the claustrophobic corridor of trees ended. Jack burst onto a concrete slab at the rear of the building, feeling a bit like Ichabod Crane fleeing the headless horseman. He killed the headlights and swung left, skimming along the back wall. The scene before them was chaos. To the right, the fuel depot was a raging pillar of fire, vomiting thick black smoke into the sky. As Jack rounded the corner, a secondary blast sent a wave of burning fuel washing across the concrete. Though a good 100 yards away, the shock wave still rattled the jeep violently. To the left, a stream of soldiers in green uniforms was spilling from a rear exit. The explosion knocked several off their feet, but they staggered back up, disoriented. Many simply gaped at the flames, until a hardened sergeant pushed through the crowd, barking commands to restore order. "Now, Jack," Tink urged, hitting his arm, before they pulled themselves together. Jack needed no further prompting. He stomped on the gas, aiming the jeep directly at the still open rear door. As Tink had briefed him, security for this complex was focused on the front. The back entrance was primarily for maintenance crews and lightly watched. Jack planned to exploit that vulnerability fully. He screeched to a halt, parking the jeep parallel to the exit with just enough clearance for the door to swing open. Shifting into park, he leapt out, with Tink right beside him. The metal emergency door flew open just as Jack reached for it. He stepped back, letting it swing wide. A North Korean soldier emerged and froze at the sight of Jack. Jack jammed his pistol into the man's sternum and fired 2 muffled shots, using the soldier's body to dampen the sound. Shoving the collapsing man aside, Jack peered down the hallway, pistol leading the way. It was clear. With a sharp gesture of his free hand, he waved Tink through. Then he grabbed a fragmentation grenade from his vest, pulled the pin, and lobbed it into the jeep's cab. Jack slammed the heavy metal door shut, threw the deadbolt, and swapped his pistol for the MP5 submachine gun. With the weapon snug against his shoulder, he moved swiftly down the corridor, Tink close behind. A distant alarm began to wail, adding a new layer of urgency to their desperate sprint inside. A heavy thump, then a sharper blast, rolled in from outside. Jack, however, kept his attention locked on the holographic reticle. With a bit of luck, he'd just blocked the back door with a fireball the size of an suit. If not, well, had given the old saying about burning your boats a very literal and very dramatic new meaning. "Did he get in?" Jad whispered. Carey swept his scope across the facility they called Eagles, processing the chaotic scene. On the building's front, the red side soldiers moved in confused clusters as their officers shouted, trying to pinpoint the threat. So far nobody seemed to have spotted the dead guard lying on the wet concrete, but Carey knew that bit of good fortune wouldn't last. The architects had smartly placed the fuel depot a safe distance from the main structure. Even though he and Jad had lost visual on the rear, Carey doubted the building itself was in immediate danger of burning down. While flaming debris could pepper the roof, the relentless icy rain was actually on the enemy's side this time, likely preventing the soaked shingles from igniting. Probably. His job of helping Jack get inside was done. The crowd of soldiers near the front door was a target-rich environment, but Carey felt no urge to start shooting. His earlier run-in with their sniper detection gear had been a sobering lesson. Staying hidden was the priority now. If past missions were any guide, Jack would be calling for backups sooner rather than later. Assuming, of course, their supposedly fearless leader had actually made it into the range control building alive. "Skeptor, this is Reaper," Carey said into his mic. "Send a situation report over. Reaper, Skeptor, we're inside Eagles." Jack's reply was clipped and tense. That request for help was definitely coming soon. "Reaper copies all," Carey responded. "Standing by." 2 quick clicks acknowledged his transmission. Carey waited, but the radio stayed silent. He understood Jack was operating alone and swamped, but the quiet was getting under his skin. Or maybe it was the sudden, jarring shift to complete inaction. For the first time since they'd landed in that stinking rice paddy, there was nothing for them to do but wait. Carey hated just lying still, though it was a sniper's familiar curse. Boredom he could manage. This was different. Lying in the cold mud as a miniature waterfall poured from the brim of his boonie hat, he felt a deeper, more frustrating emotion, utter uselessness. Sure, they were poised to cover Jack's escape or unleash their last switchblade drone, but until the spook reappeared, they were effectively benched. "This lying around crap is for the birds," Jad muttered, echoing Carey's thoughts perfectly. "Tell me about it," Carey started to reply. "I Trident 12. This is Trident Main over." "Back to the SEAL call signs, huh?" Jad noted. Carey ignored him. "Trident Main. This is 12. Go ahead. Over." Roger, 12. We've been trying to raise Trident 6 for several minutes with no joy. Can you assist, over? No shock they can't get through, Jad said, shifting in the mud. This cloud cover and lightning are butchering the signal. Our spot on this ridge probably gives us a cleaner shot at the satellite. Want me to try, do it? Carey said. He'll talk to May. You try to hail the SEALs. Jad gave a curt nod and reached for the radio on his chest rig, while Carey relayed their plan to Trident, Maine. Trident 12, this is Trident, Maine, Rongerol. If you establish contact with Trident 6, please advise. Cloud cover is now blocking our intelligence surveillance of Site Tango. Strike packages still inbound, estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Current weather is expected to prevent the fighter jets from laser designating their own targets. So much for a quiet watch, Jad muttered. Carey gave a tight nod, his focus entirely on the urgent update from Trident, Maine. Thick cloud cover had rendered the Super Hornets' laser targeting systems useless, forcing the pilots into a blind, GPUs-jaded bomb drop. They would be releasing ordnance based solely on coordinates fed into the system, never having laid eyes on the target. The situation was escalating by the second. Trident 12 copies all. Standing by, Carey acknowledged. Trident 6, this is Trident 12 over, Jad called out. Carey heard the transmission in his headset, but only silence followed. Trident 6, this is Trident 12 over, Jad repeated, frustration edging into his voice. Still nothing. Rolling to his side, Jad began rummaging through his pack. This storm shouldn't be blocking this frequency, he grumbled, his hands moving with purpose. Probably just a classic range or line of sight issue. Let's try a better antenna. From an outer pocket, he produced a compact bundle, unfolding it with an accordion-like motion to reveal a slender whip antenna. With efficient, practiced movements, he connected it to his radio and aimed the thin metal rod toward the sky. Trident 6, this is Trident 12 over. This time the response was immediate. Trident 12, this is 6. Finally, we've been trying to raise you and Trident, Maine for several minutes, over. Trident 6, this is 12, Jad replied. We've got atmospheric interference on comms. Trident, Maine is attempting to contact you. The target site is completely obscured by cloud cover. Our intelligence surveillance is offline, and the strike aircraft cannot self-designate. They will require precise drop coordinates from your position. Over. 1-2. This is 6. Brandon's voice came through. Strained. Relay this to Trident, Maine immediately. The device is now attached to the missile. I repeat, the warhead is mated, and the missile is raised into firing position. We assess. Launch is imminent. Transmitting imagery now. Request instructions, over. As Brandon spoke, Carey's device chimed with an incoming file. He tapped the screen, and an image resolved, one of North Korea's massive Chinese-made transporter erector launchers. The TEL was a beast on 16 wheels, capable of hauling 80 tons of missile and launcher, its armored crew cab protruding from the front. The missile itself was angled toward the sky, a nose cone clearly fitted. Stand by, Trident 6, relaying now, Jad said, catching Carey's eye. Carey nodded and keyed his mic. Trident, Maine, this is 12. We have contact with Trident 6. Situation report as follows: warhead is mated to the missile. Missile is elevated and launch appears imminent. I say again, launch appears imminent. Forwarding imagery now. Request your guidance. Over. This is a disaster in the making, Jad said flatly, his eyes scanning the live feed from the orbiting Raven on his own screen. I'm counting at least 15 enemy infantry and 2 vehicles with heavy weapons. The SEALs have their rifles and little else. Without air support or artillery to balance the scales, Brandon's team is walking into a meat grinder. Carey nodded grimly, keeping his thoughts to himself. A fight. This wasn't a fight. It was a foregone conclusion. Charging a fortified position with a hastily thrown-together plan and no force multipliers was a recipe for a slaughter. The order from command only confirmed it. Trident 12, this is Trident, Maine. Relay to Trident 6, neutralizing that launcher is now their primary and only task. I repeat, neutralizing the launcher is the primary task. Over." A cold knot tightened in Carey's gut as the full weight of those words settled over him. The SEALs had just been handed a one-way ticket. In all his 12 years with Special Operations, Carey had never been handed a mission so clearly designed to end in death. Then again, he'd also never stared down the barrel of a potential nuclear exchange. He already knew the answer, but he keyed his mic and asked the question anyway. "Trident 12 copies all," Carey said. "Is there any support available to Trident 6 beyond what his team has on hand? Over?" The voice from Trident Main was grim. "Trident 12, that's a negative. We concur with Trident 6's assessment. Launch is imminent. Weather and distance rule out any other assets. He's on his own. Over." "Roger, Trident Main. Trident 12, out." Protocol said he should have waited for the other end to sign off, but formalities felt meaningless now. A cold knot tightened in his stomach. "Give me your headset," Carey ordered, his voice steady despite the dread. "Get on your gun. Trident 6 deserves to hear this directly from me." "You're the boss," Jad replied, sliding off his Pelter headset and handing it over. For the first time in his career, Carey wished with every fiber of his being that he wasn't. Meanwhile, Jack advanced down the corridor, his NP5 held ready, with Tink close behind. If military assaulters prized speed and overwhelming force, and police favored methodical caution, Jack's approach was a deliberate hybrid. This was intentional. As Tink had stressed during their rushed briefing in the vehicle, anyone who saw them needed to believe she was still in command. She had to project an aura of authority that two figures sprinting through the halls simply couldn't manage. But borrowed confidence wouldn't be enough. This was Puck's domain. While the diversion outside had hopefully pulled guards away, a survivor like Puck would have backup. Every person they met could be friend, foe, or something shifting in between. Jack's goal was straightforward: get Tink to the control room fast, without making a scene. His Caucasian features usually stood out here, but the presence of Russian contractors provided some cover. Jack guessed the average North Korean guard would have as much luck, telling him apart from a Wagner mercenary as Jack would have distinguishing Puck's loyalists from Tink's, which was to say, none at all. He moved toward the double doors at the hallway's end with a purposeful, measured stride. His rules of engagement leaned toward avoiding conflict, if possible. He could only hope the people inside felt the same. The missile control room consumed most of the building's footprint, making this service corridor relatively short, lined with staff offices and a small restroom. The grand main entrance, complete with a private suite reserved for the Supreme Leader's visits, was far more ornate. Slipping in through the back was supposed to keep them under the radar. So much for that plan. The double doors swung open, and two Korean guards stepped out. They froze at the sight of Jack and Tink. Tink barked an order, but her words had no effect. Both men went for their sidearms. Jack didn't hesitate. He brought the MP5 up and fired 2 suppressed rounds into each man's center mass. The gunshots were muffled but still echoed sharply in the confined space. Any hope of a quiet infiltration vanished instantly. Now it was time to lean into the bedlam. "Stay tight on me," Jack yelled, sprinting for the doors. He reached them and threw his shoulder against the wood, holding them shut. Letting his sling take the weight of the Leica, he released the weapon and yanked a cylindrical device from the webbing on his plate carrier. "What are you doing?" Tink demanded, her voice tense. "Making sure we have everyone's full attention," Jack replied flatly. Jack made the call. He yanked the pin from the device, pushed the door open, and lobbed the cylinder in a gentle arc onto the floor. Slamming the door shut, he was met with a chorus of confused shouts. A heartbeat later, the flashbang erupted with a deafening crack and a blinding flare. Had heard operators talk about crashing the bang storming into a room right as the grenade went off. That was a move for teams in full gear, trained to shrug off the 170 decibel blast in searing light. Jack knew it wasn't a smart play here, but he didn't wait. The second the concussive wave hit, He threw the door open and charged inside, pulling Tink along with him. The scene that greeted him was something else. He found himself at the base of what looked like a steep lecture hall, except this space was vast. 5 massive Alger screens dominated the far wall, the center one stretching from floor to ceiling. Rows of workstations climbed the left and right sides, framing a wide central aisle. At the back, a balcony held plush satin. Had come in from stage right, but the flashbang had gone off almost dead center, just as he'd intended. Jack strode through the dissipating haze with Tink beside him, owning the chaos. Taking her cue, she stepped past the scorch mark on the floor, planted her feet, and launched into a rapid-fire declaration in Korean. Jack didn't understand a word, but the 4 uniformed generals staring back from the video screens looked thoroughly taken aback. Perfect timing, they'd barged right into the middle of a secure video conference. Tink kept speaking, and the generals kept nodding. Maybe against all odds, this crazy plan was actually working. Then the small woman fell silent. This was the moment. The instant that would prove whether Ng Kek's presence alone could snap this isolated regime back to its twisted version of order. For several heartbeats, the room was utterly still. The silence was shattered by a single gunshot. Pak had ducked under his desk the moment the flashbang detonated. He wasn't a soldier. He'd never experienced anything like it. It took his brain a few seconds to catch up. This wasn't an American bomb. Aside from the ringing in his ears and the spots in his vision, he was unharmed. That relief vanished when he saw who stood in the center of the room. Maison. And she was already issuing commands. Beside her loomed a giant of an American in body armor, cradling a machine gun. Commandos must have stormed the building. How they'd found her and why they brought her here, Pa couldn't fathom, but it didn't matter. Head lost, or had he? Cautiously he raised his eyes above the desk, forcing himself to think instead of just react. Yes, Mizun was ordering the generals to stand down, and the old fools were obeying. And yes, the armed man beside her was clearly American. But where was the rest of his team? Parker risked a glance around the other side of the desk. The room was filled only with technicians and staff. No special forces teams guarded the doors. No operatives shouted commands. It was just Mizun and one lone operator. As he watched, Mizun finished speaking, unraveling all his careful plans with a few sentences. But a command given could be a command taken back. By now the nuclear cruise missile would be in the air, a bargaining chip of unimaginable power. A tool that could force even the Americans to listen. Pa grew more convinced his scheme would succeed with each passing moment. The missile was already airborne, and no country, not America, Russia, or anyone else could stop him from seizing control now. Only one obstacle remained. He raised his pistol, bracing the barrel against the desk as he channeled all his rage and bitterness toward Mizun. Then he squeezed the trigger. Jack whirled at the gunshot just as Tink fell. His MP5 snapped into a firing stance, almost on its own, a reflex honed by countless hours on the range with Ding. He swept the submachine gun across the room, hunting for the source. The shot had come from the observation deck. Jack guided the Edatech's red holographic reticle over rows of plush seats until he found his mark, a middle-aged Korean man in a black Mao suit, pistol in hand. Jack settled the dot on the man's forehead and began to take up the trigger slack. But the shooter spun, using a bystander as a human shield just as Jack fired. Jack jerked his aim left, sending the round into the doorframe above the man's head instead of into the terrified hostage. The shooter melted into the panicked crowd. Swearing, Jack turned to Tink. She was conscious, but her clothes were already drenched in blood. He moved toward her, but she lifted a trembling hand. "No," Mizun breathed out, her voice faint. "Not me. I stopped the war. But Pak can start it again just as easily. Find him. Kill him." Jack stared at the crimson pool widening across the floor. This was the very scenario that had shadowed him since he first planned the mission to rescue Tink. Her brother was a ruthless killer, responsible for countless deaths, but Jack hadn't come to North Korea to take sides in any internal power struggle. Having a historian for a father, Jack was painfully aware of America's long, dismal record of trying to choose governments for other people. From Vietnam to Iran to Afghanistan, that approach never worked. Failure was just a matter of time. His only goal here was to prevent a catastrophic war. Seen that way, his path was obvious. Find the man trying to spark that war and put him down, for good. With a last look at Mizun, Jack bolted from the room, chasing after Pak. He drew more than a few startled glances from technicians milling in the bullpen, but they all wisely gave him a wide berth. Sometimes it helped to be a 6'2", 200-pound American radiating pure, focused fury. Carrying a submachine gun certainly didn't hurt his cause. Trident 6. This is Trident 12, Carey said. Go for 6, came the reply. The SEAL's hushed response instantly let Carey picture the scene. Lieutenant Cates and his team in overwatch positions, already anticipating the orders from Trident Main. Cates was a pro. With the missile raised into launch position, he knew waiting for the F-18s was no longer an option. He also knew that ambushing the larger guard force and disabling the missile would likely get his entire team killed. A conventional nuclear warhead wouldn't detonate if the missile was destroyed, but Skyfall was different. This cruise missile used nuclear propulsion, meaning it housed a live, active reactor. Since it was in launch posture, Carey had to assume the reactor was already online and generating power. Destroying the missile now risked sending that reactor critical, creating a miniature Chernobyl right on the launch pad. The resulting nuclear event would kill or cripple Brandon's SEALs, even if they somehow survived the firefight with the 15 guards. Carey was about to order these men on a suicide mission. The fact that he was only relaying the command made no difference to the weight settling in his chest. The order that would decide the fate of 8 men was still his to give. 6. This is 12, Carey said, glancing toward Jad as he spoke. Command is instructing you to hold on a second. Trident 12, this is 6. Repeat your last, over. The SEAL's confused tone was clear, but Carey was already focused on the launch tube beside Jack, the one missing the red band. You okay, sir? Jad asked. That's Switchblade, Carey said, gesturing at the tube. It's a precision warhead, correct? Affirmative, Jad confirmed. Surgical strike. No collateral blast. A grin smile touched Carey's lips. Get it airborne. Immediately. Your call, boss, Jad said, powering up the launch sequence. Trident 6, this is Trident 12, Carey transmitted, the smile now fully formed. Command confirms your priority target is that launcher. Support is inbound via a Switchblade equipped with a precision warhead, over. Trident 12, this is 6, you're a miracle worker, over. What's the estimated arrival time? As the SEAL spoke, the elevated tube coughed the drone into the sky. Jad was already buried in the controller's display, but he flashed 2 fingers in response to Carey's silent question. 6, this is 12, Carey said. Switchblade is en route. Estimated is en route. Estimated to finot the route letna. The missile's guidance system is operated from the armored cab at the vehicle's front. You need to fly that drone straight through the windshield, over. Have them paint the target with a laser, Jad said without looking up. Carey nodded and keyed his mic. Trident 6, Trident 12 copies. We only get 1 attempt. Request you lace the designated impact point to ensure we place this package exactly where needed, over. Solid copy 12. Call when ready and we'll light up the target, over. Jad, wholly absorbed in guiding the Hov, gave a sharp nod and raised a single finger. Roger all, Trident 6, Carey said. 1 minute until we're on station. I'll call for the laser. For the first time since his unceremonious landing in a foul-smelling rice paddy, Carey felt a shift in momentum. He wasn't a superstitious man, but he figured their operation had surely exhausted its quota of misfortune. Reaper, this is Sumter, requesting assistance, over. Or perhaps not. While sheer determination and his submachine gun had propelled Jack to the facility's main entrance, a cooler tactical voice in his mind urged caution before charging outside. The diversions he'd used to infiltrate the building would have worn thin by now. He guessed most remaining guards were still engaged with the fire at the rear, sparked by the earlier drone strike, but assuming that felt like a dangerous gamble, especially with 2 Special Forces soldiers providing overwatch from a nearby ridge. Halting just inside the door, Jack activated his radio. "Reaper, this is Skeptor. I need support. Over." "Skeptor, Reaper. Send your traffic over." "Roger. I'm in pursuit of a high-value individual moving toward the east side of the compound. Target is a middle-aged, bald Korean male in a black suit. If you acquire him, neutralize him. Over." "Reaper copies all. Be advised, I'm on thermal optic. Cannot distinguish clothing or facial details. I'm tracking 5 heat signatures on the east side, moving toward a jeep. One is likely your guy. What's your play? Over." What was his play? Jack hesitated behind the door, thinking. The cacophony of shouts and sporadic screams continued to echo from deeper within the structure. Another explosion shuddered through the building, apparently. The fuel depot distraction had become a full-blown crisis. Between the chaos at the rear, the neutralized head of security, and whatever orders she'd issued before her demise, the entire site was in disarray. But this window was closing. Sooner or later, someone would direct a question at him in Russian, and his inability to answer would blow his cover wide open. The odds were lousy, 5-1, even with the Green Berets backing him up. But it was the best shot he was going to get. "Reaper, this is Scepter," Jack transmitted. "I need both you and your spotter on the gun. Start with the hostiles nearest the vehicle and work your way toward the structure. Call your shots. Once you begin dropping targets, I'll breach the door and engage from my position. Over." Hearing the plan out loud sparked a flicker of hope. Maybe this wouldn't be a total disaster. "Reaper copies, Skeptor, but be advised only 1 rifle is in play. My partner is otherwise occupied." For a split second, Jack wanted to demand what could possibly be more critical than this, but he held his tongue. These guys were pros. If Carey said Jad was tied up, he was tied up. If this had to go down with just 1 precision rifle, then that's how it would be. The alternative was unthinkable. If Park got away, the resulting bloodshed would eclipse anything seen in decades. Some missions truly left no room for error. "All right, Reaper," Jack conceded. "Looks like it's just you and me. I'll move on your signal." "Call it." This time, the radio silence that followed his words felt hollow, the earlier confidence gone. "Roger, Scepter, initiating in 3. Jack shouldered the like, one hand steadying the weapon, the other pressed against the cold metal door. 2. He turned the handle, easing the door open just a sliver, his mind racing through the coming seconds as he coiled the muscles in his legs. 1. He pushed the door wider with his hip, both hands now locked on the rifle. "Execute, execute, execute." The door swung inward. 5 figures were nearly at the jeep. Pock a blur in the middle of the pack. The lead man suddenly stumbled as if tripping on the cracked concrete. Jack couldn't get a clean sight picture on the man in the Mao suit, so he settled the holographic radical on the soldier trailing just behind. That soldier crumpled against the jeep's fender, his skull shattered. Jack fired. His own target dropped. 2 left the man in the suit and a final guard. The guard whirled, his ock muzzle flashing. Jack ignored the supersonic cracks of rounds passing his head. He stitched a burst into the guard's center mass, then another into his head as he fell. Jack swung his aim to find the last target, and found nothing. The man in the suit had vanished. "He's on the far side of the vehicle," Carey's calm voice reported. "No angle from here." Jack dropped to the ground, rolling onto his side to sight under the jeep's chassis. For a terrifying heartbeat, he saw only shadow and pavement, then a pair of polished leather shoes. Jack exhaled slowly, waited for the stillness between heartbeats and squeezed the trigger. The first round sparked off the concrete. He adjusted, fired again. and again. The third or fourth shot tore through an ankle, the next found a calf. A body sprawled onto the asphalt. Jack emptied the remainder of his magazine into the prone figure. It was over. With a shuddering breath, he rose to his feet and performed a swift magazine change, the spent one clattering on the ground. Reaper, Scepter, target is down. Thanks for the assist. A fleeting moment of relief was instantly shattered. Scepter, Reaper, Roger. Be advised, a convoy of trucks is approaching the main gate at high speed. Over. Son of a bitch. Undisclosed location. South Korean airspace. I need you to increase speed by 2.5 knots, Mike said, his eyes darting from the navigational display to the handheld flight computer in his lap. Come on, sir, Cassie replied, her voice laced with the weary patience of an expert. I'm arguably the best pilot you'll ever share a cockpit with, but even my chief warrant officer sorcery can't hold airspeed to half-knot precision. It hit Mike then he'd been lost in the number. For the past 10 minutes, he'd been utterly consumed by seconds and calculations, desperately trying to ensure they crossed the forward line of troops at the exact prescribed moment. He had the Braypoint timer on his screen, a separate stopwatch clipped to his kneeboard, and his own wristwatch, all ticking away. He'd been cross-referencing every output from the Apache's computer with his Manure E6B slide rule, trying to account for wind drift and a dozen other tiny variables, all while barking a relentless stream of increasingly sharp course and speed corrections to the pilot behind him. Up to this point, Cassie had played along, but it seemed even her patience at a breaking point. All right, Miss Shaw, Mike instructed, increase airspeed by exactly 2 knots. Now that's more like it, sir, Cassie replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. Permission to offer some unsolicited advice? Go ahead, Mike said. I've got the nav page open, too. The system shows well reach our crossing point 5 seconds late. Our window is 30 seconds either way. You're well within it. We don't earn bonus points for hitting it perfectly. In under 10 minutes, we'll be across the forward line of troops and in hostile airspace. From here on out, let me handle the timing. Use your focus for what really matters, getting your platoon and the troop combat ready. It took a second for Cassie's meaning to sink in. When it did, Mike wanted to kick himself. He'd been so fixated on the route and nailing the timing that he'd overlooked his primary duty, leading the soldiers of Blackjack Troop. A handful of the pilots, like Cassie, were seasoned veterans with combat tours in Iraq or Afghanistan. But many of the front-seat aviators were young warrant officers, fresh from flight school or with only a year or two of experience. They were heading into a fight without their commander or senior platoon leader beside them. If Mike felt uneasy about guiding a whole squadron behind enemy lines, then CW3J Hogg, the warrant officer he'd chosen to lead the attack platoon, must be feeling it tenfold. Time to do what officers are supposed to do, lead. Mike reached for his intercom switch to change to the platoon frequency, then hesitated. Though his words were meant for Jay, he sensed the entire troop needed to hear their commander's voice right now. Collecting himself, he keyed the mic. Blackjack 9, this is Blackjack 16. This is 9. Go ahead, 16. Roger, Mike said. Just checking in. How's everything looking back there? The radio stayed quiet for a beat, and Mike worried Jay was overthinking his reply. He shouldn't have. 6, this is 9, Jay came back, his voice relaxed. If I was having any more fun, they'd have to make it illegal. I've got hellfires on the pylons, a full tank of gas, and a whole enemy army waiting up ahead. What else could a gunship driver ask for? How about a decent cup of coffee? A new voice cut in. The swill they served back at the assembly area wasn't fit for ground pounders, much less pilots. Speaking as a former ground pounder, "I'll second that," another voice added. Though given the amount of cream Blackjack 19 uses, I'm not sure his opinion on coffee counts. You all are just a bunch of complainers in your nice dry cockpits. Try hiking through the rain with a 60-pound ruck sometime. Can't blame us for your career choices. Flight school classes start every 2 weeks. Maybe you should have applied sooner, 19. Mike grinned as the banter continued, each voice calling a face to mind. Todd Askins, Matt Isaacson, Buddy Otten, Ron Thompson, Damon Nicholas. They were troopers he was still learning, and they were all following him into combat. In that moment, the full weight of command settled on his shoulders. The men and women of Blackjack Troop were relying on him to lead them into battle and bring them home safely. Him, a 24-year-old first lieutenant with just 2 years in the Army. Mike didn't know what destiny had in store for the aviators of Charlie Troop, 1/6th Cavalry, but he knew one thing for certain: he would earn their trust. He owed them that, and so much more. "All right, everyone," Mike announced, his voice cutting clearly over the radio. "Now that's settled, let's focus. Once we cross that forward line of troops, the enemy gets a say. Plans might change, and that's okay. Sabre 6 put us in the lead for a reason. We're the top troop in this squadron. We'll get the job done. And hey, as Blackjack 9 likes to remind me, flying this gunship isn't brain surgery. Worst case, you spot a North Korean tank and introduce a Hellfire to its turret. We cross in 3.5 minutes. Keep the channel clear until then. Blackjack 16 out." Releasing the transmit button, Mike felt a knot of tension in his neck start to loosen. There was no turning back now. In under a minute, the Seed artillery would begin punching a hole in the enemy's air defenses for the 6 remaining Apaches of Blackjack Troop to charge through, with the rest of the squadron following. The plan was brutally straightforward. "Solid pep talk, sir," Cassie said, her earlier humor absent. "For the record, I'm glad you're the one in the front seat with me." Mike was about to reply when his tactical display flashed. Multiple air defense radars had just activated. His threat screen stayed blank for a heartbeat. Then the ominous red triangle solidified, locking onto the blue icon of his helicopter. The North Korean gunners weren't just awake. They had a firm track on Mike's Apache. "Reaper, this is Skeptor," Jack said, sprinting for the jeep. "What's the situation, over?" "Skeptor, Reaper? I'm looking at 4, possibly 5 vehicles. Thermals are fuzzy, but they look like Russian models. You cannot exit through the main gate. Advise alternate egress to the west, then link up at our position, over." It made sense to Jack. He stepped over the fallen guards, slid into the driver's seat, and fired up the engine. Shifting into gear, he cranked the wheel left and accelerated west. He sped past the range control building just as the headlights of the approaching convoy washed over the parking lot. "Heading west now, Reaper," Jack called out as the jeep gained speed. "Can you guide me to that alternate exit point?" "Scepter, Reaper. Say again, over." "The exit point," Jack repeated, steering off the pavement onto a rough gravel path. "I don't remember where it is. All I see is fence." Copy that, Spectre. You're going to have to make your own exit point." "Make it?" Jack said. "Confirming breach the fence, over." "Of course," Jack muttered to himself, fumbling to fasten his seatbelt with one hand while steering with the other. "Of course I have to smash through the damn fence." He was no fencing expert, but this chain-link barrier looked designed to stop people, not a 2-ton vehicle. At least, he desperately hoped so. There was only one way to find out. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, locked his arms on the wheel, braced himself, and aimed for the fence. The impact slammed him hard against his seatbelt, the strap digging into his chest. The tangled section of metal mesh rolled up the hood and crashed into the windshield, webbing the glass with crack. Jack jerked the wheel left, then right, trying to shake the debris from his view while keeping the gas pedal pinned. For the first time, he felt a grim appreciation for North Korea's lax vehicle safety standards. There was a certain brutal honesty to a crash without an airbag exploding in your face. His brief satisfaction vanished as the dashboard lit up with warning lights and steam hissed from beneath the crumpled hood. Perhaps those vehicle safety regulations had some merit. The engine sputtered, gave a final groan, and fell silent. Jack shoved the door open before the truck had even stopped rolling, leaping out and sprinting toward the tree line 50 yards away. His legs burned and his arms pistoned, the growing roar of pursuing engines, a relentless drumbeat at his back. Reaper, this is Skeptor, Jack managed between ragged breaths. I'm going to need a serious assist. And fast. Undisclosed location. South Korean airspace. For a long second, Mike simply stared at his tactical screen, his mind refusing to process the data. A North Korean fire control radar had just painted his helicopter, a system specifically designed to guide weapon. He knew exactly what it was linked to, a Su-234. That mobile anti-aircraft beast packed 4 radar-gated cannons, each capable of shredding his Apache into confetti with a storm of armor-piercing rounds. If it opened fire, they'd be collecting his remains with a dustpan. Muscle memory, hooned by endless simulator hours, took over. He slaved the Apache's own fire control radar to the azimuth provided by the radio frequency intercept and initiated a scan. It was like whipping your head around to spot whatever just made a noise in the dark. The intercept had heard the Zoo's radar. Now he needed his systems to see it. If they saw it, he could erase it. On his display, the green sweep line of the radar painted across the screen. Almost instantly, the threat icon shifted from outside his engagement envelope to squarely inside it. Target locked. The coordinates were fed to one of the Hellfire missiles hanging on the starboard pylon. All he had to do was flex a finger, but he held back, a deliberate pause. Launching now would be firing the first shot, shattering the fragile silence before the planned artillery barrage even began. It would broadcast their presence and throw away every ounce of stealth they'd painstakingly preserved. The move felt wrong, a tactical itch he couldn't scratch. "What's the hold-up, sir?" Cassie's voice was tight, strained. Mike glanced at the mission clock. 90 seconds to cross the forward line of troops. The suppression fire would start raining down in half a minute. He checked the range to the Zoo 3 kilometers. Its guns were only effective out to about 2. That gave him a cushion of roughly. "Sir?" "Talk to me. 10-second, Cassie," Mike said, his voice unnaturally calm as he toggled the weapons switch. "In 10 seconds, I am putting a missile downrange no matter what." He watched the distance tick down, his left index finger settling on the trigger guard. 5, 4, he raised the guard. 3, 2, his finger found the trigger. 1. He began the squeeze. Blackjack, 16, Sabre 6, abort, abort, abort. Acknowledge, over. "Are you kidding me?" Cassie yelled, wrenching the helicopter into a violent banking turn to keep them south of the border. "What is happening?" "Language, Miss Shaw," Mike said, his tone deliberately light as he pulled his finger away. He hoped the intercom didn't pick up the frantic hammering of his own heart. Sabre 6, Blackjack 16, abort acknowledged, turning south and holding. "What's the story?" "Blackjack 16, Sabre 6, wish I had one for you. Orders just came down from brigade. Stand down. Looks like we're not starting a war tonight." Mike felt the tension he hadn't even fully acknowledged begin to drain from his shoulders. That was more than fine by him. "Copy that, Scepter," Carey said, observing the entire chaotic scene unfold through the detached clinical view of his optic. "Once you reach the tree line, you'll notice the ground begins to rise. Follow that slope upward to the highest point. We're positioned at the crest of that ridge. We'll do our best to delay anyone following you over." "Copy that, Reaper. We'll meet you at the top." "Target eliminated," Chad confirmed, a grim satisfaction in his voice. "Did you stop the missile launch?" Carey asked. "Won't know for certain until Trident confirms," Chad replied, "but I saw the SEAL's laser marker and guided the drones straight through the launch vehicle's front window." "Outstanding," Carey said. "Get on your weapon. Start engaging those trucks, left to right. I'll check in with the Navy team." As if on cue, Brandon's voice broke through on the radio. "Trident 12, this is Trident 6. The drone strike was successful. I repeat, successful. The launch system is down with no secondary explosions. We've redirected the fighter jets. Be advised, we are in contact and moving to the primary extraction point. Recommend you do the same, over." The steady crackle of automatic gunfire underscored the SEAL officer's transmission, a sharp contrast to his controlled tone. This guy wasn't Captain Alex Brown, but maybe he wasn't so bad to have in a fight. Negative, Trident 6, Carey responded. Trident 12 is supporting a hot link-up with our third man. We will hold position until then. Over. Carey shifted his scope to the lead vehicle speeding toward Jack's empty jeep and squeezed the trigger. The round struck low, ricocheting off the hood. He adjusted his aim slightly and fired again. This time, his thermal sight showed green shards of glass exploding into the air. He sent 2 more rounds into the windshield before the truck swerved violently to the right. Beside him, Jad's rifle barked, and a second vehicle shuddered to a stop, steam billowing from its pierced radiator. Trident 12, this is 6, understood. Are you at risk of being overrun? We can maneuver to support you, over. Here was Trident 6 embroiled in a moving firefight against greater numbers, and he was worried about the 2 Green Berets. That decided it. Carey mentally put a 1-week ban on all Navy SEAL jokes. 6, this is 12, negative, Carey said, acquiring another target. We're engaging with precision fire and expect to be mobile right after link-up. Appreciate the offer, but we're in a solid position. If you came here, you might just bring your friends with you, over. 1-2, this is Trident 6, roger. Be advised our extraction aircraft are inbound, estimated arrival in 10 minutes. The storm's making it rough, but the Night Stalkers are still in the game. Don't worry about reaching the secondary site. If necessary, we will come to you. Also, I'm returning control of the Raven drone to you. Its battery is almost spent, but you need the surveillance more than we do now. 6, this is 12, Carey said. Thanks for the help. See you back at the ship. The SEAL's reply was 2 quick clicks over the radio. Carey interpreted that as a sign the SEAL team's running battle with the North Korean missile crew was even hotter than Trident 6 had admitted. He understood completely. All 5 trucks that had been chasing Jack were now immobilized, but their crews were continuing the pursuit on foot. The gunmen advanced in disciplined, short rushes, one team laying down fire while the other moved. Patches of thermal-resistant smoke drifted across the field, ejected from a volley of grenades. These were trained, disciplined fighters, a combination that always meant more complications. Take the drone controls, Carey instructed, and guide Jack to our position. I'll keep these guys busy. On it, Chad said, swapping his rifle for his handheld device. Carey scanned the battlefield through his optics, but held his fire. The combination of extreme range, his target's chaotic and unpredictable path, and the shifting curtains of smoke from the burning vehicles told Carey his odds of a successful shot were practically non-existent. It was no use wasting the round. Something in his gut whispered that before this night was through, he'd be counting every single bullet he had left. As he ran, Jack fought the powerful instinct to look back. His focus was on the smooth, practiced motion of swapping in his final magazine for the MP5. There was a grim, almost philosophical comfort in that act. It was like watching the last grains of sand fall in an hourglass. One way or another, this entire disastrous circus was about to reach its conclusion. He poured on a final reserve of speed and dove into the relative safety of the tree line. The fact he was still breathing had nothing to do with his sprinting ability and everything to do with the precise, disciplined fire from the Green Beret snipers covering him. The sharp, supersonic cracks of their rifles mixed with the distant sounds of shattering glass and truck engines screaming in protest. He desperately wanted to risk a look, but he didn't. An Olympic medal was definitely not in his future, but the faster he linked up with his team, the sooner they could all begin the trek to the extraction point. By laying down this covering fire, Jad and Carey were undoubtedly painting a target on their own position for the pursuers from the convoy. Jack's only job now was to reach their sniper hide, and fast. Easier said than done, of course. He'd found the promised upward slope and was now driving his exhausted legs to climb it. His breath came in ragged, shuddering heaves, and a searing stitch in his side felt like a white-hot fireplace poker was being jammed into his ribs. A random, absurd thought flashed through his mind. Maybe he should have listened to Lisanne and mixed in more treadmill time with his heavy lifting. The mental image of her dark hair and sharper wit actually made him grin through the pain. If picturing your girlfriend while scrambling up a mountain like a hunted animal, one step ahead of armed men, wasn't a sign of true love, then he had no idea what was. He was definitely losing it. Scepter, this is Reaper. We have a odd feed on you. Bear to your left, over. Jack obeyed immediately, angling left, which sent him crashing directly into a dense thicket. All pretense of stealth was abandoned. He shielded his face with his forearms and bowled through the snapping branches. Only one thing mattered now: raw speed. Good correction, Scepter. Keep pushing. Only about 100 meters to go. 100 meters. He could do that. Roger. Reaper. Jack managed between gasps that tore at his throat. How's it look? Behind me. Getting that last sentence out in one go cost him. Stars flickered at the edges of his vision as the grade became even steeper. Lead elements are entering the woodline now. If you can move faster, do it. His fingers found the quick-release tabs on his plate carrier. With a sharp yank, he sent the heavy ceramic plates clattering to the forest floor. Ditching the armor felt like a reckless gamble, tightening his gut with instinctive fear. But it was the right call. If he didn't reach Carrie and Jad in time, they were all finished. He made a fortress with his arms, protecting his eyes from the whipping branches. The sudden lightness was shocking. He tapped into a final, desperate reservoir of energy, pouring everything he had left into the last leg of the sprint. Hot damn Scepter. You can really move when you want to. 15 more meters to the ridgeline, then take a hard left. Jack clicked his radio's transmit button twice in acknowledgement. Forming words was utterly beyond him now. His throat was raw, and the hammering of his own heart was the loudest sound in the world. Just as he was certain his body would give out, he burst from the final wall of brush onto the summit. He wheeled left without slowing, his legs burning. We're prawned out directly in front of you, Scepter. His night vision goggles had been lost back at the fence, but his eyes had adjusted reasonably well to the gloom. Even so, all he could see was the dark trail stretching ahead, empty and waiting. Jack saw 2 dark shapes on the ground and a figure standing over them. He brought the like up, placed the red dot on the target, and fired in a single fluid motion. The submachine gun barked and the figure dropped. "Contact rear!" Jack shouted, still moving toward the 2 green berets. Another shape appeared from the shadows, and Jack stitched a burst across it before reaching the hide. The snipers had chosen a shallow depression more of what operators called a ranger grave than a proper foxhole, that gave them a view of the target and a little cover. Jack dropped into it beside the 2 soldiers. Both men reacted instantly to the warning, engaging targets with a chilling, methodical calm. They coordinated fire, swapped magazines, and delivered precise, lethal volleys with an efficiency that was almost unreal. But it wasn't going to be enough. The woods were flashing with muzzle fire and echoing with shouts. Dirt sprayed near Jack's face. Rounds cracked past his head. Carrie let out a sharp breath as a bullet deflected off his body armor. The initial assault had been pushed back, but the enemy was regrouping. They were pinned. One good grenade would end it all. They were going to die here. You know, this is on me, Jad said, slapping in a fresh magazine. I had the drone locked on Jack. If I'd widened the view, I'd have seen those guys creeping up. Cut the crap, Carrie snapped, firing 2 rounds to the left. I never should have agreed to a SEAL call sign. Everyone knows that's a jank. Jack, watch our backs. I don't want another surprise tonight. Jack suddenly remembered the men who'd chased him up the mountain. He rolled onto his stomach, pointing the Leitch Cantel toward the facility as he checked the round counter. 6 rounds left. Not great. Hey, since we're sharing, Jack called out, squinting into the dark. I've got a confession, too. My last name isn't Doe. No kidding, Chad said. Nope, it's Ryan. Jack Ryan. Like the president? Carrie asked. Jack stayed quiet. Are you serious? Chad said. Dead serious, Jack replied. So you guys want to get a beer with my dad after this? I might be able to squeeze that in, Carey said, his tone dry. All right, stay sharp. They'll get organized soon. When they do, they'll hit us hard. One group will suppress, the other will flank. Watch for grenades. Jack, keep your eyes open. You may need to swing my way if Jad and I can't hold the next push. There's a CS grenade between us. If it looks like we're getting overrun, toss it right out front. Once the gas goes, move southeast toward the rally point. Maybe these clowns will get tangled up with Jack's friends coming up the hill. Copy that, Jad said. Track echoed, but he wasn't buying it. This hole was going to be their grave. He pulled the Glock from his thigh holster and set it beside him. The Leichke had 6 rounds left. They wouldn't last. The Glock was .40 caliber, so he couldn't use its ammo in the 9mm submachine gun. When the MP5 ran dry, it'd be just him and the pistol. As if to prove the point, 2 shadowy forms broke from the brush ahead. Contact from behind, Jack yelled, firing a burst into the first shadowy figure. The second enemy soldier dove for cover, Jack's rounds biting at the dirt behind him. Then his rifle clicked empty. Switching, he announced, yanking his pistol free. Carey's shouted reply was drowned out by a new voice crackling in his ear. Trident, 12, this is Turbine 35, over. Over, Jack squeezed off 2 pistol shots toward the enemy's last position, only to be met with a storm of return fire. Muzzle flashes erupted from the brush, and the ground around him erupted as rounds kicked up dirt and stone fragments that stung his face. The radio repeated, Trident 12, this is Turbine 35, over. The 2 Green Berets were pressed shoulder to shoulder beside him, their rifles barking in disciplined, short bursts. Jack's eyes dropped from the men to the object lying between them, the Seer's grenade. He snatched it up, pulled the pin, and launched it toward the cluster of enemy fire. He remembered the training about an underhand toss to avoid obstacles, but this wasn't that day. Open ground stretched before him, the shooters a solid 20 yards off. He threw it overhand like a baseball, a hard, straight line. The canister arced, hit the dirt, and erupted, spewing its choking cloud over the thicket sheltering the enemy. Gas is out, Jack shouted, slapping a beret's shoulder plate. Time to go, negati, Carey barked, still firing. Too many ahead, too much open field. We wouldn't make it 5 steps. Jad grunted in agreement, unleashing a longer burst and 3 figures attempting to flank their position. The radio insisted, any Trident call sign. This is Turbine 35. Please come in, over. Do you guys hear that? Jack asked. Hear what? Carey snapped. The radio. If someone's on the damn radio, answer it, Carey roared. Jack keyed the mic. Turbine 35, this is Trident 12. Roger, 12. Turbine 35 is a flight of 4 helicopters en route to your location. 2 gunships, 2 transports, over. Roger, Turbine, Jack said, a surge of desperate hope cutting through the adrenaline. Trident is surrounded, heavy contact. We are in danger of being overrun. Need immediate suppressive fire. Turbine 35 copies all. We have a position fix from your signal, but need you to mark visually, over. It's the helicopters, Jack said, turning to the other. They need us to mark our position. There's a beacon in my dump pouch, Carey said, not taking his eyes off his sights. Bottom switch. Jack fumbled the device from the bag on Carey's armor, thumbed the switch, and placed the glowing beacon in the center of their shallow hole. Turbine, this is Trident. Beacon is active. I say again, beacon is active. Roger, Trident. We have you. Gunship 1 is inbound. This will be danger close. Get your heads down. Down, Jack screamed. The tiny scrape in the earth seemed to shrink as the 3 men piled in. The sudden silence from their own rifles felt unnatural, a vacuum soon shattered by the distinctive brurt of a minigun spitting thousands of rounds, followed by the whoosh of rockets and the deafening crump of their impact. The ground convulsed, lifting Jack bodily for a moment before slamming him back down. The second gunship made its pass, the concussions rolling over them in another wave. Tell them good hits, Carey ordered as the ringing in their ears subsided. Request immediate re-engage. "How do you know they hit anything?" Jack asked, spitting out dirt. "Because we're still breathing," Carrie shot back, the grim sarcasm, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Jack couldn't argue. "Good hits, Turbine. Request immediate re-engage." "Good copy, Trident. Gun 1 inbound." This time the onslaught was more sustained, explosions walking across the terrain on both sides of their hole. The air thickened with dust and the acrid stench of burnt powder, as the second gunship's fire rained down, sending gouts of earth and burning debris into the sky. Jack dared a peek over the lip, the world a chaotic painting of fire and shadow. It was, without question, the most incredible sight he had ever witnessed. "Trident, Turbine here. We've forced the enemy back, but the landing zone remains too hostile for a standard pickup. Advising spies extraction over." After retrieving his headset from the dirt, Carrie keyed the mic. "Turbine, Trident copies. We agree. Proceed with spies." Jack stared at him. "What in the world is spies?" A grin spread across Carrie's face. "You're gonna adore it." Jack would soon discover he did not adore it at all. While the attack helicopters continued to saturate the hillside with rockets and minigun fire, another Black Hawk moved into a hover directly above their position. A thick, heavy rope came tumbling down into the foxhole. "What are we supposed to do with that?" Jack asked, watching as Carrie hauled the line across the group. "Climb it. Negative," Chad replied, his voice calm. "Just stay loose. It's all good." With efficient, practiced motions, the sniper began clipping Jack's body armor harness to the metal fasteners on the rope using a series of carabiners. Jack had noticed the D-rings when he first put the plate carrier on, but hadn't given them a second thought, a mistake he now deeply regretted. Just as the reality of the situation dawned on him, Carrie and Jad were finishing their mutual gear checks. "All rigged, Turbine," Carrie reported. "We are clear. Turbine copy." "Hang on tight." The rope snapped taut. Jack was jerked violently into the open air, Jad swinging beside him with Carrie bringing up the rear. "We have a nickname for this," Jad shouted over the rover wash. "Dopes on a rope, sticking on straight out. It'll help counter the spin." Jack extended his arm. It did absolutely nothing to stop the wild, dizzying rotation. Below them the gunships kept hammering the hillside with blinding flashes and ear-shattering booms. In the chaotic darkness, Jack could just make out Jad's expression. He was pretty sure the man was grinning. "So when do they winch us up into the helicopter?" Jack yelled as the Black Hawk accelerated away from the battlefield, turning toward the distant dark ocean. "They don't," Jad replied. This time Jack didn't have to guess. The sniper was most definitely smiling. Epilogue, Washington, D.C. 2 weeks later, Jack squinted against the sudden sunlight, a cool evening breeze brushing his face. At least he assumed it was evening. The past 14 days had blurred through at least 3 time zones, leaving his internal clock utterly scrambled. He wasn't sure it would ever recover. "Pardon me." He shifted sideways, making room for a harried businessman with a bulging satchel to squeeze past him, and a mother who was completely surrounded by a small herd of children and a mountain of luggage. The businessman was loudly arguing with someone on his phone, while frantically waving for a taxi with his free hand, expertly ignoring the struggling woman. "Ah, yes. It was wonderful to be back in the nation's capital." "Hi there," Jack said, turning to Mother. "Could you use a hand?" With an infant on her hip, a toddler in a stroller, a young boy clinging to her leg, and the small fortress of suitcases on the sidewalk. The answer was obvious. Whether she would accept help from a stranger like him was the real question. Jack was acutely aware his current appearance wasn't exactly reassuring. He had no luggage, sported a scruffy beard, and wore clothes bought from a base exchange in Yokosuka, Japan. He stuck out like a sore thumb among the polished professionals and tidy families flowing from the terminal at Reagan National. His face still showed the wear from his time in Kuriate cuts were mostly healed, and the bruises fading to yellow. But the wind-burned skin and tired eyes remained. Not exactly the picture of a trustworthy citizen, but Jack hoped a mother's intuition might see past the rough exterior. It did. Or perhaps she was simply that overwhelmed. Either way, the pretty brunette offered him a grateful, if exhausted, smile. "Thank you," she said. "My husband's on his way, but he hit terrible traffic. If you could just help us get to the curb, that would be amazing." "My pleasure," Jack said, hefting two of the larger suitcases. And he meant it. The simple, chaotic normalcy of this little family was a profound and welcome contrast to the violence and loss he had just left behind. Tink had kept her promise, bringing the conflict to an end, though the North Korean woman paid the ultimate price. From the intelligence Jack pieced together, American forces had been moments away from launching a conventional strike against the lead elements of the North Korean army. Rumor had it that U.S. artillery was literally 60 seconds from firing a barrage to clear the demilitarized zone for Apache helicopters. Aside from the naval clashes between North Korean special operations boats and Allied forces in the surrounding seas, no traditional ground units ever engaged. Following Tink's final command, the North Korean armored and mechanized columns halted their advance, turned back to their staging areas, and stood down from combat readiness. The North Korean special operators hiding in the south proved a much thornier issue. The bulk of the last fortnight was consumed by the hunt to root them out. A breakthrough came when the two Koreas reached a fragile, unofficial truce. In a televised address, a newly resolute supreme leader commanded all his special forces personnel in South Korea to report to designated extraction points. In return, the South promised them amnesty and safe passage home. The official story from Pyongyang painted the whole crisis as the work of a few traitorous commanders who acted against the supreme leader's direct orders. With typical grandiosity, state media claimed the supreme leader personally quashed the rebellion and punished those responsible. To sell the lie, they broadcast blurry footage of 3 very deceased Korean men. There was no mention of Tink, nor of the American operative with an MP5 who killed one of them. The narrative was also conspicuously silent on the Russian doomsday device, the Wagner mercenary team, or the covert American mission that stopped a war which would have drowned the peninsula in blood. Of course, things didn't simply snap back to normal, while the South Korean alliance was healing, fueled by undeniable proof of America's commitment to its ally. Trust in North Korea was non-existent. As a direct result, the U.S. 7th Fleet was now leading a massive multinational exercise in the Yellow Sea with South Korea, Japan, Australia, and other partners. This was why Jack was only now getting home. Lizanne had been luckier. She hitched a ride on the Campus Gulfstream with Ding and his team as soon as South Korean airspace reopened 2 weeks prior. Jack's extraction via spy's rig, courtesy of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, had cured him of any desire to ever set foot in a helicopter again. That wild ride deposited him on the USS Lake Champlain, where he, Carey, and Jad were promptly turned into passengers for the next 12 days. They endured a seemingly endless series of classified debriefings while waiting for a flight off the bustling warship. Patience might not have been their strong suit by the end. Once the initial naval drills wrapped up, the trio finally caught a flight to Yokosuka Naval Base in Japan, exchanged phone numbers, and went their separate ways. Jack fully intended to invite them to the White House for dinner. He just hoped the Green Berets could mind their language around his mother. Then again, Kathy Ryan was nobody's delicate flower. Jack was fairly sure she could trade barbs with a couple of commandos without breaking a sweat. After a full day killing time waiting for a flight out of Tokyo, Jack's long journey was finally over. He was shuffling through the terminal, lost in thought, when a small voice piped up. "Are you somebody famous?" The question, coming from a boy of about 5, took Jack completely by surprise. The child stared with the unnerving, unwavering focus only little kids can manage. Jack had a sudden vision of a future FBI profiler lurking behind those bright blue eyes. "Billy, what a thing to ask," his mother chided, flustered. Billy just gave a tiny shrug of his narrow shoulders, never looking away from Jack. Daddy said famous people use this airport, he stated, as if it explained everything. Jack thought the boy might have been right, but he kept that to himself. Sorry, kid, he told Billy as they reached the curb where passengers were being collected. Maybe next trip. The mother gave Jack a thankful look while he helped her with the luggage, but her son remained unconvinced. Are you absolutely sure? Billy pressed. 100%, Jack replied with a playful wink. He tousled the boy's curls before reaching for his phone to call a ride. Or that was the plan, anyway. Need a lift? Turning, Jack saw Lisanne Robertson leaning against a sleek black SUV. There she was, wearing a little black dress and heels. What are you doing here? Jack asked, his face splitting into an unreserved grin. Looking for a +1. I have a table at Franco's tonight. You in? Was he ever? Lisanne's dark hair fell freely around her bare shoulders like a silken veil. The dress complemented her toned frame, revealing and concealing in just the right measure, and her olive skin seemed to catch the last golden light of the day. But it wasn't only her looks that made Jack's heart skip. He had genuinely missed her. Finding Lisanne here, waiting for him, filled him with a deep, wordless joy. His smile widened impossibly further. Lisanne's own dark eyes sparkled at his obvious delight. See, Mum? I told you he was somebody important. Billy's voice carried clearly from the arrival's lane, and Lisanne laughed a sound that felt like magic to Jack. He closed the distance between them almost at a run. Then she was in his embrace. He buried his face in the curve of her neck, breathing in the warm, vanilla scent of her skin, her hair soft against his cheek. He held on in no rush to let go. I missed you, Jack murmured, feeling her arms tighten around him. So much. I missed you too, Lisanne whispered back. Jack drew back just enough to see her face, his heart pounding wildly. And then his phone rang. We both know who that is, Lisanne said with a knowing smile. You should answer. He'll call back. No, he won't. Just get it. With a resigned sigh, Jack fished the prepaid phone he'd bought at the exchange in Yokosuka from his jeans pocket. He'd only given the number to 2 people. It wasn't a mystery who was calling. Hey, Mr. C, Jack answered. Did you call you back stateside? Yes, sir, Jack confirmed. Just landed. Excellent. Need a ride? No, sir, Jack said, his eyes locked on Lisanne. I'm with my girlfriend. Lisanne smiled once more, but her fathomless gaze hinted at layers of unspoken conversation. He really needed to get off this call. Good, then I won't hold you, Clark said. I just wanted to say how impressed I am with how you conducted yourself over in Korea. Mary Pat forwarded the full classified debrief, including the statements from your Special Forces team. Sounds like things got pretty intense up on that ridge. Yes, sir, Jack said, his voice growing rough as the memories of the fight surged back. You did good, son. Real good. Did your dad ever tell you the full story of how he, Ding, and I first met? The whole thing? I don't believe so, Mr. C. Not surprised, Clark replied. I suppose it's really Ding's tale to tell. Do me a favor when you're back at the office. Track Ding down. Tell him I said he needs to tell you about the Battle of Ninja Hill. The full account. It'll be good for both of you. Yes, sir, Jack said. I'll do that. Great. Oh, and one last thing, say hello to Lisanne for me. Clark out. For once, Jack didn't mind his boss's abrupt end to the call. He had far more important things to focus on. What was that about? Lisanne asked as he pocketed the phone. Just Clark being Clark, Jack said with a soft smile. Did I hear you say something about a girlfriend? Lisanne teased. You did, Jack replied. Though it feels a little odd to call someone you've never actually kissed your girlfriend. I agree, she said, her tone shifting to something lighter, almost mischievous. Maybe you should fix that. So he